Let's go. Got a little Christmas theme, AI generated music. I haven't actually listened to it at all yet. I'll leave it on for a minute, but I think we're probably just going to use it that one time today. It's not really doing it for me. But it is holiday week. Christmas is only a couple of days away. I hope you're all having a merry holiday season. This weekend was great for us. Getting the live stream rolling. We have an amazing guest this morning, Alexandra Nicorici. I'm not sure if you pronounce that with like a ch c or a c, Nicorici. I'm not sure. I'll have to ask her on the show. Because it just occurred to me a minute ago. I haven't had a chance to look into it. But we have just a couple of shows this week. We will be streaming all week, but no live morning show. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, giving the team off for the holidays. We'll open up the stream. I'll probably say a good morning early, and we'll just rotate some live recent content throughout the day so you guys have something to tune into and can catch up on what's been going on. We had 10 guests just last week, 10 guest segments, and I think like 5 or 6 the week before. A couple more lined up tomorrow as well, so we'll have lots of content to be feeding you guys over the last 3 days of the week. We are still doing our giveaway daily registrations, and today's registration is open. The daily contest, we're giving away 200 STX for the month of December from DeOrganized, and you can enter daily. All you have to do is tune into the live stream. The live stream starts at 7:30 a.m. It goes until at least 5 p.m. Eastern time every Monday through Friday. And all you have to do is get the daily question, which we will drop in the thread. The live stream thread will be posted, pinned to the top. Actually, let me do that right now while I'm thinking about it. Because I get out of my processes. I get into other stuff. And you guys may know this about me. I can be easily distracted. So let me just pin this to the profile here. It's on the DeOrganized profile. It's at DeOrganized BTC. Let me actually grab that question while I'm thinking about it too. You can drop that right in the comments under the live stream. And today's question: what's your favorite holiday tradition? As long as the stream is live, you can enter, and we'll be live all day. Reply to the post, and you have an opportunity to win. And we hope to see y'all in the comments. Get your opportunity to win 200 STX. Tell us what your favorite holiday tradition. And we're going to drop out. We'll be back with the whatever morning space at 8. I'll be back with the news at 8:30. And we will have more for you throughout the day. And I probably won't do any more Christmas AI music, so don't worry about that. Again, excited to have Alexandra come on. Alex is a really interesting person I met in Buenos Aires a few weeks back down there with Stacks, and excited to have her on the show. And we'll be back in a little bit. Enjoy your morning. I'm going to leave you guys with the I think I'm going to go with the DIA Data Oracle segment we did last week. Some really cool stuff going on there, and I think y'all need to know about it. We're going to be on there. Why am I over on the... This isn't right. Hold on. Let me fix this. Let me just get the setup right. This way, when I do the news, it'll look like this. We're ready to go. All right. We'll be back soon. Peace out. I turned off the wrong one. Hack producer over here.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive.
Joining us now is the team from DIA, Decentralized Information Asset, one of the OG Oracle networks in crypto. DIA provides transparent, verifiable, real-world data to blockchains powering DeFi, RWAs, and on-chain financial products across dozens of chains. If smart contracts need accurate price data, reserves, or real-world inputs, oracles like DIA are the bridge, and DIA's big focus is making that data open, auditable, and trust minimized. Excited to dig into what they're building, what's new, and where oracles are headed next. And we have Josh. Josh. I'm from Rhode Island. We don't pronounce our R's unless there isn't one. Josh Bellreeve. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Welcome, Josh. How are you today, man?
Very good, very good. Thanks, Steve, for that intro. And yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself about an intro to DIA there. So yeah, much appreciated and glad to be here. Looks like I'm a little fuzzy, hey, but that's okay.
Yeah, it's a little. You are a little hazy, but it's not. It's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world.
Some technical difficulties on my side too. Then
it looks like it's a sunny day, and it's
camera here. To be honest,
what's that?
I probably just need to clean my camera here. To be honest, let me just.
Maybe. Yeah. It could just be a time of day type of thing, though.
There we go.
Oh, that is actually much better.
Yeah.
Very good.
Perfect. I guess when I close the laptop, I probably put my finger right where the camera is. So
it actually just looked like it was hazy from the sun time of day, which I am
familiar
with also.
Yeah, it's definitely coming through my window, which is so I'm from Canada here. We just got a crazy snowstorm last night, so it's about -20 to -30 where I'm at.
That is chilly. No, we're actually I'm in Rhode Island, so not too far. You know, we still get pretty cold. You know, it was definitely down in the teens a couple days ago, but I think it's in the 30s right now. I don't have a fire going, so that's how it's usually when it gets to if it drops much below 30, I have to burn some wood. I'm old, you know, I just can't handle it like I used to.
Oh, for sure. It gets to your bones.
For sure. So we met down in Buenos Aires. I can't remember it might have been multi-chain day. I don't remember which event it was. We worked a couple of them. But you were talking to us about DIA. And why don't you tell us, well, you're here to talk about what you want to talk about. So obviously, but you're from DIA. And I don't know if a lot of people, our audience, understands a lot about oracles and how that works. So give us the basic background on what you guys do.
Yeah, for sure. And to be honest, to be fair, like when I started with DIA, it was kind of the same situation. You know, I have been in crypto since 2017. I had a basic understanding of, you know, what oracles are providing, but never really delved too much into the technology. So it's actually much more interesting, especially nowadays than you know I anticipated when I started. I think I'd like to maybe just jump back and just kind of talk about, you know, oracles in general and just kind of what that really means. So I'm pretty sure most people understand them as the price feed part, but I think where it gets confusing is what an oracle really is taking a price and pushing it on chain. So you're pushing it to some smart contract for an application to consume. So a lot of times I'll get people that are, you know, they understand the price feed part. They say, well, where do I access this information? So you can technically access this information through like an API, That could be directly through DIA, that could be directly through another Oracle, or that could just be through like a third-party provider like CoinGecko. You could access an API directly on CoinGecko and get that price data. So why then would you need an Oracle, right? So the Oracle's actually taking that data and pushing that to like the contract. So you could take CoinGecko, you could take DIA, but what you really want with the Oracle is that smart contract basically automatically updating. Now what that really allows is, so I guess there's like 3 steps to like price oracles today as they are. So the first like least secure methodology is like what we've seen when we originally kind of started looking at smart contracts and building out applications on chain, is like a time weighted average price, something that you could get from Uniswap. You could get that directly from a pool, or you could pull it from like an API like CoinGecko. So what this means is like, this is like the least secure methodology. You're basically taking the trade data directly from either Uniswap or like the aggregated amount from CoinGecko. So this is the least secure methodology because there's not like removing of any transactions, any trade data. If you're, for example, taking a price on Uniswap and you're going to say, okay, now we're taking this trade data, we're going to push this to my smart contract. Say you're running a lending protocol. So what this basically does is any trade data that gets pushed through there is going to update to your smart contract, and then that could potentially cause some issues if there's trade data that's malicious. So early on, and what we've seen a lot is that you can do something called like a flash loan, for instance. You can borrow a bunch of funds so that you have a high amount of volume, and you can maliciously attack a pool so that you can change the price for potentially a few blocks, 1 block. You could alter the price 50, 60, 70% with the amount of slippage depending on the liquidity. So in doing so, based on that flash loan trade, you may take like a huge loss, but the loss may be higher, or the loss may be lower than the attack that you've done on the lending protocol. So you could, for instance, go into lending protocol after the fact and then cause a bunch of liquidations and then gain the profit from forcing those liquidations, because the liquidators are generally getting 1.5%, 2% on some of those lending protocols.
Right. So there is an obvious flaw there. If there's an attack, if somebody is sophisticated enough to pull that off, which is becoming easier and easier these days with the tools available, then that's it. So that is one of the attack vectors, and why you need more security than that.
Exactly. So this is like a stage 1. This is stuff that's happened, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 4 years ago. And then most recently, ironically, that happened again on Binance, where, there was all those forced liquidations because protocols were only taking price data from Binance there. So,
oh, really? I didn't.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact situation there. But like a lot of tokens went to almost zero. Some did, like Atom there. I believe this is about a month and a half ago.
Atom went all the way to zero on.
Atom went all the way to zero. Yeah. So then there was a lot of protocols that had the price data only sourced from Binance. So then when that happened, it caused this cascade of liquidations, right? So there's situations like this that are still happening in 2025, which is these protocols set up with what I would call is like a stage 1, like Oracle, right?
Right. So Binance was basically not. Binance isn't really an Oracle, but they were being used. Their API was being used as an Oracle for price.
Exactly. So in like some of these older tokens, like I'm not sure what the liquidity depth is. Obviously, not high enough to match kind of the amount of money that people were able to put in to push it down. And then it's always like a measuring act. Like if the value you can extract through the hack is higher than the money you need to put in, then it makes sense to do it, right? So it essentially just breaks down to that. So as soon as they found out that these kind of markets were segregated, then it made it easy. So then that's kind of where oracles are today, is like a stage 2. So that is basically adding the filters. So you're removing any kind of malicious trade data, and then some kind of a system to remove liquidity or liquidity sources that are outside the bounds of a benchmark. So for DIA, how we work is we are scraping data directly from sources. So we're scraping data from central exchanges and decentralized exchanges, all that trade data. And for example, on say Ethereum, we're supporting 20 to 30 different liquidity sources. So all that trade data for us gets aggregated, and then it goes through a filter. So the filter could be like a TWAP filter. For us, we use a volume weighted filter, and we also use something called IR, which is interquantile range. So we're removing the bottom 25% and the top 25% of the trade data. So you're only getting the 50% of chunk of that data. And then that gets processed by the nodes on our layer 2 orbit chain. And then one final system check there is we utilize a guardian, which we're checking against the benchmark price. So the benchmark price is typically, say, like CoinGecko, CoinMarketCap, some source like that, to say, hey, ETH right now is 2,900. What does it say on CoinMarketCap? CoinMarketCap is 2,915. Okay, that's within, say, we typically set guardian price at 5%. So then if the price we're pushing is greater than 5% compared to CoinMarketCap or CoinGecko, we won't push it. We won't add that price there because there's something going on with the data, right? With stable coins, you can go a lot lower. And then once that's confirmed good to go, that's sent to all the available chains we support. So 62, 63 different chains. So it's really cool because it's all done in like a decentralized, transparent way. So a lot of Oracle providers today, you're getting the aggregated data. That could be aggregated by themselves. That could be aggregated through a third party like CoinGecko or Kaiko. And what you really don't know with some of these oracles is the origin of the source of the data. You're just getting the aggregated price. But with DIA, you can actually see and verify the source of the data, and you can actually select the sources of data that you want. Now, it makes, of course, sense to include most of the sources or all of the sources that you can get based on kind of the issues I described earlier. But for example, some applications like to segregate their markets and have isolated markets. So you could say take a price on Arbitrum or on Optimism and have those like separated. So we offer that kind of flexibility there as well. So that's kind of like a stage 2 Oracle where you have that additional security layer there that you didn't have with, like, say, going directly to Uniswap or pulling a price directly from like an API like CoinGecko.
Very cool. Very cool. Joining us, well timed, is my partner in crime, GPSC from the Gigapepe Spaceship Club. And he is actually fresh off of winning an award from the Stacks community for being an excellent chat, I believe was the title. What was the category again?
It was most positive community impact.
Yeah.
On Josh, man. Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Yeah, glad to be here. Just
Yeah.
kind of running through the Oracle stuff.
Sweet.
Hopefully it's not too dry, but
Man, let's get to it, man. It's alpha.
I mean, it's honestly, these are things that we need to have more awareness of. People need to understand why it matters. Because it is important that the data that's out there. It is largely pricing data right now. There is more stuff to come as on-chain apps develop more. You're going to be pulling more data, and it needs to be secure for all sorts of reasons. Like we already touched on that layer one security issue where you can just manipulate markets to manipulate the price feeds and then take advantage and exploit on the back end. That's a big deal. That does happen. And in this space, any exploit that can be attacked is going to be, so
Exactly.
it's a huge deal. Like the oracles are utterly important for really all the programmability on crypto requires secure oracles. So it's a fundamental piece of infrastructure for crypto to advance.
For sure. And I think if you look at the data actually behind like attacks on chain, loss of funds, I'd say I wouldn't say like a very large majority of them are oracles related, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's anywhere from 33 to 50% of the hacks are somewhat oracle related or like price manipulation, right? So
yeah, if you can manipulate price, you can do a lot of things, especially
exactly.
if you're going to, and that happens, by the way, outside of data feeds and outside of Oracle information. There's all sorts of manipulation going on that people exploit. Oracles is just one way, but that's a big vector because all of these, on Stacks, one of my main partners is Bitcoin. Bitflow. Bitflow is the decentralized exchange on Stacks. If that price data isn't accurate, when I go to trade, I lose money, and then I get insecure about using the platform again. So, and by the way, that doesn't happen. I'm very confident in Bitflow. I love the platform. Those guys are doing awesome. But it's important that if the users can't rely on secure data, the whole thing doesn't work. So it's fundamental. It really is very fundamental to the success and the further success, which I think we're through the woods. I think this crypto thing's gonna last. It seems at this point, but it's still, there's still a lot that can happen that can hinder the development and make things take longer to develop. And we're really on the precipice right now with we're calling it onboard your mom. With all the the passkey, and we have native passkey and WebAuthn on Clarity now on Stacks, and all of the stuff like Privy's doing, and like making it basically just abstracting away the wallet function and making it real easy for non-crypto natives to engage with applications that are using crypto and built on crypto, but the users don't really need to know anything about crypto to use. That's where we're hoping to go.
Right.
And we need reliable data for that.
Right.
We need these people to have good, secure, safe experiences when they come here, or they won't come back, or they won't come back for a long time. So we need you guys to keep doing an excellent job getting us secure data.
Oh, for sure. And it's interesting with there's how many of these hacks have driven people away over the years, and it's something, I guess, that needs to happen because you need to kind of standardize things. You need to have you need to put it in people's minds that, hey, we need to do something different, or as a user we need to think differently and push like transparency. Like a lot of things today, a lot of hacks that we've seen are transparency issues. If we go all the way back to kind of the worst situation, which was Terra Luna and UST, we're talking 30 to 40 billion dollars lost there. That's fully a transparency issue, right? If users understood what was held in the vault or in reserve with Do Kwon, with his team, Terraform, then that wouldn't have been such a situation, right? But no one had any idea, how many tokens were minted, what was actually backed, what the understanding there is, right?
Right.
And that's where users need to say, hey, I'm not going to deposit my money here unless you can be transparent about what's going on, right?
Right. No, exactly. Same thing with FTX.
Yeah.
They were just using people's money. And if
where's the money? What's going on, right?
Right. It's crazy.
So, and really, crypto's built on the ethos of transparency,
right.
of understanding where your funds are and being in control of your funds, right?
And not having to trust anybody.
Exactly. No intermediaries. So it's crazy that people kind of lose sight of that. And it's tough because you see, oh, this is giving 50% APY on my US dollars. I'm going to go put my money in here. And you don't really think about, what's the underlying risk? How are they actually giving this 50%, right? They're likely leveraging in the background. They may be providing some points which aren't actually truly,
we have a I don't know if it's a mantra, but it's, where does the yield come from? And if you cannot answer where the yield comes from, you are the yield.
Yes. That's exactly right. For sure.
So, and that is, I mean, I'm generally a lucky guy. I didn't get burned. I didn't feel good about FTX for some reason at the beginning. Something just seemed off to me about it. It was too hype. So I missed it. I was in BlockFi collecting I think it was 8% on Gemini dollars, which was very high at the time. The banks weren't giving interest on anything at that time.
Right.
And I got out of that I had a hunch. I had, not a ton of money, but a lot for, I'm not super flush. So it was enough for me to be very burned if I hadn't gotten out. And I got out of that real quick, just in time, and before they collapsed. And then there have been I got out of Gemini just by the skin of my teeth. I had some funds in there before they got attacked again. So, but these things happen. They're not all data risk errors, but they are situations where you're trusting. You're not really verifying at that point. And so good data oracles also help us verify.
Exactly. So that could essentially take us to, the stage 3 then oracle, like where we're seeing, more customizability today, more capital efficiency. And that's through something called like NAV-based feeds, or as we're calling them, fundamental feeds. So NAV is like a net asset value feed. And very simply, it's just the collateralization ratio. So we, for example, take the ratio of how much a derivative asset or synthetic asset or stablecoin token, how many of those tokens are issued versus what's held in reserve or what's held in the vault. So we're seeing tons of these tokens come out today, all different kinds of stablecoin derivatives, XUSD, SUSD, USDP, et cetera, et cetera. So we can measure that ratio and say, hey, there's $1 million of these tokens issued, and there's 800K in the vault. So then you're getting the ratio there. The ratio is coming back and saying, hey, this ratio is 80%. So what's in the reserve is actually 80% compared to what's been issued. Then we can price that derivative token at 80 cents automatically. So for example, I always like to go back to Terra Luna here. If UST was priced using a fundamental feed, everyone would have known automatically what the price of UST would have been. UST actually had, I believe it was 80% in backing. Now, what happened obviously when the bank run happened is anytime there's, not enough funds to back it. It's impossible to keep it afloat. So it dropped down to 13 cents, I think, at the lowest before it finally collapsed and ended itself. But had people known, hey, this is actually backed 80%, that's not as bad as we anticipate. The coin is now priced at 80 cents automatically. Maybe there wouldn't have been this huge panic, which ultimately led to the collapse, right? It might have just people seen that there's transparency there. Maybe they would have wanted to continue to sell off, but it would have been less of a big panic to.
Well, the price would have had more stability.
Exactly. There wouldn't have been as many people running to the door to beat the guy in front of them, right?
Right.
You think if I don't get out now, I was very much the same. I had UST. I added it to the curve pool, so I didn't get kind of hit directly as bad because the liquidity in the curve pool kind of kept it afloat a bit longer. But the thinking is, okay, I got to get out of this ASAP because everyone is trying to sell, right? So you got to beat the guy.
Right. That's why it happens that way.
Exactly.
If the price hadn't been so starkly down, it's still a shock to see something go a dollar peg. What's supposed to have a dollar peg to be at 80 cents.
This happened kind of overnight, right? I woke up that morning and went, holy crap.
That was set up. Somebody that was an attack. Somebody made a lot of money doing that.
Oh, for sure. And whether it was an enemy of Do Kwon or just an instance of that we talked about previously of money in versus money out, which is more likely the case, right?
I think it was actually an attack on crypto.
Yeah, it could be for sure. And these narratives stick around where people kind of bring them up again and again. It's not secure because did you see what happened with Terra Luna? They lost $40 billion, right?
Right.
And that's where strong infrastructure comes into play, where you need to have these robust systems. You need to ensure security. So a lot has changed obviously since then, but there's still these instances where you kind of go back to how things used to be because it's easier, right? It's easier to not do 2-3 audits. It's easier to just go into pull an API instead of setting up a custom Oracle contract, situations like that, right? So what's really cool with the fundamental feeds is you can do them in conjunction with the market feed, right? So you can have your market-based price, and then you can have your NAV-based fundamental price, and then use those together, and then derive your price of your market from that. So you're essentially taking from two sources. And then you can maybe run your liquidations based on the fundamental side and then have your market-based price for redemptions or whatever. So there's I think that's where we're moving today, is to that stage 3 security where there's more, not only more sources in the market for the pricing, more filters, secure guardian systems, and then different methodologies for providing price that are actually more capital efficient, right? Because you're not worrying about the day-to-day trade. You're just actually taking what's in, held in reserve, which is essentially, the same methodology the banks are using, right? So you're seeing basically kind of the highest level of capital efficiency that we're seeing in the traditional market. So
now, do you guys support data for real world asset tokenization, institutional products, stuff like that, or what? Or mostly focus on pricing feeds right now? What are you guys getting into?
Yeah, for sure. So we're supporting RWAs as well. We support over 5,000 different assets. So copper, any kind of commodity or stocks, bonds, T-bills, Forex, stuff like that. So teams can reach out to us to set up price feeds for that. One really cool thing we're working on right now is we're integrating the Ondo global markets. So Ondo is providing tokens for trading the stocks essentially. And what's really cool is the stocks are then able to be traded 24/7. So we can get a price for these that apps can use to say trade Amazon after hours, essentially. So I think that's a really good use case for crypto. Today we see like a lot of these per platforms, you can only trade the commodities or the stock within certain trading hours, right? Because they're getting the data from a source that doesn't allow after hours trading. And we've kind of scoped that out a bit on our side and said, hey, can we can we go with a third party provider that allows stock trading after hours? And what we found is it's kind of like a closed cabal, right? Like they don't want for one, they don't want you to take this data and then kind of resell it or repackage it or let someone else use it. So we've seen kind of huge barriers to entry that way. And then also with price, like we're talking for us to get data for 24/7 stock trading, it could be 30 to 50 grand a month just to get the trade data. So there's these huge barriers to entry. So I think with the Ondo global markets, us being able to tap into those tokens and then DApp's able to trade these stocks 24/7 is a really cool use case for crypto on the RWA side. So it's just kind of starting. We've seen a few teams tokenizing stocks and commodities and things like that, like X stocks.
So you think the trading on Ondo will provide enough pricing data to satisfy overnight trading?
Exactly. It's early days right now. I haven't checked liquidity and volume in a while. I know a lot of those tokens have reached over 1 million in liquidity, which is enough for us to provide a price feed on that. Now, you still want to kind of do your research on kind of how much is the price actually fluctuating from either the after hours or when the stock market opens, how close are we to parity, minutes before or hours before that, right? So I haven't done my research on that, but things will continue to get more robust, definitely. Ondo's a huge team. They're building really cool stuff to allow, tokenization on chain. So I think that's really exciting direction we're heading in the RWA space is, allowing.
Well, and they're also, so Ondo's on Base. And Coinbase literally yesterday just announced stock trading and prediction market coming soon. I have to assume that they're probably going to use some of the information from Ondo as well, or maybe, I don't know, because it's on Base. I don't know if that's
right
or how affiliated they are with Ondo specifically, but if not, then there'll be some other option in the marketplace that they're using anyway, right?
Yeah. They may be paying for those premium sources, and that would be great. I mean, again, they probably are facing the same issues of, they have these premium sources, but they can't kind of disclose them to others. But again, like with the Oracle feeds, if we were able to tap into that and tap into our own and then tap into Ondo, we can provide an aggregated source, remove outliers, use the Guardian, and we have like a stage 2 Oracle for RWAs, right? So the more and more these teams get involved in this, the easier it is for us to provide robust infrastructure on it. So
very cool. Very, very cool, man. So do you see, is AI development and or the iteration of the AI, the more sophisticated applications of it, is that causing challenges for you guys as far as security of your networks? Like what are some challenges you guys have from that?
Yeah, the AI side is interesting. I think we're still pretty early days for any kind of risk from those kinds of attack vectors, especially on like the DeFi side. I haven't seen too much sophistication in all the teams that I've talked to. Where it's really cool and kind of moving away from and like maybe the benefits towards people. And what I've seen is like AI controlled vaults for like yield, right? So you deposit your stable coins with an AI, and the AI is looking at all these different pools and all these different vaults to
So the AI could also be a consumer of your data feeds.
Exactly.
Really, probably more of the issue is not, it's less of a challenge that it could be a threat and more of a challenge of how do we serve these agents.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at from the security side, now I'm not like an expert on that, but you know, you could tap in these AI agents and say, you know, look at our data feeds and see where there's any kind of risk, right? Where we could be thin on liquidity, or what are the potential attack vectors. You know, all teams can be looking at this, not just oracles. You know, verify the smart contract and see, you know, we've seen so many of these re-entrancy attacks over the years that just keep popping up again and again, and people forget about the past, right? And I think where AI is really, really good is analyzing the data, looking in the past and seeing and making sure that, you know, these one or two lines of code are updated, you know, to not allow kind of previous attacks to happen, right? So I think as people forget, or they're, you know, they haven't been there back in 2021, 2019 when these things happened, because it kind of goes through cycles, right? These things get like, these particular attack vectors are like hot, and then they fall off. People forget about them. They upgrade to a new contract, but there's a bunch of teams using the original contracts, and then there's those attacks again, like we saw with the Curve V2 pool there a couple months back.
Yep.
So, yeah. So I think AI will be very, very good on the security side, and then super useful to kind of maximize yield as well. And yeah, data plays a massive part in that. It's going to need to be tapped into all this data, all these sources, how you want to use it, right? So the more data you can feed the AI is going to be, that's the number one thing, 100%.
So we have we know a couple of people working on the X402 solution, which is payments between AI agents. And it's a little over my head, the conversation. We've had a few on our show. A lot of these conversations are a little bit over my head. But it's closer than I think we really, it seems closer based on the conversations I'm having with people to this stuff becoming more actionable than, you know, because we play around with a lot of stuff because we're doing a show. We are now a live stream all day, and we cover a lot of projects, and we love touching around on stuff that's new, a lot of stuff in testnet, and we've played with a number of trade bot agents in testnet or even in beta mainnet stuff. Agent Hustle over on Solana. We've played the AI BTC dev guys are doing some really cool stuff on stacks. There and a number of them, and they're mostly just conceptual. They're not lined up with enough memory. They're not really they're still, you know, just MVP products.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of solutions that are being worked on right now that I think we're probably a little bit closer than we may really we're trained to expect, because of how fast these things iterate, because they're iterating themselves to a large degree. You know, they're being used to actually build out the agents are actually building out their next iteration. So it's crazy how these things are going. But I think that it's going to be here actionable, like trading on your behalf, agent to agent, interacting with APIs and stuff like that, and different data oracles, and then transacting with probably with Bitcoin, actually, in a large degree, in microtransactions for access to data. I really think that that's probably not that far off.
Right. Yeah. One thing that I've always been interested in, and when it came to the space, I thought was like, oh man, this is really going to change the game, was like intents. So
And that's another one that, yes, that's,
yeah. So
we have a guy that built
basically,
subnets on stacks with intents. It's crazy.
there you go. So basically with intents, you're essentially saying, okay, I want to make a trade US dollars to ETH. So right now we're seeing intents being used for, I think the biggest one on the swap side is Cow Swap. And then there's a few other ones. I think Matcha uses intents and some other ones, but it's really cool because then, you're taking a idea, and that's essentially the intent of saying, okay, I want Ethereum, I have USDC. Then it goes to a solver network, and the solvers are going to look for the best price for that user. So that solver networks is where it gets interesting, because you have like a level of competition. It's going to look at, the network of solvers. I don't know how many CowSwap has now, let's say like 50. Each of those solvers is going to have a different set of code that it's running through, and in a different, essentially, set of liquidity sources that it's sourcing. So those solvers can say, hey, I can provide this for this price, and the best solver wins. Now, going back to what you said about, abstracting away the complexities for these users so your grandma can use crypto, it's the same idea here. I can go to CowSwap and I can ensure that I'm getting the best price, or that's the theory anyways, around the intent-based system. Once everything is kind of tied in together with these robust solver networks, you're generally getting the best price. And personally, I use CowSwap all the time. That's what I've seen. I'm getting an amazing price, sometimes better than the market rate, sometimes better than Binance, where you assume the highest liquidity source is always going to give you the best price generally. Sometimes it's even better than that. So you really can't go wrong there. And that's all done, through that intent-based system with the solver network. So we also see that with bridges. And then we're going to see that intent system happen with AI. And I think that's where it gets extremely interesting, where you just tell the AI, what is my intention on here? My intention is to earn the 6% or higher on USDC, if we're just like strictly dealing with DeFi stuff. Then it's going to go and look at all these sources. It's going to deposit it in different ways, maybe. You may say, I want to lower risk by not using one pool. So you're feeding information to this AI, and it's doing it on your behalf. Outside of crypto, this could be, we've seen this with DPIN stuff, where you simply tell your refrigerator to order you, or it happens automatically. When you're out of milk, your AI agent goes and orders you some milk, or adds it to your order that you're doing like once a week, right? So this gets like really complex, but like very interesting in reducing maybe the mundane tasks that humans typically have to do. So the AI stuff, very, very cool. I feel like, there's going to be a lot of ups and downs and figuring things out. People maybe are getting sick of hearing about AI, especially, Google and Amazon and all these big names, Meta, every day, essentially sharing all this information. But it is becoming game changing, even with these like AI robots that they're building to suggest that, it can do the tasks that maybe humans don't want to do anymore. It's just another step towards, higher efficiency and maybe lower risk and lower, increasing the standards of how this work's being done, right? Because you can standardize all these robots to do, concrete work the same way every time, right? So you're kind of removing the human element in a sense. Not necessarily you're removing the creativity, but you're standardizing everything to be done the same way, which has a power to it, right? So Tons of interesting aspects there with AI to kind of jump around a few of them.
So I do want to make sure I get these in here before we have a kind of a hard stop by 2 p.m. because we share our Restream account with our partners at Bitcoin Live, and they have a show coming on at 2 today.
Gotcha.
But I want to make sure I point people in the direction of the DEX account. It's at diadata_org. So you guys can follow DIA, and the website is diadata.org, which if you guys are interested, you're building a project. We have a lot of developers that watch and tune into our stuff because we cover a lot of developers. DIA is a great place to go to look into your Oracle services that you need for the platform projects you guys are building. So make sure you check them out, diadata.org. And Josh, was it so, bro? You are such a really nice. I love your personality. Really even keeled dude. Great chatting with you. Would love to have you on again whenever there's something going on. Even if you just want to come hang out, we do the morning show. Sometimes it's a little more casual. Happy to have you jump in and chat with us sometime. Anything else we should know about DIA before you sign off?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, would love to join you guys again. It's been awesome chatting. Definitely super passionate about the space. So, I'll just mention on DIA here. So we're generally working with teams in two ways. We work with the chain foundations directly, and then we work with like the dApps to provide their Oracle feeds. So any dApp can come to us and request a custom Oracle feed. In most cases, if it's just a standard price feed, that's going to be completely free of charge for the applications that reach out to us. If it's a price source that we are supporting, for instance, if it's something on price feed on, like, generally we can theoretically support any price feed as long as we can get that data source. In some cases, we need to scrape like a local ecosystem DEX directly to get that source. But I'd say 95% of the time we can just support the price feed completely free of charge for those applications.
Wow.
So definitely reach out to us. And we also are doing a grant program right now where we're reimbursing the gas for updating those price feeds. And that's actually on Stacks as well. So you can use DIA oracles completely free on the 63 networks we support, and then we're doing 15 chains that have gas grants where we're reimbursing the gas fees. Essentially, that would be the only cost if you're doing it on a chain that we're not doing the gas grant, or after 1 year, you would just have to pay the gas cost for those. Most chains today, that's not an issue. Might be a little bit of an issue on Ethereum, I guess would be your only concern there.
So sometimes it's pretty cheap on Ethereum right now.
Yeah, we've seen it lately where it's been cheap. So that's the good thing about the bear market is you are getting cheaper gas.
Yes. It hasn't been too bad on Ethereum for almost a year. Like I haven't been like I'm sending out like $30 payments, $100 payments for like 5 cents, 17 cents.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
it's great. Actually, ironically, that's funny. So Ethereum still has the issue of spiking, right? So Vitalik again proposed, I think it was a week ago, maybe a bit longer, about bringing back gas futures. Back in, I want to say 2019-ish area, there was a gas token that you could buy, which it was essentially a gas future. You could use that token instead of paying those gas fees, right? And then that got kiboshed with one of the Ethereum update proposals there. And now it's funny that they want to bring it back because it makes more sense, right? You can start loading up on, gas prices today, in anticipation of gas prices going up in the future, right?
It's a smart market to make.
Exactly.
For sure.
So it's funny that Vitalik is kind of proposing that again.
I forgot about that. That was when they were still proof of work, I believe.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it was. I can't remember the name of the token, But I remember thinking, man, this is a fantastic idea, because back then, we generally saw at least once a week gas spiking to 500, sometimes 700 Gwei. And, I think the overall price wasn't as bad as it is now, with the token being as high as it is, but you're still spending $30, sometimes $50 per transaction, which is crazy.
Right. Well, and then also when you look about how much you were spending back then and how much Ethereum it was.
Exactly. You're spending a large amount of Ethereum on the gas.
Yeah, because the price was so low.
Yeah, I think I remember as high as for myself as 0.05 or 0.1 in some cases.
Yeah.
There's that website. Can't remember what it's called. Like it measures how much gas you spent on your wallet over the life of it. And when I go back there and it's like, oh, you spent 12 ETH or 15 ETH. Like,
yeah, but it was well, because you could have like, there was times when you were getting like fees at like $10-20 and the price was only $100.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was bad. It was real bad.
So yeah, if you go to that, you're like, well, shit, I guess I should have, and there wasn't a lot of options back then, you had your outside of Ethereum. If you wanted to keep EVM, there was only a couple chains early on, and they were very difficult to get to before bridges were around and all that kind of stuff. So, many people didn't have a lot of options there. So
right, it was expensive.
Now we're a little bit spoiled.
Well, you'd have to learn how to get it there, and then the learning curve was expensive. So
yes,
that stopped me from playing around as much as I probably would have. I just couldn't. It was too stressful for me to spend that much. I'm like, I'm trying to acquire ETH. So if I'm spending such a high amount of ETH to transact, it was just, we've come a long way. When we look at that perspective and where we are now, it's crazy.
I think it's important to put it into perspective, right? Because we, kind of forget about, as I mentioned, the past things, right? Like, people didn't want to go to those layer 2 chains because they were worried about the bridges back then. Now no one worries about the bridges because there hasn't been a bridge hack, thankfully, in some time here, right? So
we figured out how to do them right.
Do them secure, use intents, and everything's good, right? So,
right.
Fingers crossed that, you don't run into more bridge issues here. But I think that side is been heavily audited at this point. So, which is fantastic.
Well, and I think it's awesome that you guys provide basically like a very low cost, if not free service for dApps that are DEXs that are on the chains you're supporting, and that's a huge deal. I wasn't aware of that. But so you guys that are looking at building DEXs, because we do need more of them, by the way. I love Bitflow. Huge fan of what they're doing, but I think that more options in the marketplace makes everything more robust. And so if you're looking at starting a DEX and you need the data feed hookup, Josh is the man. We'll get you in touch with Dia and we'll get you all set up and squared away.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the free aspect's really cool. So like that's, generally we're seeing 10, 25 price feeds for these teams completely free. So yeah, DEX, lending protocol, liquid staking, CDP, yield, anything like that. Those are all kind of protocols that can utilize oracles and use those price feeds for adding functionality. Now, very quickly, I'll just mention too, we also support on the other side, as I mentioned, the nav-based fundamental feeds. We support verifiable randomness for like potentially casinos and loot boxes for video games. So
crypto nuts.
One thing we're seeing today, actually, with the crypto casino stuff is you can't really, it's kind of closed source. You're not really verifying the transaction, which is crazy. Or you're verifying it with their own built-in VRF. With ours, it's all, again, fully transparent end-to-end. You can verify that that transaction's done correctly and that you're receiving the right amount of funds. And then on the loot box side, that's really exciting as well. You can verify you're getting the correct loot out of the loot box and that the devs haven't, altered the math or anything like that, right? So that's not something we see. And again, this needs to come from the users a lot of the time to say, hey, we're interested in having transparency here on this. Otherwise, typically you won't see these gaming studios getting involved with this, right? But that's kind of what crypto's built on. That's the ethos that we're all here today to support. So we need to continue pushing on that side. And then finally, one thing that we're working on that's really, really cool is called AI resolution in partnership with GenLayer, so that we can open and close markets without any intermediaries using this setup. So we'll kind of push that AI resolution on chain to facilitate opening markets, whatever kind of market, and then you choose which agent where they're resolving that market. Could be like routers or like Twitter, that kind of stuff. And then that we can push that resolution back to the chain once the market's closed, and then close that automatically without any intermediaries. So basically a white glove end-to-end solution for prediction markets there. So really excited about that as well.
You guys have a lot. So DIA has a lot of services for developers building on chain. So you guys definitely need to check them out.
Yeah.
Josh, man, it's been a blast. Even without our music, which is really throwing me off, by the way. I can't tell you guys how much it is like stressing me out that I can't turn on and off music during the intro stuff. But great having you. We do got to wrap up. I could keep going with you for a while, but we'll have to have you back. Guys, check out DIA. It's, make sure I got the website again. It's diadata.org. Check them out. They're helping us get secure data to our apps. Lots going on in the space. Make sure you follow. And Josh, thanks, man. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. And yeah, anyone can feel free to reach out to me anytime. Yeah, excellent segment here, Steve, and pleasure to meet you, GP, and we'll see you guys again, and thanks to the community.
Awesome.
And clips that be glowing, insisting on the daily. They bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks another L2, showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat, spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game has arrived, bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Pumping the name. Stacks is where projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stand. From the underworld, the game has arrived. Bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip. It'll fade in the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad.
Every post is a signal. Give it fuel. Boost eggs, the social value layer.
Let's go.
Organized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news.
Good morning, my friends. It's your old pal Peace Love Music with another episode of the Let's Go Good Morning Show, brought to you live by DeOrganized Media in partnership with our amazing friends over at Bitcoin Live Decentralized Broadcasting. It is Monday, the 22nd of December. And if you live in the realm, or if within your sphere you celebrate Christmas, which I have always in my life, part of our culture here for sure, it really starts to get exciting amongst the children, at least, especially from the 22nd on. And they do have, my kids actually have a couple of days left of school. They're not off until Wednesday, which is a bummer. But then they have their long winter break, a couple weeks off, or just about 2 weeks, and through New Year's Day. And we get to spend time and celebrate and get a bunch of presents and give a lot of stuff to people and eat lots of food where some of us aren't supposed to eat regularly. And so it starts today. The week, actually, really the holiday, the Christmas season started a while ago. But the celebration really started for me yesterday. We had a big family get together on my father's side, lots of cousins, lots of aunts and uncles and family. And we've been doing, we actually get together at my grandmother's house, which is actually I have cousins that stay there now, predominantly. It's been converted into a multi-family house, and it's we got family living there as renters. So we get to have the party there. It used to actually, for a while, it wasn't even family there. So we're back there. I get to go to the same house I used to spend a lot of Christmas celebrations there. to have a big family get together, and it puts things in perspective because I get to reflect on the past. I get to experience how things change over time, and it's interesting to kind of weigh that, to consider the cycle that you experience, where things start, where things end up, what happens in between, and maybe where they restart. We're getting into a peace love monologue and nobody really wants that. So let me get into the news. But before I do, real quick, I want to just remind everybody this is a news show. We're providing news and information, some education, hopefully some entertainment, but never financial advice. Always do your own research. Never invest money you cannot afford to lose. That being said, let's take a look at the numbers this morning. Oops, I was looking at, all right, let me do this. Boom. I do like to use CoinMarketCap. I always find that the data is pretty accurate there. It's an easy go-to. The app functions well. I know there are other options out there though, and I would love to hear your opinions in the live chat. If you have whether you like CoinMarketCap or not, if you have a preference where you'd like to go check your data, because maybe the data I'm getting isn't accurate, too. Bitcoin coming in at just under 90K, pushing up towards 90K. Ethereum settling in over 3,000. That's a good place to be. Not looking too shabby. Like to see, all of these come up a little bit, but we're starting to see a little bit of green in the 7-day. So things are maybe starting to get back in. Looking at Zcash, Monero. Stacks is up slightly. Well, actually, it was up slightly. Oh, yeah, no, up 2%. Coming in at just over 25. Looking okay. Would like to see, hopefully, we're setting some support here. I can imagine that we will get some support here. If not, we're close to the bottom of where that flash crash went in October. So that should be the very, very bottom if we do get back there again. I wouldn't count on it. Just saying. The top 3 gainers over the last 24 hours are Audiera, been on a fire, up 84% in the last week, 52% over the last 24 hours. And Mix Finance and Midnight actually moving up. I think it was Sky a little while ago when I was producing the news thread. Let's take a look at the news. What is going on in the news today? I went to the wrong. It's in here somewhere. There we go. That's me right there streaming. All right. Bitcoin Santa rally targets 120K as key BTC metric flips bullish. Bitcoin is showing renewed strength heading into year end as a key on-chain and derivatives metric has flipped bullish, reigniting the Santa rally narrative. I actually mentioned the Santa rally last week, by the way. GP might have been there. I can't remember now. Analysts point to improving market structure, rising spot demand, and healthier funding conditions as signs that recent consolidation may be resolving to the upside. While volatility remains elevated, the shift in metrics suggests reduced downside risk and growing confidence among long-term holders. A sustained move above near-term resistance could open the path toward higher price discovery, with $120,000 emerging as a psychological upside target if momentum continues. Still, macro conditions and liquidity remain important variables into 2026. Would love to see Bitcoin get back to 120K. I think you'd start seeing a lot more people start being a little less. There's a lot of anxiety out in the space. I still feel it. Overprice. There's so many cool things happening with, especially in stacks. just shipping over and over again, and so many things developing and so many things coming. We know it's inevitable, but it does feel like there's a lot of anxiety just out in general, out in the communities, out in the space. Like people that are normally flush seem to be feeling pinched, and I think a shift in that is due. Let's hope. Ethereum open interest falls as traders de-risk. This is interesting. Ethereum open interest has declined notably, signaling that traders are reducing leverage and risk exposure despite broader crypto market strength led by Bitcoin. This unwind suggests caution rather than panic, with market participants opting to wait for clearer directional confirmation. Analysts note that falling open interest can reduce liquidation risk and create a healthier base for future moves. But it also reflects weaker speculative conviction in Ethereum relative to BTC. The divergence reinforces the current Bitcoin-led market dynamic, where capital concentrates in perceived safety rather than rotating aggressively into altcoins. A rebound in Ethereum participation may depend on renewed DeFi activity or clearer macro tailwinds. We watch how this goes often, and we've been noting, I mean, there really does seem to be this, it's been months long, really, where longs get wrecked, shorts get wrecked, longs get wrecked, shorts get wrecked. You can't wreck longs that aren't there. So you have to, one way to look at it may be to predict, hypothetically, non-financial advisory, that there's less, until there's more open interest, there's less opportunity to profit from driving price down. Just something to consider. Binance expands income opportunities with ETH options. They're trying to make open interest. Binance has introduced new structured income strategies using Ethereum options, offering users alternative ways to generate yield in a sideways or selective market. The move reflects growing demand for derivative-based income products as traders look beyond simple spot exposure. By packaging option strategies into more accessible formats, Binance is targeting both experienced traders and yield-seeking users comfortable with defined risk profiles. This expansion also underscores the maturing crypto derivatives market, where platforms increasingly compete on sophistication rather than just leverage. However, options-based income remains sensitive to volatility spikes, making education and risk management critical. Risk management is critical. So maybe just invest in spot, let the price go up. Stop trying to get into leverage when that just actually ultimately suppresses the price. Just a thought. Metaplanet opens global capital doors. Metaplanet is expanding access to global capital markets as part of its broader Bitcoin-focused treasury strategy, highlighting how corporate crypto exposure is becoming increasingly international. The move reflects growing interest from non-U.S. firms in adopting Bitcoin as a balance sheet asset while tapping global investors for funding. Analysts see this as part of a wider trend where capital market structures adopt to accommodate digital asset strategies rather than treating them as fringe experiments. If successful, Metaplanet's approach could serve as a blueprint for other international firms seeking Bitcoin exposure without relying solely on U.S. markets. Klarna partners with Coinbase to integrate USDC funding. Klarna, I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that right. I think I am. Klarna has partnered with Coinbase to enable USDC stablecoin funding, signaling another major step toward mainstream crypto payments integration. The collaboration allows users to move stablecoins more seamlessly into consumer payment flows, bridging traditional fintech and on-chain finance. For Klarna, the partnership expands global reach and settlement efficiency, while Coinbase benefits from deeper real-world utility for USDC. The deal highlights how stablecoins are increasingly positioned as infrastructure rather than speculative assets, particularly for cross-border payments. As regulatory clarity improves, similar partnerships may accelerate adoption across large consumer platforms. More integration, more options in the marketplace. Short-term, less open interest means potentially better opportunity to improve pricing. And we talked about the numbers. Guys, by the way, if you aren't aware, on Stacks, you can earn, I think it's like 5% yield on your Bitcoin on Stacks. You have programmability for Bitcoin on Stacks. You earn 5% yield while you still hold your Bitcoin in your wallet. You're not locking it up. You're getting a benefit from participating in stacking. So you have a little bit of stacks. You earn yield on your stacks. You earn Bitcoin on your stacks. By holding stacks and earning Bitcoin on your stacks, you earn 5% yield on your Bitcoin that's in your wallet in stacks. Really awesome stuff. And actually, there's a link in the live stream thread, in the news thread, where you guys can actually go learn more about dual stacking right now. It's important. It's actually a huge deal that many Bitcoin holders outside of the Stacks ecosystem aren't aware that Stacks is the leading Bitcoin layer 2. They have a ton of activity going on. It's a great time to consider the project and take a look. If you haven't, in the last year, it's gone from 10-minute block times to 5-second block times. It's gone from like, $1 or maybe 50 cents per transaction to pennies, if not under a penny, to send and receive. You've got Bitcoin on Stacks, programmable. There's a number of established and burgeoning Bitcoin-centric DeFi platforms and protocols on Stacks, including Bitflow, Stacking DAO, Zest, Granite. We had Jeff from BSD on recently, Arcadico. So many ways and more coming. And I'm not mentioning all of them because there's just too many to list. Check out Stacks, guys. You really need to. And also, I did mention Bitflow. It's the top DEX on Stacks. You can trade, earn, and deploy capital across Bitcoin DeFi with non-custodial swaps, liquidity, and yield strategies, and more coming. It's over at bitflow.finance. There's a link in the news thread there as well. That is what I have for the day. I'm going to bring on the homie. We know 300, our brother, is not going to make it today because he's got his brother's wedding today. I don't know if you heard
Big
that.
wedding, dude. Big wedding. Big shout out to the 300 family. Let's go. Good morning, guys.
Good morning, my brother. How you doing today, man?
Oh, I'm blessed, man. I'm blessed. I have the good energy. It seems like everybody in the, the whatever mornings with the good vibe tribe space this morning was really, really having great energy heading into Christmas. So, really excited to spend some time with, the community, these couple of days before we take a break for the holidays, man.
Yeah, and you seem to be in good spirits. I'm feeling pretty good about things as well on my end. We're tired, we're cranking, we're always grinding here, and there's just like I did a lot of stuff on Saturday, Yesterday I did have more. I'm also a little tired because let's be honest, my Patriots will move to prime time up until like 11, 11:30, almost midnight, watching Drake May make an amazing comeback, possibly solidifying his case for making MVP for the NFL this year in his second year. He could be actually the greatest quarterback of all time, supplanting Tom Brady, who also greatest quarterback of all time, played most of his meaningful career in New England. Anyway, I'll digress from there.
You gotta get your New England shill in. Let's go, dude.
It's hard. They don't let us talk too much. And then we got knuckleheads like what's his name? The guy from Barstool. I can't think of his name right now.
Oh man, that's gonna beat the crap out of me too. Dang, what is his name?
Too. I talk about him all the time. I love him. But he's Dave
He's
Portnoy.
a character. He's a character.
Dave Portnoy.
There you go.
He's a fun dude. I love his little pizza updates where he does his tasting a slice. He is a Pats fan, but he jinxed us last week during the Bills game.
Oh,
he talked mad smack in the middle of the game about how we were destroying the Bills and they came back to beat us. So we needed to shake off Portnoy's curse.
So the Bills are looking strong this year, I must say. And I don't say that to offend you, but
they look pretty good. But we did beat them earlier in the year, and we're actually probably going to win the division. So we'll see. We might have we might have a rematch. We might have a third game between the Bills and the Pats this year, which is always fun.
Yeah, which would be cool. I think that I'm not a huge NFL guy. I don't watch a whole lot of football, but I do love to see the banter between different teams, right? Like, say you're a fan of the Patriots, right? And somebody's a fan of the Eagles or the Cowboys. I love to see the banter between fans. So it's maybe we do a fan segment where we talk a little bit of football.
Well, and I know Tripp's a Steelers fan.
He is a Steelers fan, yes.
I know Landy is a Bills fan.
Right.
I don't know much outside of that. I haven't had a lot of. I think Noam is a Houston Texans fan.
Yes, I think he is. I think so. I know that his family, he was talking, like him and his family, they watch football. So, I can't remember exactly, but for some reason, I want to say yes, he's a Houston fan. So, maybe this is something that we could put together and, talk a little football, talk shop with the guys, and I think that'd be some fun. It's always enjoyable for me to watch, and it's something to cover for sure. As well as this over the weekend or over this past week, Jake Paul and Anthony Joshua had a boxing match.
Yeah, Jake Paul got man.
Yes, dude.
For him, the X-rays.
Yes,
X-rays are going around social media. Double broken jaw, broken on both sides.
Double broken.
Gotta have steel plates on two sides, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
Yeah, so if you look at his face after the punches, right? It looked like his jawbone was turned in. Big shout out to Hunter for putting me on game. Also, Andrew Tate had a fight this
what?
Yes, he fought a influencer, and I think he got beat up.
Of course he did.
I think he got beat up.
Real fighter.
I really think he got beat up.
I hope he did. I didn't see it. I don't know. I'm not a fan of Andrew Tate. I'm not a hater by any stretch, but he's I don't care for his way.
Yeah, different strokes for different folks. I agree. But I do think that some of the things that he talks about, men needing to be more masculine again and stuff like that. I do agree with some of the stuff he says, but yes, his approach is different for sure. As a lot of it is for engagement farming, right? Like he says all of these things, I feel like for to be polarizing and to get people talking, so everybody has nothing to their madness, but you got to watch your image and your.
Here's the thing. Yes, I agree that's that's a largely the motive. The motive's to make some money at the end of
Of course. Yeah, that's
but it's also when you get to a certain level of exposure and people are you become a role model. You
exactly
actually are an influencer at that point. You're able to influence people, and
correct.
I don't think that that's a positive influence, generally speaking.
Right. You have to.
There are some positive things in his message too. I don't want to say that it's all negative, but the way it's delivered kind of almost diminishes the good parts of it.
Right, the approach, and it's almost you have to have a little bit of shock factor as well. With like, they did fight like girls, Hannah. They did fight like girls. I want to pull up the fight and show you the highlights. But yes, like I
Seriously, like
champion. He's a kickboxing champion, and he comes out here and gets beat by an influencer. It's crazy. Let's remind, like, yes, these are role models, but they are not idols. We do not do idol worship, right? There's one true king of them all, and it is Jesus, and Jesus is here, and it is his birthday. So let's go.
fair point, GP. Fair point. We want to remind everybody that there's a message.
There's a message
in the celebration.
Yes. So, the biggest thing is that we are full of joy and gratefulness. And no matter what your belief system, right? Like it is about being positive. There's something there for everyone to learn, that we just need more love and to be more kind to each other. That's it. And no matter what somebody's message or delivery method, try to see what they're trying to get you to learn.
Right on. I do want to shout out Eric from X Inc. in the live chat early, making fly stuff. If you guys aren't aware, check out X Inc.
Oh, I got some. Yeah.
I got some too. I'm not wearing it today because I can't wear it every day. I have to do some laundry, and it is what it is. But I do love my. Oh, GP's changing right now. He's throwing on his X.
I can't change that fast, but
I was like, wow, that was quick.
I can show you my hoodie, and I'm telling you, this thing, I throw it on with
so warm,
dude. I throw it on with a jacket over. Like sometimes I don't even need an extra jacket, and it's in the 30s. This thing is so warm and comfortable, and it zips all the way up to the neck.
So I'll have my regular like t-shirt hoodie, going to take out the puppy or something, and it's like it was like 20-ish this morning. Like it was real cold. Mm-hmm. And I'll throw my X Inc over my regular hoodie, and it's like
dude.
Can't be. It could be much colder. I'll be fine.
Yeah, it's good. It's probably one of my favorite hoodies now, and I'm a hoodie guy. You can see I've got several different hoodies. Like if I see one that I like, I'm snagging it. And I must say the XC hoodies have become my go-to. And my dad even steefed one. My dad steefed one of my X hoodies and was wearing it the other day.
I was like, he took the V1, I guarantee you. Yes. I like the V1. The old guys like the V. I guarantee you the V1, that feels better to me. The material feels sturdier. I like the V1.
He did take the V1, dude. So I was like, wait a minute. And then like I looked at it because usually like he won't be able to fit in my clothes. He won't even like, you know what I'm saying? He's taller than me. He's taller. And I looked at it and I was like, it didn't look bad on him. I'm like, that's my hoodie, but keep that. Wear it. You need a hoodie. You look good. You look good, kid. You look good. So, big shout out to Eric from X Inc. Always grinding in the trenches with us and, kicking out some really, really dope stuff. This is a time to celebrate our whole community, isn't it? It just feels like it, man. Over the weekend, I got to hang with Crypto Dude, 300 a bit. Been kicking it with Dark Dude again a little bit. Big shout out to Dark Dude. We are in the GameFi League and shaping up some content. We've been playing Arc Raiders as well as the finals. And some of us have signed up for the Embark Studios creator program. So hopefully some of us will get in. Trying to create some content surrounding Arc Raiders, and it just is one of those games of the year right now that everybody is enjoying. It's got a lot of hype and talk around it. It is a good game, and the GameFi League is how we will be onboarding a lot of people into Cryptonauts as well as Stacks. So it's been cool getting to kick it with those guys over the weekend, and then getting some clips and some funnies. 300 is still learning the game, so he's getting his ass kicked by the environment.
GP, I think I had a miscommunication with Alexandra because we're in a. I didn't. Were you going to come on my show this morning, or were we just going to have a meeting?
Mm-hmm. What'd she say?
We're just going to I think there was a miscommunication. I thought she was going to join us this morning. I'm live right now. You're not on camera, but everyone sees me having a conversation. They can't hear you. That's okay. I think I misunderstood, and that's lack of communication on my part. So let's reschedule. Let's reschedule our call, and we'll chat more, and we'll have you on sometime after the holidays.
Yeah, I can't wait to kick it. Let's go, dude. So Alexandra is going to come on and talk about her project as well. And I love that we're getting
very
all
good.
of
I apologize again. It was totally my error. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Alexandra. Let's go. So we'll have her on and get to talk about 10 guests last week, man. Big week for DeOrganized. Big week.
And I can't even get through. There's a number of things I got to figure out too. Like every so often, for some reason, and I think it's I think it actually might have been some of the audio. I'm hoping I figured it out. Something in the audio settings on Restream where we're getting like a lot of bad audio popping noises on the YouTube video, which is what we clip our segments out of. And I'm trying to figure out why, because I don't hear it on the live stream when we're regularly live.
Correct.
So it's not happening. I think it might have to do with the setting I have for audio, advanced audio or something
locally on your machine. It's not like
it's high resolution audio. I think if I switched that off today. I think the high resolution audio makes the compression going from Restream to YouTube get wonky. I'm not sure. We'll find out today.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, that's how we build the plane in the air, right?
Right. I can't believe I thought she was. I can't believe I actually because we had talked about. It is what it is.
It is what it is, man. Sometimes like whenever
I checked my messages because she was like, "Oh, are you joining?" And I'm like, "Wait a minute. Oh, she thinks I'm joining the Google Meet."
Yeah, we could have restreamed the Google Meet for you guys.
She wasn't ready. No,
not ready for the stream.
He is a streamer, but she just thought we were going to have a conversation, and I thought she was going to come talk to us, but it makes sense. She might
touch bases first, kind of like conceptualize how things are going to go, and just really just give her a brief of how our processes go. We go through the news, and then we come on, we shoot the breeze, and then anybody is welcome. It's a very easygoing conversation. We talk about what people got going on, or we don't. We just talk about what's going on in the space. And that's what we need, just to provide a space for builders, streamers, content creators, all of them. That's what we're doing. So, over the weekend, Crypto Dude was actually working on Dcast a bit. And got Dcast.
Tell me more about Dcast. I haven't had a chance to look at it.
Yeah, dude. So Dcast is one of those tools that is made for content creators, right? It is utilizing stream overlays with OBS. You use OBS to broadcast your streams to multiple platforms, right? It's just like what Restream is built on. But Dcast actually allows you to earn tips through BoostX, in Stacks tokens, several different Stacks tokens, and then it connects that to your stream, so you're able to see that live, right? Like if somebody were to give you a boost utilizing BoostX in your BNS name, it'll pop up right on your stream. Boom, so and so
on OBS.
Yes, through OBS. So I think that is going to be pretty cool. He's working on custom animations and stuff like that to go along with these different things for streamers, and creating new tools that need to be utilized. I think that it'd be cool to see the different streamers from our space utilizing DCast to get these little animations and let them know where their home is, right, in Stacks. So showing that off is very, very cool, and especially if we're going to be streaming Cryptonauts and other games and stuff, right, with the GameFi League. I think it's a cool tool to use.
It is, and it's, to be honest with you, I would love to be able to have more options to customize and enhance what we're doing now with DeOrganized. And I think part of that comes from one of the challenges. The reason why I haven't really gone deep into OBS right now is that I don't know exactly how to pull in multiple people into OBS.
Right.
I like, so that we have the overlay is on, and with everyone on it is on one screen that we're streaming in Restream, and I don't know if like the setup is
the format. Yes, like how we're supposed to like get.
I can definitely set OBS to be my camera that I'm streaming,
right?
But I don't know how to pull my guests into that instead of actually having it be like yours. Yeah.
Instead of the studio being like on OBS, it'd be like your personal screen, like right here, or right here, will be with all your branding and stuff. We'll have to fidget with it over for a little bit. Eventually once DCast is like shipped, of course we could probably tinker with Crypto Dude on that and hammer and try to figure out how to utilize it. And it's all in the nature of experimentation. We've always been that way. So whenever there's something new for us to use, we fidget with it and figure out how it works into our process. So I think it'll be cool to use. And even if it was just like your screen with your with the DeOrg branding and stuff like that, it looks really professional. It looks good whenever you're able to have that type of stuff surrounding your image.
Well, it would give us a lot more functionality and flexibility too, because I think at some point it opens up. It's just a matter of there's two things we have to overcome. Number one is just ironing out the tech that we need to make it work the way we want it to work, and number two is being able to, depending on what the cost is, to make that tech work together. Getting to that point. That's the two challenges.
Yeah, so there's another thing that Crypto Dude and I were kind of conceptualizing on for streaming is there's this guy called the Burt Peanut that has this avatar, right? So he's not doxed. He's like semi-doxed, I guess is what you would call it. He has his eyes and mouth on a peanut character, like an avatar. So you can see his...
I think I've seen like clips from that.
Yes, dude. So maybe there's a segment where it's me with one of those avatars, but it's Giga Pepe. So it's like me as my avatar, right? Like, let me see. It's not this one. Let me show you. Like, imagine me, but I am like my mouth and my eyes are on this guy. Right, like just and I'm streaming a game, and we're playing Cryptonauts, So we're seeing what other streamers are doing and what is working, and the entertainment piece, like the very the funnies, the laughs, the giggles, right? Like, so I think that
it also it makes better clips.
Yeah.
It's not even just about the we have a lot that we can be doing more with, and it's just a matter of hours in the day, where we can have better graphics overlays, and we're working on these things, and we can have better clip production, better clip distribution. There's all sorts of things we can do better, and we're chipping away at those things right now. So it'll be very interesting to see where we are a year from now.
Yeah, much less 5. People underestimate what they can get done in a year, much less 5. So like, think about it.
Think about where we were a year ago.
Insane to even
were you joining the stream regularly a year ago?
So I was coming on Tuesdays was my day. It was our day. It was Tuesday.
That's right. All right. We were just doing that's right. We were still just doing, I was just doing guests a couple days a week. I was trying to figure out, that's right. Okay. So yeah, you weren't really a regular. Well, you would just become a regular.
Just became a regular, and it was shortly after, so you were like trying to fine tune your process, and you were having guests on, and then Tuesdays became my day to where I was coming and kicking it with you, and we were just talking about all the things under the sun, even if it wasn't anything going on in the ecosystem. We were talking and just shooting the breeze, man. And then it was like, hey, you want to come on and do a morning show? And that's where the Let's Go Morning Show origin started. It started with just Tuesdays, and it turned into...
I had Staxy coming on Mondays. Yep. You were coming on Tuesdays. Jack was coming on Fridays, almost every Friday.
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't remember if I had anyone specific for Wednesdays and Thursdays, or if I just wasn't doing guests those days, and that made it less work for me.
Yeah, you also had a spotlight Thursdays that you're doing.
Thursday. It was every other week on Thursdays. We were doing guest spotlight segments, because every other week was all I could handle. We did 10 last week.
Yeah, the grind don't stop, man.
We did 10 last week. So that's where we've evolved. We went from doing one every 2 weeks and then a daily short segment for just basically a news with a couple of spot segments a week with you, Jack, and Staxy, to streaming 12, 13 hours a day, covering 10 guests in a week, plus all of our regular.
And let's not forget that you were out in Argentina for, Dev Connect, and we were out in Bitcoin. We were out in Vegas for the Bitcoin conference, right? Together as a team with DeOrganized. For the accomplishments this year, I think that it's full. We could look at all of the ways that DeOrganized has evolved, and I think that we continue to push the narrative forward, right? We are here for the Bitcoin ethos, and we are here to provide value and help our builders build. So I am very, very fortunate to be able to do this with you, man. This is one of my favorite things from 2025 was getting to help be part of DeOrganized, for sure.
Right on, brother. Right on. And love having you here too. It's we've built a very mighty team, both the core team in DeOrganized and then our extended strategic partners throughout the space. Guys like Crypto Dude and Cryptonauts and BoostX and Zenitron and Skullcoin and what he's building, and the AI Guild and Hero Gamer and all of those guys. Obviously, and by core team I mean you and Hunna and Vinta and Pip and Bolu and all the guys that are contributing. I feel like I'm missing people just by pausing there, but there's too many to name. There's too many to tag.
There is.
Too many to tag. I have to rotate. I have to leave myself and you off the tag.
Yes,
to get everyone else on them.
Yes,
Didi, Tenderly, and Prince K.
Prince K. It goes on and on and on.
Right. And it's
Hero Gamer.
Hero. Right. I mean, it's just huge. And then Zero Authority DAO, and those guys are very weird. We've been supporting them, and they've been supporting us from the beginning. And the BNS guys, Rafa, and all the stuff he's doing, and all the meme coins, Rubes, the B Pepe guys, Mark and Fleets, and all those guys. the Rue community, which is us. I mean, that's we are of the Rue community, and it's so on and so on and so on. Rosar, who hasn't been around as much lately, but was definitely a regular contributor for much of the year.
And big shout out Landy, and Landy was part of, and handling the business with the TA, and now he's worked with the Goxstein network, and we're really happy for him. And even Landy was on here. Blockface, dude, the syndicate. Like all of the guys rocking the block.
Paul.
It's amazing to see the DeOrganized family grow, man. Over the past year, we really have had some really heavy hitters come on and talk about their projects. And the thing about it is we provide a space where that is like pretty lax. We don't have to be like so uptight, and there's a vibe to that goes along with that. Is like there are different methods to the madness. 1,000 ways to skin a cat, and I feel like the way that we do it is pretty welcoming and pretty warm. So
well, and that's the thing. We create a place that makes it easy for builders to come, and we don't have any pretense. We're not freaking out if it doesn't go well. We don't have a nervous breakdown if their audio doesn't work, or if their video doesn't work, or if the end result isn't really usable material for whatever reason. We don't care. Like we're not uptight about it. We're not uptight. I mean, we want it to be right. Don't get me wrong.
Yes.
But it's not like it's more about, for me, it's more about getting the information and making that relationship with those people and providing a good experience for them. And even if we know it's not perfect. I don't want there to be pops in the audio anytime. But if the alpha is in that information, it's still better having it than not having had it at all. So it's just a matter of perspective. We do a good job because we realize that we don't have anything here if we're not actually like, sure, we can actually sit and have conversations all the time. And actually, I think that there is a good amount of people in the community that do tune in for the personality and the banter, right? But if there wasn't other things for us to showcase, weren't all these builders building all of these projects that have something for us to show, well, then we wouldn't have a reason to have 10 guests. We wouldn't have an all-day stream. There wouldn't be any necessary reason for that.
So that's the most important point that we have here is like, if it wasn't for our community and our builders, like what would we be talking about, right? Like, yes, of course we can shoot the breeze with the best of them, man.
Right.
Better than your average bear too. So it's like
better.
But our builders give us things to talk about and cover every single day. So like I have to give a big shout out to our developer community. And it is growing. Like it is not a gate kept community. If you want to learn how to build utilizing Clarity and building on Bitcoin via stacks, our developers are very welcoming. And I think that was displayed in at DevConnect in the Stacks Hacker House. All of those guys were working together.
It was so good, man. It was such a great thing to see. It was such a great idea to begin with, getting all these guys together and making it a result of having attended actual hackathons and won something. It was great. It was great. But then it was a very like college atmosphere, almost like an educational atmosphere where people are getting together and sharing ideas and building off each other's ideas and helping each other develop their ideas in a very like just collaborative way. So it was great. It was a great atmosphere. It was a great undertaking. And I'm super excited to have gotten to experience it, participate in it, get to know those guys.
Yeah, and then we even had Tony come on from X404, right? And talk a little bit about his project. We're closely aligned with Fred Dog and Blockface with Bitcoin University. So
right. Fred's been on the show. Blockface has been a regular contributor for a long time. Ron Oel was in part of that. He's been on the show. Tony came on. The guys from Rather Labs were on ahead of time. The guys from Big Market were on before they were down there. Ron Oel had actually been on before he was down there. Trying to think of all the other guys. Who else was down there that we've had on? Fabo.
Yep.
Fabo, had he been on the show? I don't think he's actually. I think Friday was the first time he's actually been on. He joined the SIP call.
Right. I was tuned in watching. Like you can't sleep on those SIP calls either, right? Like those are where we kind of get together and talk about what is like these new innovation or new improvements to stacks, right? So yeah, like we've had a lot of builders on those SIP calls. Come on, Eric from Hero. We've had Kenny Rogers and Adam Hahn, like all of the guys, the core developers and stuff. We had Rena come on last week, which was great. We've had a lot of the core developers come on in those SIP calls.
We've been able to provide Alex Miller came on, Mitchell came on when we were doing SIP 31. That SIP show that we host really gets a lot of traction, especially we've had Bryce came on, Frieger has been on, Larry Saliber's been on a number of times, Marvin Jensen has been on a number of episodes, Seth Zeus, Seth Pato, Dan Trevino's been on a bunch of times with Boom and with other things. The BNS, when they were first doing BNS V2, we had a big segment on that. We've been covering everything that goes on in stacks to the best of our ability. And I do think that I don't think we're not trying to position ourselves as being the exclusive place for Bitcoin or stacks news. We're just one. I think that there needs to be more people doing stuff like this. Where and there are guys, by the way, like Tinderly's part of our crew, but he's doing stuff a lot on his own. Jake Blockchain's doing his thing and he's starting to expand more. Killer Mark does his thing. Yep. He's doing great stuff, both Bitcoin crypto centric and beyond that. So just lots of cool stuff happening in this space right now.
I agree. Another cool thing that's happening in this space,
USDC
DEX. Pretty cool, right? So native USDC over in our ecosystem. So USDC X on Stacks is now live. A USDC backed stablecoin is now available via Circle X Reserve, enabling full interoperability between Circle's multi-chain ecosystem and Bitcoin's leading L2. Bitcoin just got a tier 1 stablecoin. So this is pretty cool. I think that it'll help people get into our ecosystem a little bit more smoothly, right? Like you're able to, just have your native USDC, bridge it over, and boom, you're in the game. I think that this is pretty cool that Circle selected Stacks as the launch ship, the one. Oh, Bruce, good morning. We're talking about USDC. Didn't you know?
Bruce was like, did you guys say USDC X?
Yes, he's like, dude, that's a huge announcement.
Dude, oh my God, are you serious?
Dude, coming over here and, I heard it. I was so excited. He was wagging his tail.
He's like, I have a ton of USDC I've been sitting on. Now I can just put it right over into Stacks and add some liquidity and earn some yield.
Exactly, dude. Exactly. Bruce, hey, good boy. Yeah, so he is just as excited as all of us and handling the business as well. He's bridging over his USDC. If you wanted to check that out, you could definitely go to let's take
bridge.stacks.co.
Bridge.stacks.co, baby. Let's go. So they've got a little bit more here written about it. I'll push it to the top of my timeline. I'll undo this and then redo this repost so people can go and find it. But this is awesome. I think that part of the reason why Stacks was selected is that 100% Bitcoin settlement finality, right? As well as like we're the ecosystem with the most Bitcoin locked within it for as of L2s, So I think that it makes sense. It makes sense, and it shows Circle's conviction in Stacks, right? Like that we were selected to be their debut, their launch into Bitcoin DeFi.
Did you know you can bridge in as little as 10 USDC?
I had no idea how. Like, so beforehand, I know that there was a bit of a bridge limit, right? You had to, what was it beforehand? It was like a little bit higher than that. So only $10 to get in is crazy. And it's cheaper. It's like it's like the cheapest way to kind of get your USDC into Stacks. There's, if you're trading your USDC on a centralized exchange, for Stacks, there are fees that take place. There's a little bit that goes to that. So I feel like this is the way to do it. The cheapest way to get into Stacks and then get exposure to SIP10s, SBTC, all of that. It's exciting. It's exciting, and we're this along with passkeys and Privy. It's going to make it a lot easier to onboard more moms, right? That's kind of the way that we've coined it, is onboarding moms. So how do you get your mom into crypto and self custody? Is you start with just, hey, sign up with your email and you can have a wallet. So I think there's a lot of cool things that are for ease of use that are happening in this ecosystem right now, and that's the right direction. I think that's the right direction to start. And then once we get them here, we'll get them. Everybody has an email. You get signed up with your email to have a wallet, and get your passkey set up. Then we can teach them about self-custody and how to set up a wallet with seed phrases and be more secure. So it is the start. I feel like it'll help. It'll definitely help.
100%. This is the step we've needed. Just another thing that's actually developed this year, and it's not a stack specific thing. There's a lot of this going throughout crypto, but it's on Stacks as well. With native passkey wallet access, it makes embedded wallet embedding for the app developers more functional because it's a non-custodial. But the users don't need to download a wallet application. They don't need to save. They don't need to work with a 24 seed word phrase. They just get a passkey on their device. It's really great for onboarding people who are non-crypto native into an app experience without a lot of funding. And then, as they get their exposure and maybe they want to utilize that wallet in other apps and or utilize crypto more directly, more specifically, because in the instance of these people onboarding here, they don't even really know that they're using crypto most of the time. Or that's really the goal, is that people don't really realize. But when they do start actually putting in more significant funds, and it's less of a user experience and more of a there's more value being exchanged and or accrued, then you onboard into better, more secure practices, like having a seed phrase that you're backing up and how to do that. And what is a cold storage wallet, a hardware wallet, something like Rider or Ledger, and options to actually have more secure control over your funds. But that's not necessary to start to onboard people into. The next wave is onboarding people into experiences that are less financial driven and more experiential appeal, and tying that in to increase transactional volume, wallet adoption, and so on.
Yeah, I think that more experiences is the way to put it, and that's exactly why Crypto Dude and I have started working on Cryptonauts. I think that we're tackling that GameFi vertical and trying to cater towards some of the people that are within that community, right? It is giant industry. So using Unreal Engine to create a game and then connecting it to Stacks will, help people get some exposure to what's going on here, and that's an experience, right? We could even make a metaverse to where, say 3HANA is putting on a live show, and a ticketed event using Trips Rising Tide protocol, right? Like all of these are catered towards experiences, and I think that the user experiences has been getting better and better all of 2025. There's been many front end updates. Zest had a front end update, to where you can kind of see your positions and tracked in a visual manner. We've got, stacking DAO, Hermetica, everything, every protocol, Bitflow, every protocol on our ecosystem has been enhancing the user experience. And we're going to have prediction markets soon here on Bitcoin via Stacks. That's going to be something for people to do, another experience. So it's really cool to see how Stacks has evolved so much in 2025. Right, we still had slow blocks at the beginning of 2025.
Well, periodic slow blocks.
Yes.
It was still like under 30 seconds was good.
Yes. So we were. Yes. Let me rephrase that. We got the Nakamoto upgrade, and then they had to fine tune it a little bit more, and we would catch a block or two every few. When transactions or so you go through, and if I have to send a little bit of stack somewhere, it might take just a little bit longer. But I feel like our core developers have fine tuned it, and now we have fast blocks. We have SBTC. We've got all this privy stuff. Like there's USDC wormhole. Like it's hard to cover it all.
It's impossible to cover it all. That's why we're trying. So that's why we're doing 12, 13 hour streams now, because it gives us the space to be able to drop in and catch what's going on as it's happening. Because if we don't, we'll never get back to it. And that's really what it boils down to. We can't. I can't keep up. Keep up with all the people that I'm trying to have on here. And a lot of times, like we would have actually had more guests last week, but other people weren't available that are going to be, we're probably not going to do as much over the next couple weeks until getting a little bit more into the new year. After the first, we'll kind of start loading up a little bit, might be a little bit more routine, just making content out of the stuff we've done for the end of the year this last month, and kind of planning things out a little bit more forward looking. But I can't imagine that we're going to have less guests in January than we had in December, and then on and on. We're going to be cranking because there's too many people to talk to.
Yeah, dude. And it's not even just within this ecosystem. We've had people like come on and talk about their projects from other ecosystems as well, which is pretty cool. I like
that.
Yep.
Yeah, Dia, Rosen Protocol. We had the guy George from Bitcoin Magazine with that.
Yep. Bitcoin for corporations.
Bitcoin for corporations. I gotta drop that link too, guys. If you haven't, now that we're mentioning it, there is a petition. I'm going to drop the link in the live stream comments. Not the live stream, not in the thread. I gotta figure out what I'm calling the live stream thread, so I can kind of just set that's the wording I'm using, because otherwise,
the live thread.
Yeah, the live thread, which is not the live comments, but the live stream thread. I'm going to drop the link. If you guys have 2 minutes, go sign the petition to get the attention of MSCI, because what they're proposing right now would actually be pretty detrimental to it basically discourages and disincentivizes corporations from holding too much Bitcoin or crypto on their balance sheet. So there's no good reason to take this method and set up these rules for indexing certain corporations. So make sure that you go check that out. I'm going to grab that link and drop it in 1 minute.
Yes, that's this. We don't want to penalize these big players for holding Bitcoin, right? So it's an important cause. I feel like I've gone and signed, so you should go sign too. I think that we don't want to penalize some of these big players. Well, like, what's the point? Like everybody everywhere else is incentivizing players to hold Bitcoin, and we're gonna go and penalize our big companies because they have it on their balance sheet. It's kind of crazy,
right? It doesn't make sense. It seems to me like a direct attack, although it really could just be
need to be more clear, maybe.
Sometimes policymakers don't have the right perspective to realize the unintended consequences of what they're proposing.
Yeah, they don't have any foresight. Sometimes, it's more about right now and how much money can you give me, to get you positioned, where's my cut, instead of like, what can this do for the people and companies and so it's more about a money grab, and I feel like they want some money. Everything's that way with this government, man. Not financial advice. Buy Bitcoin. Buy Bitcoin. Simple as that. Stack your sats. Hedge against inflation with the hardest asset in existence. Simple as that. But yeah, I feel like when we talked to him for a little bit, he did say that there was like a good amount of signatures already, right? Wasn't it something?
I think it was like 1,100.
Yeah, like, so I think that it's getting it's getting some traction, right? And the more that we share this out, the more traction it'll gain. We need to bring this to people's attention, and that's exactly what we're using the platform to do. We're here for the ethos, right? And that means that we're actively involved. We're learning about these things that are taking place in our industry, and then trying to push the message forward and distribute the information. So if people don't know about this petition, go get activated, go get mobilized, go check it out. It is in the pin post, so you are pinning the broadcast every day on DeOrganized at DeOrganized BTC, right? Like, you're pinning the broadcast.
Yes, it's at the pin post is actually the one on the top. I think I got the right one today. Let me double check it, because I actually am looking at you. There might be a different one being shared out right now.
Again? Oh no. Let me go check it out. Let me see.
I think so.
It's Monday. I got a case of the Mondays. Is that what happened, dude?
It could be me. It could be me.
Not the Mondays, bro.
I just grabbed. So I just shared the link for the petition in a show stream from last week.
Oh, well, here, let's see if I can't find this. All right, let me go to the DeOrganized page myself.
I got today's now, though. So
we got to verify, right? Like, verify is the way. Today's question and all that good jazz. I don't see a post from you underneath the post. I do. I'll push it to the top of my timeline, giving it a little repost, and let me grab this and throw it up here. So, support for Bitcoin corporations. Tell MSCI to reconsider their proposal to de-index companies that hold more than 50% of their balance sheet in digital assets. So you can go click here, and it will take you directly to where you need to go to, handle the business and sign this petition. So join the call for MSCI to withdraw its digital asset proposal. MSCI is proposing to remove companies from major indexes if digital assets exceed 50% of total assets. This reclassifies real operating companies as fund-like entities based only on asset mix rather than fundamentals. This brief outlines the issue and invites organizations to join the coalition letter asking MSCI to withdraw the proposal. So you can click here and add your signature. And they have a nice little video here as well for you to watch to get a little breakdown on exactly what you are signing. So yeah, go support. This is important and should definitely be out here. If you believe in Bitcoin, you want to see the companies also believe in Bitcoin and know the value in holding it. So don't want to penalize our major companies and discourage them from holding Bitcoin.
No, definitely don't want to discourage adoption. You know, I mean, and not for nothing, but like the implications on that. If Bitcoin goes, so what if I have 25% of my assets in digital assets on my balance sheet and Bitcoin doubles in price? Now my asset sheet is better, but somehow that would actually potentially make me my company not qualify for being indexed.
Right. And then like, you get to that point to where you're kind of having to sell to keep the balance in your portfolio under 50%. Maybe people are holding at 49.9%. And
right.
They have to force to sell Bitcoin because of that.
It builds in sell pressure as price appreciates.
Yeah. So it's one of those things, guys. Like I definitely think it's important. That's a huge point there, right? It's creating unnecessary sell pressure for companies that may believe in Bitcoin but are forced to sell to keep that number, right? To keep that number perfect.
Hey, Eric back in the live chat again. We saw you earlier, brother. It was a little bit before we went live, but you might have missed it. GP actually came on, showed everybody his X Inc. hoodie. We talked about how his dad stole the V1, which I also, being an older gentleman, like the V1 better myself, so I called that. So just shout out Eric. Great stuff going on at X Inc. Just remind everybody else, X Inc. is where it's at. Check them out. Really quality merchandise.
Yeah, dude. Actually wore my X Inc. hoodie to Charleston Art Night hosted by Beeple Studios. Yeah, dude. I had to put on for the squad, man. So Charleston Art Night was really, really cool. I had no idea that Beeple was actually from Charleston. He's kind of a prolific.
Oh, really? I didn't know that either until right now.
Yeah, I learned about it reading in the paper. Do people still read the paper? The local paper?
I delivered newspaper. That was my first job when I was 11. I started working. I was delivering newspapers daily. I did that until I was 18.
That's solid.
And I grew up reading the newspaper. I'm a huge fan of that medium. But I'd be lying if I said I read a newspaper anytime in the last couple of years, probably.
That's one thing that I like to do is like I don't drink, but like I'll go to the bar and I'll order some fries with my gal, and like we'll sit there and eat some fries, and they always have the local paper there, just sitting there, and so I'll grab one, and while we're sitting at the bar, we're kind of going through and circling the little events from that are going on within the town, and the things that we may want to do together, and I came across an article, right, talking about Charleston Art Night and how Beeple was actually from here, so it was insane to learn that.
That's how you found out that the event was happening?
No, so it came across my X timeline. I imagine it's because I follow a bunch of artists and stuff like that it came across my timeline. It could have just very well been like, hey, this is going on in your area and we're geolocating you and sniping your data.
Probably a little bit from column A, a little bit from column B.
Exactly, right. Probably a little bit of both. But I found out about it on X and then RSVP'd to it. So that was the first time anything like that's happened, to where like my worlds kind of collided. My local local things that are taking place within my community and area. And then, also where I spend a lot of my time here on crypto Twitter and, on the broadcast. So I was like, wow, that's cool. I went and clicked on it and RSVP'd to it. And it was a banging time. There's a lot of very interesting pieces out there, as well as local artists that I was working to onboard in the stacks. I got a lot of, business cards. They had a live art presentation to where several different artists were lined up in like a big circle, and they were doing live art. They were painting, they were doing like pottery, they were doing crocheting, a lot of different mediums, right? And it was an art contest, and the winner won $5,000.
Crocheting live is tough.
Insane, right? But they were doing it.
Because how do you got? That's just a like. I know crocheting is a little bit is different than knitting, but my wife just worked on a blanket for my daughter, my oldest. Well, not my oldest daughter, her oldest, my stepdaughter. That she did. It took her about 2 years to knit.
Gosh. So these artists that were doing crocheting and then doing it live, and then like creating their whatever they were creating. That's quite the challenge. You have to be kind of moving. You got to be like.
You got to be moving. You got to know what the hell you're doing. Yeah, it's crazy. That's nuts.
So yeah, it was really good.
I think that's actually a great concept.
Yeah, I think
art creation.
Yeah, they were all together, and they got to connect with one another as well. They were busy painting their own things, but beforehand they probably met up. Afterwards they got to talk, and I think that is something there's something very powerful in that connectivity between artists. There's you can draw inspiration from other artists and kind of incorporate some of the styles that they're doing into what you're doing, and it's just really good to solidify that community, right? And we have a very, very artistic culture here in the Low Country. Charleston is a very historical place, so having them all the artists get together, there's something special in that. So I'm really appreciative of people for putting that on. He's the guy that sold the NFT at Slothby's. Slothby's. I always butcher it. Sotheby's. Yes. So he sold the NFT for $69.3 million.
What?
Yeah, he's the guy that, like, whenever you're talking about art auctions and stuff like that, he's one of the more memorable ones. So
69 million?
Yes,
for an NFT.
For an NFT. So
what was the NFT?
I'll look it up. Here, I'll look it up, and we can take a look at this.
That is bananas.
So people, NFT auction slot. How do you spell it?
SOTHE, I think. Sotheby's. BY. I think it's SOTHEBY''S.
So I guess it's this CryptoPunk. Let's click on this real quick. It's this guy. He created this guy.
Oh, cool. So it was an iconic, original, low number, early NFTs.
Exactly. So it's like one of those ones that is like, hey, it's like a collectible and NFT history. So I guess he sold one of those. But yeah, he's at the forefront of connecting both the traditional art community and the NFT community. So, like what he does for art in general.
Awesome, man. That's a great experience, and it really did make some interesting content too. You had a lot to showcase going through the space because of the nature of it.
Yeah, and that was only like 1% of like the art that was there. I got to show like literally one corner of the building, so it was a really interesting experience, as well as like hey, I was doing some onboarding out there. Teaching people that like you can sell your NFTs or bring your art to Bitcoin and get 100% Bitcoin finality on it. Art secured by Bitcoin on stacks, right? So telling them a little bit about that and what I do.
Cool stuff, man.
Yep.
It's been quite a year for us.
I think so too, man.
So
I think so too. It's been
nonstop, lots of growth, lots of experiences, lots of learning experiences for sure. For me, at least, I know. I'm sure you've had yours too. But man, I do feel like we've grown in a positive direction this year. 2025. I know a lot of people are saying it wasn't a great year for them. They're hoping for a better year in 2026, and may everybody have a better year in 2026. So you should always be striving to improve. But I feel like we had a lot of blessings in 2025 and achieved more than I was expecting. So cannot complain about the year so far. Still a couple weeks left, or a week, just over a week left in the year. You guys can really crush it if you want, or just relax and have some fun time with your family and friends, or build throughout the holidays. It's up to you.
I think the builders are going to continue building. I just have a hunch.
They sure will. They sure will. They might take a break and have some dinner and spend some time with some family. I hope they do. But you know that they're going to be back grinding. As soon as they get back in front of a keyboard, they're going to be back on it. And I understand, because I have to force myself to stay away from my computer on the weekend, or I'll be locked in too, dude. I'll be locked in too. I got to do like 6-7 hours later, and I'll be like, oh my God, the whole day is gone. I didn't do any of the stuff I was supposed to do today. I didn't really get all my other stuff done because I was
relatable. Oh, so relatable.
I was just playing with stuff. I wasn't really being, which is also productive in a different way. And you got to do that too, but there's just not enough hours in the day. It's really an interesting thing, this time-space matrix we're enduring.
I feel like time is not linear some days, man. It just like feels like I'm in a circle and I'm in the trenches grinding. So like I get it, and that is very relatable. Like there's always something to do, and that we are busy is a blessing. So I'm thankful for all the growth this year.
True. Couldn't have said it better myself, brother. You got anything else going on today?
Yeah, so I've been doing a segment in the Stacking DAO Discord where I am creating video content, kind of covering the things that are going on within the ecosystem, and then making a post. And I've been screen sharing the whole process so that people can kind of learn how to, if they're interested in learning how to use CapCut and Clipchamp and how to make some video style content. So teaching some content creators and making a post later. That'll be around 3 p.m. ET that I'm doing that in the Stacking DAO Discord. So join up. We have a based activity scheduled there in the Stacking DAO Discord. Also going to be, just present, talking to the guys. I don't know if the AI Guild, Stacks AI Guild is going to have a space today or not, because 300 is, out and about with the big shout out to his brother being married as well. He's out at a wedding. So I don't know. I'll just be present.
Honestly, those are some of the greatest days I've experienced, is close people getting married. My brothers, my close friends, my cousins, which I consider brother and close friends kind of similar. Those are the greatest days. Like those are some of the most memorable times. So I really hope that Hannah has an amazing day. We got a request in the live chat asking to be added to the Discord. So here is the link right here for you to the Discord. You just gotta scan this QR code. It'll bring you right to our Discord, and then you just gotta go through the verification process. We'll get you added. We'd love to have you guys. You guys definitely should be participating in the Discord. We're still kind of building it out, but we do anticipate using it a lot more going forward. Also, friendly reminder, we have our 200 STX giveaway for the month of December. All you guys have to do is go to the pinned post, for the live stream thread and answer today's question is, what's your favorite holiday tradition? Just let us know that. You're entered to win 200 STX. That easy. You can enter daily. One entry per day will be counted. You can enter as many times as you want today, but we'll only count one. But you can enter every day. So there's still several broadcast days left through the end of the year. You have opportunity to enter. And we are actually starting to get some fairly regular participation on that as well. So we're feeling good about that as well. Anything else we got to cover before we sign off?
Yeah, just want to wish everybody a very, very happy holiday season. You know, it is the time of giving and, spending time with family. So make sure that you do get to touch some grass during this holiday season, guys. The trenches will be here and, put family first, right? And I'm really excited for the start of the new year in 2026. I am bullish. So get activated, get mobilized. May high frequencies follow you and love surround you on this holiday season, guys. Much peace and love.
Right on, my brother. Thank you all for tuning in today. Great episode. It's kind of easing into the week, which is nice. I like doing it that way personally. But keep grinding. Enjoy the holidays. Spoil your loved ones when you can, because your opportunities may be fleeting. And y'all have a great rest of your day. I am Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media, coming at you live on Bitcoin Live, decentralized broadcasting every Monday through Friday. Peace out.
Peace.
All right. We have another guest coming in. A good friend of the show, a good friend of mine. One of the first people I ever actually interviewed on a live podcast, actually, along with our good friend, the Legend of Stacks Legends, Jack Binswitch. We have Rafiko, the man, coming on to talk to us about several things, because the guy doesn't stop building. It's incredible, actually. So we're really excited to have him here. And without further ado, and GP might be joining us too. I'm not sure if he's available yet, so I don't see him on his camera. But GP, if you're listening, drop in. We got Rafa coming on. And here he is. What is up, my brother? How are you today?
Hey everyone.
Looking fresh in that hoodie, my man.
I am.
I should have thought to put on my I only have the t-shirt version. It's a little too cold out these days to just t-shirt only, but I do love mine. I love the color scheme on that.
Thank you. It's there's a lot going on nowadays. I see the stacks what's it called, like the capital markets, and you guys are also inviting lots of people. It's an exciting time to be around in the Bitcoin and stacks ecosystem.
Right. Yeah, there's so much going on. It's impossible to cover it all, man. Like really, it really and truly. What's up, GP?
What's up, Rafa? How we doing? Happy Wednesday, brother.
Hey, happy Wednesday to you, GP. I saw you at a sort of art/NFT conference.
Yeah, dude.
It was really cool. Like I have lots of sort of colors and pictures and screens and people playing video games, and
it was insane. It was insane. It was at Beeple Studios, put it on something for Charleston Art Night, and celebrated artists from the Low Country here in the East US. So it was really, really cool, man. Getting to be invited and RSVPing to it, and tons to look at, man. Tons to look. A lot of fun.
How are you guys surviving through all this non-stop shows and live with people and so much information flow coming your way?
The skin of my teeth.
Yeah, it's about this. Yeah, about the same. You know, it's cool. It's awesome, right? And I think between the two of us, and I don't want to just say the two of us, because there's a bunch of people that are cranking on the team and pulling their weight. in making this go. But I can't say anyone's putting in as much work as GP or myself in anything that I've seen, to be honest. We are hustling. It takes a lot to make this go.
Yep.
And that's why we can get past our warts, actually, because we work so hard. Because we do have some warts to get past, like everybody else.
What's this?
Wart. A wart is like a blemish.
Okay.
It's we put a lot of work in it, and to be honest, it's a lot. It is a lot. But you know what though, man? It's rewarding in a number of ways. If you look at who we talked to today, right? We had Adam Bitcoin joined us, who's an interesting character for sure. Number one, I get to talk to GP and Hunter every day, right? That's awesome, just in and of itself. We had the Truth Chain guys on, and what Kenny's building, and that whole crew, and we were able to give them a spotlight. And then we had we covered the capital markets space, so we got that a little bit broader exposure, which they didn't need our help, but it doesn't hurt getting a few more eyeballs. And then we had Mark on, and what Mark's building is really awesome and interesting, and that needs to get more spotlight. And we got to hang out and chat with Mark for a little while. And then we had Jeff on to talk about Base Dollar, and that's an awesome project. And we got to learn more about what he's building, and we got to know him. He's a new person. Neither one of us really knows him, but he's been in the ecosystem for a long time. And now we're hanging out with Rafa, the man. So, I mean, it's a lot, but there's a lot of value in it, doing it, So, but thank you for bringing, for kind of, it makes it easier to deal with how much effort it is when it's recognized effort.
Yep. You guys are good. Like, you're showcasing so many projects, very talented people across the board, and it almost feels like a lot of things are converging now. And Stacks is maturing as well. The entire Bitcoin, Bitcoin allocators, like different types, like retail. More institutional investors are now also looking at making the Bitcoin productive. And so, it's exciting to see serious builders such as Jeff and others, build the building blocks and making the infrastructure ready for that explosion that is almost inevitable. It's going to happen.
Yes, it's inevitable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So without further ado, I don't know, what you guys want to see lately. I've been
honestly, what we're oriented towards our guests. So really, it's whatever you want to show. We've never really spotlighted Fact Fun even, but there's a handful of things that you're working on that are very interesting, novel, and cool. And I think people need to know about it. So I'd like to talk more about the capsule project and what you're doing with that. The just the general function of the BTC to SBTC protocol and what the value is there, because I do think that is also a very interesting development. We could even play that game you're working on if you want to. I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know. It's really up to you, man. So here we're gonna share your screen and you kind of lead. You talk about what you wanted to show us, and we'll go from there.
So briefly, FactFun is a launchpad for meme coins on Stacks, and it etches runes also for some of these meme coins that graduate the bonding curve. There's a mechanism which attempts to remove sort of like the malicious business model of snipers. The way it works is you have a pre-launch before the meme is launched in the bonding curve. You've got a signal that is required from the community. There's like 20 seats to be bought. It's sort of like a pre-sale, and you vest your tokens over 4 weeks, which prevents you from dumping right away. And it actually has been quite a good instrument for removing that pump and dump schemes that can be done even by a 4-year-old. And some of those tokens that have passed the bar are very scarce. There's B blocks and FactFund itself, the meme coin. So you can actually create a coin very easily, a little bit like pump fund. But again, you've got this pre-launch mechanism where users can buy into your token. They need to vest for 4 weeks. There's like a vesting schedule. This provides a community signal to that token itself. Like, it's not just that shiny object that a sniper can come and at the lowest price grab everything and then pump it and then dump on people. It's not completely anti-dump, right? This is still a free market, but that initial sort of first price is a privilege of pre-launch holders. We've got two mechanisms here. If you see my screen, I can zoom a little bit. So, taker name, description, logo, or GIF if you want to. Then you can decide where your token is going to graduate. Velar is a VC-backed launchpad, has a perp as well, perp DEX. In fact, we have our own Uniswap V2 curve. And then, you've got this pre-launch mechanism where 20 seats need to be bought in by the community, or there's the helicopter pilots, which is an option that actually no token so far hasn't been able to pass that bar. And the cool thing about the pre-launch is, like, again, it's like trying to remove that sniping, almost sniping, malicious and extractive behavior. And the cool thing is, you as a user, if the pre-launch does not graduate to the curve, you can get a full refund, no fees attached. So the way this translates, it's, for example, I think I know a few of them. So this one was launched a long time ago. Nobody ever bought into this. So you can buy a seat. And then if nobody buys, or if it doesn't graduate, then you get a refund. Although once it graduates to the bounty curve, you're now locked and you need to vest. You also get fees from the bounty curves. Like, there's 0.8% that goes back to those people who are vesting. So this was the main idea, and I think I'm quite happy with it because, again, if you look at B blocks, it's the only one that graduated through that mechanism, except FactFund, and it relatively kept its TVL. But I'm sure you guys already know all these things, so it's just a recap.
Yeah, well, I participated in the FactFund launch. I didn't participate in the blocks pre-seat round, but I am familiar with it. But I do think it's very novel. It's definitely worth talking about. I think that there probably should be more awareness of this, because so there's a couple of key things here. Number one, it sets intent for a token project ahead of time, because the investors actually have to believe the first investors have to actually believe in the project. It is low risk if you're planning it out and you don't have all your investors ready, where you guys can put in your money. It's there. You can withdraw it if you decide it hasn't launched yet, but you can, you have options, but once you're there, it's locked in. And then it does give it time to get out of the bonding curve, which is important.
Yeah.
I also
high risk, I would say, meme coins are high risk. They're not backed by any sort of promise or revenue. These are like community meme coins. But I agree with you. Like, the pre-launch mechanism allows you to buy into something. If it doesn't pan out, you can get your refund. And if it pans out, then you're locked into this vesting schedule, and whatever fees the bonikers is generating is going to be 0.8% is going to be redistributed amongst the pre-launch buyers who have given that community signal to that token. Okay, this token is backed by these pre-launch initial buyers who get that privilege of the first price, which is most tokens for the least price.
Right. And I misspoke when I said investors, because it's really, I mean, people do look at it like that, but it is because it's a meme token and it's community oriented. That's really what you're believing in, is the community that you're building the token around, or the community you're building around the token, depending on which way you're going. But usually in our cases, it's coming out of our community in some capacity. And that gives it some legitimacy as far as the people getting involved early.
Yes,
Feel comfortable about it based on the mechanism. But you're not only launching a token on stacks, this also, when you engage in this, does it every time automatically make runes too? Like, do I actually have fact fund runes associated with my fact?
Yes, fact fund has etched runes tokens, and this is based on sort of the community itself. But our plan is to integrate even further when we have the capsule bridge itself, like the capsule mechanism, really solid. Then you'll be able to just etch the runes token, or if you have already like 100% supply of that runes token, you'll be able to bridge it to L2, and then just essentially the SIP10 tokens are minted to reflect the runes tokens, and then trading can start in the same fashion. You've got first the pre-launch mechanism where you need to pre-sell these sort of 20 seats, which lock your community, gives that signal. Okay, these people can literally not dump right away. It's not completely anti-dump, but with a volatile asset such as meme coins, having a vesting schedule over 4 weeks is something that reduces that risk of the Solana pump and dump schemes, and filters out for community-backed tokens. But it's still a meme coin, and the volatility is going to be it's a game, right? It's a game with the community, and volatility is part of the game. But the initial, as you can see here, the initial 4 weeks over here, there's no like one big supply just dumping right away. So it gives that initial birth of a community. It makes it possible.
Yes, exactly. And so I want to, where does capsule come into play?
Right.
How does that come into play as far as the runes go?
Yeah. Before I transition to that, I just want to mention that, this is a pool of your meme token that is pooled with SBTC, which is the official stacks wrapped asset of Bitcoin, backed by institutional signers for the SBTC bridge itself, which are chosen, etc. And that this is backed with like real SBTC. So there's one thing that you might want to know is like, how do I get SBTC then to buy the token? So there's the SBTC bridge, which over I think 0.003 or $100, around $100 and above, you can get SBTC in 2 blocks. It's very simple, and it's almost free. Like, it's sponsored by stackers at this point, so there's no real fee to it. And if you wanted to bridge less, because we know that DGen users sometimes they play with less money than which makes sense because this is very volatile. Then you could also leverage BTC to SBTC, which is the simplest way to deposit your Bitcoin into SBTC, and it only lasts one Bitcoin block, and it's around $1, $2 if you include the network fees themselves to bridge into stacks.
And there's no price or minimum or as far as how much you can bridge in.
The minimum is around $9. The reason is, on the other side, the bridge is receiving the Bitcoins and they need to consolidate them. So if you send too little of UTXOs, like too little, it makes it very economically difficult to provide the service. So if you go to deposit over here, here's a very simple way for you, under $100, you could bridge your Bitcoin in one Bitcoin block. So I can actually demo this, but I'm sure everyone here is familiar. It's just like recap, right?
Right.
But
it's good for the content. The viewer, the audience may not be familiar.
So if I go to, if I log in, I can log in with my Lether or Xverse wallet. I can also log in with my Twitter account, but that's something else. And if I go to deposit Bitcoin, then essentially what I'm doing is I'm swapping some Bitcoin and receiving SBTC into my wallet seamlessly, and that is leveraging Clarity's ability to read the Bitcoin state, and everything is sort of mapped between your Bitcoin address and your Stacks address. You're not relying on an operator to do so. It's all governed by code. So here in the UI, you choose the amount of SBTC you receive, and it adds up that little fee, which you can get the details over here. It's around $1.29. And that's pretty much it. Then you can choose your priority fee on the Bitcoin L1 network. And wallet provider was not found. Let me see. Connect wallet. Let's see if I can. Let's try again. Okay, I don't have enough Bitcoin in this one. I only have $5, and the minimum is unfortunately it's like $10. Let me disconnect and try and connect with another one.
So I'd be lying if I said otherwise, that I'm kind of distracted by the fact that you can log in with your X account on FactFund. I'm not aware of that. That's new information to me. Very interesting, because I'm now looking at my FactFund account and I can connect my X. And
yeah.
So is that if I connect my X, will that actually make me be able to log in with my X and it'll know my wallet? Or is that different? It's just connecting my X account with my wallet.
Currently, it's not linking the wallet and the X account, but I did that X login for a nomination. Like, there's a campaign currently for communities who are interested to leverage FactFund and Capsule from Runes or from Stacks. We have a campaign where you participate into a sort of voting or nomination, and you can do so only with your X account. So, for example, so for that you need to be connected with X. So if I disconnect here.
Oh, okay, all right. I haven't gone back and voted. That's new since I voted last week.
Right, so you don't need a wallet. That's the cool thing. Like, inside your Chrome, you can connect.
So communities that don't have a Stacks wallet yet can participate.
So the goal here is to slowly but surely enable mobile seamless interaction with the platform without needing a seed phrase or a wallet. So this is a way of doing it with your X account, and you can vote for a community. Let's say I want to vote for pizza. You do need a tweet to be able to do so. So if I can grab a tweet somewhere from the Pizza Ninjas account, let's see. All right, I got one. So you copy paste a tweet over here, and I'll come back to the demo for bridging because that should work as well. What's this? So I just copy paste a tweet, and then it's going to add a my vote inside of here, as you can see, Rafa Stacks over here. And the winner of this competition is the 4 finalists of this competition get to go to a second round where they compete for this grand prize of 1,500 SBTC yield and becoming Capsule's launch partner. So we'll assist them in, being the first one to launch with Capsule from Runes, if it's a Runes community. But currently we have SIP10 communities who are championing this competition. And for this competition to succeed, we need at least 169 tweets. So the bar is not low because because it's it's 1,500 Bitcoin. So we will consider this to be successful if we have 169 tweets for one community. And currently it's not exactly the case. And bear with me, there seems to be some timeouts here for some of these tweets. Going back to just the demo of the depositing Bitcoin. Let's make it work. Deposit Bitcoin. So, okay, here I have enough Bitcoin in this account, so I think it should work normally. Okay, there's a little bug I need to run, it seems. I don't know why, but yeah, it should work normally. You just send your Bitcoin and you receive SBTC on the other side. So that's one thing, right? The other thing is I could demo Runes Capsule as well.
Yeah, please.
The game that I'm developing currently.
The game is definitely so. GP was not in that. I don't know if he's in the group now, but we have a DM group going. It started with me and Mark and Rafa, and then it just kind of. I'm not sure how many people are in it now. It's at least
Sailor for the win, man. Against the Bears. Let's go.
Yeah, Sailor versus it's Mike versus Bear or whatever it is. I played it a little bit. Definitely fun. But it's just one of those things that's like an interest. There's definitely some other. So we'll look at the game first. Let's take a look at Capsule first.
Yes.
Right. I'm puzzled that this is not working. I've heard some issues currently in the sort of ecosystem, so I'm gonna have to make sure this works. Capsule uses also Leather and Xverse. Maybe we can choose Xverse instead here.
Yeah, I've had to use Xverse for the last couple of days, Rafa. I did talk with some of the Leather crew. They did push an update, and they were working on a fix or so to something. It was a little bug that was found, so but Xverse should be pretty solid there. I've been using that for the last couple of days.
Yeah, it's maybe me as well, because as developers, sometimes you build and you break things, and then you have to come back and.
This is the way, man. This is the way.
So that's why you actually need always like a team that's fully there, making sure features are working well. So. Do you guys want to see the game, or you want to see the game? Maybe we can play. So this is the Capsule thing. So what happens under the hood is this is reading your Runes tokens. So you can actually deposit your Runes token into the Capsule, and then Clarity is going to seamlessly read that deposit and mint your Runes token on the L2 chain. So that process is well understood, and it leverages the same technology as the deposit system that is currently buggy, but should work normally. Just let's see if this works. I don't know. Okay, Xverse seems So as you can see here, I'm depositing 1,000 moms. Confirm. Okay, so this is leveraging the same technology as the deposit. So it's as fast as the depositing Bitcoin. Again, I'm not sure what is happening with Ledger, but I'm sure I will be able to fix it. This means that I'm sending 1,000 mums tokens, which are these runes tokens that I've etched, from from my own Taproot wallet into the Capsule wallet. So if I go to my portfolio over here, essentially what I'm saying is I'm taking 1,000 of these tokens here, and I'm sending them to this multisig where my signature is required. Whenever a withdrawal is initiated, I'm going to have to sign. And so that is the idea of making so the bridge or the capsule is theft resistant. Nobody can steal my runes tokens without my consent, without my signature. And yeah, this is just now a question of waiting for this Bitcoin transaction to anchor. And depending on, the priority fees, here I'm paying, I think this much. As soon as this deposit from my wallet into my capsule anchors on Bitcoin, so you will see this balance will increase by 1,000 mums, so it will show 70,138, and then Clarity, which is Stack's programming language, is able to read that Bitcoin transaction state, verify and parse that, hey, this is the mum asset token, runes token, and this transaction corresponds to 1,000 mums, and then it's going to mint over here the 1,000 mums token on L2, on Stacks. And that whole process is going to be, that minting process is going to be a privilege of Clarity, governed by code, not by anyone, not by Rafa or anyone. Again, this is Stacks' superpower. So while we're doing this, I suggest that we go to the game, because this might take 10 minutes, or depending on how much transaction we have in this block, which we already have, quite a bunch. Any questions?
Yeah, I love that the ticker is mom, right? And you're onboarding moms, right? So you're referring to it as you're depositing 1,000 moms into the blockchain. So we're onboarding 1,000 moms is the message, and I like it.
Yeah, from Bitcoin to L2. The reason is because on L2 you can do pools, you can the reason is very simple. Like on L2, I mean, it's very simple to just, okay, I'm going to unzoom a little bit here. But if I want to buy, $20 worth of a token, I'm just one click away, and it's going to take me, 5 seconds. Boom, that's it. I'm buying 5 million, $20 worth of Pepe, which was the was created before ETH Pepe, by the way.
Yeah.
The only Pepe token you need to know about is what I say about Bitcoin Pepe.
And you see,
frog.
My transaction is now like instantaneous. Like we're no longer on Bitcoin, so we can do. So this is Uniswap V2. It's really fast. You've got things like concentrated liquidity coming to the excellent Bitflow company, also a VC-backed startup, which will allow for less slippage for assets that are worth more money, like have more TVL, like something like Dog will want something like that, because you can have an exact price. If I go to my portfolio,
so it's way cheaper to use. It's
exactly
super fast, and it's also still got Bitcoin finality.
Right. I just bought 5 million. No, now it's reflected in my portfolio. I click here, I can see the price. It's pretty cool. This is my my transaction right here. You've got the Explorer. I'm using Staxo Explorer. It's a pretty cool one. Shout out to the team. They have tools for developers which are excellent. Allows you to simulate everything on using mainnet and step by step. Also, shout out to Hugo from Clarinet. These tools are really cool because I can build contracts and make sure that it's fully tested. That I'm confident when I'm deploying the contract that there's no obvious blunder or exploit in the contract. Also excited about Clarity for it, but I'm a little bit on a tangent. So while we wait for this runes to transaction to anchor, and then seeing the mint in action, what we can do is go to games.
Let's go.
All right, let's do it.
So bear with me, I'm just building this, and shout out to the Lovable team, because most of it was built with Lovable, and it's a very basic game. I want to add new features, and obviously this is meant to be on a mobile, right? It's not meant to be on a desktop. Here I'm playing against the computer, right? Which is sort of boring. But the cool thing is I can play against someone. And so I don't know if anyone who's seeing this wants to take the opposite
What's the address again? Mike versus Mike Beer Love. I got it. I already got it.
No, it's like games.fact.fun. So it's like it's
that's right. You changed it.
Yeah.
That's right.
And I want to add like uppercuts to this game, because when you block, there's no way of like, you just have to wait for the opponent to stop blocking, which is not cool. But yeah, if you want to take the, if you want to battle me, there you go. So fight. Oops. Okay. So you can block and you punch me when you block. But hold a second, I just want to show the mobile view. It's better. So if you punch me when you block, my energy is going to go up. So go ahead and punch
I punch you while you're blocking? I got you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And you see your energy is going up, right?
Yep.
So actually, if there are any vibe coders who use Lovable and are building games in the audience, shout out to you guys, and you can DM me and I'll help you add passkeys to this. And I'm working on a way to add smart contracts only using passkeys. So no seed phrase. You can use this inside your Chrome wallet. You see, I'm not connected with any wallet at this point. This is even anonymous. Like there's no
sneak attack.
The rematch.
The Bears, let's go.
The rematch function of I need to fix it. I thought I had fixed it. The cool thing is this thing I want to demo. So you can play in anonymous, but then you can also you can add let's add some I don't know, pizza. And you can add passkey, which will persist the data.
So it'll tie the data to it basically creates a user account.
Yes. Now my data is going to persist. Like if I go somewhere else and I want to and I have my passkey, I can look. If I sign out, now I want to sign in again with my passkey. It's possible, right? And there's a leaderboard already. We can imagine, competitions, other games, because this game is very, very simple, right? It's just, but I'm also working on removing any sort of a bug, because if you can govern a little bit of money, a little bit of SBTC or any meme coin asset using your passkey, you want to wager in a game against someone, then you want the game to be bugless. Because there's a bug, then everything goes north, everything goes south, everybody is angry, right? Yeah, if you want to help out spotting the bugs, I already have a few that I spotted, and I want to add the ability to do uppercuts, so 2 blocks and 2 punches, because if I block all the time, then the game is like just pending, right? Any questions, guys?
No,
Yes.
I think it's awesome. I mentioned this in the DM chat when you first like showed it to us that like we'll probably have like regular sessions of this on the morning show. I can see us having like little tournaments during the less busy when we don't really have a guest kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm trying to box with Peace. I'm trying to go up against Peace Love Music and 300 and have a small little tourney.
GP, there down the line, there might be a little bit of an option where like you put $1 worth of SBTC, I put $1 worth of SBTC, winner gets $1.50, and then 50 cents goes to the platform to keep making cool games for us to play.
I'm so
we like again, like I think so. This was built in a couple of hours using Lovable. Lovable is very easy to use. Like literally, it asks you questions. There's very little knowledge to know, and you
start in Lovable with basically you just say, I want to make a website that does this. I want a game with Michael Saylor boxing a bear. Yes. And then it asks you to like produce assets, or you just kind of upload assets and it does the rest.
No, you start from nothing and it takes care of everything in the background for you. And
so you didn't have to give it an image of Michael Saylor. It found that for you.
Oh, I did that. But just like you can do it in an LM, right? You can share.
Right. You're right. That's it. You're talking like you're doing it in Chat GPT.
Yes, exactly. I could demo this another time, but I think you guys are already very generous with your time.
Yeah, and we also want to be respectful of your time too, brother. 45 minutes is
I just want to like
show this
deposit thing again, maybe for people in the audience. Let's see, here I have $57 of Bitcoin.
Well, I processed one. I didn't do it on the screen, but I did actually get one to process. I'm still waiting.
Yeah,
I'm waiting for a confirmation, but
did you use Xverse or Leather?
Leather.
Okay.
It went through, and I just didn't. I did it. You were going through something else, and I didn't want to interrupt your flow to say I did it, but I actually have it right here. Just gonna share it on my screen. Here it is, pending. Just to prove everybody, I did use the bridge. It processed. There might have been just a glitch going on timing wise for when you were doing it before.
Yeah, I'm also demoing one now. I don't know if you guys can see.
Yep. Hold on, I'll switch them up.
But there you go. Like I just broadcasted, depositing Bitcoin, and now I'm waiting for SBTC on the other side. And this is the same thing is going to happen. Like bridging is such a pain, right? You don't know what's happening, etc. So having this little model here that shows you, okay, your Bitcoin transaction is here.
Oh, honestly, especially for somebody like we know what it's like because we've done it a few times. With somebody new, you don't know what's going on.
It's nerve-wracking.
It's right. It makes you
first time you do it. Yes.
Give me my money. I'm sending you your money. Right. You're not even showing me where it is at the moment. So if currently it seems Bitcoin is very slow. It seems that like I'm paying 60 cents here, but it's in the second block, so it's not great, but at least I know where it is. And again, we could record this and see the end, and the end is pretty satisfying. It goes from broadcast to, okay, your Bitcoin is sent. We're waiting for your confirmation. Now it's second step is, okay, your Bitcoin anchored, meaning that your this block is going to pass from green, from this bar, right? The green in the mempool over here. And all of these are anchored, the blue ones. So you'll see your transaction is here. And as soon as it's here, now Stacks is really fast and it reads your Bitcoin transaction and it's going to say processing. And like 5 seconds later, it's going to show confirmed and with the confetti animation. And you'll see in your portfolio, you have SBTC. Just like previously I showed, in the portfolio here, I showed, this is my Pepe here, right? Mm-hmm. Now, like as soon as this is anchored and processed, this will move from 26,000 sats to 36,000 sats because that's the amount I'm requesting in the bridge.
Fire.
Yeah, it's and honestly, like if it's gonna take Bitcoin's never gonna be faster. 10 minutes plus is my transaction was 15 minutes ago now, and it said it was about 10 minutes. The next block I think was saying 30 minutes. I'm not sure. So the next block is right now saying 20 minutes. But we know that that's not actually going to be accurate because we're already 15 minutes into with the last 10-minute block. It's that's why there's a lot of value on what Stacks brings. That's not only the value, but the first value really is you have Bitcoin security, everything that makes it worth dealing with Bitcoin being slow, but it adds the functionality of not having to deal with that, and it also brings down the transaction costs and then allows other stuff like a code guided smart contract bridge that requires a user signature like what you've built with Capsule. That can't be done the same way on any other chain.
And I must say that the visual cues, as much as I've done DeFi and bridging and all of that stuff over the last 4 years, I'm still the guy that needs a visual cue to let me know exactly what is going on and when, right? So I really, really do like that you incorporated that. You shouldn't leave like a user hanging and like guessing like, hey, when is this going to happen? So like, I love that. I need those visual cues. They make me feel more confident.
No, absolutely. It's horrendous. If you're sending your Bitcoin here, I'm just sending $9. But if you're sending a consequential amount,
right,
you're sweating. You don't know. Okay, there could be lots of things like that can go wrong, right? Are you on the correct URL? Is this, it could be a phishing. So you start becoming paranoid if you don't have all these cues
100%.
that take you by the hand and make sure that, hey, you're in the right place. This is HTTPS, fact.fun, you're good. And you've got the queue. Your Bitcoin is here. You can check it, right? You can check it also in your wallet if you want to, in the Xverse wallet, but you can also check it here right away. The app is also taking you by the hand. And by the way, I have actually a demo. I did like a video. Perhaps instead of waiting for that Bitcoin block to pass, I can finish the presentation by just showing that video if you guys
want. If you want to do that, that's fine. That's fine.
All right.
Whatever works for you, brother.
All right, let me find it. View channel. So it's a video. Manage video.
Do you have it in Google Drive?
So it's a video of the Runes deposit, but again, it uses the same technology with the Bitcoin deposit, right? It's from L1 to L2. It's very simple. It's trustless. It uses Clarity's ability to read Bitcoin state. Let me remove the sound. Can you guys see this video?
Yes.
All right, so you select the Runes token you want to deposit, and you input the amount you want to deposit. I have 690,000 mums. I want to deposit 69. You select the priority fee. You've seen this before. And this is with Leather. So Leather was working perfectly. And here you go. You've got the same progress modal here. Except, of course, I have to improve the logos here. Basically, I cut the video here. You can see it's going to move from, being in the mempool into a block that's anchored. So there you go. And that video doesn't show the modal, but the modal will show you the STX. The modal will still be here and show you the step 2 and then step 3. But you'll see here that in my wallet, I still have, as if that transaction doesn't happen. So what's going to happen is 69 mums is going to be deduced from my wallet, increased in my capsule balance, and then minted into my list of tokens on L2.
Very cool. So is that actually splitting it's splitting the allotment for you?
So
allotment all together, or do you have individual?
Yeah, the Runes protocol is a hybrid meta protocol that uses the UTXO model as well. So it doesn't exactly split. Or what it does is like it sort of writes on top of UTXOs. So I'm sending a UTXO from my wallet into my capsule, and that UTXO has 69 months. And just so you see here in my L2 wallet, I don't have these 69 months. But if I refresh, as you can see in my capsule now, I have 69 mums that are locked on L1. And if I look into my L2 wallet, you'll see that obviously my wallet itself has been decreased of 69 mums, right? 690 minus 69 is 689, 931 mums. And then you'll see at the bottom of this, I'll also show, oh, there you go, bam, the 69 mums on L2 were minted to my wallet. Again, that mint privilege is Clarity's, meaning it's the entire process is governed by code.
Insane. No bridging. Like it's just all dictated by code.
Yeah, and as you can see, this has just anchored, right? You can see it just went from left to right, and right away I got my runes in my wallet on L2.
That's amazing, dude. Congrats on building this. This is based. This is one of the tools that we need to onboard people from L1 to L2, right? Like these, like I've seen a few different posts on the timeline about bridges lately, and they're just clunky, right? They're clunky and they're a risk, right? You're taking more risk on. So why take on more risk whenever you could go through this process, use the tools and the coding language for what it's for, and let the code do its thing. I mean, this is brilliant.
Yep. No, absolutely. I think this is really great technology. And oh, there you go. Peace, love. Your transaction has been confirmed.
Let's go.
Just went through.
That's awesome. So we can see, like, if we go here, that your transaction has confirmed, and that's it. After one block, you have your STX or SBTC in this case is credited to your, to your account, and your account is, so you are just like, if we go back here, peace, love, music, right? So the cool thing is, if you type here peace, love, music, I'm going to sort of dox your.
I don't care. Let them all know.
Let them know
everything about me. I don't know.
So you remember how much SBTC you had, but you have more now, essentially.
Right. I have $10 more SBTC, or $9.98 or $9.97 or whatever it was, roughly more SBTC and a little bit less BTC as well.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah. Sorry for doxing you a little bit.
Nah, I'm not a problem. I don't mind being the guinea pig, and
BNSs are public.
I'm comfortable being exposed. What can I say?
Same. I do everything for my GPSE.BTC wallet. Is for transparency, right? They can see our convictions.
Yeah, I'm very excited about this tech. Let's see how it pans out. If you are a Runes community out there and you're interested to become our launch partner, check out fact.fund/capsule, and you can you can participate in this competition. Otherwise, the other thing I'm very excited about is games. The fact.fund, and I want to help anyone who's building a game, be it via Lovable or vibe coding in somewhere else, to add that passkey way of signing into the app, so you don't need a seed phrase, and then hooking it into a smart wallet where you can manage funds on stacks just using your passkey and the best way to demo this is using a mobile device, because you'll be able to do Face ID with this, and that's pretty pleasurable, so to speak. I'm using big words here.
Biometrics. Let's go.
It's actually awesome. And I just oversaw Hero mentioning that you're willing to help people set that up. in the alpha group, the Leo Alpha chat group there. Awesome stuff, and honestly, it's inspiring me to try to carve out some time to go develop a game on Lovable, and then just be like, because I think that's actually, if we have like 20 games in the ecosystem and a place where they're easily accessible.
Yes.
And it's composable accounts through passkey, so they can. It makes things a lot very cool. And I do want to shout out what GP is working on with Crypto Dude and Cryptonauts, because it is also really interesting. It's different kind of gaming. Obviously, it's more advanced. It's more robust with Unreal Engine kind of functionality, but these are the kind of developments that are going to really onboard your mom or onboard the people that are non-crypto native, giving them experiences that they would seek out in real life, and then adding the Bitcoin or crypto layer in an abstracted way. Like, they don't really need to know that they're dealing with crypto when they're dealing with this game per se.
Yes.
Once we start adding transactional volume, like transactional stuff, that's a little bit different. We need to on-ramp some fiat and make that easy for them, which I believe there are some people working on that solution as well. But this is a huge unlock.
Here's what we could do. We could have a DAO where I think that was your idea, Peace Love, where a fee is charged whenever somebody is wagering on a one-to-one multiplayer game. And that fee goes into the DAO and helps onboard new users. So the new users don't even need to on-ramp. They could play and get rewarded, or get points and then get rewarded, and end up having real SBTC flow into their passkey governed smart wallet
with a budget that's just giving them money, like giving them some free SBTC to play with.
It's the fun layer, right? It's the fun layer on top of stuff.
But that's the casino model, except for decentralized and more holistic, right? Not mob run.
Yes. So in some of these users, I have I'm not going to say who, but like brother-in-law in Turkey, right? Or another one in Belgium. So they can do it directly from their mobiles, like iPhone or even Android, and as long as the game is completely bugless, which is a bit of work, but as soon as this is, your game is solid, it's stable, you can play with anyone in the world. You create a room, you share that number with them, they join, and you're having fun, and you accrue a little bit of real SBTC into your passkey wallet, without having to on-ramp at all. Like, you never had to do so. That would be pretty cool. Like, and again, anyone who's building a game, I would love to help set you up with the passkey plus smart wallet, or even guide you. Like, all these things will be open source, and working together as an ecosystem to onboard your mom or brother.
Man, it's really this is so cool. And I really love how this is all so many things coming together all at once in the space. Hero, by the way, wants us to, and he's reminding us that he hates the word DAO, and I don't necessarily disagree with him. He wants to have it deleted from the dictionary, which we know what it means. That's why we use it. It communicates the idea, but I also understand what he's saying. Like, we want to create a DAO. What we really want to create is an organization for onboarding that is funded by these games and run by the people that are facilitating and creating these games.
Yeah, the exciting part, the DAO thing, like DAO is I agree with you. It's an acronym. First of all, it's difficult to understand. A lot of them have not panned out. More like creating a code governed flywheel. So some mechanism that is automatic, that cannot be tempered by humans, and that helps anyone to participate. I think Trip and Monkey has the same idea with his protocol as well. I think that's something we should have, so that, you know, I'm building that game, I'm going to help that flywheel to take place, but there's this other game as well, and all these things can help each other, and creating value for everyone.
Actually, it doesn't even have to be games. It could be,
Yes.
it could actually be protocol wide. Anyone that's building in the space. It could be, this is again bad wording, but almost like a voluntary tax, where people have the option of designating some of the income they're generating from their app towards this entity, and it's code based, so they can verify what it's going to do, and it can't deviate from that. And it doesn't really even have to make any decisions. It's just set up in a specific way. And then if it doesn't,
That's how companies work. Like, companies provide value to the community, and they extract value from it. Like, there's a value exchange here. So
right.
This is very similar to how companies work, except the value itself is perhaps not exactly a service, or except there's like some sort of mechanics that help that flywheel. But one last point I'm interested is like conversion of AI and Bitcoin, and you will be able to play your game in your Chrome, in your mobile, without any apps, like without any wallet. Just your passkey. That is an idea that I think is very powerful for onboarding people. Like, you just Face ID, and then you do something that, you know, you enjoy doing, and you participate in a community. That is very powerful to me.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the biggest hurdles for crypto right now is just easy onboarding non-crypto native people. And there's two components of that. One, it needs to be easy to do. And downloading an app and writing down a seed phrase is not easy. It's a hard thing to do. It's a pain in the ass to do. It takes time. Nobody has time. So the passkey solves that. The second one is, there's got to be a reason for them to even want to download a passkey, which is easy. There's got to be an enjoyable, authentic experience on the other end of that. You know, so that's why the games and/or anything we can do that's creative, that would be interesting to get engagement, that would warrant having a passkey and/or a wallet with the passkey. And then if we have that composable, so would it be the passkey that I haven't set it up yet, because I didn't want to play with my phone on the screen and I have to scan the QR code. But for the passkey for Fact Fun for the game, will that work? Can I actually have it so that I have a different website? Like, we have our DeOrganized website. Maybe we have our own games that we're hosting there, and that passkey can work in our.
Yes. So this website has obviously a backend, Supabase, etc., and we'll know that, you know, you've got this passkey. But what the piece that I'm going to build now is the smart wallet governed by the passkey. And that smart wallet can be that's public common goods that any app can leverage. So it's like having a wallet governed by your passkey, secured in your secured enclave in your mobile, but you can use that anywhere. The smart wallet, you control it via your passkey, via your exact device, but you can sign in on any other apps, and you can use that money that is stored in your smart wallet using your passkey, whether you're on games.factfun or Deorg Media, or BoostX, any other community built, even something like Hermetica perhaps is going to leverage the passkey in one way or another. Perhaps not. Perhaps if this model becomes successful, perhaps they want to enable it. Like, the smart contract itself is just, when you sign with your passkey, you're allowing some amount of money to move from your smart wallet to somewhere else. So that could be anywhere on L2.
So that but it could be the same wallet that they used on Fact Fund can also be the same wallet that they're using, that they're just that it's embedded in our. Is that wallet embedded on Fact Fund?
No, it's a smart contract on Stacks that when you store money, it's like a vault where you put money, and the key to moving the money from that vault is you signing with your passkey. And I'll be happy to come and demo this in a few weeks when it's ready, or even before that. But essentially, that vault is a Stack smart contract. So we could imagine, that smart contract can do what you tell it to do. So depending on how it's written, it could integrate all of these pieces that I mentioned, right? It could integrate, receiving SIP10 tokens, SBTC, even enabling an agent. That's something, that AIBTC is working on, but they have this concept, or even Bitflow has a keeper's wallet where you're enabling an agent to act on your behalf. Obviously, you customize how and you restrict how that agent can act on your behalf. But that is the same concept of a smart contract, programmable money. But this simple concept is your money is programmed and moves based on your signature. So you could imagine anything you want. Yeah. Did I answer you simply the question, or was
So what I don't want to get into the weeds. We had a great show, and I don't want to get too deep into it. But I do have. I don't quite understand.
I want to give you like a simple answer.
So I think just start from the beginning. New person coming into Fact Fund through the games. They found a game. They're going to come in. Their friends bringing them in. They're signing in with their passkey, and so they don't have a wallet. So they're creating a wallet when they do that.
The wallet is created on their behalf on the background, but it's their wallet. Like
it's their wallet.
Move the funds without their.
The wallet exists, and their access to the wallet is through the passkey, which they sign with.
Exactly.
But when they go, so now they go to another app that they can sign into that app using passkeys. They now have a wallet set up. Will that just having the passkey, the app, as long as it's this next app can determine the wallet from the passkey on the user's device. When they click login, they can log in with the passkey, and it'll seek the passkey and then derive the wallet, and then they sign in with that wallet.
Yeah, I think, the standard does not exist yet. So we're in the early innings of it. But the simple answer is yes. And to some extent, you can also, if you have a little bit of money in your smart wallet, you can send it into another wallet if you want to. And that second wallet is maybe now, if you're in another app that supports another wallet, you can simply do that. Right?
How do I interface with that? So I've created the wallet in Fact Fund. Right? I'm a new user. I'm just onboarded. I created the wallet in Fact Fund. I'm not on the Fact Fund platform anymore. All I have is a passkey.
Yeah.
So how do I engage with that wallet? How do I send funds?
So the cool thing is, like, smart contracts are trustless. So what you saw, for example, with the deposit UI, the Fact Fund backend is going to take your Bitcoin transaction, is going to transform it into some parameters, and then feed it into a contract to unlock the SBTC to your wallet, right? Wallet address. That whole interaction anyone can do. So the same applies to your passkey governed wallet. That is a smart contract on Stacks, and any provider can help you bridge the UI gap between you and your wallet. You're not attached to Fact Fund. You can exit Fact Fund whenever you want, and you can. And the cool idea is you can do this in your mobile phone without a seed phrase. That's a cool idea.
Without a seed phrase and without an application.
Yes, Yes.
All you have is a pass key. You don't have anything. You don't have a leather wallet necessarily. You don't need to go into the app to access it. You just got to find some kind of UI that can interface with your pass key,
Yes.
which will be developed as this becomes adopted.
I would recommend that whenever you have a portion of amount in that new wallet that is going to exist, that you at some point send it to a proper sort of a seed phrase wallet. It's still a hot wallet, but it's better, because if you lose your device where your passkey is secured in your enclave, you lose your wallet. Whereas with your seed phrase, if you have a piece of paper or something like Writer, shout out to Louise and Marvin Jensen, like, who are cheerful geniuses and are building this iPhone of seed phrase cold storage wallets. You know, when you have a large amount, by the way, when you have a larger amount of money, it's preferable that you send it to something like a Signa. Shout out to also the team there. It's a multi-signature, or something like Writer, because nowadays you can be hacked really, really easily. Like two days ago, I was contacted by someone who was impersonating Albert from the Bitcoin Startup Lab, and I was literally one click away of.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that. You were very close, and you said it was by chance.
Something money in this hot wallet, so I have to do some like frequently. I have to reshuffle and send the money out to cold storage.
Right, and that's a best practice. So, and that's stuff that you don't need to play around with a game that's a low cost, low transaction fees, and all of that stuff, because a lot of this might be sponsored by such a decentralized organization that is code based that we won't actually name because Hero hates that. But to onboard your mom, they're going to be funded. They fund onboarding so new users can come in, play with these apps with a low amount of money. When they start to get ready to engage in something where they're going to be starting to put money in and or significant amounts of money, there needs to be an effort to educate them on cold storage options, best practices, and whatnot, so that we're not, because the last thing we want to do is onboard people and then have them have bad experiences.
Yeah,
that would defeat the purpose.
One thing we could do is we could take the idea that Marvin and Louise had with, the recovery system, where you have like several friends who could, together help you recover your seed phrase. That could be baked into a smart wallet that uses passkeys. You could have like your mom, your father, your sister, everyone sign, and then if you lose your device, then you have a secondary way of getting your money back. Otherwise, it's locked in the smart contract forever, right? But I don't know what you say, like transactions, because these games don't require any transactions, right? Just for the reward part or the wagering part. And the cool thing is I think I'm also interested in. Yeah, go ahead.
There's got to be at some point. There's got to be some kind of a transaction, because otherwise, why do you even need to? What do you need the blockchain for?
Sure, like for wagering, for exchange of value, for rewards.
It could actually be, though, it could also just be a better way to keep track of your gamer ID and your assets. Game assets could actually be part of it too, which you might earn. You don't necessarily have to buy. And then therefore you do, but then you also have transactions there. I know that's a large model of the Cryptonauts. They've been making like composable assets, and then because the assets are on the blockchain, like I could then go make a game with that leverages assets that is already in Cryptonauts. Therefore, anyone that's playing Cryptonauts is automatically getting something to come play our game. And so it leverages their community that they've already established, and so on. And so it could be, it doesn't actually have to be like transaction based with a lot high fees or even actual money.
Yeah. If can I share my screen like for another minute?
Yeah. Well, like I'm not. I know GP's getting hungry. Looks like. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm right here.
All right.
It's Raph.
All the time Rafa needs.
All right. So I just wanted to share my transaction was also confirmed. This is pretty magic. Like to be able to just bridge like in less than 30 minutes, even when the Bitcoin is heavy. The other thing perhaps I wanted to share to see if the runes deposit also has worked. Let's see. Oh, that's a different account. Okay. That's in a different account. Let's see, where is it? Oh, there you go. So this is my Bitcoin transaction. As you can see, it was processed and confirmed. So that's good news. And then if I go to also my portfolio here, there you go. Remember that here there was 69,000. Now it's 70. And here it was deduced. So essentially I sent 1,000 mums from my wallet into the capsule. And if everything has worked, we should see it as well exactly here. You see 70,000. So this has worked perfectly as well. You will have also the same modal progress. So you'll see instead of Bitcoin, you'll see mums on L1 and mums on L2 or dog, right? Or something else. The last thing I wanted to also share was the idea of like off-chain intent messages, which makes the UX instead of what I showed earlier with even though it was very, very quick, like just buying a transaction, this is really settling the transaction on Stacks. What you could do is just sign a message. And shout out to Rosar and also to Breeze, who are working on a little different protocols with message intent, like off-chain, a bit like Lightning. Like Breeze is working on something like he calls it pipes, which are decentralized off-chain messages. And that is really cool because there's no 5 seconds waiting at all. It's like instantaneous. It instantly is reflected, and your transaction is eventually settled later on Stacks. So you don't need to wait for the 5 seconds. And that's something that also, I think, coupled with the passkey ID, is going to interest me when it comes to games. You could wager, and automatically you'll see that, okay, I'm wagering this much, Welsh token or Leo token. And what you'll do is you'll deposit first. You'll see your balance, and then you can wager and see immediately the reflection in the app. And if you win or lose, you'll see that settlement. You'll see that settlement. Like you'll sign a message, so it'll be reflected right away, but the settlement will happen later. That UX is going to be very interesting.
Very awesome stuff, man. There's honestly it's almost like a little bit of information overload, and it's a lot of stuff I already know. But there's so many pieces here, bits and pieces. And you've been cranking on a lot of this stuff for a long time, and a lot of stuff we didn't even talk about, stuff that you've been building too. So I mean, there's really there's like stuff that you've built in the past.
The kinetic energy is like being stored and built up, and it's just gonna expand and explode. I feel it. I can feel it coming, dude.
It's popping. It's popping now. We're at the event horizon, it feels like.
Yes.
Yeah, not only me, like the entire Stacks ecosystem is brewing. The leadership and capital markets presentation are like world class. The builders are, building apps that are, audited, that are peer reviewed, that are upgrade. We have V2 contracts for Zest protocol now. Hermetica also is going to leverage. I'm interested to see how Jacob and the team are going to leverage perhaps passkey in another way, like perhaps in double auth, or I don't know what his idea behind this, but again, like having that onboarding frictionless from the Bitcoin L1, as we just saw in this session, that you can deposit Bitcoin as as low as 10,000 sats, and then above that, above $100, you use the SBTC bridge, and it's almost free to do it. And then you can either use like Stacks settlement or things like message intent and games and all the wonderful work like you guys are doing, and Hero and AI and AI BDC. This thing is about to explode.
100%, man. There's like the developer energy is fantastic. The community energy, the people that are here that have been cranking, that are like the content creators. There's so much going on, man.
The content creators are becoming developers now because of tools like Lovable. Vibe coding is accessible.
Fair. Yes. That's absolutely accurate. Bro, everyone can be a music producer now.
Yeah, it's insane.
Hero Gamer is producing like sick, radio friendly music. It's insane, and I mean it's crazy. We are in a very, very interesting time, and the people that are here that are cranking that just don't stop, and there's so many guys like Rafa, like GP, Crypto Dude, Trippin' Monkey, Hero Gamer, Blockface. Like I could just go on and on. It's incredible what's going on here, and I'm excited to be here. Rafa, I could actually talk to you all day, man. And we talk often when we're not tied up with other things. But man, it's Hero saying, "Are you saying I'm a developer?" Yeah, kind of. Hero. Yeah. You started making websites, and you're a music producer.
The AI is incredible. Like try and tinker with Lovable. It's so fast. Yesterday in 4 hours I did 84 commits, and almost like it didn't require much in terms of 84
commits. It's crazy.
And talk to the AI, etc. So it's like it's bum 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 bum, and then the app is forming like slowly but surely. And I'm very interested in terms of also like what 3Huna is doing with the music. Like he gave me a crash course on suno.com. You can follow me at 3AI3. It's where I produce my AI lo-fi music. These are areas that are very interesting, and yeah, it's exciting. It's exciting because it's like things are so fast. Like things are so fast. Like even non-developers, I think non-developers will be better because they don't have the stigma of things have to be a certain way. We have to do this first, a Figma, we have to do that, etc. Which is fine, for like world-class applications. But like for ideas that you just want to, go ahead and see them, you want to produce them in the world right away. We need that explosion of creativity to come, and AI is funneling this and coming to our stack for sure.
It's coming. That's the thing. It's all coming. It's just a matter of we got to be patient and keep putting the work in. Just keep chipping away, as a wise man once told GPSC.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You keep chipping away, and eventually you'll break down that rock, and then you'll find another thing and another rock to break, and you'll teach people along the way. So that's the powerful part. You see more and more people start to do more and more things.
I think that's actually, you hit on the nail on the head, GP. The magic in this ecosystem is that everyone supports each other. No one's guarding their ability. We're trying to actually spread it around and help share it and make everyone better. And that's actually the fundamental key of why this is going to work. Everything's in line except for the price action, and the price action is a result of the people outside of the ecosystem not understanding exactly what we have here.
Yeah, fundamentals only continue to get better and better, and price action is down across all alts. It's not like Stacks is like bleeding in market cap against other alts. It's just
there's a number of reasons. But one of them is a lack of understanding of what's actually going on here. Unless you're actually hanging out, unless you're actually talking to the people, you're playing around with these apps, you don't understand.
get into the game with DeOrganized is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to follow. You're supposed to subscribe on YouTube at DeOrganized Media. You're supposed to follow on X, DeOrganized BTC. That is DeOrganized BTC. Get into the know. DeOrganized is where it's at.
Let's go. Also, don't forget to follow Rafa. If you're not following Rafa, you need to follow Rafa. It's what is it now? At Rafa Stacks.
Correct.
And then it's Rafiko. You can look him up. Rafiko. Fact Fun. It's fact.fun. I think is it at fact fun?
Correct.
Let's go.
And there's the other one. You don't have one for Capsule yet, right?
Yeah, Capsule is going to be integrated into Fact Fun when it comes to life. I'm still working on the withdrawal piece and putting together, a mind group, like a group of potential signers, or on further understanding what can be done in terms of BitVM, because if the standard exists, then it makes sense to have the best solution for runes, for the runes community, not just something that is great, that serves a purpose, but having the most the best solution, which is a solution that removes any human interaction or factor into it, is part of an equation where the real explosion, the real backing of one-to-one can happen, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure, man. Awesome. And then the bridge, you do have a Twitter account for, which is
BTC to SBTC. Simplest way to deposit Bitcoin in one Bitcoin block. There's the SBTC bridge that we will also integrate into that app, so that if you want to, you will be able to have the option to use the SBTC bridge instead, which is completely free, but is a minimum of around $100 and above. So yes, you can follow that, and it's currently implemented at fact.fun/deposit. And beyond that, I think all the developers, all the app builders, I think will slowly but surely integrate the bridge, so that the users doesn't have to move away in a different experience, in a different app. They can deposit Bitcoin directly into the app that they're using directly. Last thing I want to say, again, I'm insisting on this, but it's been great. 5:01 now. I'm also going to have to jump, but it's such a pleasure to have you guys and to be one of a guest. You guys are really hustlers. I agree with you. The amount of value on Stacks is underappreciated, and most people don't know about it. I see the efforts that are being done by leadership, and I think this will pan out in a way that I think will surprise everyone. That the Stacks technology is ripe for adoption by entities that understand the risks they're taking and want the best technology out there, which happens to be Stacks, in my opinion.
So Hero is putting out a PSA real quick. So during this bear market,
I don't want to step on Rafa's awesome sentiment, by the way, but Hero just said that during this bear market, he's renting himself out. If you have loneliness problems, he's here for you to rent.
You're right, Hero.
Hero is going
build a game, and then I'll hook up all the stuff from Stacks for you.
Let's go.
Rafa says build a game so we can generate you some income so you can stop being a gigolo.
Yes.
That's a great note to end up on, guys. It's been a long, awesome day. We've had a ton of great guests, rounding it out with our good friend and awesome dude, Rafa.
Media for the win.
Yeah, let's go.
Fact Fun for the win. Let's go.
Thank you all for tuning in. We'll probably have a little bit more replay content. I might replay the segment with George from Bitcoin Magazine yesterday, because it's important. This Bitcoin for corporations, with what's going on with MSCI. I'm going to let that run after we close out this segment, and then we'll end the stream for the day. You guys still do have a little bit of time to enter for the $200 the 200 stacks contests for the day. We're giving away 200 stacks for the month of December. And thank you all for tuning in today. Thank you again, Rafa, GP. Much love, you guys.
GP.
We'll see
See
you
the
all.
next one. I'll come and demo the smart wallet.
Let's go.
You let us know when.
Cheers, fellas.
Right on.
Take care,
Good
Ralph.
night, guys. Take it easy, GP. Peace out, guys. All right. We have another guest coming in. A good friend of the show, a good friend of mine. One of the first people I ever actually interviewed on a live podcast, actually, along with our good friend, the Legend of Stacks Legends, Jack Binswitch. We have Rafiko, the man, coming on to talk to us about several things, because the guy doesn't stop building. It's incredible, actually. So we're really excited to have him here. And without further ado, and GP might be joining us too. I'm not sure if he's available yet, so I don't see him on his camera. But GP, if you're listening, drop in. We got Rafa coming on. And here he is. What is up, my brother? How are you today?
Hey, everyone.
Looking fresh in that hoodie, my man.
I am.
I could have thought to put on my I only have the t-shirt version. It's a little too cold out these days to go just t-shirt only, but I do love mine. I love the color scheme on that.
Thank you. It's there's a lot going on nowadays. I see the stacks what's it called, like the capital markets, and you guys are also inviting lots of people. It's an exciting time to be around in the Bitcoin and stacks ecosystem.
Right. Yeah, there's so much going on. It's impossible to cover it all, man. Like really, it really and truly. What's up, GP?
What's up, Rafa? How we doing? Happy Wednesday, brother.
Hey, happy Wednesday to you, GP. I saw you at a sort of art/NFT conference.
Yeah, dude.
It was really cool. Like I have lots of sort of colors and pictures and screens and people playing video games, and
It was insane. It was insane. It was at Beeple Studios put it on something for Charleston Art Night, and celebrated artists from the Low Country here in the East US. So it was really, really cool, man. Getting to be invited and RSVPing to it, and tons to look at, man. Tons to look. A lot of fun.
How are you guys surviving through all this non-stop shows and live with people and so much information flow coming your way?
The skin of my teeth.
Yeah, it's about this. Yeah, about the same. You know, it's cool. It's awesome, right? And I think between the two of us, and I don't want to just say the two of us, because there's a bunch of people that are cranking on the team and pulling their weight and making this go. But I can't say anyone's putting in as much work as GP or myself in anything that I've seen, to be honest. We are hustling. You know, it takes a lot to make this go.
Yep.
And that's why we can get past our warts, actually, because we work so hard. You know, because we do have some warts to get past, like everybody else.
What's this?
Wart. A wart is like a blemish.
Okay.
You know, it's we put a lot of work in it, and to be honest, it's a lot. It is a lot, but you know what though, man, it's rewarding in a number of ways. You know, if you look at who we talked to today, right? We had Adam Bitcoin joined us, who's an interesting character for sure. Number one, I get to talk to GP and Hunter every day, right? That's awesome, just in and of itself. We had the Truth Chain guys on, and what Kenny's building, and that whole crew, and we were able to give them a spotlight. And then we had we covered the capital markets space, so we got that a little bit broader exposure, which they didn't need our help, but it doesn't hurt getting a few more eyeballs. And then we had Mark on, and what Mark's building is really awesome and interesting, and that needs to get more spotlight. And we got to hang out and chat with Mark for a little while. And then we had Jeff on to talk about Base Dollar, and that's an awesome project. And we got to learn more about what he's building, and we got to know him. He's a new person. Neither one of us really knows him, but he's been in the ecosystem for a long time. And now we're hanging out with Rafa, the man. So, I mean, it's a lot, but there's a lot of value in it, doing it, you know? So, but thank you for bringing, for kind of it makes it easier to deal with how much effort it is when it's recognized effort.
Yep. You guys are good. Like, you're showcasing so many projects, very talented people across the board, and it almost feels like a lot of things are converging now. And yeah, Stacks is maturing as well. The entire Bitcoin, Bitcoin allocators, like different types, like retail, more institutional investors are now also looking at making the Bitcoin productive. And so, yeah, it's exciting to see serious builders such as Jeff and others, build the building blocks and making the infrastructure ready for that explosion that is almost inevitable. It's going to happen.
Yes, it's inevitable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So without further ado, I don't know, what you guys want to see lately. I've been
honestly, what we're oriented towards our guests. So really, it's whatever you want to show. We've never really spotlighted Fact Fun even, but there's a handful of things that you're working on that are very interesting, novel, and cool. And I think people need to know about it. So I'd like to talk more about the Capsule project and what you're doing with that. The just the general function of the BTC to SBTC protocol and what the value is there, because I do think that is also a very interesting development. We could even play that game you're working on if you want to. I don't know. Yes. I don't know. It's really up to you, man. So here we're gonna share your screen and you kind of lead. You talk about what you wanted to show us, and we'll go there. We'll go from there.
Yeah. So briefly, FactFun is a launchpad for meme coins on Stacks, and it etches runes also for some of these meme coins that graduate the bonding curve. There's a mechanism which attempts to remove sort of like the malicious business model of snipers. The way it works is you have a pre-launch before the meme is launched in the bonding curve. You've got a signal that is required from the community. There's like 20 seats to be bought. It's sort of like a pre-sale, and you vest your tokens over 4 weeks, which prevents you from dumping right away. And it actually has been quite a good instrument for removing that pump and dump schemes that can be done even by a 4-year-old. And some of those tokens that have passed the bar are very scarce. There's B blocks and FactFun itself, the meme coin. So you can actually create a coin very easily, a little bit like pump fun. But again, you've got this pre-launch mechanism where users can buy into your token. They need to vest for 4 weeks. There's like a vesting schedule. This provides a community signal to that token itself. Like, it's not just that shiny object that a sniper can come and at the lowest price grab everything and then pump it and then dump on people. It's not completely anti-dump, right? This is still a free market, but that initial sort of first price is a privilege of pre-launch holders. We've got two mechanisms here. If you see my screen, I can zoom in a little bit. So, taker name, description, logo, or GIF if you want to. Then you can decide where your token is going to graduate. Villar is a VC-backed launchpad, has a perp as well, perp DEX. In fact, we have our own Uniswap V2 curve. And then, you've got this pre-launch mechanism where 20 seats need to be bought in by the community, or there's the helicopter pilots, which is an option that actually no token so far hasn't been able to pass that bar. And the cool thing about the pre-launch is, like, again, it's like trying to remove that sniping, almost sniping, malicious and extractive behavior. And yeah, the cool thing is you as a user, if the pre-launch does not graduate to the curve, you can get a full refund, no fees attached. So the way this translates, it's, for example, I think I know a few of them. So this one was launched a long time ago. Nobody ever bought into this. So you can buy a seat, and then if nobody buys or if it doesn't graduate, then you get a refund. Although once it graduates to the bounty curve, you're now locked and you need to vest. You also get fees from the bounty curves. Like there's 0.8% that goes back to those people who are vesting. So this was the main idea, and I think I'm quite happy with it because again, if you look at B blocks, it's the only one that graduated through that mechanism, except Fact Fund, and it relatively like kept its TVL. Yeah, but I'm sure you guys already know all these things, so it's just a recap.
Yeah, well, I participated in the Fact Fund launch. I didn't participate in the blocks pre-seat round, but I am familiar with it. But I do think it's very novel. It's definitely worth talking about. I think that there probably should be more awareness of this, because so there's a couple of key things here. Number one, it sets intent for a token project ahead of time, because the investors actually have to believe the first investors have to actually believe in the project. It is low risk if you're planning it out and you don't have all your investors ready, where you guys can put in your money. It's there. You can withdraw it if you decide it hasn't launched yet, but you can, you have options, but once you're there, it's locked in. And then it does give it time to get out of the bonding curve, which is important.
Yeah.
I also
high risk, I would say, meme coins are high risk. They're not backed by any sort of promise or revenue. These are like community meme coins. But I agree with you, like the pre-launch mechanism allows you to buy into something. If it doesn't pan out, you can get your refund. And if it pans out, then you're locked into this vesting schedule, and whatever fees the bonikers is generating is going to be like 0.8% is going to be redistributed amongst the pre-launch buyers who have given that community signal to that token. Okay, this token is backed by these pre-launch initial buyers who get that privilege of the first price, which is most tokens for the least price.
Right. And I misspoke when I said investors, because it's really, people do look at it like that, but it is because it's a meme token and it's community oriented. That's really what you're believing in, is the community that you're building the token around, or the community you're building around the token, depending on which way you're going. But usually in our cases, it's coming out of our community in some capacity. And that gives it some legitimacy as far as the people getting involved early.
Yes,
feel comfortable about it based on the mechanism. But you're not only launching a token on stacks. This also, when you engage in this, does it automatically make runes too? Like, do I actually have Fact Fund runes associated with my Fact?
Yes, Fact Fund has etched runes tokens, and this is based on sort of the community itself. But our plan is to integrate even further when we have the capsule bridge itself, like the capsule mechanism, really solid. Then you'll be able to just etch the runes token, or if you have already like 100% supply of that runes token, you'll be able to bridge it to L2, and then just essentially the SIP10 tokens are minted to reflect the runes tokens, and then trading can start in the same fashion. You've got first the pre-launch mechanism where you need to pre-sell these sort of 20 seats, which lock your community, gives that signal. Okay, these people can literally not dump right away. It's not completely anti-dump, but with a volatile asset such as meme coins, having a vesting schedule over 4 weeks is something that reduces that risk of the Solana pump and dump schemes, and filters out for community-backed tokens. But it's still a meme coin, and the volatility is going to be it's a game, right? It's a game with the community, and volatility is part of the game. But the initial, as you can see here, the initial 4 weeks over here, there's no like one big supply just dumping right away. So it gives that initial birth of a community. It makes it possible.
Yes, exactly. And so I want to, where does Capsule come into play?
Right.
How does that come into play as far as the runes go?
Yeah. Before I transition to that, I just want to mention that, this is a pool of your meme token that is pooled with SBTC, which is the official stacks wrapped asset of Bitcoin, backed by institutional signers for the SBTC bridge itself, which are chosen, etc. And that this is backed with like real SBTC. So there's one thing that you might want to know is like, how do I get SBTC then to buy the token? So there's the SBTC bridge, which over I think 0.003 or $100, around $100 and above, you can get SBTC in 2 blocks. It's very simple, and it's almost free. Like, it's sponsored by stackers at this point, so there's no real fee to it. And if you wanted to bridge less, because we know that Degen users sometimes they play with less money than which makes sense because this is very volatile. Then you could also leverage BTC to SBTC, which is the simplest way to deposit your Bitcoin into SBTC, and it only lasts one Bitcoin block, and it's around $1, $2 if you include the network fees themselves to bridge into stacks.
And there's no price or minimum or as far as how much you can bridge in.
The minimum is around $9. The reason is, on the other side, the bridge is receiving the Bitcoins and they need to consolidate them. So if you send too little of UTXOs, like too little, it makes it very economically difficult to provide the service. So if you go to deposit over here, here's a very simple way for you, under $100, you could bridge your Bitcoin in 1 Bitcoin block. So I can actually demo this, but I'm sure everyone here is familiar. It's just like recap, right?
Right.
But
it's good for the content. The viewer, the audience may not be familiar.
So if I go to if I log in, I can log in with my Lether or Xverse wallet. I can also log in with my Twitter account, but that's something else. And if I go to deposit Bitcoin, then essentially what I'm doing is I'm swapping some Bitcoin and receiving SBTC into my wallet seamlessly, and that is leveraging Clarity's ability to read the Bitcoin state, and everything is sort of mapped between your Bitcoin address and your Stacks address. You're not relying on an operator to do so. It's all governed by code. So here in the UI, you choose the amount of SBTC you receive, and it adds up that little fee, which you can get the details over here. It's around $1.29. And that's pretty much it. Then you can choose your priority fee on the Bitcoin L1 network, and wallet provider was not found. Let me see. Connect wallet. Let's see if I can. Let's try again. Okay, I don't have enough Bitcoin in this one. I only have $5, and the minimum is unfortunately it's like $10. Let me disconnect and try and connect with another one.
So I'd be lying if I said otherwise, that I'm kind of distracted by the fact that you can log in with your X account on FactFun. I'm not aware of that. That's new information to me. Very interesting, because I'm now looking at my FactFun account and I can connect my X. And
Yeah.
so is that gonna, if I connect my X, will that actually make me be able to log in with my X and it'll know my wallet? Or is that different? It's just connecting my X account with my wallet.
Currently, it's not linking the wallet and the X account, but I did that X login for a nomination. Like, there's a campaign currently for communities who are interested to leverage FactFun and Capsule from Runes or from Stacks. We have a campaign where you participate into a sort of voting or nomination, and you can do so only with your X account. So, for example, so for that you need to be connected with X. So if I disconnect here.
Oh, okay, all right. I haven't gone back and voted. That's new since I voted last week.
Right, so you don't need a wallet. That's the cool thing. Like, inside your Chrome, you can connect.
So communities that don't have a Stacks wallet yet can participate.
So the goal here is to slowly but surely enable mobile seamless interaction with the platform without needing a seed phrase or a wallet. So this is a way of doing it with your X account, and you can vote for a community. Let's say I want to vote for pizza. You do need a tweet to be able to do so. So if I can grab a tweet somewhere from the Pizza Ninjas account, let's see. All right, I got one. So you copy paste a tweet over here, and I'll come back to the demo for bridging because that should work as well. What's this? So you just essentially I just copy paste a tweet, and then it's going to add a my vote inside of here, as you can see, Rafa Stacks over here. And the winner of this competition is the 4 finalists of this competition get to go to a second round where they compete for this grand prize of 1,500 SBTC yield and becoming Capsule's launch partner. So we'll assist them in, being the first one to launch with Capsule from Runes, if it's a Runes community. But currently we have SIP10 communities who are championing this competition. And for this competition to succeed, we need at least 169 tweets. So the bar is not low because because it's it's 1,500 Bitcoin. So we will consider this to be successful if we have 169 tweets for one community. And currently it's not exactly the case. Bear with me, there seems to be some timeouts here for some of these tweets. Yeah. Going back to just the demo of the depositing Bitcoin. Let's make it work. Deposit Bitcoin. So, okay, here I have enough Bitcoin in this account, so I think it should work normally. Okay, there's a little bug I need to run, it seems. I don't know why, but yeah, it should work normally. You just send your Bitcoin and you receive SBTC on the other side. Yeah. So that's one thing, right? The other thing is I could demo Runes Capsule as well.
Yeah, please.
The game. the game that I'm developing currently.
The game,
The game is definitely so. GP was not in that. I don't know if he's in the group now, but we
Yeah.
have a DM group going. It started with me and Mark and Rafa, and then it just kind of. I'm not sure how many people are in it now. It's at least
Sailor for the win, man.
least 10.
Against the Bears. Let's go.
Yeah, Sailor versus it's Mike versus Mike, Mike versus Bear or whatever it is. I played it a little bit. Definitely fun, but
Yeah.
it's just one of those things that's like an interest. There's definitely some other. So we'll look at the game first. Let's take a look at Capsule first.
Yes.
Right. I'm puzzled that this is not working. I've heard some issues currently in the sort of ecosystem, so I'm gonna have to make sure this works. Capsule uses also Lather and Xverse. Maybe we can choose Xverse instead here.
Yeah, I've had to use Xverse for the last couple of days, Rafa. I did talk with some of the Leather crew. They did push an update, and they were working on a fix or so to something. It was a little bug that was found. So, but Xverse should be pretty solid there.
Yeah.
I've been using that for the last couple of days.
Yeah, it's maybe me as well, because like, you know, as developers, sometimes you build and you break things and then you have to come back, and
This is the way, man. This is the way.
so that's why you actually need always like a team that's fully there, making sure features are working well. Yeah, so do you guys want to see the game, or you want to see the game? Maybe we can play. So this is the Capsule thing. So what happens under the hood is this is reading your runes tokens. So you can actually deposit your runes token into the Capsule, and then Clarity is going to seamlessly read that deposit and mint your runes token on the L2 chain. So that process is well understood, and it leverages the same technology as the deposit system that is currently buggy, but should work normally. And yeah, just let's see if this works. I don't know. Okay, Xverse seems so as you can see here, I'm depositing 1,000 moms. Confirm. Okay, so this is leveraging the same technology as the deposit, so it's as fast as the depositing Bitcoin. Again, I'm not sure what is happening with Lather, but I'm sure I will be able to fix it. This means that I'm sending 1,000 mums tokens, which are these runes tokens that I've etched, from my own Taproot wallet into the Capsule wallet. So if I go to my portfolio over here, essentially what I'm saying is I'm taking 1,000 of these tokens here, and I'm sending them to this multisig where my signature is required. Whenever a withdrawal is initiated, I'm going to have to sign. And so that is the idea of making the bridge or the Capsule is theft resistant. Nobody can steal my runes tokens without my consent, without my signature. And yeah, this is just now a question of waiting for this Bitcoin transaction to anchor. And depending on, the priority fees, here I'm paying, I think this much. As soon as this deposit from my wallet into my Capsule, anchors on Bitcoin. So you will see this. Balance will increase by 1,000 mums. So it will show 70,138, and then Clarity, which is Stack's programming language, is able to read that Bitcoin transaction state, verify and parse that, hey, this is the mum asset token, runes token, and this transaction corresponds to 1,000 mums, and then it's going to mint over here the 1,000 mums token on L2, on Stacks. And that whole process is going to be, that minting process is going to be a privilege of Clarity. governed by code, not by anyone, not by Rafa or anyone. Again, this is Stacks' superpower. So while we're doing this, I suggest that we go to the game, because this might take like 10 minutes, or depending on how much transaction we have in this block, which we only have quite a bunch. Any questions?
Yeah, I love that the ticker is mom, right? And you're onboarding moms, right? So you're referring to it as you're depositing 1,000 moms into the blockchain. So we're onboarding 1,000 moms is the message, and I like it.
Yeah, from Bitcoin to L2. The reason is because on L2 you can do pools, you can like the reason is very simple. Like on L2, I mean, it's very simple to just, okay, I'm going to unzoom a little bit here. But if I want to buy, $20 worth of a token, I'm just one click away, and it's going to take me, 5 seconds. Boom, that's it. I'm buying 5 million, $20 worth of Pepe, which was the was created before ETH Pepe, by the way.
Yeah.
The only Pepe token you need to know about is what I say about Bitcoin Pepe. The orange frog.
My transaction is now like instantaneous. Like we're no longer on Bitcoin, so we can do. So this is Uniswap V2. It's really fast. You've got things like concentrated liquidity coming to the excellent Bitflow company, also a VC-backed startup, which will allow for less slippage, for assets that are worth more money, like have more TVL, like something like Dog will want something like that, because you can have an exact price. If I go to my portfolio,
so it's way cheaper to use. It's
exactly
super fast, and it's also still got Bitcoin finality.
Right. I just bought 5 million. No, now it's reflected in my portfolio. I click here, I can see the price. It's pretty cool. This is my my transaction right here. You've got the Explorer. I'm using Staxo Explorer. It's a pretty cool one. Shout out to the team. They have tools for developers which are excellent. Allows you to simulate everything on using mainnet and step by step. Also, shout out to Hugo from Clarinet. These tools are really cool because I can build contracts and make sure that it's fully tested, that I'm confident when I'm deploying the contract that there's no obvious blunder or exploit in the contract. Also excited about Clarity for it, but I'm a little bit on a tangent. So while we wait for this runes transaction to anchor, and then seeing the mint in action, what we can do is go to games.
Let's go.
All right, let's do it.
So bear with me, I'm just building this, and shout out to the Lovable team, because most of it was built with Lovable, and it's a very basic game. I want to add new features, and obviously this is meant to be on a mobile, right? It's not meant to be on a desktop. Here I'm playing against the computer, right? Which is sort of boring. But the cool thing is I can play against someone. And so I don't know if anyone who's seeing this wants to take the opposite
What's the address again? Mike Beer Love. I got it. I already got it.
No, it's like games.fact.fun. So it's like it's
that's right. You changed it.
Yeah.
That's right.
And I want to add like uppercuts to this game, because when you block, there's no way of you just have to wait for the opponent to stop blocking, which is not cool. But yeah, if you want to take the, if you want to battle me, there you go. So fight. Oops. Okay. So you can block, and you punch me when you block. But hold a second. I just want to show the mobile view. It's better. So if you punch me when you block, my energy is going to go up. So go ahead and
if I punch you while you're blocking? I got.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
okay.
you see your energy is going up, right?
Yep.
So actually, if there are any vibe coders who use Lovable and are building games in the audience, shout out to you guys, and you can DM me and I'll help you add passkeys to this. And I'm working on a way to add smart contracts only using passkeys. So no seed phrase. You can use this inside your Chrome wallet. You see, I'm not connected with any wallet at this point. This is even anonymous. Like there's no,
Oh, sneak attack.
the
Let's
rematch
beat the Bears. Let's go.
the rematch function of I need to fix it. I thought I had fixed it. The cool thing is this thing I want to demo. So you can play in anonymous, but then you can also you can add let's add some I don't know, pizza. And you can add passkey, which will persist the data.
So it'll tie the data to your. It basically creates a user account.
Yes. Now my my data is going to persist. Like if I go somewhere else, and I want to and I have my passkey, I can look. If I sign out, now I want to sign in again with my passkey. It's possible, right? And there's a leaderboard already. We can imagine competitions, other games, because this game is very, very simple, right? It's just but I'm also working on removing any sort of a bug, because if you can govern a little bit of money, a little bit of SBTC or any meme coin asset using your passkey, you want to wager in a game against someone, then you want the game to be bugless. Because there's a bug, then everything goes north, everything goes south, everybody is angry, right? Yeah, if you want to help out spotting the bugs, I already have a few that I spotted, and I want to add the ability to do uppercuts. So 2 blocks and 2 punches. Because if I block all the time, then the game is like just pending, right? Any questions, guys?
No,
Yes.
I think it's awesome. I mentioned this in the DM chat when you first showed it to us, that we'll probably have regular sessions of this on the morning show. I can see us having little tournaments during the less busy, when we don't really have a guest kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm trying to box with Peace. I'm trying to go up against Peace Love Music and 300 and have a small little tourney.
GP, there down the line, there might be a little bit of an option where you put $1 worth of SBTC, I put $1 worth of SBTC, winner gets $1.50, and then 50 cents goes to the platform to keep making cool games for us to play.
I'm so
we again, I think so. This was built in a couple of hours using Lovable. Lovable is very easy to use. Literally, it asks you questions. There's very little knowledge to know, and you can.
You start in Lovable with basically, you just say, I want to make a website that does this. I want a game with Michael Saylor boxing a bear. Yes. And then it asks you to produce assets, or you just kind of upload assets and it does the rest.
No, you start from nothing and it takes care of everything in the background for you. And
so you didn't have to give it an image of Michael Saylor. It found that for you.
Oh, I did that. But just like you can do it in an LLM, right? You can share.
Right. You're right. That's it. You're talking like you're doing it in Chat GPT.
Yes, exactly. I could demo this another time, but I think you guys are already very generous with your time.
Yeah, and we also want to be respectful of your time too, brother. 45 minutes is
I just want to like
It's a
show
long
this
day.
deposit thing again, maybe for people in the audience. Let's see. Here I have $57 of Bitcoin.
Well, I actually I processed one. I didn't do it on the screen, but I did actually get one to process. I'm
Oh,
still
there you
waiting.
go. Yeah.
I'm waiting for a confirmation, but
Did you use Xverse or Leather?
Leather
Okay.
went through, and I just didn't. I did it. You were going through something else, and I didn't want to interrupt your flow to say I did it, but I actually have it right here. Just gonna share it on my screen. Here it is, pending, just to prove everybody I did use the bridge. It processed. There might have been just a glitch going on timing wise for when you were doing it before.
Yeah, I'm also demoing one now. I don't know if you guys can see.
Yep. Hold on, I'll switch them up.
But there you go. Like I just broadcasted, depositing Bitcoin, and now I'm waiting for SBTC on the other side. And this is the same thing is going to happen. Like bridging is such a pain, right? You don't know what's happening, etc. So having this little model here that shows you, okay, your Bitcoin transaction is here.
Oh, honestly, especially for somebody like we know what it's like because we've done it a few times. With somebody new, you don't know what's going on.
It's nerve-wracking.
It's right. It makes you
first time you do it. Yes.
Give me my money. I'm sending you your money. Right. You're not even showing me where it is at the moment. So if you currently, it seems Bitcoin is very slow. It seems that like I'm paying 60 cents here, but it's in the second block, so it's not great. But at least I know where it is. And again, we could record this and see the end, and the end is pretty satisfying. It goes from broadcast to, okay, your Bitcoin is sent. We're waiting for your confirmation. Now it's second step is, okay, your Bitcoin anchored, meaning that your this block is going to pass from green, from this bar, right? The green in the mempool over here. And all of these are anchored, the blue ones. So you'll see your transaction is here. And as soon as it's here, now Stacks is really fast. And it reads your Bitcoin transaction, and it's going to say processing. And like 5 seconds later, it's going to show confirmed and with the confetti animation, and you'll see in your portfolio you have SBTC. Just like previously I showed, in the portfolio here, I showed, this is my Pepe here, right? Mm-hmm. Now, like as soon as this is anchored and processed, this will move from 26,000 sats to 36,000 sats, because that's the amount I'm requesting in the bridge.
Fire.
Yeah, it's and honestly, like it's gonna take Bitcoin's never gonna be faster. 10 minutes plus is my transaction was 15 minutes ago now, and it said it was about 10 minutes. The next block I think was saying 30 minutes. I'm not sure. So the next block is right now saying 20 minutes. But we know that that's not actually going to be accurate because we're already 15 minutes into with the last 10-minute block. It's that's why there's a lot of value on what Stacks brings. That's not only the value, but the first value really is you have Bitcoin security, everything that makes it worth dealing with Bitcoin being slow, but it adds the functionality of not having to deal with that, and it also brings down the transaction costs and then allows other stuff like a code guided smart contract bridge that requires a user signature like what you've built with Capsule. That can't be done the same way on any other chain.
And I must say that the visual cues, as much as I've done DeFi and bridging and all of that stuff over the last 4 years, I'm still the guy that needs a visual cue to let me know exactly what is going on and when, right? So I really, really do like that you incorporated that. You shouldn't leave like a user hanging and like guessing like, hey, when is this gonna happen? So like I love that. I need those visual cues. They make me feel more confident.
No, absolutely. It's horrendous. If you're sending your Bitcoin here, I'm just sending $9. But if you're sending a consequential amount,
right,
you're sweating. You don't know. Okay, there could be lots of things like that can go wrong, right? Are you on the correct URL? Is this, it could be a phishing. So you start becoming paranoid if you don't have all these cues.
100%.
that take you by the hand and make sure that, hey, you're in the right place. You know, this is HTTPS, you know, fact.fun, you know, that you're good. And you've got the queue. Your Bitcoin is here. You can check it, right? You can check it also in your wallet if you want to, in the Xverse wallet, but you can also check it here right away. The app is also taking you by the hand. And by the way, I have actually a demo. I did like a video. Perhaps instead of waiting for that Bitcoin block to pass, I can finish the presentation by just showing that video if you guys
Yeah, if you want to do that, that's fine. That's fine.
All right.
Whatever works for you, brother.
All right, let me find it. View channel. So it's a video. Manage video.
Is it? Do you have it in Google Drive?
So it's a video of the runes deposit, but again, it uses the same technology with the Bitcoin deposit, right? It's from L1 to L2 is very simple. It's trustless. It uses Clarity's ability to read Bitcoin state. Let me remove the sound. Can you guys see this video?
Yes.
All right, so you select the runes token you want to deposit, and you input the amount you want to deposit. I have 690,000 mums. I want to deposit 69. You select the priority fee. You've seen this before. And this is with Leather. So Leather was working perfectly. And here you go. You've got the same progress model here, except of course I have to improve the logos here. Basically I cut the video here. You can see it's going to move from, being in the mempool into a block that's anchored. So there you go. And that video doesn't show the model, but the model will show you the STX. The model will still be here and show you the step 2 and then step 3. But you'll see here that in my wallet, I still have, as if that transaction doesn't happen. So what's going to happen is 69 mums is going to be deduced from my wallet, increased in my capsule balance, and then minted into my list of tokens on L2.
Very cool. So is that actually splitting it's splitting the allotment for you?
So
allotment all together, or do you have individual?
Yeah, the Runes protocol is a hybrid meta protocol that uses the UTXO model as well. So it doesn't exactly split. What it does is it sort of writes on top of UTXOs. So I'm sending a UTXO from my wallet into my capsule, and that UTXO has 69 months. And just so you see here in my L2 wallet, I don't have these 69 months. But if I refresh, as you can see in my capsule now, I have 69 mums that are locked on L1. And if I look into my L2 wallet, you'll see that obviously my wallet itself has been decreased of 69 mums, right? 690 minus 69 is 689, 931 mums. And then you'll see at the bottom of this, I'll also show, oh, there you go, bam, the 69 mums on L2 were minted to my wallet. Again, that mint privilege is Clarity's, meaning the entire process is governed by code.
Insane. No bridging, it's just all dictated by code.
Yeah, and as you can see, this has just anchored, right? You can see it just went from left to right, and right away I got my runes in my wallet on L2.
That's amazing, dude. Congrats on building this. This is based. This is one of the tools that we need to onboard people from L1 to L2, right? Like these, I've seen a few different posts on the timeline about bridges lately, and they're just clunky, right? They're clunky and they're a risk, right? You're taking more risk on. So why take on more risk whenever you could go through this process, use the tools and the coding language for what it's for, and let the code do its thing. I mean, this is brilliant.
Yep. No, absolutely. I think this is really great technology. And oh, there you go. Peace, love. Your transaction has been confirmed.
Let's
Yeah,
go.
just went through.
That's awesome. So we can see, like, if we go here, that your transaction has confirmed, and that's it. After one block, you have your STX or SBTC in this case is credited to your, to your account, and your account is, so you are just like, if we go back here, Peace Love Music, right? So cool thing is, if you type here Peace Love Music, I'm going to sort of dox your.
I don't care.
Uh,
Let them all know. They
Let
can
'em know.
everything about me. I don't know.
So you remember how much SBTC you had, but you have more now, essentially.
Right. I have $10 more SBTC, or $9.98 or $9.97 or whatever it was, roughly more SBTC, and a little bit less BTC as well.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah. Sorry for doxing you a little bit.
Nah, no, I'm not a problem. I don't mind being the guinea pig, and
BNSs are public.
I'm comfortable being exposed. What can I say?
Same. I do everything for my GPSE.BTC wallet. You know, is for transparency, right? You know, they can see our convictions.
Yeah, so I'm very excited about this tech. Let's see how it pans out. If you are a Runes community out there and you're interested to become our launch partner, check out fact.fund/capsule, and you can you can participate in this competition. Otherwise, the other thing I'm very excited about is games. The fact.fund, and I want to help anyone who's building a game, be it via Lovable or vibe coding in somewhere else, to add that passkey way of signing into the app, so you don't need a seed phrase, and then hooking it into a smart wallet where you can manage funds on stacks just using your passkey and the best way to demo this is using a mobile device, because you'll be able to do Face ID with this, and that's pretty pleasurable, so to speak. I'm using big words here.
Biometrics. Let's go.
It's actually awesome, and I just oversaw Hero mentioning that you're willing to help people set that up in the alpha group, the Leo Alpha chat group there. Awesome stuff, and honestly, it's inspiring me to try to carve out some time to go develop a game on Lovable, and then just be like, because I think that's actually, if we have like 20 games in the ecosystem in a place where they're easily accessible.
Yes.
And it's composable accounts through passkey, so they can. It makes things a lot very cool. And I do want to shout out what GP is working on with Crypto Dude and Cryptonauts, because it is also really interesting. It's different kind of gaming. Obviously, it's more advanced. It's more robust with Unreal Engine kind of functionality, but these are the kind of developments that are going to really onboard your mom or onboard the people that are non-crypto native, giving them experiences that they would seek out in real life, and then adding the Bitcoin or crypto layer in an abstracted way. Like, they don't really need to know that they're dealing with crypto when they're dealing with this game per se.
Yes.
Once we start adding transactional volume, like transactional stuff, that's a little bit different. We need to on-ramp some fiat and make that easy for them, which I believe there are some people working on that solution as well. But this is a huge unlock.
Here's what we could do. We could have a DAO where I think that was your idea, Peace Love, where a fee is charged whenever somebody is wagering on a one-to-one multiplayer game. And that fee goes into the DAO and helps onboard new users. So that the new users don't even need to on-ramp. they could play and get rewarded, or get points and then get rewarded, and end up having real SBTC flow into their passkey governed smart wallet
with a budget that's just giving them money, like giving them some free SBTC to play with.
It's the like, fun layer, right? It's the fun layer on top of stocks.
But like, that's actually that's the casino model, except for decentralized and more holistic, right? Not mob run.
Yes. So in some of these users, I have I'm not going to say who, but like brother-in-law in Turkey, right? Or another one in Belgium. So they can do it directly from their mobiles, like iPhone or even Android. And as long as the game is completely bugless, which is a bit of work, but as soon as this is, your game is solid, it's stable, you can play with anyone in the world. You create a room, you share that number with them, they join, and you're having fun, and you accrue a little bit of real SBTC into your passkey wallet without having to on-ramp at all. Like you never had to do so. That would be pretty cool. Like, and again, anyone who's building a game, I would love to help set you up with the passkey plus smart wallet, or even guide you. Like all these things will be open source, and working together as an ecosystem to onboard your mom or brother.
Man, it's really this is so cool. And I really love how this is all so many things coming together all at once in the space. Hero, by the way, wants us to, and he's reminding us that he hates the word DAO, and I don't necessarily disagree with him. He wants to have it deleted from the dictionary, which we know what it means. That's why we use it. It communicates the idea, but I also understand what he's saying. Like we want to create a DAO. What we really want to create is an organization for onboarding that is funded by these games and run by the people that are facilitating and creating these games.
Yeah, the exciting part, the DAO thing, like DAO is I agree with you. It's an acronym. First of all, it's difficult to understand. A lot of them have not panned out. More like creating a code governed flywheel. So some mechanism that is automatic, that cannot be tampered by humans, and that helps anyone to participate. I think Trip and Monkey has the same idea with his protocol as well. I think that's something we should have, so that I'm building that game, I'm going to help that flywheel to take place, but there's this other game as well, and all these things can help each other, and creating value for everyone.
Actually, it doesn't even have to be games. It could be It could actually be protocol wide. Anyone that's building in the space. It could be, this is again bad wording, but almost like a voluntary tax, where people have the option of designating some of the income they're generating from their app towards this entity, and it's code based, so they can verify what it's going to do, and it can't deviate from that. And it doesn't really even have to make any decisions. It's just set up in a specific way. And then if it doesn't,
that's how companies work. Like companies provide value to the community, and they extract value from it. Like there's a value exchange here. So
right,
this is very similar to how companies work, except the value itself is perhaps not exactly a service, or except there's like some sort of mechanics that help that flywheel. But one last point I'm interested is like conversion of AI and Bitcoin, and you will be able to play your game in your Chrome, in your mobile, without any apps, like without any wallet, just your passkey. That is an idea that I think is very powerful for onboarding people. Like you just Face ID, and then you do something that you enjoy doing, and you participate in a community. That is very powerful to me.
Yeah, absolutely. It just, So one of the biggest hurdles for crypto right now is just easy onboarding non-crypto native people. And there's two components of that. One, it needs to be easy to do. And downloading an app and writing down a seed phrase is not easy. It's a hard thing to do. It's a pain in the ass to do. It takes time. Nobody has time. So the passkey solves that. The second one is there's got to be a reason for them to even want to download a passkey, which is easy. There's got to be an enjoyable, authentic experience on the other end of that. So that's why the games and/or anything we can do that's creative, that would be interesting to get engagement, that would warrant having a passkey and/or a wallet with the passkey. And then if we have that composable, so would it be the passkey that I haven't set it up yet because I didn't want to play with my phone on the screen and I have to scan the QR code. But for the passkey for Fact Fund for the game, will that work? Can I actually have it so that I have a different website? Like we have our DeOrganized website. Maybe we have our own games that we're hosting there. And that passkey can work in our...
Yes. So this website has obviously a backend, super base, etc., and we'll know that you've got this passkey. But what the piece that I'm going to build now is the smart wallet governed by the passkey. And that smart wallet can be that's public common goods that any app can leverage. So it's like having a wallet governed by your passkey, secured in your secured enclave in your mobile, but you can use that anywhere. The smart wallet, you control it via your passkey, via your exact device, but you can sign in on any other apps, and you can use that money that is stored in your smart wallet using your passkey, whether you're on games.factfund or Deorg Media or BoostX, any other community built, even something like Hermetica perhaps is going to leverage the passkey in one way or another. Perhaps not. Perhaps if this model becomes successful, perhaps they want to enable it. Like the smart contract itself is just when you sign with your passkey, you're allowing some amount of money to move from your smart wallet to somewhere else. So that could be anywhere on L2.
So that but it could be the same wallet that they used on Fact Fund can also be the same wallet that they're using, that they're just that it's embedded in our... Is that wallet embedded on Fact Fund?
No, it's a smart contract on Stacks that when you store money, it's like a vault where you put money, and the key to moving the money from that vault is you signing with your passkey. And I'll be happy to come and demo this in a few weeks when it's ready, or even before that. But essentially, that vault is a Stack smart contract. So we could imagine, that smart contract can do what you tell it to do. So depending on how it's written, it could integrate all of these pieces that I mentioned, right? It could integrate, receiving SIP10 tokens, SBTC, even enabling an agent. That's something, that AIBTC is working on, but they have this concept, or even Bitflow has a keeper's wallet where you're enabling an agent to act on your behalf. Obviously, you customize how and you restrict how that agent can act on your behalf. But that is the same concept of a smart contract, programmable money. But this simple concept is your money is programmed and moves based on your signature. So you could imagine anything you want. Yeah. Did I answer you simply the question, or was
So what I don't want to get into the weeds. We had a great show, and I don't want to get too deep into it. But I do have.
Remind
I
me
don't
the
quite
question.
understand.
I want to give you like a simple answer.
So I think just start from the beginning. New person coming into Fact Fund through the games. They found a game. They're going to come in. Their friends bringing them in. They're signing in with their pass key, and so they don't have a wallet, so they're creating a wallet when they do that.
The wallet is created on their behalf on the background, but it's their wallet. Like
It's their wallet.
move the funds without
And
their
the wallet exists, and their access to the wallet is through the pass key, which they sign with.
Exactly.
But when they go, so now they go to another app that they can sign into that app using pass keys. They now have a wallet set up. Will that just having the pass key, the app, as long as it's this next app can determine the wallet from the pass key on the user's device. When they click login, they can log in with the pass key, and it'll seek the pass key and then derive the wallet, and then they sign in with that wallet.
Yeah, I think the standard does not exist yet, so we're in the early innings of it. But the simple answer is yes. And to some extent, you can also, if you have a little bit of money in your smart wallet, you can send it into another wallet if you want to. And that second wallet is maybe now, if you're in another app that supports another wallet, you can simply do that. Right?
So how do I interface with that? So I've created the wallet in Fact Fund. Right? I'm a new user. I'm just onboarded. I created the wallet in Fact Fund. I'm not on the Fact Fund platform anymore. All I have is a pass key.
Yeah.
So how do I engage with that wallet? How do I send funds?
So the cool thing is like smart contracts are trustless. So what you saw, for example, with the deposit UI, the Fact Fund backend is going to take your Bitcoin transaction, is going to transform it into some parameters, and then feed it into a contract to unlock the SPTC to your wallet, right? Wallet address. That whole interaction anyone can do. So the same applies to your passkey governed wallet. That is a smart contract on Stacks, and any provider can help you bridge the UI gap between you and your wallet. You're not attached to Fact Fund. You can exit Fact Fund whenever you want, and you can. And the cool idea is you can do this in your mobile phone without a seed phrase. That's a cool idea.
Without a seed phrase and without an application.
Yes.
All you have is a pass key. You don't have anything. You don't have a leather wallet necessarily. You don't need to go into the app to access it. You just got to find some kind of UI that can interface with your pass key, which will be developed as this becomes adopted.
I would recommend that whenever you have a portion of amount in that new wallet that is going to exist, that you at some point send it to a proper sort of a seed phrase wallet. It's still a hot wallet, but it's better, because if you lose your device where your passkey is secured in your enclave, you lose your wallet. Whereas with your seed phrase, if you have a piece of paper or something like Ryder, shout out to Louise and Marvin Jensen, like who are cheerful geniuses and are building this iPhone of seed phrase cold storage wallets. When you have a large amount, by the way, when you have a larger amount of money, it's preferable that you send it to something like a Signa. Shout out to also the team there. It's a multi-signature, or something like Ryder, because nowadays you can be hacked really, really easily. Like two days ago, I was contacted by someone who was impersonating Albert from the Bitcoin Startup Lab, and I was literally one click away of.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that. You were very close, and you said it was by chance.
Something money in these hot wallets, so I have to do some like frequently. I have to reshuffle and send the money out to cold storage.
Right. Right, and that's a best practice. So, and that's stuff that you don't need to play around with a game that's a low cost, low transaction fees, and all of that stuff, because a lot of this might be sponsored by such a decentralized organization that is code based that we won't actually name because Hero hates that. But to onboard your mom, they're going to be funded. They fund onboarding so new users can come in, play with these apps with a low amount of money. When they start to get ready to engage in something where they're going to be starting to put money in and or significant amounts of money, there needs to be an effort to educate them on cold storage options, best practices, and whatnot, so that we're not, because the last thing we want to do is onboard people and then have them have bad experiences.
Yeah,
that would defeat the purpose.
One thing we could do is we could take the idea that Marvin and Luis had with, the recovery system, where you have like several friends who could, together help you recover your seed phrase. That could be baked into a smart wallet that uses passkeys. You could have like your mom, your father, your sister, everyone sign, and then if you lose your device, then you have a secondary way of getting your money back. Otherwise, it's locked in the smart contract forever, right? But I don't know what you say, like transactions, because these games don't require any transactions, right? Just for the reward part or the wagering part. And the cool thing is I think I'm also interested in leverage. Yeah, go ahead.
There's got to be, at some point, there's got to be some kind of a transaction, because otherwise, why do you even need to? What do you need the blockchain for?
Sure, like for wagering, for exchange of value, for rewards.
It could actually be, though, it could also just be a better way to keep track of your gamer ID and your assets. Game assets could actually be part of it too, which you might earn. You don't necessarily have to buy. And then therefore you do, but then you also have transactions there. I know that's a large model of the crypto nuts. They've been making like composable assets, and then because the assets are on the blockchain, like I could then go make a game with that leverages assets that is already in Cryptonauts. Therefore, anyone that's playing Cryptonauts is automatically getting something to come play our game. And so it leverages their community that they've already established, and so on. And so it could be, it doesn't actually have to be like transaction based with a lot high fees or even actual money.
Yeah. Can I share my screen like for another minute?
Yeah. Well, like I know GP's getting hungry. He looks like, no, I'm just kidding.
I'm right here.
All right.
It's Rafa.
All the time Rafa needs.
All right, so I just wanted to share my transaction was also confirmed. This is pretty magic, like to be able to just bridge like in less than 30 minutes, even when the Bitcoin is heavy. The other thing perhaps I wanted to share to see if the runes deposit also has worked. Let's see. Oh, that's a different account. Okay. That's in a different account. Let's see, where is it? Oh, there you go. So this is my Bitcoin transaction. As you can see, it was processed and confirmed. So that's good news. And then if I go to also my portfolio here, there you go. Remember that here there was 69,000. Now it's 70. And here it was deduced. So essentially I send 1,000 mums from my wallet into the capsule. And if everything has worked, we should see it as well exactly here. You see 70,000. So this has worked perfectly as well. You will have also the same modal progress. So you'll see instead of Bitcoin, you'll see mums on L1 and mums on L2, or dog, right? Or something else. The last thing I wanted to also share was the idea of like off-chain intent messages, which makes the UX, instead of instead of what I showed earlier with, even though it was very, very quick, like just buying a transaction, this is really settling the transaction on Stacks. What you could do is just sign a message. And shout out to Rosar and also to Breeze, who are working on a little different protocols with message intent, like off-chain, a bit like Lightning. Like Breeze is working on something like he calls it pipes, which are decentralized off-chain messages. And that is really cool because there's no 5 seconds waiting at all. It's like instantaneous. It instantly is reflected, and your transaction is eventually settled later on Stacks. So you don't need to wait for the 5 seconds. It's something that also, I think, coupled with the passkey ID, is going to interest me when it comes to games. You could wager, and automatically you'll see that, okay, I'm wagering this much, Welsh token or Leo token. And what you'll do is you'll deposit first. You'll see your balance, and then you can wager and see immediately the reflection in the app. And if you win or lose, you'll see that settlement. You'll see that settlement. Like you'll sign a message, so it'll be reflected right away, but the settlement will happen later. That UX is going to be very interesting.
Very awesome stuff, man. There's honestly it's almost like a little bit of information overload, and it's a lot of stuff I already know. But there's so many pieces here, bits and pieces. And you've been cranking on a lot of this stuff for a long time, and a lot of stuff we didn't even talk about, stuff that you've been building too. So I mean, there's really there's like stuff that you've built in the past.
The kinetic energy is like being stored and built up, and it's just gonna expand and explode. I feel it. I can feel it coming, dude.
It's popping. It's popping now. We're at the event horizon, it feels like.
Yes.
Yeah, not only me, like the entire Stacks ecosystem is brewing. The leadership and capital markets presentation are like world class. The builders are building apps that are audited, that are peer reviewed, that are upgrade. We have V2 contracts for Zest protocol now. Hermetica also is going to leverage. I'm interested to see how Jacob and the team are going to leverage perhaps passkey in another way, like perhaps in double auth, or I don't know what his idea behind this, but again, like having that onboarding frictionless from the Bitcoin L1, as we just saw in this session, that you can deposit Bitcoin as low as 10,000 sats, and then above that, above $100, you use the SBTC bridge, and it's almost free to do it. And then you can either use like Stacks settlement or things like message intent and games and all the wonderful work like you guys are doing, and Hero and AI and AI BTC. This thing is about to explode.
100%, man. There's like the developer energy is fantastic. The community energy, the people that are here that have been cranking, that are like the content creators. There's so much going on, man.
The content creators are becoming developers now because of tools like Lovable. Vibe coding is accessible.
Fair. Yes. That's absolutely accurate. Bro, everyone can be a music producer now.
Yeah, it's insane.
Hero Gamer is producing like sick, radio friendly music. It's insane, and I mean it's crazy. We are in a very, very interesting time, and the people that are here that are cranking that just don't stop, and there's so many guys like Rafa, like GP, Crypto Dude, Trippin' Monkey, Hero Gamer, Blockface. Like this, I could just go on and on. It's incredible what's going on here, and I'm excited to be here. Rafa, I could actually talk to you all day, man. Yeah. We talk often when we're not tied up with other things, but man, it's Hero saying, are you saying I'm a developer? Yeah, kind of, Hero. Yeah. You started making websites, and you're a music producer.
The AI is incredible. Like try try and tinker with Lovable. It's so fast. Yesterday in 4 hours I did 84 commits, and almost like it didn't require much in terms of my
84 credits is crazy,
like-
Rafa.
and talk to the AI, etc. So it's like it's bum 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 bum, and then the app is forming like slowly but surely. And I'm very interested in terms of also like what 3Huna is doing with the music. Like he gave me a crash course on Suno.com. You can follow me at a 3AI3. It's where I produce my AI lo-fi music. That these are areas that are very interesting, and yeah, it's exciting. It's exciting because like it's like things are so fast. Like things are so fast. Like even non-developers, I think non-developers will be better because they don't have the stigma of things have to be a certain way. We have to do this first, a Figma. We have to do that, etc. Which is fine, you know, for like world-class applications. But like for ideas that you just want to, you know, go ahead and see them. You want to produce them in the world right away. We need that explosion of creativity to come, and AI is funneling this and coming to our stack for sure.
It's coming. That's the thing. It's all coming. You know, it's just a matter of we got to be patient and keep putting the work in. Just keep chipping away, as a wise man once told the GPSC.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You keep chipping away, and eventually you'll break down that rock, and then you'll find another thing and another rock to break, and you'll teach people along the way. So that's the powerful part. You see more and more people start to do more and more things.
I think that's actually, you hit on the nail on the head, GP. The magic in this ecosystem is that where everyone supports each other. No one's guarding their ability. We're trying to actually spread it around and help share it and make everyone better. And that's actually the fundamental key of why this is going to work. You know, everything's in line except for the price action, and the price action is a result of the people outside of the ecosystem not understanding exactly what we have here.
Yeah, fundamentals only continue to get better and better, and price action is down across all alts. It's not like Stacks is like bleeding in market cap against other alts. It's just
there's a number of reasons, but one of them is a lack of understanding of what's actually going on here. Unless you're actually hanging out, unless you're actually talking to the people, you're playing around with these apps, you don't understand.
Get into the game with DeOrganized is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to follow. You're supposed to subscribe on YouTube at DeOrganized Media. You're supposed to follow on X, DeOrganized BTC. That is DeOrganized BTC. Get into the know. DeOrganized is where it's at.
Let's go. Also, don't forget to follow Rafa. If you're not following Rafa, you need to follow Rafa. It's what is it now? At Rafa Stacks.
Correct.
And then it's Rafiko. You can look him up. Rafiko. Fact Fun. It's fact.fun. I think is it at fact fun?
Correct.
Let's go.
There's the other one. You don't have one for Capsule yet, right?
Yeah, Capsule is going to be integrated into Fact Fun when it comes to life. I'm still working on the withdrawal piece and putting together, a mind group, like a group of potential signers, or on further understanding what can be done in terms of BitVM, because like if the standard exists, then it makes sense to have the best solution for runes, for the runes community, not just something that is great, that serves a purpose, but having the most the best solution, which is a solution that removes any human interaction or factor into it, is part of an equation where the real explosion, the real backing of one-to-one can happen, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure, man. Awesome. And then the bridge, you do have a Twitter account for, which is
BTC2SBTC, simplest way to deposit Bitcoin in one Bitcoin block. There's the SBTC bridge that we will also integrate into that app, so that if you want to, you will be able to have the option to use the SBTC bridge instead, which is completely free, but is a minimum of around $100 and above. So yes, you can follow that, and it's currently implemented at fact.fund/deposit. And beyond that, I think like all the developers, all the app builders, I think will slowly but surely integrate the bridge so that, you know, the users doesn't have to move away in a different experience, in a different app. They can deposit Bitcoin directly into, you know, the app that they're using directly. Last thing I want to say again, like I'm insisting on this, but it's been great. 501 now. I'm also going to have to jump, but it's such a pleasure to have you guys and to be one of a guest. You guys are really hustlers. I agree with you. The amount of value on Stacks is underappreciated, and most people don't know about it. I see the efforts that are being done by leadership, and I think this will pan out in a way that I think will surprise everyone. That the Stacks technology is ripe for, you know, adoption by, you know, entities that understand the risks they're taking and want the best technology out there, which happens to be Stacks, in my opinion.
So Hero is putting out a PSA real quick. So during this bear market,
I don't want to step on Rafa's awesome sentiment, by the way, but Hero just said that during this bear market, he's renting himself out. If you have loneliness problems, he's here for you to rent.
You're right, Hero.
Hero is going
build a game, and then I'll hook up all the stuff from Stacks for you.
Let's go.
Rafa says build a game so we can generate you some income so you can stop being a gigolo.
Yes.
That's a great note to end up on, guys. It's been a long, awesome day. We've had a ton of great guests, rounding it out with our good friend and awesome dude, Rafa.
Media for the win.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Fact Fund for the win. Let's go.
Thank you all for tuning in. We'll probably have a little bit more replay content. I might replay the segment with George from Bitcoin Magazine yesterday because it's important. This Bitcoin for corporations with what's going on with MSCI. I'm going to let that run after we close out this segment, and then we'll end the stream for the day. You guys still do have a little bit of time to enter for the $200 the 200 stacks contests for the day. We're giving away 200 stacks for the month of December. And thank you all for tuning in today. Thank you again, Rafa, GP. Much love, you guys.
GP.
We'll see you all.
I'll come and demo the smart wallet.
Let's go.
You let us know when.
Cheers, fellas.
Right on.
Take care, Rafa.
Good night, guys. Take it easy, GP. Peace out, guys. All right. We have another guest coming in. A good friend of the show, a good friend of mine. One of the first people I ever actually interviewed on a live podcast, actually, along with our good friend, the legend of Stacks Legends, Jack Vinswitch. We have Rafiko, the man, coming on to talk to us about several things because the guy doesn't stop building. It's incredible, actually. So we're really excited to have him here. And without further ado, and GP might be joining us too. I'm not sure if he's available yet, so I don't see him on his camera. But GP, if you're listening, drop in. We got Rafa coming on. And here he is. What is up, my brother? How are you today?
Hey, everyone.
Looking fresh in that hoodie, my man.
I am.
I should have thought to put on my I only have the t-shirt version. It's a little too cold out these days to just t-shirt only, but I do love mine. I love the color scheme on that.
Thank you. It's there's a lot going on nowadays. I see the stacks what's it called, like the capital markets, and you guys are also inviting lots of people. It's an exciting time to be around in the Bitcoin and stacks ecosystem.
Right. Yeah, there's so much going on. It's impossible to cover it all, man. Like really, it really and truly. What's up, GP?
What's up? What up, Rafa? How we doing? Happy Wednesday, brother.
Hey, happy Wednesday to you, GP. I saw you at a sort of art/NFT conference.
Yeah, dude.
It was
Yeah.
really cool. Like I have lots of sort of colors and pictures and screens and people playing video games. And how
It was
was it?
insane. It was insane. It was at Beeple Studios put it on something for Charleston Art Night, and celebrated artists from the Low Country here in the East U.S. So it was really, really cool, man. Getting to be invited and RSVPing to it, and tons to look at, man. Tons to look. A lot of fun.
How are you guys surviving through all this nonstop shows and live with people and so much information flow coming your way?
The skin of my teeth.
Yeah, it's about this. Yeah, about the same. You know, it's cool. It's awesome, right? And I think between the two of us, and I don't want to just say the two of us because there's a bunch of people that are cranking on the team and pulling their weight and making this go. But I can't say anyone's putting in as much work as GP or myself in anything that I've seen, to be honest. We are hustling. You know, it takes a lot to make this go.
Yep.
And that's why we can get past our warts, actually, because we work so hard. You know, because we do have some warts to get past, like everybody else.
What's this?
Wart? A wart is like a blemish.
Okay.
You know, it's we put a lot of work in it, and to be honest, it's a lot. It is a lot. But you know what though, man? It's rewarding in a number of ways. You know, if you look at who we talked to today, right? We had Adam Bitcoin joined us, who's an interesting character for sure. Number one, I get to talk to GP and Hunter every day, right? That's awesome, just in and of itself. We had the Truth Chain guys on and what Kenny's building and that whole crew, and we were able to give them a spotlight. And then we had we covered the capital markets space, so we got that a little bit broader exposure, which they didn't need our help, but it doesn't hurt getting a few more eyeballs. And then we had Mark on, and what Mark's building is really awesome and interesting, and that needs to get more spotlight. And we got to hang out and chat with Mark for a little while. And then we had Jeff on to talk about Base Dollar, and that's an awesome project. And we got to learn more about what he's building, and we got to know him. He's a new person. Neither one of us really knows him, but he's been in the ecosystem for a long time. And now we're hanging out with Rafa, the man. So, I mean, it's a lot, but there's a lot of value in it, doing it, you know? So, but thank you for bringing, you know, for kind of, it makes it easier to deal with how much effort it is when it's recognized effort.
Yep. You guys are good. Like, you're showcasing so many projects, very talented people across the board, and it almost feels like a lot of things are converging now. And Stacks is maturing as well. The entire Bitcoin, Bitcoin allocators, like different types, like retail. More institutional investors are now also looking at making the Bitcoin productive. And so, it's exciting to see serious builders such as Jeff and others, build the building blocks and making the infrastructure ready for that explosion that is almost inevitable. It's going to happen.
Yes, it's inevitable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So without further ado, I don't know what you guys want to see. Lately, I've been
honestly, what we're oriented towards our guests. So really, it's whatever you want to show. We've never really spotlighted Fact Fun even, but there's a handful of things that you're working on that are very interesting, novel, and cool. And I think people need to know about it. So I'd like to talk more about the capsule project and what you're doing with that. The just the general function of the BTC to SBTC protocol and what the value is there, because I do think that is also a very interesting development. We could even play that game you're working on if you want to. I don't know. Yes. I don't know if it's really up to you, man. So here we're gonna share your screen, and you kind of lead. You talk about what you wanted to show us, and we'll go that we'll go from there.
Yeah. So briefly, FactFun is a launchpad for meme coins on Stacks, and it etches runes also for some of these meme coins that graduate the bonding curve. There's a mechanism which attempts to remove sort of like the malicious business model of snipers. The way it works is you have a pre-launch before the meme is launched in the bonding curve. You've got a signal that is required from the community. There's like 20 seats to be bought. It's sort of like a pre-sale, and you vest your tokens over 4 weeks, which prevents you from dumping right away. And it actually has been quite a good instrument for removing that pump and dump schemes that can be done even by a 4-year-old. And some of those tokens that have passed the bar are very scarce. There's B blocks and FactFun itself, the meme coin. So you can actually create a coin very easily, a little bit like pump fun. But again, you've got this pre-launch mechanism where users can buy into your token. They need to vest for 4 weeks. There's like a vesting schedule. This provides a community signal to that token itself. Like, it's not just that shiny object that a sniper can come and at the lowest price grab everything and then pump it and then dump on people. It's not completely anti-dump, right? This is still a free market, but that initial sort of first price is a privilege of pre-launch holders. We've got two mechanisms here. If you see my screen, I can zoom a little bit. So, ticker, name, description, logo, or GIF if you want to. Then you can decide where your token is going to graduate. Velar is a VC-backed launchpad, has a perp as well, perp DEX. In fact, we have our own Uniswap V2 curve. And then, you've got this pre-launch mechanism where 20 seats need to be bought in by the community, or there's the helicopter pilots, which is an option that actually no token so far hasn't been able to pass that bar. And the cool thing about the pre-launch is, like, again, it's like trying to remove that sniping, almost sniping, malicious and extractive behavior. And the cool thing is, you as a user, if the pre-launch does not graduate to the curve, you can get a full refund, no fees attached. So the way this translates, it's, for example, I think I know a few of them. So this one was launched a long time ago. Nobody ever bought into this. So you can buy a seat. And then if nobody buys, or if it doesn't graduate, then you get a refund. Although once it graduates to the bonding curve, you're now locked and you need to vest. You also get fees from the bonding curves. Like, there's 0.8% that goes back to those people who are vesting. So this was the main idea, and I think I'm quite happy with it because, again, if you look at B blocks, it's the only one that graduated through that mechanism, except FactFun, and it relatively kept its TVL. But I'm sure you guys already know all these things, so it's just a recap.
Yeah, well, I participated in the FactFun launch. I didn't participate in the blocks pre-seat round, but I am familiar with it. But I do think it's very novel. It's definitely worth talking about. I think that there probably should be more awareness of this, because there's a couple of key things here. Number one, it sets intent for a token project ahead of time, because the investors actually have to believe the first investors have to actually believe in the project. It is low risk if you're planning it out and you don't have all your investors ready, where you guys can put in your money. It's there. You can withdraw it if you decide to. It hasn't launched yet, but you can, you have options. But once you're there, it's locked in, and then it does give it time to get out of the bonding curve, which is important.
Yeah.
I
It's
also
high risk, I would say, meme coins are high risk. They're not backed by any sort of promise or revenue. These are like community meme coins. But I agree with you, like the pre-launch mechanism allows you to buy into something. If it doesn't pan out, you can get your refund. And if it pans out, then you're locked into this vesting schedule, and whatever fees the bonding is generating is going to be like 0.8% is going to be redistributed amongst the pre-launch buyers who have given that community signal to that token. Okay, this token is backed by these pre-launch initial buyers who get that privilege of the first price, which is most tokens for the least price.
Right. And I misspoke when I said investors, because it's really, I mean, people do look at it like that, but it is because it's a meme token and it's community oriented. That's really what you're believing in, is the community that you're building the token around. Or the community you're building around the token, depending on which way you're going. But usually in our cases, it's coming out of our community in some capacity. And that gives it some legitimacy as far as the people getting involved early.
Yes,
feel comfortable about it based on the mechanism. But you're not only launching a token on stacks. This also, when you engage in this, does it every time automatically make runes too? Like, do I actually have fact fund runes associated with my fact?
Yes, fact fund has etched runes tokens, and this is based on sort of the community itself. But our plan is to integrate even further when we have the capsule bridge itself, like the capsule mechanism, really solid. Then you'll be able to just etch the runes token, or if you have already like 100% supply of that runes token, you'll be able to bridge it to L2, and then just essentially the SIP10 tokens are minted to reflect the runes tokens, and then trading can start in the same fashion. You've got first the pre-launch mechanism where you need to pre-sell these sort of 20 seats, which lock your community, gives that signal. Okay, these people can literally not dump right away. It's not completely anti-dump, but with a volatile asset such as meme coins, having a vesting schedule over 4 weeks is something that reduces that risk of the Solana pump and dump schemes, and filters out for community-backed tokens. But it's still a meme coin, and the volatility is going to be it's a game, right? It's a game with the community, and volatility is part of the game. But the initial, as you can see here, the initial 4 weeks over here, there's no like one big supply just dumping right away. So it gives that initial birth of a community. It makes it possible.
Yes, exactly. And so I want to, where does capsule come into play?
Right.
How does that come into play as far as the runes go?
Yeah, before I transition to that, I just want to mention that, this is a pool of your meme token that is pooled with SBTC, which is the official stacks wrapped asset of Bitcoin, backed by institutional signers for the SBTC bridge itself, which are chosen, etc. And that this is backed with like real SBTC. So there's one thing that you might want to know is like, how do I get SBTC then to buy the token? So there's the SBTC bridge, which over I think 0.003 or $100, around $100 and above, you can get SBTC in 2 blocks. It's very simple. and it's almost free. Like, it's sponsored by stackers at this point, so there's no real fee to it. And if you wanted to bridge less, because we know that degen users sometimes they play with less money than which makes sense because this is very volatile. Then you could also leverage BTC to SBTC, which is the simplest way to deposit your Bitcoin into SBTC, and it only lasts one Bitcoin block, and it's around $1, $2 if you include the network fees themselves to bridge into stacks.
And there's no price or minimum or as far as how much you can bridge in.
The minimum is around $9. The reason is on the other side, the bridge is receiving the Bitcoins and they need to consolidate them. So if you send too little of UTXOs, like too little, it makes it very economically difficult to provide the service. So if you go to deposit over here, here's a very simple way for you, under $100, you could bridge your Bitcoin in one Bitcoin block. So I can actually demo this, but I'm sure everyone here is familiar. It's just like recap, right?
Right.
But
that's good for it's good for the content. The viewer, the audience may not be familiar.
So if I go to, if I log in, I can log in with my Lether or X1st wallet. I can also log in with my Twitter account, but that's something else. And if I go to deposit Bitcoin, then essentially what I'm doing is I'm swapping some Bitcoin and receiving SBTC into my wallet seamlessly, and that is leveraging Clarity's ability to read the Bitcoin state, and everything is sort of mapped between your Bitcoin address and your Stack's address. You're not relying on an operator to do so. It's all governed by code. So here in the UI, you choose the amount of SBTC you receive, and it adds up that little fee, which you can get the details over here. It's around $1.29. And that's pretty much it. Then you can choose your priority fee on the Bitcoin L1 network. And wallet provider was not found. Let me see. Connect wallet. Let's see if I can. Let's try again. Okay, I don't have enough Bitcoin in this one. I only have $5, and the minimum is unfortunately it's like $10. Let me disconnect and try and connect with another one.
So I'd be lying if I said otherwise, that I'm kind of distracted by the fact that you can log in with your X account on FactFund. I'm not aware of that. That's new information to me. Very interesting, because I'm now looking at my FactFund account and I can connect my X. And so is that if I connect my X, will that actually make me be able to log in with my X and it'll know my wallet? Or is that different? It's just connecting my X account with my wallet.
Currently, it's not linking the wallet and the X account, but I did that X login for
data risk errors, but they are situations where. All right, my friends, it's your old pal Peace Love Music, and we are back. We have another live guest segment today. We have Jeff, the founder of BSD, Base Dollar on Stacks. What's up, Jeff? How you doing today, man? Thank you for joining us today.
Hey, GM. Thank you so much. Happy to be here. And it's great. I'm doing great. I'm getting ready for the holidays.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's fine. You can feel it winding down. Things are getting a little less chaotic, except for us, where we, book back to back interviews on the same day. But
you seem like very, very busy guy to me. Yeah, like when I've been watching more and more like bits and pieces and segments, and I'm like, this guy is always live on the internet, always.
Well, and we started. We've been doing the daily live streams for Monday through Friday for a little over. We're just going on almost a year and a half, about a year and 4 months. We started out of Stacks D Grants Cohort 2 last summer of 2024. And, it's iterated from doing like a 15 to 20 minute, like good morning check-in to an hour-long show to an hour and a half show with a couple of different news segment and a guest spot and game show, and then other segments throughout the day, like different shows. We had Landy coming on and doing TA. We used to produce Melanie's good kitty Melanie's show and Bitcoin and Beyond show. We do the SIP shows on Friday, and then so it was like in October, it was like, you know what? Why don't we just stream all day, and then we can drop in. So some of what we play throughout the day is just reruns of recent content segments. So after I'm done talking to you today about BSD, and I know that there's a ton of people out in the Stacks ecosystem, especially in our audience, that want to know more, very interested in the project. We'll cut that out and we'll replay it throughout the next couple of weeks to get more exposure. So people don't have to just tune into the live, but by doing the live stream all day, we can more accommodate founders like yourself for us to come spotlight. So, but this isn't about me and what we do. This is about you today. So I am relatively new to your project. We met a couple weeks back. There's a project that I've been working on with Rafa, and we had you on to talk to us about some stuff. Just not on, but we had a meeting. That was the first time I met you, and then you just happened to be on the Bitcoin and the Bitcoin Building on Bitcoin show with the BitFlow guys, which is also, they have their show today too, last week, and I heard a little bit more, but I really want to get a handle on what you're building, because I know there are definitely options for dollar stable coins is important. We don't want a centralized system. USDC coming to Stacks is great, but I'm a huge fan of what Jacob's building at USDH, and I think just more options in the marketplace make the ecosystem stronger and better for everybody. So I'm really intrigued about your niche and what you're working on with BSD.
Yeah, nice. Thank you so much for that tee up. And before I jump into that, just to sort of put a final point on everything you were saying about the show, I really appreciate what you're doing for Stacks and what you're doing for Bitcoin, and there's just so much work to go around. So I think you're really providing kind of a valuable service for our ecosystem. So thank you.
Thank you for saying that, man. I really appreciate it. We work hard, and there's a small team behind me. There's a lot of people chipping in, but it's a lot.
Yeah.
It is a lot. If I'm being honest, it's a lot.
Yeah, I can imagine. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm happy to give a little intro, and then I'm happy to talk about BSD based dollar, and then I've also got I've got teed up here to do a live demo on testnet.
Awesome.
And I think it's the first time I've ever live shown people like how to take a loan in BSD, and there's a few other features to look at too. So I'll launch into that. Sound good?
Yeah, actually, why don't we start with a little bit of your background for those that don't know?
Yeah, sure. So I've been doing interface work as either a front end designer or front end engineer or product leader at tech startups for about 20 years now. Got into crypto about 2018. And really was looking for where I could contribute, and happened to get introduced to the Stacks founders back then. And I worked for Hero for a number of years, and then spun out my company I have now. There was a bunch of Hero alumni that spun out small companies all around the same time, like around 4 years ago, when the ecosystem was really decentralizing, and the token launched, and then what we kind of currently think of as like Stacks Stacks 2, or like the first version of Stacks that had smart contracts. All around that time, a bunch of people started little development companies like mine. And worked on a couple different things in Stacks over the years. And been working on BSD now for about a year and a half, like heads down building. And yeah, like we're finally live. We have a live beta that's up right now. And yeah, we've got, you know, real loans, real Bitcoin. We've got real dual stacking working. Like it's been also for us, it's been a long road. And, you know, when you start building one of these protocols, you just always realize that it's like 5 times more work than you thought when you first started. And it's always really, yeah. And it's always, you know, there's always kind of the steep learning curve and kind of hard education on computational tasks that, you know, are pretty simple, but when you try to do them on a blockchain, involve all kinds of funky stuff that you have to design around. So yeah, that is kind of the background. Yeah, I'll kind of launch into what, you know, BSD is and why it exists. Sound good?
Yes, sir. Great.
So, you know, a Bitcoin collateralized stablecoin is not a new idea. There's been various permutations over the years on a couple different L2s. But it's one of the things that, like, the early Stacks team, like us, when we sat around thinking, like, why would we want to build a blockchain in the first place? It's to enable things like this. This is like very core building blocks of Bitcoin DeFi. So, you know, Bitcoin lending and stable coins. So I've been talking about this idea with the early Stacks team for, I don't know what now, 5 or 6 years, you know? And so I also was a really big fan of liquidity on Ethereum. I just thought the mechanism was very elegant, and I thought it was a kind of beautiful hybrid between a lending protocol and a stablecoin. And so I always thought that had a lot of value, and I thought it was like a you know, a mechanism that really leaned on the strengths that you get on a blockchain and really can't be done in CeFi, and is really something quite special. And so I kind of like, I don't know, fell in love with the idea, I guess you might say. So that's really one big motivating factor. Not to mention the fact that, you know, there's sort of huge markets in lending, huge markets in stablecoins. So yeah, the closest thing that exists currently on Stacks is Arcadeco. So but Arcadeco started as a Stacks-based collateral stablecoin, and they've kind of added Bitcoin, and we wanted to just do Bitcoin from the jump, and wanted to also include, you know, all of the sort of like latest and greatest mechanism design insights that the Liquidity team had, and which is like, you know, effectively it's like Liquidity 2, which is the current version that's running on Ethereum. So we you know, we like look to them as thought leaders and say, how are they solving these problems, and then essentially copy them. So a nice way to summarize like what BSD is, that stands for Bitcoin synthetic dollar. And a nice way to summarize what it is it's liquidity on Stacks, but instead of ETH, you know, you swap in Bitcoin. That's like the simplest explanation. The core mechanisms are roughly the same. And yeah, I mean, it allows you to lock your Bitcoin. This is SBTC in this case, and mint a synthetic dollar against that as a loan. And it's a closed loop system. So you know, there's no fiat, there's no like under collateralized borrowing. It's like a system that is designed to add debt as long as the Bitcoin is backing that amount of debt, and then to wind down that debt or deleverage that debt in an orderly fashion, so that the system is always over collateralized. And the idea of minting stable coins against collateral is very old and very simple, but all of the complexity around that, what I just said, comes in with the liquidations and the redemptions, and also tracking, tracking the vault state across many vaults, and trying to do aggregate operations on them on a blockchain is very tricky. So all of the, it's like 80 or 90% of the work is the last few things I mentioned, but the core mechanism is pretty simple. Yeah, I'll pause there. Do you have any other questions before I go into the demo? Like any other?
Yeah. So it's similar to with all the regulatory that's coming on around dollar stable coins. A lot of people are suggesting ways to, leverage. Basically, it seems like they're trying to establish, the traditional, the government and the traditional finance system are trying to establish rules around stable coins, which mean that they have to be T-bill backed. It seems like that's the goal. I don't think that that's necessarily the right way to go. I can see why they would want to, but it seems like what you have now and how it's designed now is basically similar, except for instead of a T-bill, you're just backing it with Bitcoin. I mean, is that more or less how do you peg the price of the dollar? How does it stay at $1 for a BSD token?
Yeah. I probably won't go into a deep legal analysis, but I think my guess is that you'll probably see additional guidance and things come out in the future that specifically address mechanisms that are not, T-bills held by, a private entity, or like I guess it could be like a public entity as well. That's like I think that there's like a distinction between those two things, and there could be further regulations around other mechanisms as well. But you were asking how it works. That was the question.
Yeah. How does BSD maintain? How is the dollar value pegged for the Bitcoin synthetic dollar?
Sure. Yeah. So it follows the same mechanism that Liquidity uses. And so I don't know if they were the first to figure this out, but they were one of the earliest teams to kind of figure this out, which is it's like a redeem mechanism. So the basis for it is that there's a protocol operation called redeem, and you can always bring BSD to this function in the contract and say, I've got BSD and I want to exchange it for like face value, the same exact face value in dollars for the underlying Bitcoin. So like you can. The reason it's worth $1 is because you can kind of always go exchange it for $1 worth of Bitcoin.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the core mechanism. And so that alone, that kind of what that does is that's almost like a singular trading venue that will always consider BSD worth $1. And then you can imagine other trading venues like exchanges where it goes off that peg, right? Like it could be just the way like Bitcoin trades for different prices on different markets. Same thing is happening here. BSD could trade for different prices in different markets. But the sort of game theory around that is that if the price is above or below, it doesn't matter. In both cases, there's an arbitrage you can do. So you can basically by minting and redeeming BSD, you can basically just make money doing that. Just make a profit doing that, and in doing so, you will nudge the price closer to equilibrium. So if it's above, you'll push it down, and if it's below, you'll push it up. And so like I said, the sort of game theoretic kind of aggregate behavior of this is that the price kind of always seeks $1 through time. And so that all sounds like very hand wavy and fancy, but I mean, Liquidity's been doing this for about 5 years without it.
Sure. Well, and honestly, it makes sense because if I see it on Bitflow and it's trading for under $1, I know I can buy it and then take it over and exchange it for Bitcoin at $1 and play the arbitrage there.
Correct,
so that seems like a no-brainer to me.
Yeah. And in fact, I think it's last time I checked, it actually is on Bitflow. Like it actually is trading above $1 on Bitflow, so you can go harvest that. I don't know what size that is. That might only be worth like $10 a profit, but anyway, that's the point, or that's the concept.
Sure. No, and that's awesome. I mean, that will peg it to $1. If I can always exchange it for what the $1 worth of Bitcoin is more or less on the market right now, then then it's just an arbitrage play elsewhere, so that's I like the model. I think it's very interesting. By the way, introducing you, I don't know if you've met GP, my main co-host and partner in crime over here at DeOrganized. He was handling some stuff for Zest Protocol, and he's done with that. He's a community manager over at Zest, amongst many hats he wears.
Hey, what's up,
nice.
Jeff? Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, we haven't met, so it's great to meet you. Thanks so much.
Man. I've been really interested. It seems like BSD kind of just like popped up out of nowhere, and I was like, "What is this BSD?" And then I'm seeing Tycho and others post about base dollar, and it's awesome to get to connect and kind of understand more about it over the last couple weeks, and then also got to listen in whenever you talk to Diego and Dylan from BitFlow. So really cool stuff, and congrats on the launch of your liquidity pool over there as well. And yeah, man, cool stuff.
Nice. Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it. We made a lot of noise about it when we first started developing it, like I said, about 1.5 years ago. And then, we thought it would actually, development on it would go a lot faster. And so we really went into a cave basically for a while and then came back out. So yeah, thank you for all the kind words.
Of course, man. So I guess, my question to you is like, what's next? Like, where can they follow and all of that stuff? I've got your page up here.
Yeah, it's on
website. Take a look. Just saying. Let's take a look at the. Tell the people where to find you guys as well. At BSD Money, right? That is your at.
Yeah, correct.
Awesome, man. Awesome.
Yes, this is good. BSD.money, and then BSD Money on X is a great spot. That's a good place to start. A bunch of long form content there, all the links you need. Yeah.
Awesome.
And
started your
we started it about 2 weeks ago, probably ish. Yeah, and you were asking about what's next. Yeah, our besides the beta, launching dual stacking support. So the Bitcoin that you use as collateral as earning was a big one. Getting the BitFlow pool is a big one. We're working right now on we kind of heard that people are interested in looping, right? So you can basically loop you can take the BSD and buy more Bitcoin with it and do so in loops. And you might kind of wonder why would you want to do that? I mean, there's like leveraged exposure to Bitcoin, but probably a more compelling reason is to buy more Bitcoin and then deposit it into the vault, and then you can basically roughly triple the amount of SBTC that you have earning with dual stacking. So we've been working on that. We've got a calculator for that, and we actually have done some simulations of that and found the places where there's inefficiencies or just goofiness. And so we're polishing that up. I don't know how much people actually want to intend to actually do that, since it's kind of it's definitely a riskier use case. So I wouldn't encourage anybody to do it, but we're at least going to demo that and create some content around it and sort of say like, hey, this machine of ours can do this crazy looping thing. That's another big one. I think besides that, after that, those are like the core features. We also have worked on, I'm not sure if we're going to release or not, but we're working on like a rebate program to basically just give back the fees to the early users. And then another big one too, which is kind of like in a skunkworks state, is we have a really nice chatbot actually. So we've got a super AI enabled chatbot with its own custom tooling like toolkit that can query our database directly. And so you can basically ask it anything about the protocol. It's like, it's probably about halfway as good to being like me as far as the protocol. I mean, it knows everything in the docs. It knows how the contracts work. And like I said, it has live state to the protocol. So you can ask it like, hey, my particular loan, like, what do you recommend for like, if I want to increase the collateral ratio or decrease the collateral ratio or whatever, like anything you want, can you advise me on that? And it can just, look up all the details about your loans, like live specific details, and then like give you like specific customized advice. So that's like, I think that's very interesting and very forward thinking, and like I'm really proud of our work on that. The caveat on that and why it's taking longer is because just like any other AI thing, it hallucinates more than we like, and we're trying right now to get it to really just behave the right way and not give people false answers, you know. So especially when you're asking about a detailed specific thing, like what is the collateral ratio on my loan, you need it to give you and you're trusting that answer to like give you guidance on, is my loan healthy and is my loan safe? It can't hallucinate or say anything, you know, inaccurate. And in fact, if it somehow can't grab the data, it needs to say, I can't get the data, I'm sorry, and not just hallucinate a crazy answer that's made up. And that's some of the, I think they're very bread and butter, like AI or agent challenges, but we're working on that right now. I think that will be, I'm not sure, I'm also not sure on that, like how much actual growth that will drive, but it's certainly like a really impressive chatbot. Like I'm kind of amazed at what our engineer has done with it. So that's also coming up probably like early January or mid-January.
Very cool. Very cool. So I am definitely, just because I love to understand how things work and I understand the risk, and, you know, just preface, this is not financial advice. We're just learning how this all works. But the idea of looping is very interesting to me, because it is a way to leverage with maybe more control than in some other circumstances, and leverage your Bitcoin position and accumulate more Bitcoin. You were going to take us for a walk through the beta. Can you kind of show us what it would look like to loop to do that?
Yeah, potentially. Like I let's see here. I probably won't be able to show you that end to end because, like I said, I'm going to use testnet because the actual, you know, live mainnet setup is like a multi-sig, and it's just like there's a lot of complexity to it. So testnet is exactly the same, only I can sign transactions and stuff in 5 seconds, and also it's fake money, so we can play with it more. The problem is I'm not sure if I can actually swap on Bitflow on testnet. I don't think I can. I think. Oh,
so you wouldn't be able to actually purchase.
Yeah. I gotta go take the BSD and buy.
You can show us. You can actually show us the mechanisms, and then we can talk through the next step after that.
Sure. I'll probably start with just showing you kind of like the basics of how it works. Just like to start a new loan, and then we can work our way up to that if we have time. Sound good?
Sounds good to me.
Cool. Let me see if I can get the screen sharing working the right way here. Give me a moment. Right. Okay. I think I got it.
Yep. There we go. You are on, sir.
Vault 14. There we go. Right. Cool. So yeah, this is the view. My account has already created a handful of vaults. So this is not exactly what you'd see when you start fresh, but it's pretty close. So I'll walk you through creating a new vault, and then I'll show you some of the details on these existing ones. So yeah, like the first step, this is like the core mechanism. So I'll probably kind of explain a lot of details here. So step one is adding some collateral, and kind of everything else, follows from there. So, depending on the value of that collateral, which is like computed, on the fly, that kind of tells you how much you can borrow and like what your collateral ratio will be, right? Let me see if I can get this a little bigger without ruining the layout. Is that a little bit better?
Yeah, that's good. And actually, we'll put us off to the side. So
nice.
That's good.
Yeah. So how much collateral you have and how much it's worth kind of like sets the tone for everything else. And so the app auto populates just some default values for you. Probably the one that's important and also super familiar to most people is collateral ratio. So this is like how close to the full value of your Bitcoin is your borrowing worth. So it automatically picks 150 as the default, as you can see, you can make the numbers safer and like harder to get liquidated essentially, or you can do it riskier all the way down to 120, which is 10% above your liquidation. But this is kind of like the first important decision to make. One of the things I'm really proud of with BSD and this like style of mechanism is there's not like a lot of trading like complexity and risk for sort of like UX, in the sense that users are like totally in control. Like every parameter about the way this thing works, you have control over, and you can decide yourself. So it's unlike a vault or something where there's other people managing your money and making all these decisions for you and taking complexity away for you. This is like all controls are available to you type product. So anyway, I'll just leave it at around 150. So we're locking up $85,000 of Bitcoin, and we're borrowing $56,000 against it, or 56,742 BSD. And then then you set the interest rate. And the one thing that's a little screwy right now is that we have some vaults that are on the testnet that have like crazy high interest rates because it's fake money, and our devs put in 20% APY and stuff for testing. So this estimate is not really correct. And as you can see, you can lower this all the way down to 0, and your redemption buffer is 0, but you can also just tick it up a tiny bit and probably get a buffer that's a little bit higher. Yeah, so like 47% is a gigantic buffer at 3.29. So there's just some squirreliness around this on testnet, but you pick your own interest rate on BSD, and
so the interest, the lower the interest rate, the more risk of. So I don't quite understand redemption buffer.
Yeah, I'll tell you. Yeah. Exactly. That's probably the trickiest part of the BSD protocol is how this interest rate and redemption buffer thing works. And it's also confusing to people on liquidity as well. So you can see right there again, because we've got relatively few vaults here. Like you can see the numbers switching between 47 and 4 as I move this. That means there's like a vault sitting in between those two numbers that's like eating that chunk of the range. What it means is that, like I said, when people redeem from the protocol for the peg, that Bitcoin has to come from somewhere, right? Like we're not a bank. We don't like hold a bunch of Bitcoin on the side and sort of, pay deposits and withdrawals out of the same pile. Like there's essentially no extra Bitcoin in this system. And so when you need to go redeem, you have to pull that Bitcoin from somewhere. So what happens is the vault that has the lowest APY in the system, it draws from, and it's when you do that, the redemption, it pays off the debt, and it takes the collateral and then gives a like bonus to that vault. So some people are happy to do that because they profit in the process, and then other people are really averse to that because they're like, hey, I don't want anybody to redeem my Bitcoin. I want to keep that Bitcoin for myself forever, and I don't want to part with it no matter what happens. And so you can choose your risk appetite, using this mechanism. And
so I can actually set my APY to a lower point where if it gets redeemed at that point, they're actually redeeming the Bitcoin. I end up. So how does that work though? I still have my BSD, so I can still redeem that at some time.
Well, you can. That's right. Exactly. You keep the BSD, and they pay off your debt, and also they pay off your debt and take your Bitcoin, and also give you some profit in the process. So you don't lose money in dollar terms. In fact, you gain money. Well, what you lose is the underlying Bitcoin. But you gain in dollars and lose in Bitcoin, I guess.
Right. So you can't pay off your loan and get your Bitcoin back. You can only redeem the BSD.
Yeah, but then So if you found yourself in that situation, then you become another redeemer, and so on and so forth until the chain, stops. You can always so either if it's either through redemption or through closing your vault, either one, they're both routes to get your Bitcoin back. But it's definitely superior to to lock up your Bitcoin as collateral and mint, and then pay off your debt directly, because there's fees associated with redeeming, and then also that debt is over collateralized. So to get all of your collateral out, you need to like your extra collateral, right? Because it's over collateralized. You need to manually wind down your vault. So like redeeming and paying off debt are two different operations, really. It's a bit in the weeds. I can explain that more in a second. But anyway, the important part is that the redeem is like a core mechanism that helps BSD stay soft pegged to $1. And this is like the risk tolerance you have for being included in those redeem operations. And so the actual interest rate. So another way to sort of say about this is like in our docs, is like, this is a market, really, right? So every vault chooses this, decides this answer for themselves about what they want to pay. And then the market like moves and adjusts as the perceived risk changes. And so if there's no redemptions for a while, maybe everyone becomes more aggressive and lowers their interest rate. And then if there is a lot, they might raise it. And the average and stuff will shift over time. And an important part about that is we run on like epochs. So every 2 weeks, every week, we have a little process that runs that basically takes, so you can change this APY anytime you like. You can update it 10 times a day if you want to, but that's kind of like a commitment to change it. And then every week, all of those updated rates kind of like snap into place, right? So there's some game theory around why it needs to kind of operate that way to allow people to not like game it and abuse it. So it's sort of like every week you get to redecide this answer and decide your risk tolerance. And also the rate is not important. What's important is where you fall in the stack of other vaults. So like it's the relative number that's important, not the absolute number. So 0.79 might be a very risky number in the beginning, and then it might become a very safe number 2 months from now, or vice versa. So this is like an active monitoring thing. And another plan that we have to like work on here, which we haven't actually worked on yet, but we have like an affordance in the protocol design for it, which is like to create like a service that you just delegate this to, and then you tell the service like, my risk tolerance is the following, and it will auto adjust the rate every week for you to like buy you the amount of safety that you want to aim for, because you don't want to have to like mess with checking on this every week.
Oh, so you're going to be able to automate that so that it stays less risky if you want to?
Correct. Well, right now you have to specify like, this is the rate. Like, so I'm going to pay, my APY is, 0.79% per year. But if you say like, and that's to buy myself roughly 5% of buffer. But if I wanted to, let's say do a little bit higher. Yeah. So this is, like I said, this is hard, but like do it a little bit higher and say like, oh, I always want to be around 50%, right? Then there's a service, that, or again, this is a liquidity thing. They have this. There's like a service you can delegate this decision to, and just say, keep me at 50%. Like just modulate the interest rate as you need to hit 50% within some boundaries. And so that's like
that rate means that 47% of the rate, the relative rates are above where you are or below where you are, so they're going to get paid off first.
Kind of. What it means is that 47% of all BSD has a lower interest rate than you do.
Okay.
So
it's
basically like 47% of all the debt across all of the vaults will be redeemed before your vault will be redeemed.
Okay. Yeah. So if you keep it at 50, you should be generally safe, unless there's a huge fluctuation or a lot of volatility in and out kind of thing.
Yeah, a lot of volatility would do it. Like major entries or exits out of the Bitflow pool might do it. But I think that like my gut level from just watching like the liquidity ecosystem and sort of my own thinking about it is probably like even 20 is like super conservative. I'd say probably more like 10 or 15 is probably a reasonable target. And so analytics around this and stuff is kind of like a hot topic for us, and I'll show you some analytics for it in a second. Anyway, this is a decision that you need to make, and then you're done. So you basically have a borrow fee, which right now it's set to 0, and then this is how much BSD you're gonna mint in the process. So those are our 3 choices: is add how much collateral, decide how much to borrow, and decide what you want to pay as the interest rate. I know that's like a lot of stuff to cover, but it's just those 3 choices.
But it's what makes the mechanism function. You know, these are, and I actually think it's a really clever design. You know, it's interesting. I know you're saying I'm not familiar with liquidity, so this is all very new to me.
Yeah, it's a way to get dollar-like behavior with an over-collateralized, sort of valuable asset backing it, and no fiat, and no custody, no counterparties. It's just code running. It's smart contracts and a keeper that triggers some of these things, like some of these operations and things. But that's it. So I'm ready to go ahead and mint. Sound good?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. So like I said, we'll lock 1 Bitcoin and add and get ourselves 56,000 BSD. Yeah, you guys can't see the leather pop up, but
we cannot. But we know. But we're familiar with not being able to see that, or we do a lot of the screen sharing depending on who's on and what's going on. So I know what that's like. For the viewers watching, Jeff's getting his browser wallet pop up to confirm the transaction, and now it's already going through.
Cool. Yeah, so that was successful, and there's a few different sort of error states and things if it doesn't go through, or if there's some kind of post condition not met or whatever. Another thing I'm pretty proud of is we've got really good post conditions set up on all of our transactions. So there's I don't even know. There's probably 20 plus things that can not be set up right, and so you really have tight assurances when you say only this much SBTC is going to exit my wallet, and I'm gonna receive this much BSD, or the whole thing will abort. It's very, very complete in that sense. So yeah, here we go. So this is Vault 15. We just created it. There's no chart data for it yet. That has to buffer. I think that's on a 10-minute sort of buffer time. So we'll have to wait for that. But you can see just the parameters that we put in there. So we got this much. Go off that. We got this much BSD borrowed. We got this much collateral ratio, 150%, the interest rate, and then the buffer, 47% or that equates to about 70,000 BSD. That's before us, and then a few other details here. But every operation we do will also be very here with the transaction, which is really convenient. And so like I said, this whole product is very very composable and very kind of user controlled. So you can at this point everything unlike CFI loans or a loan I'm trying to give a good example, Lending, for instance, a CFI loan that has a fixed term and it has penalties and all this other kind of stuff. This is everything that all the parameters we just set, we can adjust at any point we like. So we can borrow more, we can pay our debt down, we can add collateral, or we can remove collateral, and we can change the APY. So, and that's a free for all. You can do it.
So I
over much. You can do it 10 times a day. You can do whatever. Yeah.
So I can actually add BTC. I could buy SBTC with my BSD.
Yeah.
And then add that SBTC right into the vault. So I don't have to create another. I don't have to redeem the vault and open up a new one. I can just add the SBTC to that vault, and then that strengthens my position, makes me less volatile, less risk, and or I can then also potentially borrow more BSD.
Yes, correct. That's the looping, right? You just keep on doing that in a loop, basically. So yeah, you can see right here in this little panel, this is the total amount. I had some, other BSD I minted before, so that's why I've got more. I've got SBTC here. So this is like my balance, you know, that's specific to this app. So each of these has its own little wizard, just like the borrow or just like the vault creation screen does. So like the borrow tells you like, this is where everything currently stands. And if I say, what if I want to borrow 5,000 more, for instance, right? And it basically gives you a readout on like the old collateral ratio was 150. The new collateral ratio will be 139. But it's like, oh, I want even more. I'm willing to take even more risk, right? You can just see how as I'm borrowing more and more, this collateral ratio is going down, down, down. And it also should tell you, yeah, it tells you right here the liquidation price. So like I think this is a little bit easier to understand. So it's like if Bitcoin goes down to this amount, like which is not, you know, it's not that far away from the current price.
No, it's definitely within the potential. It could happen right now with where the price is.
Yeah. So then you'd be liquidated, right? Your loan would be like forcibly closed. You keep your BSD, but the protocol takes your Bitcoin. So you have to play with this. This is a risk tolerance thing, and this is like how actively you want to monitor the vault and what your risk tolerance is. But that's borrowing more, and then you can also repay, and then you can, like I said, add or remove SBTC. So you can say, I think this is what you were saying before. So imagine we went and took our I think 56,000 BSD, and we went to Bitflow and swapped it. Then you would get, you know, you'd have like, I don't know, 0.6 or something more SBTC, right? And so, yeah, so your old collateral ratio is 151. Your new collateral ratio would be 242. And you would be able to borrow an additional 124,000 BSD, right? So you just like bumped up your borrowing capacity. So I can take it down to 0, and you can see as I'm adding BSD or as I'm adding SBTC, my capacity to borrow is just going up, right? So yeah, that's, like I said, it's really customizable and composable. And then I'll also mention you can change the rate as well. So, and we have delegate, but it's not working yet. But you can see like just make it more risky. You can see current interest rate, no pending change to the interest rate, and your buffer information here. And then yeah, you can see like this is how this change is going to affect the buffer. So 47 down to 4. So this is just like all of these screens are basically saying you can adjust the vault setup that you created in the beginning. And yeah, I'll pause there. I can mention some of these other features if you guys want, or I can answer questions.
I think there's a lot of moving parts, but I think it's pretty straightforward once you kind of get a handle on what they all mean. Obviously, this is something that is a little bit more of an advanced user. At least getting into the more complex strategies on it. If you're just looking to borrow and get a little bit of capital to deploy, borrow against your Bitcoin, you can do that. That's pretty straightforward, and you can do it with pretty low risk based on the tools you have here. But there is also a lot more. People can engage in more complex strategies like looping. I think it's really interesting, man. I think it's a great tool to have in the ecosystem. Very cool, and definitely would love to. So, what are the other tools that you were looking at up the top?
Yeah, sure. I was just going to show you. This is a vault I created already, and the charting process is already run on it, so you can see how the collateral ratio is changing over time, like with the trend of the Bitcoin price, basically. And then also same thing over here. You can see how your redemption buffer is changing in real time in comparison to everybody else, right? So for this chart, you want this chart to look like solid red lines going up and dotted red lines going down. That kind of indicates health. And when they cross, then you need to be paying attention. So can't scroll over this here, but yeah, it's just basically because this guy's redemption buffer is down to 12. It's starting to throw warnings at me and say, hey, you should be worried about that.
So if that went over that top line, he would be he would be over his liquidation ratio.
They're not, yeah, they're not the same data. It's kind of maybe it's a confusing chart, but they're two different data sets. But you know, you want to know, basically you want to know what your buffer is and how it's trending, and then you also want to understand the average of all the other vaults. Is it trending up or down? Like, you need a directional sort of understanding here. And so you want your buffer to be high, and you want to know, like, are you on the good side or the bad side of the trend, basically.
Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of
sense. I'll quickly mention just a couple of other things. One is the stability pool, which is basically how holders at BSD take advantage of liquidations to earn some profit. So this is another liquidity invention, and it's basically like rather than have like outside liquidators, it's like a built-in liquidator into the protocol. So this is how vaults get liquidated is with the stability pool. So you can deposit BSD here and wait for liquidations to happen, and then profit off those when they happen. And this chart kind of gives you some insights about what to expect about upcoming liquidations.
Oh, so I could actually deposit, instead of depositing into a vault and withdrawing BSD, I could also deploy my Bitcoin. Or is it, I'm sorry, you're adding BSD here, or you're adding Bitcoin?
Yeah. The way this works is BSD goes in and Bitcoin comes out at a 10% profit.
Okay. So I create a vault. I withdraw, I take out BSD, or I create BSD, borrow that against my Bitcoin, and then I can deposit that in here. And that is used to
liquidate vaults that have a bad CR, that have where their CR gets too low.
That pays off the vaults at a profit.
Yep, correct. Yeah. So the vaults liquidate when they're at 110 collateral ratio, and so the 100% is what's clears out the debt, and the 10%, right, the remainder goes to the people that deposit into this pool.
Oh, so that can be pretty lucrative.
Yeah, in fact, there's this is a very bursty kind of thing. Like, when there's no liquidations, the APY is nothing, and then when there's liquidations, the APY is quite high. And like around the October 10th crypto crash that happened, just a couple months ago, the liquidity APY on the same mechanism went sky high. I don't know what it was. It was like over 100%.
I'm sure it went, because there was drawdowns.
So that's one other feature, and then the redeem is what I mentioned to you before. So if I'll just say we minted about 50,000 BSD, so I'll put 5,000 in here. Uh-oh, that does not seem correct. Single redeem max. Wow. I don't know why it's doing this. This is funky. This is a funky thing on testnet, because it's not working this way on prod. Anyway, you put in the amount of BSD that you want to redeem, and it basically gives you a quote right here, and then you just click redeem, and there's a fee associated with redeem. So you're basically again trading BSD for SBTC. So this is the quote of what you'll get, including the fees.
Very cool, though. I understand testnet's buggy. You don't ever know what's going on. We actually, for a lot of times, we haven't done it as much recently because GP got overworked. We're not doing the night show as much as anymore. But we used to have testnet devs come on all the time. And we would literally just try to break stuff. So it's we know what that's not a thing at all. We're just walking through, seeing how it works, and that's actually almost a good sign when you see things on testnet get a little wonky. But it makes sense how this would work. You're redeeming. You're going to get SBTC in exchange for that BSD. There is a redemption fee. It's 1.7% on there. Is that is that fee variable? Does that change over time? Is that just what you guys set based on?
It's like a pressure amount, and it cools down over about 3 days. So when you redeem a big amount, the fee goes up, and then it takes 3 days to cool back down to its lowest, which is 5% or 0.5%. So it's to prevent like there's a few, I think, like kind of like game theory abuse vectors where you're just like redeeming more and more and more and creating more and more and more debt. And so it's to like cool down that behavior, basically.
Right. No, and that makes sense because it stabilizes the platform too. It helps stave off a run. Yeah,
correct. So anyway, yeah, that's just an automatic thing in the smart contracts where the fee is like basically dynamic. And like I said, if you do a big redemption or somebody else does a big redemption, you're better off waiting a couple of days for it to cool down to get the like lowest price.
So that redemption fee is platform wide. It's not based on an account. So if another whale makes a huge redemption, the redemption fee is going to be high for a couple of days.
Yeah, it applies to everybody equally. Yeah, correct.
Is there a cap on that fee?
There is. It's some parameter set somewhere. I don't know what it is. It's probably, if I had to guess, it's probably 5%, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense too, because I mean it needs to function properly. You know, it has to have enough teeth to to protect the platform.
Yeah.
But man, this is really cool. Very well thought out, well designed. I know you took some of the design from Liquidity, but it's still a really cool product. It's unique to what's on Stacks. There's nothing quite like this on the platform, so I'm really very excited. And are you looking for people to test it out right now? What's going on? Or we're just waiting for mainnet launch, and then at that point you're going to be you're ready to go?
Yeah, I mean we're doing like a private beta, so we have like a handful of folks that have joined. You know, I can like send a like a registration link or just like manually approve addresses, and so it's all working on mainnet right now. You know, I've got a bunch of BSD minted with real Bitcoin, so it's all functional. It's just in a private beta, and so yeah. Happy to have people test it and play with it. And the best way to do that is just to reach out to the BSD handle, like DM or DM me. Like just basically all I need to do is send you a link in order to get started.
Awesome. We will definitely, both GP and I, we don't have as much time as we used to, but we love pushing buttons and trying stuff out. We do give feedback. So be happy to test out for you. Shoot me a link.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or we can get some addresses over if that's easier for you. We just whitelist.
Yeah.
I know I don't always speak for GP, but I know I can speak for him on this, that he'd also love to try it out.
Yeah, I want to tinker.
Yeah, good for that.
Yeah, man. Awesome stuff. We did go, I know I told you it'd probably only be about like 15 to 30 minutes. But we're chatty. We chat a lot, and you actually had a lot to go over. There's a lot of moving parts there. So I really think that this was great. I think it was a great opportunity to get our audience exposed in depth with visuals on what you guys are doing. So really awesome having that. It takes me a couple of days because of the way everything runs, and because we're on I can't even start editing clips until after the live stream's over, which won't be till later today. And then I gotta wait for the transcript to upload so I can really do it right. So it might be a couple of days before I get the full segment, but we'll also replay this a few times throughout the next couple of weeks. So it'll get a little bit more exposure to the audience on the regular for a little bit. And then would love to have you on again sometime soon when things are more mainnet full launch and everything like that too. I really think it's a great project you're working on, Jeff.
Nice. Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate the exposure and the chance to show this off.
And it's at BSD Money on X, and it's bsd.money is the website that people can go check it out now. You got docs on there and stuff like that people can go through.
Yeah, that's the right two places to go look. And like you mentioned, there's a really like robust documentation site. Every single thing I mentioned and said is all explained there, and a bunch of other like product comparisons and FAQs and all kinds of stuff.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much for joining us today. And we'll definitely have you on again soon. Like what you're working on, and thank you guys all for tuning in. We will actually be back again with one more guest, and about half an hour, Rafa is going to come walk through Fact Fun, his capsule project, and the BTC to SBTC project he's working on. So we got more live content coming on. Jeff, any last words before we sign off?
No. Let's see here. I love Bitcoin, and I love working on things that enhance Bitcoin. And
Right on.
Yeah, it's been a long road with this, and I'm just very proud of our team and what we've built, and excited to share more.
Awesome stuff, man. Looking forward to more from it, and thank you for the work you've been putting in. It's really cool stuff you're working on, and it's making Bitcoin better, which is what we're all here for.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Right on. Thanks for joining in, GP. Always a pleasure having you as well. And we'll be back with Rafa in about 40 minutes. I'll put something on in the meantime. Thank you all for watching. Stay tuned, and we'll be back later. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. All right, my friends. We have a great treat for you. Our good friend, Bill and Mark from the Cafe Crew and called Eight. Friend of the show, a friend of mine. I love the Cafe Crew. I really appreciate so, I'm putting things down. Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Good morning. How are you doing today? Can you hear me okay? Because I don't know, your audio's coming in a little weird for me.
My audio?
Yeah, it just sounds like quiet. Yeah.
Is that a little better?
Yeah, that's way better. Yeah.
I was talking into the side of my microphone.
Yeah, I've been there. Don't worry.
It's only our fourth show today.
I know, you've been going. You don't even know where the microphone is anymore. You're still half awake.
I'm on my second pot of coffee, actually.
Yeah, I drink these things. My coffee spoon just keeps getting bigger every day. I notice I'm like getting a bigger spoon. It's gotten to the point where it's like a ladle now.
You need it, man. You know, and that's the trials and tribulations of being a founder, or in your case, a multi-founder. So, you know, we just gotta take the stimulus as we can.
Yep, honestly, I wish I didn't need it, but man, I'm always going. So but you know,
I got bad news for you. You're still a young man.
I know, that's the problem. I used to be able to, man, you know, when I first started, I would do 2 days on, 1 off. And when I say that, I mean, I would go 48 hours straight. I wouldn't sleep. And then I would take like a full 24 hours and sleep like 18 hours. And I would be so productive.
Your day off isn't really a day off. It's like you're just sleeping.
Literally just sleeping.
But it's, you know, you might be a little bit more productive in that kind of.
I was, though. That was the thing. You got into that, you know, flow state, and you have 48 hours of flow state, and you were like, wow, I have done, you know, a month.
And you feel really good after.
Yeah.
You sleep well. That's why you're able to sleep for an 18 hours.
Baby. Yep, exactly. And it was easier because, like, I'd be in college, and there'd be 3 of us together, and we'd be all hyping each other up. And so that helps, too, when you got all the boys with you.
Very cool. Very cool. So, you know, we can actually talk about whatever you want to talk about. This is for you to let us know about anything. But I know dataing is kind of your baby right now. You've been putting a ton of time and effort and resources into that, and very cool stuff going on with it. I am part of the tester group, although I haven't had a chance to really dig into it for a little while. There's just so many things I'm got my hands in. I am in that DM group though, and I know you guys have been doing there's some interesting things going on there. So why don't you tell us what dataing is, what the purpose is, or at least the upfront purpose. And I know that there's a couple of things that you're seeing it. It provides value in a couple of different ways.
Yeah, no, definitely. So, I mean, from a very high level, we're trying to create an AI that is purpose built to find people love and perpetuate love. So it fundamentally is supposed to understand you and then understand who you should meet and why, and how you can maintain and improve those relationships in your life that bring value to your life. So it's kind of meant to prevent people from being lonely and sad, and find them the people that they should be meeting that are going to make their lives better, but also help them understand those people so that the relationships that they do start can be as, strong and stable as possible. And so it's been a process of, firstly understanding who is someone, how can we understand who someone is from their digital footprint, from what they provide, from what they're willing to share with our AI. And then understanding, okay, based on all of these things, how can we understand who they should be with, or who they're going to like, or who they might want. And then once you have those two pieces, then you start to figure out, okay, now how do we make this relationship even better, knowing these two people and what they want fundamentally? How can we find things that they're going to enjoy and that are going to improve their lives? So it's like three major pieces there, and so we've been working on each one somewhat independently. It requires a lot of testing because you need just enough people going through it that you have enough of a sample size to understand what works and what doesn't. And it also takes time because relationships are different in the first few weeks than they are in the first month than they are when you're 6 years down the line, and now things are a little different and you're married and you're trying to figure out how to keep the spark alive when you have kids and other things. So there's a lot to it.
There's a lot to it, and people need all the help they can get, and you're sort of leveraging the modern data training capacity, or the way that we can use data in new ways to you're trying to train the AI on the available data and how to interpret it, what it actually means. You got to kind of figure out what people are looking for, and sometimes the data will tell you different people with different data are going to be looking for different things. So there's basically you're solving a big problem. We're at a point in time where the technology allows for this for the first time ever, really. And
100%.
so very interesting how you're applying it, though.
And that's kind of how I got into it. So my last company, which we ended up selling to a crypto company, we did personal data monetization. So we allowed people to take back their data from all these companies that have been accumulating it on them, just to, place ads and target them. So everything from, Facebook to Instagram to Twitter to Pinterest to Google and Microsoft and even Apple, and these huge companies that when you look at the data they have on you, it is pretty insane. And all that data, is meant to improve your life. They tell you, look, we're collecting this so we can improve your algorithm and show you more of the people you might want to meet or things you might want to do. And over time, they've done less and less of that and more just selling you stuff. And so the idea with that company was, at least give it back to the user, and allow them to monetize it with those same people that these big companies are monetizing it with. And I think that was interesting because it was my first foray into the research world, where you started to fundamentally understand, like, how do big companies make decisions? How do they understand what the average consumer wants and what they're like and how their lives are changing? And you start to realize they really don't know anything about it. They're mostly doing survey research. They're mostly just having bot farms respond to that survey research. So a lot of it is just garbage data. And so what we did was we took it straight from the source. Like, you are the best source of all that data because you can accumulate more of it on yourself than anyone can. But then the hard part is anonymizing it and securing it and making sure that people have full ownership of it, and then still being able to find those people when the opportunity arises that someone wants to work with them. And so it was interesting, and I think it's only going to become more and more of an industry as AI comes. So we were pretty early. Like Kled is doing this in crypto, and they love to say we're the first data monetization platform. It's like, no, dude, I did this 5 years ago. We had 10 times more users. It's been done, but it's been very hard to do because the buy side is not as fleshed out as most people think it is. These big companies, frankly, just don't have people who know how to analyze it. And that is the big thing that AI is going to change. Is now everyone has this tool and this research co-pilot that can take in all of this multi-source data and make sense with it and tell stories with it. And I mean, it was amazing to me that you could go to Target and Best Buy and these huge multinational corporations, and they didn't have anyone who's capable of doing that. So I think that's the shift here. But for us, what I realized is, yes, that's great for researchers, but it's also great for people trying to understand each other. If you could take in all this data and you can tell a story about someone and help understand who is this person, what's their life like, what is the the mission that they're on, what are the things that they like, and how can that story weave into my story and make something that I want to be a part of, I guess.
It seems like it has the potential to help people have more meaningful relationships, because they're being lined up with, they're being more rapidly lined up with people that line up with that will resonate with their personality, their goals, what they like, their person, they're get along with them better. So it seems like it seems like the golden, relationships are really, at the end of the day, that's the most valuable thing we have, right? So
it's everything. I mean, and that's the crazy thing, is most people wouldn't deny that. Most people, when you say like, what is the most important thing in life, that most people would say it's the relationships you have, and yet there's so little like time and effort and brain power being put into solving this problem, and it's never been worse or harder to find those relationships. And so it's been a little discouraging seeing that it's so small of a part of the economy. When you look at VC capital that goes into this stuff, it's like the average crypto rug gets more than this entire industry raises in a year. But
it really is nuts when you look at it that way too, because VCs aren't looking to do anything altruistic necessarily. I mean, it's not in their nature. Their job is to make money on their money, so it's got to make money. And so that's another part of it that I know you're trying to work on solving.
I know you haven't been on the apps for a while, but it's like $100 a week for a lot of these apps now. So there is money in it. People are willing to spend the money to find.
Is it really that much for the dating apps now?
I'm not kidding you now. Yeah, it's like they are literally, if you don't get like the 3-month plan, which they'll take it down to $20 a week. If you commit to 3 months, they'll charge you like, $100, $200 for a month now on some of these. And that's for the cheaper ones. The more expensive ones, $1,200 some of them now for
I'm trying to remember. So my youngest just turned 14. She was born about just over a year and a half after I met my wife.
Mm-hmm.
And I had just broken up with my ex. She left me with 4 kids. I was 33 years old, just wow. Slightly older than you.
Yeah.
And I had 4 kids. And by myself, I had custody of the kids. I had actually also just lost my job of like 8 years. It was 2010 was a rough year.
Yeah.
So I was devastated. My ex had moved out. I was not happy about the situation, and I actually was kind of broke. I had actually just got I had gotten let go, and then they challenged my ability to collect unemployment on my unemployment insurance because there was some shenanigans going on back then where they were routinely letting people go at the company I'd worked for, and then getting credits to hire people out of unemployment. So it was crazy. So I got my hearing. I got approved for my unemployment. So I got like 3 months of unemployment back pay. So I had some money.
Nice.
But just before that happened, I was so broke, my sister paid for my Match.com account.
Oh, wow.
That's how I met my wife. I married from
Yep.
Match.com. I think it was like $150 for the account or something.
Okay. Yeah.
Back
Back in $2010, that's like $300 now.
Oh, easily, and probably more than that, actually.
Yeah.
But it was more than I could afford at the time. My sister paid for it for me. And I was really just, I didn't even know. I didn't even want to be on there. I just didn't know what to do with myself.
Yeah.
And so the long and the short of it is I met I went on several dates, by the way. And I did it by being honest. Also, I explained I had 4 kids. I wasn't looking for anything serious. My wife and I, when we first went out on a date, she was just going through a divorce. She wasn't looking to do anything serious. We were not really trying to have a relationship. We were both just looking to go out and have a good time. And we did. And I was successful several times before that, single for the first time in my adult life. It was an amazing experience. But then I met my wife, and that was it. That was the extent of my adult dating. It was a couple months of really nice, good times, meeting some people. But those apps back then worked. They worked then. They gave you exposure to a market. And so I highly encourage people that are. I've heard nightmares about some of the apps that have been going around the last, I don't know, maybe decade, because I'm old, so I see things in a longer timeline now. But I think what you're working on actually gives people a lot more substance to start with. And also having an AI companion, I mean, there's still too many people that don't quite really. My wife's just getting exposed to using Copilot from work.
Yeah.
She's like, oh my god, it's like it keeps track of my grocery list, and I'm taking, and when I have presents for all the kids and everything, and now she's learning that it doesn't really store memory for that long and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So you got all of this huge amount of people getting exposed to this paradigm with the AI agents that are way more functional. And I know you have a really strong AI basis to your model. So you people when they engage in the app, do you want to do a screen share, or you want to just take, what's the user experience like? I'm coming on to dating.
So I mean, yeah, we can.
Oh, you know what? Hold on a minute. I think we got GP in here too. Let's bring GP on.
Nice.
GP, you with us? He just said he was back. He might be. Well, you know what? We'll. I'll just let. He can turn himself back on when he comes in.
Yeah, no worries. But yeah, no. So I mean, the experience is. I guess maybe I could screen share here. Let's see. I've got a demo account running on kind of a back end, so maybe I might have some bugs here, but. I mean, basically the idea is, one thing I really hate. I hate making profiles on dating apps. I'm so bad at talking about myself, telling people like what I care about, who I am. I'm so bad at that. I'm bad at resumes too, cover letters, all that stuff. I just don't do a good job of describing myself. And I think our friends do a better job of describing us. And I think we've been experimenting with just how well can an AI describe us based on giving it as much data as we can so that it can fundamentally understand what we care about. And so this is my profile. You click through pictures, you can see the different sources that I've integrated. So, we're pulling in my X data, my Apple Music, my Eventbrite, YouTube, Google Calendar. It can analyze the photos in your camera roll. It can analyze your ChatGPT data. You can see that logo is all screwed up for ChatGPT.
So it does it all. So it takes all of the information that you want to feed into it.
Yep.
And it'll aggregate that and make your profile, your bio, and all that for you.
Exactly. It does all of it for you. And then it basically tries to understand you based on thousands of personality traits and interests and who I am. So here's my interested in cryptocurrency. You can see me like retweeting some Bitcoin Pepe spaces about Munib, Top Chef Munib. And so it knows like I'm pretty bullish on Pepe and STX and Bitcoin. And, here's like some of the stuff that it can see from my photos where I'm talking about, going on a romantic midnight drive or a cozy day, have a cozy day in, or here's my Eventbrite data talking about one of the events that I went to or some of my calendar events where it understands like, okay, here's like stuff that I'm looking for. And so once you do that, you basically just start talking to the bot and, I'm like, I want a gamer girl. She doesn't have to be in LA. And it's like, okay, here's a little bit about like, what I'd like to know. Is you want someone who's into shooters, or you want someone who's like, more just playing an RPG with you? Like, give me a few of those preferences. And it just kind of like starts to try and figure out what you like and who you are, and over time it gets better and better at figuring that out. And then it just starts matching you with people, and it describes why it thinks, you know, you'll be a good match, and you can come in after a date and talk about what you liked or what you didn't like. And then once you do find a match, it'll introduce you, it'll tell you why it thinks you're going to be a good match, and then you can continue to use it throughout the process of being in a relationship. So you can ask it, you know, where should we go to dinner tonight? Somewhere we're both going to like. What should we watch on Netflix? We can't decide. We're having this fight about, you know, who should pay the car payment this month, and, you know, I'm making more money, but, you know, I feel like she should pay her fair share. Like, how do we come to an agreement on this, and who's right? And it can just kind of like understand who you are and what might be a good solution, and just kind of be like an unbiased third party that also like fundamentally understands where both people are coming from, so they feel seen and understood, and, you know, like they have someone in their side of the ring. So that's generally the idea, and it's been pretty interesting. I mean, I've watched it save several relationships where people were on the verge of like just not being able to come to terms with each other, and it found just like a very elegant solution, and was like, you know, it's okay if you guys both think this is over, but maybe if you want to give it one more shot, like, here's what I would do. And they're like, you know what, okay, we care about each other enough to give it this one more shot, and they kind of do what it tells them to do, and they find like they see each other for the first time again in a lot of ways. They are reminded what they liked about each other to start, and it helps them just kind of like remember those things that can sometimes get lost when you're with someone long enough. So I think that's really cool to see, and it's cool to also just have someone who, you know, is kind of there fighting for you in your corner, that just kind of lets you know, yeah, maybe this one didn't pan out, but, you know, it's not you. I think they're just looking for something a little different. It's not that you're too ugly. It's probably just that you're too into crypto, and they just are kind of like not super into crypto. And
That's less of a
much,
problem for guys than it is for women. Like, women will date ugly guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fortunately for guys like me,
Yeah.
especially.
But I mean, on the apps, it's tough now. Like, it is like it's never been harder to be an ugly guy with the way Tinder and these other apps are structured, because they don't do a good job of describing all of your other great qualities. They can't translate aura and be like, look, you know, all the women he's been with say he's a vibe, though.
The algorithm is designed to put people in front of the user that they're more likely to click on and engage with. And inherently, you can't tell a person's personality from the image.
Yep.
So, of course, the ones with more broad physical appeal are going to trigger more response, and thus they're going to get pushed forward in the algorithm, at least in the current paradigm of the algorithms. And I'm sure that there's high-tech development trying to put those people together based on their personality and everything too. But they already have their model in place, so they don't need to. If people are still using the app, they're not dramatically changing the current paradigm, and what you're working on changes the paradigm.
100%. And, you know, a lot of people are just getting filtered out. Like you said, because like physical appearance is so important, like height is the most visible of things. So like height becomes the most important metric, when, you know, 20 years ago, I don't think, you know, it was probably top 5, but it wasn't by and large agreed upon to be the most important thing. And so it's really shifted a lot of that, just because of the incentives that are in place and the information that people have access to. It's the one thing I can verify. Okay, he might be lying about his job, he might be lying about this or this, but yeah, he looks pretty tall in that picture. And so that becomes the thing that it's focused on, as opposed to all the other things that color in someone's character that end up being really important. And I think there are so many of these questions that a lot of people maybe forget to ask, that it can be good at reminding people of. Like, you know, you said you wanted kids. Well, he's going to be a really great father, I think. You know, he takes really great care of his cousins. He's always, you know, trying to spend time and play with the kids in his life. And I think he would make a really great dad. But, you know, that tall guy, he actually hates kids. He doesn't want a dog. He doesn't like taking care of anyone but himself. So, you know, if that is something you want, maybe, you know, just keep that in mind. And I think a lot of people maybe just having that nudge every once in a while. And I think they used to have a friend or someone who would kind of be that voice to them, but I think people don't have that nearly as much anymore. So it's very interesting to see how that's caused just a lot of disjointed sort of issues in the market right now. And I think the other piece of that is also just people are very broke, and a lot of the good men out there are struggling, and they can't afford to pay for the premium plans on all these dating apps and risk the amount of money it might take to go on 3 dates a week to find that person. If each date doesn't really work out and it's not very well matched, it's really expensive and it's a big time commitment. And if we can at least just minimize some of that expense and some of that time commitment and make it a little bit easier, I'm hoping we can find people those relationships a little bit easier, and just make it a fun process. It should be fun. It shouldn't be so miserable. It shouldn't be something that people dread. It should be an enjoyable part of life.
Yes, I agree. It really should be the most important, enjoyable part of life, or one of the most enjoyable parts of life. Finding a person, that you fit with. That's really what kind of like a huge part of what almost all of our social interactions are about, to a large degree. It's finding a person, and then creating a family with that person, and then the extension of that, and all of the things around that, getting a good job, taking care of yourself, and all of that kind of revolves primarily around those specific events, life events.
Yep. And it's a great opportunity to learn about yourself too, is what I'd say. Like every time you go out, you're like, yeah,
that's a great point. Self-discovery is another thing. And actually, so you would say that there is a self-discovery piece to this.
100%. Like it's constantly trying to understand you, but also telling you what it's learning and saying, I do realize, you say you want a gamer girl, but I don't know if you could just sit inside and game all day. You're a social guy. You do want to get out there and you want to have friends, and maybe it can work if you've got your friend group who you go out with every week and you get that out of your system. Then maybe you are okay just cozying up and playing video games all day. But maybe you need someone who has a little bit of both of those things, and it's very good at understanding how and it's just like all of the different social medias we're connecting, where each one is kind of like a different part of you. Who I am on Twitter is not who I am on Pinterest, is not who I am when I'm texting my friends or going out and seeing people in person. And so it's about finding all these disparate pieces of yourself and really understanding, like, what is the balance that makes you the happiest, and how can you find someone who fits nicely into that balance?
That's actually really interesting. I never actually saw it that way, but it really can almost help you. Sometimes we don't know really what we want. Oftentimes we don't know what we want. We have a perception of what we want. A lot of time that's actually influenced externally. So it really is almost like it's a guide to helping you understand what you want too. That's
100%.
Really interesting, which is definitely a new paradigm for dating apps.
Yeah, that one, most will not tell you that. They'll just try to find you what you think you want, and even then, they don't really try that hard to find it for you.
No, well, because if you find what you want, then you don't need to pay their weekly subscription.
That's exactly it. Yep.
So it's a disincentive model.
And so, yeah, they've all used the same business model. None of them have tried innovating on the business model at all, which is disappointing to me. And it's just a terrible model. It's like, okay, I'm going to pay to get in front of people who don't really want to see me. Okay, well, no one's happy in that scenario. And now I'm just paying money and other people are wasting their time. And for a lot of women, it's really hard too. You look at what their apps look like. They have 1,000 choices, where they've got 1,000 guys in their DMs.
Yeah, it's so much worse. Women have a different challenge. I would say it's worse.
And just so little information to go off of, and you have safety concerns. You don't know who these people are, and I mean, there are just it's a nightmare.
Women have a hard time getting a date or finding a willing sexual partner, even, right? That's an easy thing for them, but that's not necessarily what they're looking for. And
men have got really good telling them what they want to hear too. I think is the problem.
right. Well, and then there's also the constant. It happens to men too a lot now because we're all so overexposed to advertising, but advertising's been targeting women and like appealing to their or preying on their insecurities and all of that to sell them things for so long. So there's that too that makes that compounds the dating scene and the inability to get what you're after in a sea of things that you can possibly fall into chasing what you're after. It's definitely a hard time. So it sounds like you are working to solve a lot of problems for this
we are. Yeah, we're trying. We have some of the best people in the world helping us try to solve this problem, who have fundamentally understand all of the different pieces, from the data science to the psychology to the AI to the sociology. Like, there are so many areas of research that you have to combine to get this right that I haven't seen anyone else trying to solve the problem as dedicated as we are to actually solving the problem. I think a lot of people are coming at it trying to throw AI into it and make it a little gimmicky and just get something out there, make some money, sell it to Match Group. And that's the other piece, is Match Group owns the whole industry. It's essentially a monopoly, maybe an oligopoly, but it's even the Hinge CEO is going to do something very similar to what we're doing. I think he's probably on platform, like using it, trying to see what he can do. But he's getting funded by Match Group, and so they're essentially just incubating one of their own competitors to keep it in the family, to make sure that if something does come out, then they still have their claws in it. But in a lot of ways, that kind of gives me some certainty, because I just don't believe Match Group wants to solve the problem. And so I don't believe that anything they put out is actually going to work that well. In some ways I hope it does, but I just, I haven't seen it yet.
They don't really need to make a good product because they are so well resourced that they can just buy users direct and just churn users, and it doesn't matter because they're generating the revenue with their ad base and branding, mind share. But one thing I wanted to ask you too, you have, like the other day you mentioned in the group chat that you guys are working with Tony from X402 Stacks, trying to figure out how to integrate X402 payments into your AI models. And I know that you also had an interim grant that was related to the data, preserving user data and users having access to their own data and all of that stuff. So tell us, there is some crypto integration into your app.
There is. So we're trying to keep it somewhat on the down low, because no one wants to use a crypto dating app. That's just the
it's
truth
not
of it.
Right. It's not the selling feature.
That doesn't work. So we try to keep that somewhat low key, but I think it's an excellent use case. One, because most dating apps are considered high risk payments, so they bunch you up with porn sites and all these other like bad actors that makes it very difficult to do payments. And especially if you want to go international, it just becomes incredibly difficult to do. So it actually makes a lot of sense from that perspective. And what we'd always wanted to do, and part of our business model, is to take commissions on things that our agent plans for you. So if it goes through and it can book your movie tickets at AMC, then maybe we take a 1 or 2% cut when it organizes it and sends you the tickets and finds you the perfect movie to watch and the perfect place to go and syncs it with your calendar and knows when you're both available, and just does enough work that fee feels reasonable. And it'll never be a Ticketmaster size fee. It'll be reasonable. And so that's one piece of it. And then the second piece is all of this data is incredibly important for training agents. And I think that we need more agents being trained on data that is essentially focused on how do we make people's lives better. There are a lot of agents being trained on how do I make this code more efficient? How do I make this tool, put out a little bit better of an image?
How do I get more attention on social media?
Exactly. But if you think about, like, okay, someday the Terminator comes out and his brain is one of these things. Which brain do we want? Like, I want the brain that's like, my job is to bring people together and create love and peace. And you like, that would be nice. Let's maybe optimize for that one. And so I think having more agents that are trained on this is really important. I think it's really important because incumbents, for one thing, like OpenAI, half of OpenAI's brain is Reddit. Like, I don't want half of AI's brain trained on Reddit. But also, I can't go get half of Reddit's training data to train mine, which makes it very hard to compete with a company of that size. And so I think we, one, need to democratize a lot of this, give people the option to contribute, but allow them to contribute. And if they do become, get paid for it or get some kind of like reimbursement because they're a part of a new project and they are foundational to its creation. And so I'm hoping third-party developers and also researchers can get access agentically to this data. And really the thing is, like, most of this data will be acquired through agentic means pretty soon. I think the sales process of selling data is a nightmare. It's like 6 months of, okay, here's the scope of what we're doing, and here are all the people, and here's me verifying that it's what you need. And I've done these sales cycles, and sometimes it's $500,000 for 100 people if you find the right people, but it's a nightmare to get there. But the agents, they're going to be way more efficient, and they're just going to go search for whatever they need to complete whatever tasks that they might have. And if that task is, I need to understand consumer behavior because the person on the other side of this is launching a product and really needs to know what these types of people are thinking, then it can just go out, find it, immediately pay the people on the other side who have opted into the program, and people can make money. And I think if we don't put people in that loop, then the companies that own that data are just going to go around them. And so I think this is the best system to give people control and ownership, and also empower developers, indie programmers who want to create models that might someday be able to compete with the big boys who, frankly, I don't trust to not create the Terminator. So we need a bunch of little good AIs, I think, to make sure we balance out the AIs that might go off the rails someday.
100%, man. Mark, I love having you on. You've been a regular contributor to our shows for a long time, especially when we're doing the nightly show regularly. I'm a huge fan of the Bitcoin Pepe crew. The Touch Grass space on Thursday is one I am loath to miss. I generally balance and juggle things around it a lot. And tomorrow, I'm actually wanted to ask you, because they have the Stacks Town Hall and then the Stackies Awards. You guys,
I didn't realize that.
You guys still doing your space tomorrow?
I mean, as far as I know, but maybe I'll bring the crew over and we'll just come mob over to whatever space is going on. I do want to see the Stacky Awards. That sounds fun. And Town Hall would be good. So maybe we'll.
Yeah, you guys, and I'm going to be covering it on DeOrganized as well, so you guys can tune in. Ham it up in the live chat. We love when you guys do that. It's been a long time since nobody said hi to us. One of our everyday fans. He was on a lot. So would love to see you guys there. I do gotta wrap because I actually have a guest I lined up for 2 p.m. So I got
no worries at all.
I'm like back to back these days. We're like stream is a blessing and a curse because we have so much space and I've started dropping things in outside of our regular time slot. It's like almost like hard for me to say no now when somebody suggests a time that
no worries at all. I totally get that. But I guess a few parting words. I'd say one, I guess I didn't really get to SBTC. I think Bitcoin will be the payment layer of agents. I think we really need to push 100%. On all the Ethereum and Sol guys. I was just like arguing with like a very big builder who's trying to build something on ETH, and I was like, trust me, like agentic payment rails. We really want Bitcoin here. Like this is. How
are you guys? Is that's what you guys are expecting? 402, X402 on Stacks, and utilizing SBTC to be the foundational layer for agent-to-agent interactivity, and I tend to agree with that. I think that this is it's amazing how fast it iterated recently. From just being an idea to being like this seems like it's legitimately the way.
It is the way. That's why I'm here. That's why I think a lot of people understand that it's the deepest liquidity. You'll have access to the most lending. Like agents don't want to sit on idle Bitcoin if they're not using it. They're going to want to get more of it, and they're going to do it automatically and quickly, and they're going to want to tap into the deepest pools with the most resources. And they also, I think, just for safety's sake, it's the most distributed system we have. Like if you think about an agent swarm gaming proof of stake, they could just go buy up all of the ETH within a fraction of a second and start gaming the system without anyone even noticing. But are they going to buy up every crypto miner and consolidate them without us noticing that shipments are all coming in from all over the world? Like it is just a much harder system to game, and I think that's super important. And a lot of people have somewhat lost that.
Are you suggesting though that agents could potentially? You're saying without us noticing, but you're suggesting that they could actually, AI could potentially come up with the idea of creating a company, buying equipment, hiring people to put it all together, and running their own miners?
Yep, but I think it would be a lot easier to just buy up a bunch of ETH and game proof of stake stuff, and like there are a lot of other.
Right, you're not right. They still have. There's the logistics behind proof of work versus proof of stake makes it really, even though you could theorize that they could do that, there's no guarantee that they'd be successful doing it.
Exactly. We would at least have more time to notice, whereas the other ones, they could do it in a flash of a second, where all of a sudden across every network, every exchange, you see a candle on ETH and all of a sudden they own 51% of the network, and without even realizing it, they've swept a bunch of wallets that they've hacked or something. Like this stuff, it's going to get crazy. So I think we really do need to plan around all of that. And but yeah, I think we're very well positioned for this. And then I guess one little other shout out. I do run the Crypto Economy podcast, and we do have an exciting guest today. Angela McArdle, who is the chairman of the Libertarian Party. She was largely responsible for getting Ross released. Like it was basically her organizing the Libertarian Party to make that as the core request to Trump for their support. And they were like, here's a reasonable request that we think he can get done, that, day one is something that's easy enough and palatable enough to his base. And so like she was really driving force there and deserves a little more appreciation, but I'm excited to hear how it all went down from her.
You're going, what time is that today?
That's at 1 today.
At 1 Pacific.
Pacific, yeah, sorry.
So in about 2 hours.
Yeah.
Just 2 hours and 13 minutes from now.
Yep.
Very cool, man. That's on the Crypto Economy podcast, which is on Apple and Spotify, if I remember correctly.
You got it.
And also, you guys, you want to try out DataIng, you can go to dataing.io. There is a web app available now, and it's also a mobile app in the Apple Store as well.
Yep, exactly. So if you're international, you'll have to go to the web app or on Android web app. The web app is a little janky. It's kind of in beta right now, so there's still a few bugs, but the iOS app is pretty clean. But we did just put in a new model. We've been upgrading the memory and a bunch of other pieces. So, I mean, it's the first time that I'm really using it side by side with GPT, and I'm like, this is just a much better experience. It really fundamentally understands me more than the GPT I've been talking to for 3 years, which is
wow. That GPT's getting better too. So if your experience with your app is better than GPT, that you're doing pretty good.
We're getting there. Yep. No, it's cool because I can port in all my GPT data and it knows me just like my GPT does, but it knows me even better because it has so much more to it. And we've given a lot more freedom than GPT gives theirs. So we've let it kind of be itself a little more and not be so afraid of hitting the guardrails that it doesn't give you good responses. So that's been cool to see how small companies can just be a little edgier and outcompete the big guys who can't take quite as many risks with some of the stuff.
Oh man, awesome stuff, Mark. Much love, my brother. Definitely don't be a stranger as things develop. We'd love to hear more on what's going on with what you're building, doing some more demos. Maybe we'll do a little bit more of a like an online thing when we did that time with the group session.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah.
We'll do something.
I would love that
soon. Awesome stuff, brother. Guys, tune into Mark's Crypto Economy podcast later. That's going to be awesome. You know what I'll do too? Well, no, you guys got to tune into it, and then we'll talk later.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Mark. Much love, brother. You have a great rest of your day. Thank you guys for tuning in. We will be back in about 10 minutes with Jeff from Base Dollar to talk to us about a new algorithmic dollar on Stacks coming to the Stacks ecosystem. Thank you, Mark. Pep Toshi, if you guys didn't know.
Pleasure, guys. Thank you so much.
Right on, man. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. And stay tuned. We'll see you soon.
10 cent the tokens. In this case, that's the highest discount pool. And I win it. Then I should have said, like, then my vesting period is a year. Okay, now I say a very difficult. Now say a difficult word. Vesting.
Yeah. So is the vesting period part of your bid? So are you bidding like a longer time period has a more weight towards the bid? A longer lockup period?
The longer you bid, the higher your chances are you get the highest discount. But now comes the best part.
Very interesting. All right. I see the mechanism here. Yeah.
Your tokens will drip out on the second. So it's a slow drip token process when they're going to release, but there's no liquid market. Like there's no liquid token because the majority of the token supply is locked up. But they will release gradually, and there will be there's 5 pools. There will be vesting periods for a couple months, or maybe even 0 months, and it will be maybe for a few years. So all these tokens will gradually come to the market. And what they then do, this marketplace where you can immediately sell off these NFTs as liquid supply. There's other people can buy your NFT, in this case called TVS, tradable vesting schedule. The thought behind that is, as soon as you put them on the market, you need liquid, right? Liquid, you need finance, you need funds. So the assumption is that people will list their vesting schedules for discount. You feel it coming that you then get like arbitrage opportunities, that you then get like discounted tokens while the market price of the token is going up because there's an extreme scarcity. Because so every token is locked up.
I can trade my NFT that's holding my tokens with my vesting schedule. Is that essentially what it means?
Exactly.
That
you can just sell your tokens.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting concept because it does solve a big problem that we have as far as token launching goes right now, because it's very easy to launch a token. And we've seen that on a number of platforms. And I want to preface this by saying I'm a huge fan of what Kwawin built at STX City. But I do think that the volume of token launches, it made it too easy to launch a token, and so it kind of saturated the market a little bit. Same thing it was a small version of what happened with Pump Fun at Solana. There's just too many tokens. It was too easy to launch a token. Specifically to pump and dump. This solves that problem in a very unique way. Very, very interesting.
Exactly. And the whole thing is, even if you're a degen, right? Let me say the token, like the InfoFi campaigns have a redeem period of 3 days where you can redeem your winnings for like 40 cents a token, right? And then when that ends, the token launches at 50 cents. So if you have that, you get one of these NFTs. You can immediately hand it over and say like, okay, I want to have USDT and trade it. But if you would go into the bidding and you win a bid for like, let's say 27 cents or 28 cents a token, and you have 10,000 tokens you split your NFTs. There's also splitting options possible. And you immediately dump them on the market for 35 cents. There you go, profit, right? Like right away. But people that believe in the project will then see like, hey, the discounted tokens, like that's a 35 cent NFT. But the spot market price on the other end says 50. Immediate leverage. Immediate. Just you pick up your NFT, and of course, like in the future, they will build out towards DeFi, towards like collateralizing your NFTs and that sort of thing. That's a long story in the end. But what they prevent is what you now see with a lot of tokens is nowadays you see projects creating floating value, right? Only releasing a small portion of the token supply to the public so that you get a high valuation, while the seed rounds is sitting on 20% waiting for the price to go up, and as soon as the price is right, they come out, right? You see that happen with Monad. You see the so your floating FDP is like a false pretense of a high valuation that gives them excuses that it's absolutely ridiculous to see. But yeah, people buy into it and they still do. So what it is with aligners is like Bitcoin, they bootstrapped. They don't do external funding. Like, no, everything comes out of pocket and or raising mechanism. They have everything in self-control. So the initial valuation starts low, and it allows the project. It might take a little while longer, right? But it allows the project for organically grow and organically evaluate and organic price growth of the token supply. And because there's only 26 million tokens and 46% is locked up in TVSs when the initial weight offering is done. So that's the time weighted bidding pool that I was talking about. You invest your time and your money, but your time is the winning factor, right? That means that there is no liquid supply to dump. And it's very easy to pick your tokens from the market, right? The team vested their allocation for 26 years. So the slow drip on those tokens will take forever before that 20% what you're seeing over there is dripping out. Like those tokens, it's even for the team impossible to just say at some point, hey, we have a $1 token, let's dump everything and see. It's not, because the tokens are not coming out. They have to put their TVS back on the market, and a degen might not buy a 26-year vested token, but a believer that sees the price goes up in the value and like how it organically grows can say like, okay, listen, I can sell it whenever I want. I take that TVS, it still doesn't come on the liquid market, and I put it up for collateral in DeFi and put my money back in USDT, right? So the options of this whole dynamic of playing around with tokens that are wrapped but liquid, right? Everybody happy. Degens can trade, long-term traders can trade, everybody can trade. But if you look from it from a traditional bonds perspective, you can price leverage, discounted tokens on spot market, on everything, just looking at the maturity of the NFTs. And I know I go in a short time very deep into the mechanics, but the basics is nothing else than you give everybody the freedom to trade, to invest without waiting for that big whale VC to come in, and you have to click fast. You don't have to click fast. Money doesn't matter. I can outbid a $1 million whale and push him out of the pools. That's not, if I want to sit in there for 100 years doing a crazy number now, the whale has nothing to say with his money if he not outbids me over that 100 years. So you see also
on a let's say it's a 5-year vesting schedule. Do I get access to any of the tokens during that 5-year period, or nothing gets emitted until I reach the vesting period?
No, they will come out. Like as soon as you claim your TVS, you will get like a little card that says like total tokens locked. No, total tokens in the TVS, locked tokens, claimable tokens, and claimed tokens.
So based
And
on the
it's
vesting period, the tokens become claimable at a certain on a schedule.
yeah, on the time you set. So let's say you have they drip out by the second. So if you say 5 years, that's 5 times 365 days, right? So and 3 day is so many seconds. And you have, let's say, 10,000 tokens, then all those seconds over those 5 years, right, will determine the speed of the drip. So that means 10,000, so everybody, all the variations in vesting lengths will have a graduate flow of tokens that gradually come to the market left and right, because some will drip faster, others will drip very slow, and everything in between. Right?
Very interesting, man. So what platform is this on?
This is an EVM. It will launch on Base, but they're planning on going multi-chain.
Multi-chain, but EVM. And
At this point,
Base is where it's at for that, for sure. Like I know, like Stacks actually brought me down to DevConnect in Buenos Aires last month, which is an
awesome.
Ethereum. Yeah, it was great. Great time, great stuff going on with Stacks down there. But the best part about it, well, no, I don't want to say the best part about it. A cool part about it was because Stacks wasn't actually at DevConnect because it's an Ethereum-oriented thing. They had like satellite events, but I did get to go to the DevConnect conference for a couple of days, and the conversations I had with a lot of the projects down there indicated that of all of the EVM L2s on Ethereum bases, by far the one that seems to be winning as far as Ethereum L2s go. Base and Arbitrum is what I'm hearing.
Well, yeah, there are a couple of good L2s, but you have Arbitrum at this point very running hard. Mega ETH is quite new. And then Base, of course, and Base is just running at it. And the thing is, but we did some live testing with the whole mechanics, and test nets are horrible. Like if it comes to mass testing and that sort of thing, you're always running into troubles with your RPCs, right? So the team now decided to go on Base for launch, and then expand from there. But they are looking to eventually go multi-chain, and how fast and how sorry, my son has to leave.
I know what that's like. I have a couple sons myself.
Yeah, he cooked dinner, but I like it all mixed a little bit, but it's okay. I will call him later. That's all right. Anyway, so yeah, we tried to test on Mega ETH. That didn't work because they changed their RPCs like 2 hours before the live stream, and then
I've never heard of Mega ETH I've never even heard of that chain.
Mega ETH is also very new, but very fast, very promising blockchain on Ethereum. We tested on Arbitrum together with the founder, by the way. That was pretty awesome that he was there. And we did a couple of tests. So they decided to test to launch on Base, because before launch they want to do they want to see if they can do something special for live stream. I cannot really go into that. Yeah, that's at least something they said. Yeah, then the launch will be 7 January on my head, because they had to postpone TGE because the traction on the liners was so fast and so much that they grew. Well, we were trending in the United States with the Twitter account for 5 days straight, and then Twitter banned the account because the traction was too big. They kick you out because it's bot-like. And that was right when they submitted for the golden tick. So that was a little bit of a setback. So they decided to push it back a little bit. But since then, the community is only organically growing and showing how strong they are. it's a vibe that I haven't seen for like 3-4 years after the 21 boom on NFTs, that you saw all these mega communities going mental on X, like look at us, you know. And I see that now, but the thing is, the technology behind it, the way that it's designed, I did some deep dives and some comparisons, and the way that he thought it through, like how you have, for example, have like your first pull and your last pull 1 and 5 have a full refund, right? On what you say. So you, even if you bid and you bid 1,000, when you win that bid, you get a full refund. So you get and your TVS and your token, and you get your money back. And it also is done for the last pull, the 5th, which creates an equity sandwich that creates a bidding war, because the degens want pull 5, the long-term ones want pull 1, but nobody wants to trickle inside. But the trickle mechanic between these pulls, you will only trickle down if you get outbid, right? So where do you want to end?
The degens want pull 5 because they can get their hands on it faster and trade it sooner.
Because probably the shortest vesting schedules will come out of pool 5, because that's like, but it like I have to explain a little bit about these pools. You have 5 pools. The first one has 2.2 million tokens in there, right? Then you go down somewhere on the white paper, but the last pool only has 500,000 tokens in there, right? The last pool you get a full refund, and the first pool you get a full refund. The first pool has its highest discount, and the last pool its lowest, and then there's 3 phases in between, right? So no matter where you go, you always will have tokens at a discount, but only pool 1 and 5 have a full refund, right? So what do you get is that people are going to target these pools, but somebody that's outbid investing length will be pushed down a pool if the pool is depleted, right? This creates kind of a bidding war that nobody, because who doesn't want something for free, kind of a thing, right? But because the biggest discount, if you want to bid, like there's a bidding process going on, you can only bid once. That's your opening bid, and then you can only top up your bids. So you can only add to it. You cannot detract.
Okay. You can only.
So if I say I do $1,000 for pool 1, 12 months, and I get pushed out of that pool into pool 2, and I want to go back, I have to look at what the highest bid is at that point and outbid him to push, so I can only top up my time. So that means the highest discount probably will have the longest vesting periods of people that want to be in that pool, right? It's quite, if you think about how mathematically this is engineered and look into how they built this, it on all sides just screams long-term thinking. I'm not even going into full details because it's taking way too long, but by all means, I would suggest reading it. But the way they designed it, the way that they designed anti-manipulation, fair bidding, so you cannot manipulate bidding windows, because once the bidding windows, the bidding pools are depleted, hashed bidding windows go in play, and the bidding window only will be open from 0 seconds to, I don't know, I have to look it up because the white paper is being updated as we speak, but it previous was like 6 hours, and you never know when it ends. So you cannot do last minute pool sniping. It's impossible because you don't know how much time you have, right? Then when the tokens are distributed, you don't have liquid tokens. You just have NFTs with slow drips. So the liquid supply on spot market immediately says 50 cents, but like the circulating supply, how big is it? And how You know, so the mechanics in that, it screams long term, it screams stability, it screams free launch. No, not free launch, fair launch. The distribute in everything. And the coolest part that I think is, while it works like this, you can do whatever you want. You can just dump your NFTs. Okay, you have a little bit of profit. You can still be that hamburger guy, right? To all the other side of the spectrum, to in the future build a complete financial DeFi system on your collaterals, on your other people that go through a Linus Launchpad and launch in the same dynamic. So you will have more TVSs you can trade on other projects. So what you actually get is like a DEX for the NFTs. That's kind of the thing. And with a second angle on it, that simultaneously to that, there will be a spot market on the released liquid tokens. And then I can go way further on vesting and revesting and everything, but that's very far ahead. But that's the whole dynamic, and it caught me right away. Like, this is something that actually can fix a problem, that a $10 investor can have the same fair chance with this system as a $10 million whale that just comes in and wants to benefit, right? Like, everybody has a fair chance here.
Oh, because so is the amount I'm bidding. So if I'm only bidding $100, but I bid a longer vesting schedule, I will potentially win the bid for that $100 worth of that bucket.
Exactly. If you outbid the whale, you push the whale out.
And it doesn't matter whether the whale's bidding $10,000, because if I'm bidding a longer vesting schedule, I'm going to get my bid in ahead of theirs.
Exactly. And it will be prioritized on time and not on amounts.
I like that a lot, man. I think that's a really good idea. And so this is
the only thing people have a hard time understanding with that is the hash timer. As soon as the pool fills up and is filled, that hash timer kicks in. And that's like an unknown. Nobody knows when it ends. So if then a big whale comes in and buys the entire pool, that means the countdown timer is activated like right away. And that can be 10 minutes.
The vesting schedule doesn't start until the pool gets completely bought out.
No, the vesting schedule is the TVS. The countdown timer to prevent pool sniping gets only activated when the entire pool is depleted. So if there's so many bits in that 2.2 million tokens are gone, then the pool is full and it activates a hash timer. And then we have only so much more time before the bid window closes and the bids are being finalized.
I see. So the pool, once the pool is full, there's only a short window for somebody to come along and try to front run the bids in any.
I have to look it up because there can be two possibilities. The previous white paper, they said it was a variation from somewhere between 0 seconds and 5 hours, 55 minutes, 55 seconds. Any random time frame in between those two was the length of your bidding window. So if there's only one that knows, and it will be on the background, there will be a number, and then there will be a hash, and that hash will be attached to the bidding windows. Nobody knows, cannot be manipulated, nothing, right? And as soon as the timer is done, the hash window will be published to the public to show how long the hash was, to make it fair and transparent. But it could possibly be that when you're the one that depletes the pool with $100, pushing the whale out, that you activate a 0 second timer. And you're immediately the last bid.
So you could front run a whale potentially.
Potentially, but it also can be that you trigger the window and that it still will be open for 6 hours, so you cannot put in like a sniping bot and
Right.
say like,
You,
okay,
you don't know whether you front run any what there still might be plenty of time for them to outbid you. So you can't there's no front running period, essentially.
you cannot set triggers for front running to snipe the bids. It's impossible because you
That's
don't know
actually-
what timers
this
to
was-
set.
Yeah, this was designed by degens that know how to that know all the tricks in the launch schedules
Facts.
we currently use.
Well, it's actually done by a mathematician. His name is Roger. He's a great mind. But he, like what he said, they called it aligners, and the token is called A26Z, and 26 stands for the letters in the alphabet that they literally thought out and calculated every angle in the book, like every angle you can think of, everything. They built on this for 3 years. The technology, it's not even a fake promise, it's already active, it's already working. The smart contracts are there. They are now working through the second set of audits. The first round of audits, they got audited by 150 different sources. And no matter what angle I try to look at it, no matter what way I the way that they designed it, it triggers you to really think about, like, how do I play this game? Like, no matter what you like. Landy, for example, we had a great discussion a couple of weeks ago with Landy, and he was like, yeah, dude, the mechanics around this, it's genius in a certain way, because no matter how you look at it, you cannot manipulate it.
Gamed. Right, it cannot be gamed, it sounds like. So
exactly. And they turned down VC funding. They don't want VC. The only thing the team tells to a VC fund is, if you want to do, you have to participate in the bidding. That's the only way. So there's no greedy hands.
Is the bidding open on the first token yet or not yet?
No. The bidding will open at right after TG. Then you will get like because we have these wall chain campaigns, right? These InfoFi campaigns going on, and the payouts for those need to be done through the initial weight offering, the funds that come from that, and for that,
so I should be
TGE.
posting about aligners so that I can get some wall chain cred. So I might get some tokens up front.
Exactly, but you don't get the tokens. You actually get the vesting schedule. You get a NFT that you can either immediately trade for USDT, or you can hold it and then become part of the system. But there will be no liquid tokens. You get your tokens in a container, in a TVS. That's how you get them. But the bidding, like, you will get TGE, if I'm correct, and immediately right after that, so they generate the tokens so that they can wrap them inside the TVSs, and then they will go into the bidding. That way, that when the bidding happens, and the biddings are final, they can create the TVSs and make sure that the people can claim their tokens. That's the way that it will go on launch, and that will happen probably the 7th or somewhere around the 7th of January.
I love it, man. I think it's great. I think it's very interesting. I will probably do a little bit of more research and some posting on it, so I might line up to get a little bit of pop when it comes out. But I think it's a very interesting concept, and I'm interested to see how it goes, because I think a more holistic, fair launch platform based on what they're trying to achieve is much needed. Not every project needs a token. We don't have a token for DeOrganized. People talk to me about it several times. I feel like we can probably just use Bitcoin for things, especially now with SBTC on stacks and others that, other options in the marketplace that are not 10-minute block times and expensive to use. if we needed a token for something. But there are definitely projects that need tokens, and there's definitely a reason to launch tokens for a number of, even if it's just a fundraising round kind of thing for a specific project that warrants it. And tools to launch a token in an environment that is less that is less risky, less exploitative, less extractive is important, because I do think that a lot of what we're experiencing now in the price action in crypto in general is a direct result of what went on 12 months ago at pump.fund.
You just saw the recent Monad launch, right? Monad exactly the same. It happened exactly the same. And it still happens practically daily, even with good projects. They need the VC funding to build their stuff, right? And they involve VCs. And what do VCs want? They want return on investment. Simple as that. So as soon as the price goes up, they dump. And you cannot, like what Roger's saying also, is you cannot even blame them, because that's just the game. That's how it's designed, how it's engineered. You cannot blame the degen. The fastest click win the most money, right? So it's not even to blame people, although a lot of people mostly get hurt. It sucks, right? But it also sucks for the project itself, because to over that dump and beam on your tokens and get rid of before you're completely sustainable, or you go strapped, have an tokens in your value by creating community and having a system that doesn't dump, that allows you to a way more organic growth path and lifespan to become product market fit, to do something that both benefits community as well as your own product. And that's I think the most important part that sticks to a lot of people that find aligners, that way of thinking. Because you and I, we know, right, there's a lot of brilliant minds. We know it here from the Stacks team as well, right? They sit here in like a shady little room discussing on a Twitter space what they want to go and do. Boom, brilliant idea, like right there. But they're getting killed by all these big VCs, because when they need the money, there's always that counterpart. Like, what do we get in return? And 9 out of 10 times, that's the big token dump that dumps on the projects and moves on to the rest. So to now say, okay, we give you a place where you can launch your stuff, but you have to do it this way, and you have to do it through a certain protocol. So it needs to be done through certain standards that we all start playing the same game, right? But it's proof in the pudding that you see tokens not do this, but have like this gradual growing line, and you still can trade and you still can just make your money no matter who you are. Then you give a project a chance, the little investor a chance, but you also can show your product to the world in an organic way. And I think for the future of blockchain,
without decimating and turning off your community through, a massive extraction event.
Yeah, and not have to be annoyed by people showing Lamborghinis on a luxury island on Instagram saying that they're so cool. Like,
Right.
It is a kind of way. And I do like innovations that actually bring something to the space that can make a difference. And like blockchains on its own makes a difference, right? But it needs to be done in a good way and not only be used as an extraction mechanism that only like sucks out life of 90% of users and the rest is, But anyway.
I dig it. GP, what do you think?
I think this is really awesome to see how they've merged FTs and NFTs to solve a problem. It's very interesting to me. I don't like to buy a token and then get dumped on. So I think that this is necessary and the approach is novel. So yeah, this is exciting. And I would love to see, what others, how it inspires other builders to approach the same problem.
Yeah, true.
No, well, we need to launch, or at least the Linus needs to launch first, because they're saying like at this point we're not launching any tokens or take no project on before we have proven the tech works. That's his approach.
Sure, and I wouldn't do it. That's how I would do it too. I
Smart.
think that's a smart way to do it.
Yep.
Yeah,
And he says like super transparent. He is like, and he's always telling about like, I want people to comment me with the hard questions, and he's transparent about anything. So what he wants to do is launch early January, show that it works, and then he is like, he has the vision that says like, if people start seeing them, there's this beautiful chart after TGE, right, that doesn't crash, doesn't do anything, and the project is still there. I said then the proof is there, and we can start working from that point out and show the world that ICOs are no longer needed for you as a project to gain your funds. You can play the game in a different way than be victim of game theory, fastest click wins, right? Like, no, it shouldn't be that way. Of course, there will be some gamification in the whole bidding system. I mean, that will be absolutely fun to watch, because the whole equity sandwich thing, it probably will create some sort of like bidding war. So you have to be very careful or very alert on how. But yeah, even if you can do that, bid your time and your money, and you miss out on all the pulls, you automatically get refunded. It's not that your money goes somewhere. So pull 1, pull 5, and all missed get immediately refunded directly, and only the ones that made the cut, they will have their TVS. So there is gamification. That makes it fun, I think. But yeah, if there's enough tokens, I mean, Aligners has 26 million tokens. But if you want to launch through them in the future and you say, I want to do 1 billion, hey, who lets you? They're all locked up anyway.
Right. And I mean, token supply has different reasons for different things. So it should be variable. But really, everybody wants to get into a low number token, right? A low supply token, because that's the one with the most. If there's demand created, then it's obviously a better option. Like I'd rather have a Bitcoin at 21 million Bitcoins than, trying to think of like Stacks has a couple billion, right? There's a 1.8 billion Stacks, so it's never going to reach the just basic tokenomics. So, but you should have the variable option. I think this is great, man. I really think it's a very...
There is, and of course I'm talking a lot with the founder, and there's a little bit of a peak side behind the screen where they want to buy. Like the marketplace will be, of course, the biggest thing. And I made a traditional bond comparison where I deep dived into like where is this TVS with tokens inside? Like, how do I treat it as an asset, right? I went down the like, it's not a future, it's not a stock, like in how it works. It has a maturity period, right? It has dripping tokens, it has this, it has that. You get dividends when you hold them from the revenue of the platform. So the bond mechanics make it possible to leverage, to strip it, to like, if you know a little bit. I'm learning a lot from this. But what he also said at some point is like, as an asset, we want to build a DeFi platform on the back end. And as a community, because the token slow drips so slowly into the market, you can help push the scarcity by buying these liquid tokens and put them back into your TVS. So you have $10, you see, oh, there's liquid tokens, so I put them back in my TVS, I increase my stake, they're locked again for X amount, not on the market.
I can buy off the market, put them into my TVS, and that's actually going to lock them up into my vesting schedule.
Exactly. And
that
then,
is really cool, actually.
And now I come with the second one that will drive up the price. What the project will do is... Oh. Am I still there?
Oh, yeah, you're good.
Yeah, you're here. Oh, now you're frozen.
Frozen, yep.
Oh, no.
Same on my end.
I heard him ask if he was still here.
Yeah, he might be coming back after it. Just a little lag spike.
Oh, I think he's back. Is he back?
He moved for a second.
Hey.
There he is.
No,
I can hear you.
I did. It's okay. So what the plan is for aligners is they have implemented buyback and burn, and what they will do is every quarter they will use 15% of their revenue for buybacks and burn. So
I saw that.
26 million.
That's on the,
yeah.
That's on the website too. It says that they are committed to use 15% of quarterly profits for buyback and burn until the price is at $100.
Yeah, but that's a little bit of a, like what they will do. They will keep burning until it's there, and then they will review what they will do. Right? That's a little bit of the, because we had questions in the past. Yeah, what will you do when it's a sort of hard cap? Like no. It's like that their goal, that is what they want to reach, and if you can manage that, I think that's a great thing. But like their addition to it is they just wanted to grab that scarcity and make it a community, right? So they incentivize people to lock up their tokens for the 5% dips, because as long as you hold the DS with locked tokens, you get a part of that 5%, while in the meanwhile you can help scooping up and locking up tokens, driving up scarcity even more, making possible the discounts between listed TVSs and spot price even bigger, so your discounts become, so you get, like, you see where I'm going, you get like a value spiral that if you attach a DeFi protocol behind it, where you can then collateralize your locked tokens as TVSs, right? You see what you see where you get, so you can help scarcity, you can create discounts. There's Binta. Hey,
yeah,
Binta.
I can't. Binta just joined. Binta, it's way late for you, isn't it? How are you tonight, Binta?
26. I wanted to join this session. Sorry I'm late. Hi, GP. Peace. What's good?
What's up, Binta? Welcome. We were just chatting with the doctor himself. Some awesome stuff he's telling us about what's going on with aligners, and we're pretty excited about it. It seems like a very, very interesting platform. Are you participating in the the quacking for aligners, Binta?
Hell yeah. I am. Whoopi actually introduced me to the project. I read about it and I got really interested. And I made the cut to Airport. I think I was among the first 500, which was really, that was my second badge on World Chain. I've never been the type to like, okay, I need to talk about project over and over again, but with aligners, I keep having to say, because I love what they're doing. I'm interested and I want to be part. And the community is very, very solid, very supportive, and Dave is there as well. So it's a good place to be.
Awesome. We're gonna have, you know what? We can talk a little bit more about it on the space tomorrow morning too.
For sure.
It's definitely an interesting project, and we're absolutely going to be keeping more tabs on that.
What time is it?
Oh, our spaces are we do
that tomorrow.
8 p.m. Eastern time. We do every Monday through Friday. Binta hosts spaces for DeOrganized.
Yeah,
She's our
8 a.m.
DeOrganized space host. So it's 8 a.m. every Monday through Friday.
That's my 2
It's
p.m.
like 2. Yeah, it's probably like 2 p.m.
I should still be.
Or 2
I
p.m.
mostly cannot join your
It's 2 p.m.
organized,
for me as
but
well.
I do know tomorrow 8 p.m.
Well,
EST
you know what you
for
can
me.
do?
It's 6
Like,
hours
just
later.
Yeah, so it's like 2 p.m.
No,
in the
for tomorrow.
afternoon.
For
so
tomorrow,
you'll have to just kind of
yeah.
like.
Now for
You'll
tomorrow,
just have
the
to.
thing
You'll
is,
just have,
know that I
you'll just have to.
late
You'll have to multitask at work. Is what you're gonna have. To do.
Yeah, but the problem is spaces and mechanics right next to me. That's a little bit difficult. So like, it's like
Yeah.
people constantly bugging me. Like, I
Yeah,
work in
no,
a pretty demanding environment, but I do know that I have to go to a football game tomorrow night at 9, and I want to quit early. So I have to see how early I can quit because we're right before Christmas, right? End of year, the whole shebang, BS in IRL, like busy, everybody running. But if I can make it, like, I'm happy to join again. And at least next week, I know I can join for sure because we'll be working alone. Everybody has vacation, and B, it will be the last 2 days before my vacation. So next week will be possible for sure to join.
Doc, we want you
The
any
spaces.
day. You are obviously Anytime.
always
always welcome. Feel free to jump in anytime. We do it every Monday through Friday. Might take a couple of days off around the holiday, but definitely will be on Monday, Tuesday next week.
Oh, please take days off. It's
I will be
important
available. I'm
to.
very much available. But Binta's gonna do them every day now that she thinks you might show up. She's gonna.
Nah, but Binta and me, like I don't speak so much in the groups, but Binta knows where to find me, and she can DM me if she needs me. So.
Yeah, no, and honestly, getting Binta to do an opening morning space for us was one of the best decisions I made, because what gets you into a better positive frame of mind than hearing her smiley voice?
Yeah,
it's the best. It's absolutely the best. My only problem is I'm so busy trying to get the news and everything.
You know what? One of the most beautiful things is, and Binta knows this, we now have a lot from Nigeria and Ghana and all these countries, like also in the aligners community, right? And when you get them on spaces, it's 1,000 Bintas, all different voices, but they're like, the energy of these people is so high. It is.
It's great that we're growing the global community. We're shrinking the earth, and which has been being done for a long time with the internet, but the tools and the technology now for us to get into these conversations on a regular basis and really get to know people that are nowhere near you physically. It really is a great paradigm. I love it. We are a little bit over the hour, so I don't want to drag too much longer. I do want to make sure. So number one, Wappy, we're definitely going to need you to come on again in January when the token launches, so we can keep up to date as to how that's how it works in real life once it's going live.
I will be happy to do that. And another thing too, because Stacks is for coding a bit different than EVM chains. But I know that there's people that looking for cross-train, like Blockface, right? Like, no, not Blockface. Was already looking at an XRP combination for a while back. Stacks and that sort of. So I know there's a lot of people looking at.
We still call them.
Oh yeah. Okay, but like sort of things, right? Like, just so I know that there's a lot of developers also in Stack that look to how to like bring certain things to Stacks or Stacks to other chains. So if this solution that needs to be,
there are a couple of
so
things.
if this is a solution, go ahead.
We're actually we're actually getting wormhole adoption for Stacks probably in Q1, probably January.
We also just got Wallet Connect functionality. So Stacks is very much going to be multi-chain.
Well,
so we do
what I will do. I will Roger, because I'm now, and Binta knows this, also connected to the team closer is being chosen as one of the 26 alliance for the second period to spread it, and I thought this was a great opportunity to start doing that. They will concentrate on EVM at the moment. I think it won't hurt if I ask Roger and explain, like, hey, listen, in Stacks there's also a big community, and I know that even in Stacks there's people still trading outside the Stacks or doing things outside of Stacks. But if it becomes a multi-chain thing, it can never hurt to bring everybody together and talk, right? So maybe he wants to join one time in one of the morning spaces, and I will definitely ask him that.
Yeah, we'd love that. Absolutely. There's definitely room to grow. And Stacks, there's so many devs onboarding right now. It's crazy. We have a lot of developer talent on Stacks these days. So I don't think it's a challenge that can't be overcome, getting Stacks designed on there. I mean, it probably won't happen overnight, but it's worth looking into for sure.
Yeah, there's one thing I want to say about that. They concentrate on EVM for the moment because it's easier to deploy EVM contracts, right? It's like a little bit of an adaptation, and you go from Arbitrum to Base to, like, that's less work as going from EVM bang Bitcoin. Like, that bridge is a little bit too far, but like, I know that there is, and we also know that even on Stacks there are token launches. There's also things that going on. Okay, maybe not as much as a Pump.Fun or Solana, but yeah, I think eventually, if everybody wants to build this way, and you can find a fair value system for everyone, hey, I'll be happy to connect the worlds and bring them all together.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Brother, thank you so much for joining us today. This has been awesome. Binta, I'm going to give you, do you have anything else you wanted to add today?
Nothing much. I just wanted to come here and support, first of all, the DeOrganized, then talk to OP as well, because I love the Aligners team. I love the project. I love the community, and I'm very, very happy to be involved as well. And I don't have the time. I will have it. It's fun. Like, sincerely, it's fun to just be part of the community. It's fun to just like come to their spaces, listen to Roger. He's very smart, very intelligent, and he's ready to give to its community. He's building a very cool project. Yeah, he's building a very cool project.
Are there regular spaces? Are there regular spaces for Alliance?
Yeah.
Every day.
Single day, multiple spaces. Like, this community go really hard. You have different community leaders hosting spaces at different times. I will tag you on some so that if you are free, you can just jump in.
Please do. Please do. Especially if you guys are up and talking, I'll actually get a notification too. So if you guys jump into the spaces and talk, I might be able to follow you in.
I'm pretty regular if it comes to spaces because I very much like public speaking with everybody. But like, there is like a 7-day AMA schedule that's like designed like with the team. They're also like featured on Lurky so that you can lurk back and see what was discussed. But besides that, the community is so tight, and Binta knows it, that I cannot wake up and don't find a space. Like, it's absolutely nuts. They're talking in the morning, in the midnight, and then I sometimes even get pinged. You should come in my space. And I look at the clock, and it's like it's freaking 3 a.m. 8 o'clock.
Maybe
going on now.
If it's talking at the moment.
Yeah.
So I will go
So
to
there are
that
a
too,
couple
and I
of
will take
spaces
my.
every
All right, we'll have to jump into one soon. I won't be able to do today's. Unfortunately, I got some more stuff I got to get to after this. But
Always
always a
something to do,
pleasure,
right?
Wappy. I'm so glad we finally got you on the
Yes.
show. Don't be a stranger, guys. Make sure you're following Dr. Wappy on X. Definitely be following GPSC and Binta, and if you want, DeOrganized Media and myself. But awesome stuff. I am very excited and look forward to seeing more about what Aligners does when they launch. I will probably start paying a little bit more attention and definitely going to jump into a space or two soon because if Binta says so, I have to. And Wappy, whenever looking forward to seeing you jump into a space sometime soon. We can talk a little more about it then. And again, thank you, brother, for joining us today. Thank you, GP, for jumping in. Always great to have you with us. And Binta, you made my day, surprising us jumping into the show this afternoon. So awesome stuff. Another spotlight from the DeOrganized crew, guys. Check out Aligners and make sure you're following Dr. Wappy. He's definitely a good vibes kind of guy that you need in your life. Thank you guys for joining us today. Thank you guys for tuning in. We'll have some more, probably some more evergreen repeat content for you coming up to round out the last couple of hours of the stream. And we'll be back with you guys in the morning for the news show, bright and early, starting at 7:30. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. Peace out.
Peace out.
Bye, guys. Bye.
Fast transactions are fact. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes.
Yes, I think that's and honestly, these types of things can actually be catalysts for better organization down the line as well. They help us get better with these things, be a little bit more reactive when future things come up. So participating now is important for not just this immediate situation, but also for being more able to participate down the line when these things come up. Lobbying and pushing for the good policy, both at the government level and at the corporate level, is important, and it's not going to be something that's short term for people that are pro Bitcoin. So
absolutely, yeah. I think we learned this with the presidential election. I think that was the first time you saw kind of the industry unite in some ways, and at least ensure that their voices were heard in some way, shape, or form. And I think this is a continuation of that. And I think it's important to, again, as we head into a midterm election year, that we do kind of have these systems and these processes and this infrastructure built out for us to respond anytime there's I don't want to call this like an attack necessarily, but anytime that we're in the spotlight in a way that's going to have implications on our industry. And so I'm very motivated, and I'm very encouraged by the response so far.
All right. Well, I just signed, so I just put my signature on there. I was
Amazing.
Thank you. Like, maybe I really should. I have shared my email on the live stream a few times, but probably not the best practice. So I did it off screen, but I did just add my signature. Also, the link to that page, the direct link to that page, is in the comments replies under this live stream right now. So you guys have easy access to it. We'll probably distribute it out a few times. When's the petition end? Is it up through the 31st?
Yep, it'll be up to the 31st, and then we have already made contact with MSCI, but we'll send them sort of the official letter with all the signatures on the 31st as well, and then we will wait until January 15th to hear what the outcome is.
All right, so we'll keep pushing that link out over the next couple weeks to try to help support. What else?
There's one funny thing too out of this is there's actually a Polymarket line that is The question that it's posing is, will MicroStrategy be delisted from MSCI by March 31st? So a lot riding on this. People are betting on it.
You guys can actually go. Actually, it's very interesting because what many people don't realize is that these prediction markets are actually a great way to source data in general, like market data. So going and putting a bet in the right direction could also actually could potentially be more impactful than the signatures. If you have enough people betting against that happening, it might be like, the market doesn't believe it's true. So that might influence it.
No doubt.
Very cool. All right. So you guys have your instructions. Go sign the petition. It's bitcoinforcorporations.com with MSCI in front of that. Very easy to get to. The link's in our descriptions. Also, George, I just wanted to shout out. I know I haven't read it, but you wrote a book on parenting. I happen to be familiar with the subject myself. I have 7.
Nice.
But my wife and I have 7. My oldest is 29. I'm old, and my youngest just turned 14. I've graduated 5 adult humans that are out of my house, and most of them are very self-sufficient. They're all more or less self-sufficient and out of my house and not bothering me. So there is hope for those who are in the thick of it right now. You just gotta kind of. I'd actually love to hear. Can you give me a brief? I know you wrote a whole book on it. What's the most important thing a parent should do, in your opinion?
Yeah, well, I mean, you definitely don't need the book. 7 kids, that's incredible. Congratulations.
I don't have time for the book.
So yeah, the book is called "I Am Not Your Bruh," and it's 21 Keys to Sound Parenting is the subtitle. It's basically in response to modern parenting and sort of some of the issues I've started to notice, where kids are basically literally calling their mom or their dad bruh, and it's like so disrespectful, and it's become sort of a meme and a joke of like, I saw a T-shirt that was being sold that was like, it said mom, and mom was crossed out. It said, or like formerly known as mom, or it was like bruh, formerly known as mom, or something like that. And I was like, that's terrifying, and that's not funny. And I think that the crux of the book really is just getting back to the basics of parenting. It's recapturing the relationship between parent and child as one of the most important relationships that I think we've lost in a lot of ways in modern parenting, and where you have this dynamic where parents want to be a bruh, they want to be a friend, they want to be buddy and chummy with their kids, as opposed to taking their responsibility as a role model and as a parent very seriously.
That way, in the short term,
it is easier, yeah. Yeah.
Where can we get the book?
You can get it on Amazon. Just search "I'm Not Your Bruh" book, or Bitcoin Magazine store, bitcoinmagazine.com.
I think your book would do well here in Africa because those kids, this generation kids, we call them AMA 2K. Those kids, they are very disrespectful. So what you're saying, it's with what's going on also this side. I think that book would do well here. I'll check it out.
Yeah, please do. I really enjoyed writing it. I have two teenagers. It's I think really geared towards parents with younger children. I don't pretend to know what I'm doing with teenagers right now. I'm still figuring that part out. My kids are great. I'm very fortunate.
Just gonna weather that storm, brother.
No, I mean, I'm enjoying it. I mean, every season is a gift, and it comes with its own challenges. But yeah, it's a book that I really believe in, and it's something I'm passionate about. I think that as Bitcoiners, especially, having children is the lowest time preference thing you can do if you think about it. If we're serious about changing the world, if we're serious about this next generation being, the generation that essentially inherits the earth, inherits the financial system, and is kind of the leaders of kind of the future, then we need to be serious about parenting. And so that was kind of the motivation behind it.
That is 100% true. The best thing you can do is to make more good people. 100%.
Amen.
There's not a whole lot more anything better you could do is than to just create good people that do good. And There are a number of ways to get there, but one is you can't learn somebody. One piece that I came across just in my experience is you can't learn somebody else's lessons for them. So you have to you have to equip them with the tools to learn from their mistakes, and it's hard. That's actually very hard because there's you want to protect them, but you got to let them mess up or they're gonna hey, Bruce they're gonna they're gonna have a hard time adjusting as an adult when they're going to eventually make mistakes anyway. And so letting them know how to deal with it is actually a hugely important thing. And that it's not that big of a deal when you make mistakes is also important.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome stuff though. I have I want to just be respectful of your time. I know you're a very good man.
Yeah, nope, I am at the end here where I do got to jump, but really enjoyed this conversation. Thank you guys for having me on. Thanks for spreading the word on this MSCI coalition letter. Definitely invite you all to go and sign, and yeah, would love to kind of join you guys again in the future and let you know how this wraps up.
Absolutely, man. We actually started streaming. We stream all day, Monday through Friday. We start at 7:30 in the morning. We go until about 5 or 6 o'clock at night. We're East Coast U.S. Well, half of us are East Coast U.S. And we would love to have you on anytime you have something to talk about. We have lots of real estate to bring people on for stuff like this. So anytime,
Awesome.
just let us know.
Sounds great. Good chatting with you. Good to meet you all.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you, man.
Thanks for
All right,
joining
take
us today. And guys,
Pleasure.
make sure you pay attention to what's going on. And we'll have more stuff coming up on the live stream shortly, so stay tuned. Thank you so much, George. Guys, make sure you're following. It's at G McHale, and it's
right.
at
Give him
Bitcoin
a follow.
for Corporations and at Bitcoin Magazine. Go give them all a follow so you guys can stay
I
informed
gave you
of
a
what's
follow.
going on.
Thank you.
Thank you again, George.
All right,
And
take care.
you have a great rest of your day. Thank you guys for joining. Hannah, GP, we are DeOrganized Media, and we're keeping you guys informed and trying to help spread the news so that we can preserve and grow the very awesome Bitcoin and broader crypto ecosystem. That's what we're here for, the Bitcoin ethos. Y'all have a blessed day. We'll be back with some more commentary and content soon. Thank y'all for tuning in.
Peace.
Peace out.
The basics of what BitFlow is and how it adds to the stocks ecosystem. How you can use BitFlow for various stuff like swapping of your favorite token, putting your BTC to use, single-sided liquidity and yield on Bitcoin. So since we're waiting for others to join, let me quickly do this.
Peace, are you there? Nice.
Okay, so I'm going to wait a bit, then start the class. Let me try to get everything sorted out real quick. But yes, let's start today's class. So again, welcome everyone. Welcome to another episode of the Stocks AI Guild Bootcamp. Today we're going to be going over what or how you could like create content on BitFlow, since most people don't know what BitFlow is since they're so new. So first, what is BitFlow? Bitflow is a decentralized exchange on the Bitcoin ecosystem or the Bitcoin blockchain. So Bitflow is designed to help solve the problem of fractional liquidity. That means it helps you trade both stablecoin or Bitcoin-pegged assets. Basically, it helps you trade Bitcoins, tokens that are on the stocks blockchain, like your main coin, like Roche, Leo, and the likes. Also, what Bitflow aims to solve is that Bitflow aims to solve the problem of idle assets, which Bitcoin is all about. So Bitflow is here to create a yield or DeFi strategy for the assets on Bitcoin. So basically, it involves you can supply your SBTC on Bitflow and get rewarded through liquidity pools there. And there are various core features in Bitflow. Mind you, I'm going to go through this real quick because I'm also going to do a recap of the original classes, just a quick recap. So Bitflow allows you to swap. That means you can swap your meme coins, your stable assets, or anything. It's minimal slippage. And you can also earn real yield. That means you can stake your assets and get rewarded with sustainable returns. And then Bitflow also offers single-sided liquidity, which you can see from your STSTX on the Bitflow pool. And through that, you can supply only your STSTX and get rewarded for that. So next, the benefits of Bitflow, why Bitflow is so based. It is created on the Bitcoin layer to which leverages stacks to bring smart contracts to Bitcoin. So what Bitflow does is that it uses the programmability of stacks to allow DeFi on Bitcoin. It allows SBTC integration. SBTC is a one-to-one pegged Bitcoin, which enables users to perform DeFi with it. So Bitflow allows people to do that with the SBTC. And now I'm going to go over the last class. We've talked about prompting, how prompting could help you grow, and how to do effective prompting. So today I'm going to just go brief on how you can do effective prompting without having to do too much. So first, when you want to create, when you want to make effective prompt, you have to know what your context is. You have to be clarified on what you want to do, and then you have to define your constraint. So first of all, when you say context, that means what your AI is. That means you have to give your AI personnel to get effective prompt. For example, like let me give an example, a practical example to be precise, so you guys will not be confused. I'm going to go to here. Okay, so my screen is not. So now I'm going to show you guys how to give your AI a persona. So first of all, you can use any AI for this, mind you. So for me, I'm going to try to use my Google AI Studio, since I already have a persona out there. But let's go over how to create a persona with Gemini. Okay, so first of all, you have to think about what type of persona you want, or what the features you want your persona to have. Like for example, I want to create a prompt engineer that is well versed in the creation of AI images and AI videos that looks more like 3D animations. So I'm going to tell my AI to give a set of system instructions that gives I hope my screen is visible, that gives an AI the set of personalities. Personalities. So now I'm going to, although it's advisable not to use bullet points or asterisks or stuff like that, because it's some AIs do not work better with those. So I'm going to try to like do this the easy way. So I'm going to ask it to tell the AI that you are a very advanced AI prompt engineer skilled in the field of AI images and video creation. And also I'm going to add this for clarity also with experience and would was exposed to reward for photography. The reason I said photography is because when you want to like create an image, the photographers have better sense of how to create images, what images should look like, how they should look like, the best way it can come out, the best angle, stuff like that. So I'm going to run that and see what Gemini gives me. So it gives me this. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy this system instruction and then take it to my Studio. I'm going to show you. So the site is aistudio.google.com and you can access it. It's basically free for everyone in case you have no access to subscription. So I'm going to put this in and then I'm going to switch this to Gemini. Okay, so now I want to like create a normal image, but I don't want to use a reference image. So I'm going to tell you to create an image of, oh yeah, another important thing. The best way to use prompt is by using them as JSON files. So JSON files are like super important when you're trying to create a personality. So always make sure to add the fact that all its output should be in JSON format. And so I'm going to add that all output must be in JSON format. So since I've done that, I'm going to ask it to create an image of I said a humanoid kangaroo. So I'm going to run that and let the AI go through that and see what it gives me. Although most AIs usually work with more complex prompts, but most are very easy to use, like Nano Banana. Nano Banana literally just gives you what you give it and gives it to you back in better format. So now it's running the prompt. Oh yeah, another important thing is that for your prompt, always remember that you must add a negative prompt, because negative prompts are more like what you don't want to see in your image. Okay, they are what you don't want to see in your image and what you wouldn't like to see in your image. So an example of a negative prompt is maybe disfigured or six hands or six fingers, stuff like that. They help distinguish between what you want and what you don't want. So now you can see that in my prompt here, you can see that it's first went through the concept of what I want to do. So it analyzed the concept of an humanoid kangaroo, that is a kangaroo with human features, and then it's recommended the like a framework for it. That means like a framework for it. So wait, was someone under? So next, it analyzes the type and it gives me suggestion about what its skin should be like, about the texture of the character and its anatomy. So, and then the next one was it gave me suggestion on the lighting of the image. I mean, that is why the photography side was very important. And then it's also gave me the camera settings. That's also this. And then it gave me final output, and it says here this is the explanation of what it does, what it did rather. So it says I chose specific keywords like anthropomorphic and bipedal to enforce the humanoid shape, reference to Seems creative and unregistered AI. So basically what it says here is that it tells me the reason for the prompt and why it is optimal. So I'm going to copy this prompt real quick and take it to I'm going to use two different AIs for this. I'm going to use Gemini and run this, and I'm also going to use Google AI Studio for the second one. So it's loading. Let's see what it gives us. That's fast. So voila, see what it gives us. It gives us a kangaroo with humanoid feature that and standing upright, because kangaroos don't normally stand this upright. So it gave it the shoulders, the hands, the legs standing aloof, and then you can see here that the background is more like as if it's taking a picture. Do you get it? It's very, very smooth, and you can see how clean it is. So next, I'm going to show you another type of AI you can use. So I'm going to try Imagen for portraying this image.
Is it possible to make the kangaroo like somehow more bit flowy, like themed?
Oh yes, definitely. Definitely. So I'm going to have to go here and edit my prompt right here. So mind you, we must first know what bitflow basically represents. Oh wow. So we're going to go to bitflow's page. We see that they have a yellow and black yellow and black logo, but mind you, they do not have a mascot. So I'm going to download the logo and head over to my AI. I'm sorry. Head over to my AI, copy this real quick, paste it, and then I'm also going to upload my logo. And mind you, this is the tricky part. Okay, so the tricky part is how we can integrate this logo into our prompt. So now, since I can't for sure say that, okay, does the logo can be like in the background, because the AI would have to like go through many steps to just do that. So I'm going to ask it to manot kangaroo comma add the logo that image as a. So my sense of thinking is I should make the image a logo on its chest. Okay, so a logo on its chest. But then I don't want the cargo to be shirtless, so I'm going to have to be specific more. So wearing um I'm just going to go with a black shirt. I'm going to add the plus on its chest area. And then I'm going to run that and see what it gives me. In the meantime, so I'm going to teach how to use the image info chat, which is best for JSON prompt. But today we're going to be using this now. And we're going to be using this. And mind you, your aspect ratio is very important when you want to use an image for something. So if you want to use an image for a video, but then video is a landscape, you choose the 16:9, which like works because this is the standard video mode, that's landscape, or you want to do a portrait mode, that is 9:16. But if you select a 1:1, it does not give you the desired output where you want to make a video. It makes it less, very, very compacted. And that is not good when you're running the video because it's then, it then changes the output and makes it less what you want. So now the AI is running a consultation on what I just showed. So they want to invert. It thought about the fact that if it adds a black logo to a black shirt, it will basically be invisible. So it thought about a more better way, but I don't think it's about that. Let me check. Pixels, okay, bright orange, yeah. So although the image may not be concise, it may not be the way you want it, because for most of this AI, they do not do well with already uploaded image. So I'm going to have to upload my image here again, just to be clear with the AI what I want. So now this is the tricky part. So pixel art logo, I'm going to put in bracket right here, image provided. Okay, so what that tells the AI is that, hey, I uploaded an image already. Why don't you use that image to create the logo that is in the centerpiece? So now I'm going to run this and see what the AI gives me. In the meantime, this is what is given for the other AI. You can see here that it gives the kangaroo in human form. You can see how better it looks than the nano banana, but it also has its benefits. You can see the yes, but yeah, you can see that it's quite good the way it looks. So I'm going to save that. Mind you, when you're creating with AI, don't think that the first image you create is the best one. Okay, always try to create more than once to have a proper, should I say, average image, like the best image possible. Okay, so once you keep it, okay, yeah, this is what we've gotten. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
So this is what we got. Because of
So are you recommending people to have almost like different platforms open? and then have the same prompt feed into different platforms so you can get like a collection of different results?
Yes, because that would help you get better at what you do. Okay. If you're able to
So
like, yeah,
what
continue,
I'm
James.
what I'm thinking is, one way to approach this is to generate a prompt, and you feed that prompt to different platforms, and then you check the best result from all the platforms, which one you prefer, and then you take that one and develop it further.
Yeah, yes, exactly. You take the best one possible and then you create around that one. Because no matter what you think, you can't necessarily have the best output with one AI. Okay, you have to like engage with various other AIs to always make sure your output is way better. Do you understand? I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So I'm going to try it out. Due to some issues, I'm going to, since the bounty says a Christmas theme, so I'm going to try to make the kangaroo more Christmas themed. Did you get? I hope you guys can hear me. So now I'm going to upload the Bitflow image again. And then run that. And I'm going to go back here and try running what, sorry, try running what I got from this and see how this comes out. So, mind you, I will drop this personality in the Discord for anyone that wants to have access to it. It's everything here is basically free to use. Anyone can use it for a limited amount of time. Because I think when it comes to the image aspect of Google AI Studio, I still think Google AI Studio is the best because it gives you unlimited image generation per month. You would have, you could also try LM Arena. Let me type that so you guys can see that. LM Arena. So LM Arena basically uses Nano Banana without any other implication. So we're going to go here and see what we've gotten. Yeah, because of I did not add the logo, it gave me a whole new logo. So this is the limitation of this, because you won't be able to update a logo. So that's why I recommended using different AI, because then some AIs will allow you to upload while you are creating images, but others won't allow you to do that. So I'm going to copy this prompt. No, I'm going to have to create this prompt. I'm going to change this to orange to see how it goes. I'm going to see how it goes because for some reason, because of I made the shirt black, the AI decided that making it black and this one like that doesn't work. I'm going to try to make the shirt orange and see what I get. Does anyone have a question so far? So we can, we can go through it together just to be safe. Okay, so this is how you use LM Marina. LM Marina basically allows you to create an image without any updating or trying to get anything. So now I'm going to try to upload the image. This image? No, no, no. I'm going to try. I'm going to upload the image. See, I can upload the image with this. So I'm going to have to the fact that this is the image. Image. Uploaded. So I'm going to close my bracket and run that and see what the AI gives. So in the meantime, let's go check out our last prompted. So so um so since the background is orange and the sheet is orange, it makes it even more better. So let us see what the AI gives us, and maybe we could work with that. Now this is loading. So now, since we had a bounty launched earlier, late last week, about creating a Christmas themed beautiful bounty, beautiful video. So for now, I'm not going to be creating a video because I want you guys to create with your full imagination. So what I'm going to do is just show you how to create a themed image with what I'm doing. So now I'm going to wait for this to load and copy this prompt and run it. So let's check on our, okay, so and the marina is done. Oh yeah, you can see it now. You can see the two different types. Although this one did compromise the image, this one brought out the image perfectly. Hero, did you see it?
Yeah.
So you can see that this one compromised the image, although the character looked better. But this one brought out the logo better, but the character is a bit, not up to par. So I'm going to save both of them.
Okay.
So now we are going to go to Gemini to try the festive aspect of this. I'm going to upload that. Upload the image. Mind you, the reason I'm uploading the image, like I said, is for the AI to have a, should I say, like a preview of what it wants to create. So it wouldn't like have to hallucinate and create its own image. Okay. Most AI, because they don't have access to most of what we say, like when we say create a logo and we try to explain it, most AI don't have access to that information. Their database is not that advanced. So they tend to create it in with how advanced they are. So then that's usually like it makes it differ from what you actually want. And that is not what we want right here. So we want to create the pattern perfectly. So now I'm going to go over here and explain why the prompt is like this. So it says that I define the shutters vivid orange to blend with the logo background, ensuring the black pixel art geometric wave stands out sharply as the brown element. That means it made sure that the beautiful logo is very, very evident and it's not like very fast like the other images. So now we're going to go here and voila. We have Rue in the Christmas art, wearing a
That's
beautiful
really
shirt.
cute. Can you post that on social media just so that there's a, the BitFlow people can see it. There's a record of it, and I really like to share some of these workshop stuff on X.
I'm going to drop all the images in the Discord. So I'm going to try to do the prompt with this one. So mind you,
Tell
we're still
people
going to
where to go, like where to find CTSN Discord, because maybe few people know that.
oh yeah. So access the CTSN Discord, just head over to the CTSN.ng. Hold on, let me try to get access to it. So you can always have access to the CTSN Discord through the CTSN X profile. The link is in the profile, and I'm going to try to access it right here so you can see. So all you have to do is go to your search button and press CTSN _ng. So once you go there, you're going to see the Discord link right here. And then if you click that, it's going to take you to the CTSN Discord. Is this the right? I think advanced link is correct. Let me try to text. So it's going to take you to the CTSN Discord. Let me try to confirm it's working. Yes, it's working. Yeah, I still that. Wait, why does it say that? I can just read it in history. So it's going to take you to the CTSN Discord, and then to access everything that we've done so far, you can head over to the content creation channel, which is totally open for everyone. But just to be clear, you can get role at state channels and roles, or you could get it. So you can head over to the content and creation channel, and you have access to all the past recordings of the bootcamps. So in case you are curious about what we've been doing and you have no access to it, you can head over to the CTSN Discord, and you would have access to every material that we've used so far, and also every tools in regards to both development and the music production. So head over to CTSN Discord and get in there to have everything that you need. So now I'm going to go to LM now to see. Oh yeah, oh wow. So as always, the first one, let's be crooked, but then this comes out well. You can see the beautiful logo, the enchant, the Christmas environment, and everything. So I'm going to save this and send it. So the next aspect is video creation. So since most people do not have access to most people do not have access to paid Gemini or Flow or Google Video, so we're going to try to use video to, which is basically free for everyone, but you do each. So that's why, mind you, this is not an advice. That's why it's perfect to have more than one email when you're dealing with AIs, to have the opportunity to access the different tools available. So once you're able to do that, you'd have little to less issue creating as much as you want and exploring. So I'm going to switch to Veo 2, basically. And then this is another important aspect. So like I was saying before, when you want to create a video, there are only two aspect ratios available. There's the 16:9 and there's the 9:16. So although most of the images created by Banana have been in 1:1 because of the limitation and all. So I'm going to have to just work with them. So I'm going to go over here and upload my image. Mind you, the thing with video creation is that you can choose to be more specific with your prompt, or you can choose you can use keywords, or you can just use advanced prompting. So I'm going to have to use keywords for this. So I'm going to ask the AI to animate this with acceleration aspects. And although this is just for show, it is not like a normal web prompt. Mind you, don't prompt like this because this is not advanced. I'm also, you also have to make sure that whenever you're prompting the video, you have to make sure that you take into, you must take into factor the camera angle, the lighting, and the way your character is. So I'm going to say, let character work with camera move. Let character work. Why? Okay, so I'm going to, for more details, I'm still thinking about prompt. So I'm going to ask character to work as if it's uploading a vlog. Okay, so we're going to run that and see. Oh yeah, see, you can see here that there's the 10 over 10 generation. So that's for free limits. You can generate more than 10 without using the Gemini API, basically. And although you could just subscribe to your Gemini and get a more better option, but for those with no access to, no access to exclusive aspect of it, so I'm going to ask Gemini to do the same for my image. Since I'm just going to change this to shooter, because when you upload the analysis, it's working on serious. So now I'm going to check on this. Yeah, it's downloading, and now okay, so let's see what that gives me. So I hope you can see that. You can see that, like I said, because of it is not 16 by 9, the image is cut enough. You can see it is not even in half, it is more like in quarter. You cannot see the logo, you cannot see the art, you can only see the little background and stuff. So I'm going to save that, and we're going to have to work on this aspect again. So another thing you can do for this thing is to make sure you add the aspect ratio in your prompt. Okay, that's another important thing. So if you say you want to like create an image and then you add it to your prompt, the AI would, okay, let me try to so I'm going to try this, copy this, paste it, and then I'm going to tell it AR, which basically means aspect ratio 16. So now this is the important part. So I'm going to have to go with 16 ratio 9. So let's see if the AI would be able to do that for me. I'm not too confident in this. So now this one. So because I did not put a dialogue, the AI had to generate a dialogue for me. So I'm going to be sending this to the chat for those who want to listen to it and see the difference between both generations. So you can check the CTSM Discord for access to the videos. And then I'm going to go back here and see what this one does for me. So I'm just going to be giving a little bit of like input to what you guys should do for the bounty. Since Bitflow does not have a, since they do not have a mascot, my best advice for anyone is to make use of one of the various meme coins available on Bitflow. Oh yeah, it did the thing. It did the thing. I forgot to add the image. So it did the thing, although the image is still 101. Yeah, but it looks okay. So now you can check the Discord for access to this, to the video. So okay. So next, the next aspect is we're just going to go over. We're going to try to like create a dialogue for this character. Okay. So I'm going to go over here and copy this and paste this. So I'm going to upload the character, and then I'm going to tell the AI the important thing is the way you structure your prompt, like I said. So I'm going to try to structure my prompt in such a way that the prompt is not complex for the AI. So I'm going to make it very, very simple. So I'm going to ask the AI to let the dialogue by go as follow. So I'm going to say welcome to the month of this the worship I see. I'm going to use XMS for night mass. So I'm going to say trade on its flow. I'm going to say don't forget. I'm trying to make sure that my prompt is not, my dialogue is not more than it's supposed to be. So, okay, so straight on the flow. So let's see if the AI is able to create the old prompt around this. And another AI you can use for your video is Flow. Although Flow requires Flow does give 100, so 100 points I think per month. Also, so you can basically create using 100 flow points per month. And once you create those, you would have access to the voice and the animations and everything. So I'm going to go over here and see. Okay, so so I'm going to go over there and see. So now I have access to my flow. Let me check real quick. So it's slow again. And let's check our Gemini to generate it. So, mind you, when you're working with Flow, you can let your imagination roll out because Flow works better with imagination. So you can let your imagination work around what, tell it what to do, how to do it. So as access to Nano Banana, you can basically create image with Flow. So now another perfect aspect of Flow is that there is the text to video aspect, in which you put in a prompt and Flow helps you create that image or that video rather. And then you have frames to video, which you have to upload two different frames and add them together. So let's say, for example, you have like two distinct images. So you can, wait, let me try to do something to show you guys. I'm going to try to these two. So I'm going to tell like this to set from of the course as true. So I'm going to try to run that prompt to show you how the frame to video work. So when my video is ready, I'm going to go at it and see it. So this came out perfectly like we put into it. So I'm going to try to upload it so you guys can have access to it. If you do not understand anything, please don't hesitate to raise up your hand or ask any question, because this is an open class. Everyone is welcome to ask a question. Uploaded, so you guys can have access to it now. You can check how it's so much. So you can check. So we have kind of error there. So you see how the frame to video works. It's basically made sure both of them are in the same image. And then it's also, this is the first frame, but then this is like the middle frame, what the prompt I asked it to do. And then this is the last frame. Okay, so normally what it does is that it doesn't like add both frames together. It makes them separately, but because I asked it to add both characters together, it's had to do that. So now we're going to go over this one. So now you see how good it is. Yeah, and you see that both frames are also in the video, so showing that the frames of video is meant to like make sure both frames like mingle with one another. So I'm going to save this. So I'm going to save this, and then the next aspect is ingredients to video. So what ingredients to video is that it basically allows you to upload more than two images. I think more than two images. It allows you to do that, and then at the end of your upload, at the end of your uploading, your prompts will define how both images will interact with one another. So now using this, I'm going to ask the AI to make this to characters, but to like mind you, you can also use the prompts from your Google AI Studio system instruction personality, but I'm just taking it slow because that would take more time than we have, and I wouldn't want to take too much of you guys' time. So I'm going to try to show you guys how the latest video came out. So I'm going to upload this and show you guys, so you guys can have access to it. So it doesn't seem like it's, So I'm now going to, you can also create image with Flow, but that is less used on Flow. So I'm not going to have to work with the Bitflow image created. So I'm going to use the prompts that we used for Gemini. So I'm going to upload that, and then I'm going to do this, copy the prompt about this. Okay, so I'm going to crop and see using for that to upload. Oh yeah, the video is done. You can see both characters. So that's the beauty of AI. AI, you can do anything you want. So what do I see after this? So I'm just going to add the word July and add the comma there. So I'm going to run that, and we can have a look at what we created. So you can see both of them are pricing receivers. But yeah, let's check this one out. And it's not too much. And then you can see that although it's not like super fixed, but it still works. So now we're going to have a look at okay, so it seems like our engine is created. So I'm going to play this and see what so this came out as good as I think it would. Let's see the second one. So I'm going to upload the and mind you, you're all free to so there you go. That's how you can experience AI stuff. That's how you can create videos AI while also doing other stuffs. So if anyone have a question, they're free to ask the question right now, because we've come to the end of the class, and hopefully you guys learned a lot. Oh yeah, Team 9, what's up?
I have a question. So
yeah, ask.
When you try to use an image as a reference for video generation, right? And let's say that the said image has like writings on it. Sometimes when you use the video generation, it doesn't give you, when it comes out, it doesn't give exactly what it's supposed to give, like exactly what is on the image. It just writes like gibberish text.
Oh yeah, text is another limitation for AIs. Some AI cannot analyze text and remake it. So your best option is to add it after you've created the image. Do you get? That's one of the uses of that's one of use of the Canva and your CapCut.
Oh, okay.
Any other person have a question? Okay, since we have no other question, I think we've come to the end of today's class. Thank you for joining. I hope to see you guys next class. I hope you all have a great night. Good night. Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, that was a great session by the Stacks AI Guild and our good friend Bolupeak, showing us how to use some of these amazing AI tools available to us. Thank you guys for tuning in. I am going to continue with some pre-recorded content momentarily, and I believe GP and I will be back with you guys around 2 p.m. to cover the Fed speech. Scheduled for 2 p.m. still right now. If that changes, we'll let you know. But we'll have something going on, and stay tuned for more content. And as always, thank you guys so much for continued support and tuning into what we're doing here. We really appreciate you, our audience, and just want to say that. We'll be back with more content shortly. Stay tuned.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning.
All right, let me bring on our guest. We got Dano Ferrin in the house. Dano, what's
morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning.
I'll give you a brief introduction, and then I'm going to let you tell us all about whatever you want to talk about. I don't know a whole lot other than I met Dano down in Buenos Aires a couple weeks back. He was giving a talk about quantum resistance, which is a serious issue that I think not enough people are taking seriously enough. And then in my little bit of research, after I chatted with him then about coming on the show, I did a little bit of research, which oftentimes I do no research because I want everything to be authentic when you're talking to me. But when I was doing just kind of find out how to best present him, it seems like Dano's an OG developer in crypto and a bunch of projects. He's been around the block a little bit. He knows what he's talking about. So I'm super excited to have him here today to share his wealth of knowledge. With that, Dano, tell us about yourself. What's the most important parts of your background? Because there was too much for me to pin.
Yeah, I've been around for quite a while. I'd say I'm early. I'm not OG, but I'm really early in some of this stuff. Before this crypto stuff, I had a previous life as a desktop developer in Java. And that's really kind of what got me into Bitcoin. I was working on, there's this thing called graph analysis where you take, dots and lines and you connect them together. And there's really fancy algorithms from this one company that I wanted to try and use to lay it out cool. because there was this new framework called JavaFX. It was entertaining tech for me, but I needed some real data to lay out some of these graphs. And that's about the time that Bitcoin hit its $1,000 hit. And so I started reading up on some of the Bitcoin libraries and said, you know what, UTXOs, there's these acyclic directed graphs that I want to like kind of render on this graph algorithm that I've been working on. I wanted to see what it looks like. And that really just started my descent down to the rabbit hole. I generated it for a Coinbase hackathon. I used that as a forcing function to get me to finish to build something. So I built a little program where you could graph your UTXOs. I briefly thought about building a forensics company around it, but I just don't have the government contracts. And having been on both sides of the forensics bit, it's kind of creepy. It's not too comfortable. So I sold it off to someone for chump change. And then I spent nearly 3 years at Google thinking, you know what, if I work at Google, I can get this blockchain stuff out of my system. Didn't work. At Google, every few years, you kind of like switch, unless you're like going, super staff engineer and you're going to be committed to this feature for life. Every few years, you tend to switch groups. And it was about the time that I started to need to switch groups because we had shipped our products that we needed to do. And that's when a recruiter Consensus called me up and said, hey, do you want to work on a Ethereum client? It's written in Java. And I've been following it the entire time I was at Google. And I'm like, yes, I do. So it wasn't too much of a hard sell to get me to work at Consensus. I started working there. The client I was working on, this was before it was called Hyperledger Besu. It was called Pantheon. And the idea was it was going to be an enterprise Ethereum client. And at the time, that was a great idea that needed to be explored. We needed to figure out exactly what was going on with it. So we spent a lot of time. We brought Besu up to, we named it eventually to Hyperledger Besu because Pantheon, the name was taken by some other project. And we joined the Hyperledger project, got it up to active status, got Hyperledger Besu up to fully functional, fully performant mainnet basis. And about that time is when COVID crash hit. So I had been working on some deep database layer stuff, trying to improve the speed of our performance to build this bonsai tree thing. I'm working on that database. It's running in COVID. Kind of burnt me out, and there were some changes going on in Consensus, and I'm like, this isn't quite my vibe. So I spent a few months at Reddit. They had an idea they were working on. Community Point, some of you older people may remember that, where they're going to take all of their Reddit karma and move it on chain. There were scaling problems at the time, like just about every crypto project. But I think the bigger problem that Reddit had at that time was they were in the process of going public. So anything that had just a whiff of legal problems got the kibosh really quick, because what was more important was that Reddit survive and go public. And that was totally the right business decision. So it was kind of a rough stay there. And then I switched over and I worked at Hedera. I spent almost 3 years there at Hedera as well, and upgraded their EVM. They had a really old version of EVM. Their focus wasn't really EVM. They had this really fancy consensus algorithm called Hashgraph it's leaderless. You don't need it's not like you need to have one person in BFT, everyone build it together. There's some really fancy math behind it. But what they needed was to improve their smart contract system. And being in Java, I worked on Java and Besu, spent time improving the EVM there, and bringing it up to standard, bringing it up to snuff, and bringing features where I could integrate their native token system to where they could then do DeFi on Hedera with native Hedera tokens. So that was my major contribution there. And then I took about a 2-year detour, part-time at Hedera, part-time on my own, trying to get this feature called EOF finished. People may have heard about that. It went the distance. It's one of those features. I think Ethereum development and research is a problem sometimes. Features kind of languish, and they don't know if they're going to ship or if they're going to get killed. So when I started working on EOF, I thought it was going to solve a lot of key problems at Hedera. And then I saw that it was really pointing to some key problems at Ethereum. As far as the governance. And so I made a commitment when I left Hedera. I'm going to spend the rest of the year on this, and I'm going to bring clarity to EOF. It's either going to be shipped or it's going to be killed. And that actually leaked into 2025 because it was in the process of being shipped, but ultimately it wound up getting killed. And I'm fine with that. And my goal was to bring clarity to it. And I think it helped Ethereum in its process of figuring out what it's trying to do. So after that, after I worked on EOF, I started looking for other things that I wanted to work on. I was briefly in a prototyping group at the Ethereum Foundation. But eventually I got contacted by Ron from Tectonic. And Tectonic is working on, we're in stealth, so I'm only going to reference what we have on our webpage. quantum secure defense tech. I'm working on quantum cryptography, learning a lot about the quantum threat. And this is some very important stuff that we're doing. I really want to talk about it once we go public, some of the stuff I'm working on. But quantum's really been the next rabbit hole I've been going down. There's a lot of great opportunities for it, and there's also, more importantly, some important things we need to do before we really chase the brass ring and try and do all the real fancy stuff with quantum. Probably the top level line is that quantum is on track to basically destroy elliptic curve cryptography in all ways, shapes, and forms that it's used. It's kind of scary when you think about it. So,
and it's only a matter of time anyway, right? I mean, it's definitely happening. The only variable is when, and if it happens sooner than we expect, it's going to be it'll be catastrophic for crypto.
Right. And so, like all things quantum, there's not much certainty when it's going to ship. It forms like this bell curve. So a couple of weeks ago, one of the I think it was Scott Aronson was his name. Someone who's been in the crypto industry for a long time, not the crypto, the quantum field for a long time. He kind of has a reputation as a timeline skeptic. Says, hey, yeah, this quantum stuff is cool and awesome and everything, but it's going to take forever to ship. We don't have the technology. A few weeks ago, he combined his change of position in a joke. He was kind of making a joke that, we don't know if there's going to be presidential elections next. So he said that we're going to have a computer implementing Shor's algorithm before the next presidential election. And he kind of hedged that and said, yeah, 2028. And that got a lot of people talking. Now, a couple of things, put some caveats in what he was saying. If we have a quantum computer that runs Shor's algorithm and it factors the number 15, that meets the standard. But even that is a huge milestone. Because the quantum computing, it was an idea that came up in the early 80s of a new way to do computation, to use quantum mechanics and all the weird fancy stuff about how quantum mechanics work together. But it took about 10 years before someone figured out an algorithm that would actually use quantum mechanics to be useful rather than being an academic curiosity. And that was Peter Shor, and he came up with Shor's algorithm. And it solves a rather difficult cryptography problem, which is how do you factor large numbers? RSA at the time that he invented this was the number one cryptography, public key encryption cryptography. And all cryptography depends on algorithms where there's an easy part and there's a hard part. And the easy part is what you do to encrypt it, and to break the encryption is the hard part. You want it to be really, really hard, as in age of the universe, heat death of the universe hard to run backwards. So you want these algorithms that run forwards quickly and run backwards really slowly. And that's what makes it cryptographic. And so in this particular case, it was factoring large numbers. And factoring a really large number to primes can be really, really difficult, like 4,000 bits is like the typical high end that they're using for some of this stuff. So Shor's algorithm can actually solve that if you have enough of these mystical things called qubits lined up together. It can solve it in an instant. Everything will just go in harmonic. It'll figure out and reinforce the correct answers, cancel out the wrong answers, and you'll get that answer. The problem is the technology didn't exist in the 90s, still doesn't quite exist today. So that's been on the radar for a lot of people. So when elliptic curve cryptography started forming and they realized that the cryptographic hard part that they were depending upon there, the discrete log problem, the thing that you run backwards is difficult. It also depended upon, it could also be cracked by Shor's algorithm. So when this came in, a lot of the cryptographers were always kind of, keeping it at a distance. Some people were making fun of them. It's like, oh no, quantum computers will never happen. And some of them are like, yeah, they will. It's a matter of time. So that brings us to one of the early quantum scientists, Dr. Michel Mosca, came up with an inequality: x plus y is greater than z. X is how long it takes to in the concept of post-quantum cryptography, and in the concept of remediations against the quantum threat. He came up with the equation x plus y is greater than z. X would be how long it takes to deploy your countermeasures for the quantum threat. How long it takes to get your post-quantum cryptography in position in all the systems you need it. Y, in the way he framed it, is how long do you need to keep your secrets. And then Z is when will a cryptographically relevant quantum computer show up. So this is a rather forward-thinking thought to be had back in the 90s, early 2000s, about when we need to worry about quantum computers. And the math kind of scared people in the mid-teens. So the amount of time the time it's going to take to deploy new cryptography, about 10 years. And if you need to keep something secret for 30 years, which for some Defense Department standards is exactly the right amount of time to keep things secret, if not forever, and you realize that you're going to have a quantum computer by 2050, we're going to backwards, and by 2010, we were already in trouble. We weren't going to be able to keep our secrets as long as we needed to do. If someone got the encrypted data streams with all our secrets, they'd be able to run it backwards before we needed to keep it secret. So in 2016, NIST launched a process to establish post-quantum cryptography standards. And that resulted in about 22. They ran through several rounds, and they came up with a few winners. Dilithium, Falcon, and Kyber were the 3 winners that came out of that. And a 4th one, a hashing algorithm that is standardized as SHLDSA. Dilithium got standardized as MLDSA. Kyber is MLKEM. And Falcon still hasn't been standardized yet. But those are the 3 cryptographic things that started showing up around 2022, and that's when people really started getting excited about post-quantum cryptography. Algorand's already got it built into their state proofing, and if you know the right stuff to run, you can actually do your transactions with Falcon on Algorand, which is kind of interesting. They're the first blockchain to actually ship a user-facing account that can be verified with a post-quantum signature. So that's kind of where we are today. And when I look at quantum, I look at Moska's algorithm a bit differently. I look at instead of the time to implement and the time you need to keep secrets, because in top secret stuff, it's harvest now, decrypt later. You take your data streams that are given you to the public, you just store them until you have the quantum computer to decrypt them and read them. It's a bit different in crypto because you need to keep your keys, your authority to act. So as long as you need to hold your coins and act on them, I call that the diffusion. So it's time to implement plus diffusion. If that's greater than when quantum computers are going to show up, you're going to lose your money. So that's the approach that I'm taking when I look at crypto in this area. There's a lot of different uses for post-quantum technology. That's the area I'm most familiar with, and that's my particular area of practice within Tectonic as cryptocurrencies. It's not the only thing that we do there, but as far as cryptocurrencies, the issue there has to do with how long is it going to take for these post-quantum signatures to diffuse across the ecosystem. And that was part of my talk at Bitcoin Builders in Buenos Aires, where I brought up that this is where the real threat to Bitcoin comes from. So we have these computers that might show up as early as 2028. I'm more of in the camp that they're going to show up and possibly be useful in 2033 or later. They're going to be room size. It's going to take a month to decrypt your key. They're going to be more interested in trying to figure out where submarines are before they start trying to crack people's cryptocurrency coins, but you never know. Performance always gets better. A lot of people are kind of surprised at how quickly that people like Google and IBM have addressed issues related to the error corrections. They've attacked that problem much quicker than they thought they were going to get to, which is what's spooking a lot of people for when these computers are going to show up. They're using techniques that I don't really understand involving things called qubits, logical qubits, decoherence. But the short answer is they can run these quantum calculations instead of in an instant. They can run it in a month to get the answers to crack these things. So the impact there comes in when you have your keys, your quantum keys, your keys that are subject to quantum attack. How does that affect a cryptocurrency ecosystem? And I think Bitcoin and Ethereum are the top 2, and they have 2 very distinctly different ways that I think they're going to go about it in the next 5 to 7 years, to address this threat. Bitcoin is famous for not changing things unless they absolutely have. In that case, to persuade people that they absolutely have to change this is going to take a lot longer. But then you also got, go ahead.
That's the conundrum, right? How do we, once the threat becomes apparently absolutely have to, it's too late.
Yeah.
So how do you convince these guys? We got core versus knots right now arguing, and so how do we get them?
It's 2 days before the day after tomorrow. Remember from South Park?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Welcome, Michael, Dano, Michael.
So, Dano, it sounds like there is a countdown to someone breaking into Satoshi's original Bitcoin, broadly speaking. And it could be as early as 2028. And by the way, when someone has a quantum computer, and can do this, they're not going to say, hey guys, look what we built. They're just going to have it and then kind of abscond with the money as and when they choose the timing of.
So the good guys will brag about it in a scientific paper. That's not who we're worried about.
Right.
Yeah, it's the people who don't publish that we're really worried about. What I want to ask is, there's a difference between what's happening in quantum and reality and what's happening in journalism and white papers and papers used for funding. From what I understand, the major players here are players like IBM, Google, and Fujitsu, for people who actually want to take advantage of their algorithms. Is that broadly true? Or are there other players I don't know about?
So there's an entire quantum industry that I'm learning about. Quantinuum's announcing a chip today that I'm going to tune into their live stream and figure out. They're a company based here in Colorado.
There as well, yeah.
Yeah, Blue Wave. There's a lot of smaller companies that are producing these devices. So one argument that people might make that these are only going to be, these are going to be Defense Department computers no one's ever going to get access to. That's not the case. There's companies building billions of dollars to make these available to stock traders and people who want to forecast weather. So the retail distribution of these quantum computers is presumed. They're going to be out there. You can't just presume that it's like a nuclear secret and no one's ever going to use it. So that's one part of it.
I shared a link in the chat to one such ecosystem out of Switzerland called QAI-Ventures. And so there are entire ecosystems with capital looking to be the ecosystem in this space, because this is the level of investment at sovereign wealth, is it not? To actually do this?
Right now, probably. What is needed right now is basic level engineering. I think so. When Scott Aronson's epiphany, one of the things that he said was that there doesn't need to be more breakthroughs. It's just engineering work to grind this down and make sure we can get performance fast enough.
Sorry, does that mean that this needs to be open source in order to really happen fast? What do you think about that argument?
So that's wow. That's an angle I really hadn't thought of before, because some of these computers, without a doubt, are going to have patents. There's going to be huge patents on some of these, and that's going to slow things down when it comes to open sourcing.
Right, but if you look at how Linux worked, Linux became the most secure kernel on the planet precisely because of how they developed it. If you look at what Jim Keller's doing with TensTorrent and betting on RISC-V, they're betting on open standards beating the closed patent standards. That's why I say, do you believe that for this to really move forward, it needs to be engineered in an open source way to take advantage of the speed and resilience that Linux and Ubuntu have and everyone else?
So there's a couple of parts of the industry that are going to impact this. I don't know much about the actual physical quantum computers. I'm more tuned into my particular line of work into post-quantum cryptography. And those, I think, are done without open requirement. NIST, if you're going to get your algorithm approved by the NIST to be used across defense systems everywhere, you have to sign an agreement that you're going to have a royalty-free license to distribute and share it.
Right.
And because of this, royalty-free, no cost, no charge, everyone can just build it and write it. People can come in and implement these algorithms, and they can get really solid algorithms. And that's honestly,
Sorry, can you explain to the audience the significance of NIST? NIST, I think, is a big player here. Sorry.
Right. The National Institute of Standards and Technology is an American department, and their responsibility is to set standards for things like weights, measures, time. To have the atomic clock was developed up here in Boulder, Colorado, near where I live. Just things like that make society regulated in standards. So we know a mile is this long, a kilogram is this much, and so they standardize also things like cryptography, like SHA-3. This is the definition of SHA-3. This is how you use it. This is SHA-2. And they've defined a whole lot of things. And some of the things they publish are FIPS, which is Federal Information Standards Practices. I don't know what FIPS stands for, but what it really means is if you're going to work with a government system, this is the published standard of what you need to do, and this is the standard of what it looks like. So these cryptography algorithms that they brought three through, they're in the process of trying to bring more through. These are standards, FIPS standards, and this is the way that you do it. This is a clear definition. And by making them require to be royalty-free, patent-free, unencumbered, it allows a whole ecosystem of these libraries to be written and they become stronger. The few times I've been involved in trying to get encryption precompiles through on the Ethereum network, one of the concerns coming through testing is what's the quality of the particular library we're using. And what we found is the more standardized it is, the more people that use it, the more there's a spec and utility, the stronger those particular libraries are, the more resistant they are to things like crashing and side channel attacks. And so you make it open source and free and available, and you make everyone use it. And if I come up with an improvement, like there was a patent that used to cover SECP 256K1, where there was like a 40% speed up that came just from that. So when that patent expired, Bitcoin Core immediately put it in their code. Everyone started using it, and everyone's using that code, and things just got better. So when things are uncovered and open to everyone to build it, and everyone can share their secrets, and there's the spirit and the intent that I've done an improvement. If you think it's valuable, please you use it too. You integrate it in your software, and I'll integrate yours. That sort of working together and builds a much stronger lattice, because everyone's out there trying to. Yep. Iron sharpens iron. So the open source technology and the post quantum cryptography, I think, is really going to be valuable. The problem with quantum technology is there's clearly and definitely money to be made, and that's where things get difficult in open sourcing, like say a standard quantum computer. And that gets into more complications, because there's more than one way to build a quantum computer. You could use optics, you could use trapped ions, you could use superconducting, because these qubits are not necessarily a physical phenomenon. There's just ways that you express it and get the math going with these. So it's tricky there. But
can you say that part again and maybe explain? These quantum qubits are not necessarily, these are just conceptions, not necessarily what's happening physically, so to speak.
Right. So the theory of what we call classical computation resolves on bits. Bits have two states, true or false. And you put them together, you put 8 of them together with these true and false states, you can represent a number between 0 and 256. And all our computers are based upon these classical bits that are either true or false. They're either on or off. You switch logic based on this. It's clear, it's defined, there is no ambiguity in it. Qubits have essentially 3 states. There is 0, 1, and then there's a superposition. And even the superposition is multiple states within that. Because in that superposition, you got to say how close it is to 0 and 1. You need to know what the phase is. Some of these states involve complex numbers. Huh?
Is that the qubit trilemma, where you have on, off, and both on and off?
Yeah, in a superposition. And to call it superposition is to paper over a whole lot of the complexity that makes quantum mechanics work in quantum computation.
So the language we use isn't necessarily reflecting of what's happening at a scientific level. These are just abstractions we use in settings like this. Gotcha.
Right. So the superposition covers a whole lot of fancy stuff of how the entanglement works and how these qubits interact with each other. So the idea is, if you make these, and there's another complex thing with quantum mechanics, in the superposition state, you never observe the superposition state. When you measure it, it collapses either to 0 or 1 based on some probabilistic function of the superposition. So it's like you got this bell curve that's in multiple complex expressions and phases, and people get PhDs on this stuff. It's that complex. It's so powerful.
You're kind of describing like there's 2 points and a sine curve between the two, but every time we look, we only see the result of one of the 2 points, not the sine curve that actually is there.
Yeah.
So
this is exactly that.
But thank you. This is very interesting. I apologize for interrupting.
Oh no, it's great. It's great to dive into this. And it's not just a sine curve. It could be any curve. The shape of the probability is actually what makes it work.
The topography. Yeah.
So there's ways to get these qubits to interact and sometimes they entangle, sometimes they don't, but they interact with each other. And so you get these probability curves and you superimpose all of them. And what happens is the correct answers get magnified and the incorrect answers get canceled. So that's why when you get 3,000 of these working together, you can suddenly just shake out a 256-bit encryption key for RSA or ECDS.
It's kind of like a decision tree that gets pruned in the end.
Right, except it's really fancy math and it's really hard to grok.
Gotcha.
But the math proves that it shakes out in the end. I mean, this is like If quantum mechanics is to calculus as calculus is to arithmetic, is probably the way I would take an approach to it. I don't
Can you
really
say
understand
that?
much of the quantum mechanics.
Say that one more time. Those levels.
There's arithmetic, there's calculus, and then there's quantum mechanics, and like the levels of logic to go in there and abstraction. It's not something that I understand. I think the math I topped out in engineering school was differential equations, and even that made me scratch my head. It's like, how on earth is this working? But
I'm
it's
still trying to understand what a partial differential is, and I'm learning category theory right now. So yeah, I feel like
I never made it to category theory.
I'm struggling my way through the monad and other Leibniz's ideas.
Yeah. But what's interesting, I mean, we talk about math. I learned all this advanced calculus, and I think I actually have used some advanced math. I actually had to use linear equations to do a 3D transformation, a pinch and zoom transformation. So like the one class that I thought I would never use, that I thought it was boring, that I hated the teacher in college, was the one class that I actually needed to use professionally. Never had to use calculus in the software work.
Is it because of the consistent scaling? Ha ha ha! Its rate of change is what a pinch zoom is.
It's the 3x3 matrix. So you do, and in that you can say what the tilt is, what the focus point is, and what the zoom is.
3D object, not a flat thing. It's not 2D. It's really 3D.
It's 2D. It's 2D, but you need a 3x3 matrix because of the way the math works. And I guess probably a good example of the quantum mechanics. Even though we see the 1 and the 0, there's hidden variables that very much impact and influence the way the mechanics work, even though we only ever observe a 0 or a 1 when we measure it.
Which brings in
the magic. Yeah.
Which brings in this whole idea of sometimes the truths that we think are truths are simply truths from the perspective of one of a myriad of observers.
Right. And that's the thing, is like sometimes when you observe these systems, you might think it's the exact same state, and they'll collapse to something different. So it's the measurements destroys a lot of the data. Yeah, and in fact, that property, that property where you observe it and it resolves one way or the other and destroys the information. This is some of the more exciting stuff of quantum mechanics that like 5-10 years off before we could actually use it. You use that feature of the state being destroyed and a measurement happening, and you can create a cryptographic key with quantum technology and classical technology, so that you can create a signature that I can prove that I've signed once and I can never sign again. So this is called a one-shot signature. One of our advisors submitted a paper of the year, Crypto 2025, on that.
Wow.
About one-shot signatures. One-shot
signatures?
His name's on our website, Omri.
Okay.
Yeah, I only know first names. All our emails are first names. Omri Shmuley.
Okay. The reason I ask all of this is because I've had the opportunity to talk to 2 people that have graduated with masters from Cambridge from my travels to Buenos Aires and San Francisco and whatnot. So I've talked to them about this and what Fujitsu's doing and the difference between journalism and actual production ready systems. And the last thing I would say is I understand there's a gulf between the qubits we can operationalize today and the qubits we need to operationalize this and manifest reality. And a lot of people are debating on how quickly we're going to get to this gulf of the qubits we need. Is that broadly right?
Yeah, that's broadly right. There's people who think that we're just going to hammer right through this and we're going to figure it all out by 2028. And then there's people that think, this is going to take us to 2040. It's harder than it looks.
Correct.
So that's why there's like a range of estimates that we don't know when quantum computers are going to learn. Because we're not actually putting 3,000 qubits and entangling them. That's something that's beyond our ability. We're entangling like 2 or 3 qubits together, and we're running like millions of these with like 9 digits of error correction on it. And from that, we're estimating what, from these gate operations, what the full qubit farm would have looked like if it would have shaken out. There's still a lot of classical computing that goes along with this quantum computing.
So you're saying that we're limited by the amount of decimals we have with the mantissa that we're currently using?
No, that's the error correction rate. We need we need some like millions and billions percentage of correctness. We need to be correct that much of the time. We need to have an error like 1 out of 1 quadrillion measurements we can have an error for this to work. Is kind of what we're saying, and that I think is where most of the advances from what I've been reading. I'm not a PhD. I'm not deep into it. I just really got into quantum a few months ago. But all the papers I've been reading is a lot of the advancements and a lot of the excitement comes around this improvements in the error correction rate. So and that is what some people thought the hurdle was going to be.
So the Thomas Edison light bulb moment is reducing the amount of errors that these algorithms produce in their solutions.
Right, and doing it at scale.
Yeah.
And one of the critics papers that I read, they said, great, we can do this, but the number of qubits you're going to need, is that going to fit on a chip that you can cool? Because you've seen these quantum computers or these chandeliers. The chip's actually at the bottom. It's fancy cooling stuff to bring the bottom flare down nearly to absolute zero. And the number of chips, the number of qubits that they think they're going to need to solve some of these in a reasonable time, can we get that many on that chip that we bring to zero? So these are, there's no real breakthroughs, scientific breakthroughs needed. It's all engineering for how do we get that chip bigger? How do we get more qubits onto that chip? How do we get more chips cooler and get them to interact? These are, that's I think where the real vibe shift has happened is people realize it's purely an engineering problem now, a really hard engineering problem, but an engineering problem.
Nonetheless,
this could be 2 to 3 years away where they realize this though.
Right, it could be 2 to 3
as early as
15.
Yes, it could be as early as 2028. So the question I have is, do we really have the solutions available and the capacity to implement them between now and then to avoid the worst case scenario?
It's the willpower, isn't it?
Yeah, so we have the solution for Bitcoin. It's called BIP360. They post a new thing, post a quant secure hash. I can't remember what Hunter B's called it, but you basically take these NIST algorithms and you make them eligible to do public key signing. I think MLDSA and SHLDSA are the standardized ones that would go in the spec, and that's what would go into Bitcoin. There's also some talk about some of the hash-based signatures that are looking at standardizing. But if we needed to flip it on today, we could easily get those written and integrated into the next version of Bitcoin. But writing the PR is the easy part.
Does it automatically change everybody's wallet addresses? So it's not it's a big problem because you got to get, how do you get Satoshi's wallet to not be exposed? Because it's exposed now.
Right.
So you essentially have to transfer all of those funds to a new wallet address.
Right. And that's where the where my phrasing of Moscow's inequality is, the time to implement plus the diffusion across the ecosystem. How many people are going to move their coins to a quantum secure address? And as he pointed out, some of them might never, because it's based on some accounts, Satoshi has lost the keys to those, or if he hasn't lost them, he's letting that rumor spread around quite a bit, assuming Satoshi's still with us.
Because of
the Shamir stuff,
yeah. Around.
Yeah,
So
and
that's why
these keys. Go ahead.
That's why I say in the beginning, there is now a countdown to who's going to abscond with Satoshi's money.
Right. Or there could be a governance breakthrough, and another option, one is to see who's going to steal the money and just say code is law. But another option is to set a date, set a red flag date, and after this date, all Bitcoin nodes are going to disrespect ECDSA signatures. You're never going to see another ECDSA signature on chain, and that will effectively burn Satoshi's coins and burn everyone's coins who hasn't brought them forward. So that's why it's controversial. But if you set this date like 4 or 5 years in advance, it should be enough warning for people to move them if they want to keep them or if they want to burn it.
Software companies do that when they say, look, we're sunsetting support on Oracle 8.11, so we have to move to 9.I by 2027.
Right.
Well,
it's the only way I see to secure the network. Otherwise, because if the Satoshi wallets get drained, that's going to have a huge detrimental effect on the entire network because of the price impact. It just won't, so it has to be, there's no other way around it, is there?
It depends on who gets the coins. So there's the possibility that has not been completely disproven is that Satoshi has his addresses, he has his keys, and he'll just move them. That's like the absolute best case scenario. But there's a lot of people and there's a lot of credible reasons to believe that those keys are gone and never going to be retrieved. And I could see him burning it for the good of the network, thinking that this will never be a problem, and never thinking that quantum computers would actually be relevant in time to crash the system. But when he was doing stuff out to 2198 to say how long the curve was the payouts was gonna come, you surely would have to think that he was thinking longer term with that. I don't think he would burn the keys intentionally. But he could have lost them in a server upgrade.
It's it'll be curious to see how this goes, but because of the worst case scenario prediction, it seems like this is really an imminent problem that we need to get resolved sooner than later.
Yeah, it's something that needs to have a discussion. So as far as the deadline, quantumdoomclock.com, that's run by some people at Quip Network, who's running a wallet that's kind of one of our competitors, kind of not. We're still trying to figure out the field. But quantumdoomclock.com tracks what the earliest credible date would be. But that's just the earliest possibility that it could show up. I personally am in the camp that this is going to happen after 2030. But we need to prepare for the disaster scenario of what happens if it happens earlier. It could happen in 28. You can't discount that. But I do think that we have 5 years to figure this out instead of flag date. Yeah, so that's I think that's the earliest credible time that this could happen. Now, there's also and the way it's phrased, it's cryptographically relevant. So we may have something that could factor the number 15, but the question is, can it factor Ethereum addresses 0? Well, that's behind hash. But could it factor some of these other addresses that were meant to be single-use keys? That's going to be the real question. And can they steal Satoshi's keys? And we need to get the value I see in pushing this is to get us to do the first part, which is to get what is possible before we spend our time on the diffusion step, the hybrid step, where both post-quantum and elliptic curve cryptography is still in use, and we can encourage people to do an orderly and deliberate move over to it. Now, one of the problems with these post-quantum keys is they're large. They're like, the smallest signature is Falcon at 666 bytes, and that comes with an 897 byte public key. So you got like 1,500 bytes that you got to store for a Falcon signature. For MLDSA, I think it's 3,700 bytes on that order. So the arguments and concerns that the Bitcoin crew were having relating to the size of the chain and the stuff that they're putting in these inscriptions and all that is just going to be magnified in this debate, because these signatures are going to take up more space. Bitcoin needs more space for these post-quantum signatures, but at the same time, they're having all sorts of concerns about putting junk data on there. But we need more data. This probably isn't going to land in the main chain. This is going to be on the witness that's going to land, but still the witness is getting large, and they want to limit the size of the witness.
Very interesting. So it's a problem. There's a lot of people that know that there's a problem. There is a solution, but who do we need to scare the shit out of to get them to really to make this happen? That's really, I think, the bottom line.
So I think the right people are already scared. You got the NAST that created the standards and started the standards process in 2016. You have the Department of Defense. Their standard communication says by 2030 you have to have post-quantum cryptography available and use those in all your suites. And in 2035 you can't use elliptic cryptography. The EU has a similar mandate, and that by 2030 you need to have a post-quantum solution deployed, and by 2035 you have to stop using your elliptic keys. And there's been indication that U.S. financial regulators are on a similar path. So any of these chains that have had real financial interest from traditional finance are going to start feeling that pressure to move over, or risk losing their TradFi customers and the people at retail who want to use it. And chains that are really interested in this, they will respond very well to this kind of pressure. But then you have some chains like Bitcoin and some of the Ethereum purists who say this is cypherpunk. We don't care. We're going to do what's right because of what's doing right, not because of what some regulator says. So it's going to be an interesting thing to watch, but I think some of the right pressure is coming from the right place, and the traditional finance is going to be forced to do this post-quantum migration, have it in place and usable by 2030, and ban elliptic curves by 2035, I think is the typical vibe that a lot of these regulators are going along. So the right people, I think, who have the power to use power to force this, I think are doing it. And it's just the communities where you need to congeal a community action are the ones that we really need to activate and get consolidated around this. And Bitcoin's one example. We need to convince people that having these zombie coins suddenly liquidate in the market and be sold off is bad for the ecosystem, to overcome the people that are saying, well, basically we're setting a date that we're going to steal their coins and burn them. I mean, that's like, this is the good old trolley problem. Do we ruin it for everyone, or do we burn a few people's coins? And that's classic. And the people whose coins could be burned could just as easily move their coins to a safe address, and they don't have to have them burned. This is the ethical dilemma that's going to rage through, and it's just got potential to be as big as the block size wars. But honestly, I think it's just as existential a threat to Bitcoin as to what they're going to do with these lost coins when it comes time to activate a quantum computer that's cryptographically relevant.
It's a dilemma, but I mean, at the same time, you have to do what you have to do to protect the network, right?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe instead of burning those coins, maybe there's a way to put them into a fund that can help maybe support. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I guess you're getting
maybe minor rewards, or I don't know.
Yeah, like something that actually helps the network rather than just burning them. I mean, burning them obviously helps everyone else that's holding, right? Because it increases the value of your coins. But I don't know that eliminating a huge percentage of the coins in the ecosystem is really that'll have other impacts too that we are maybe not just price impacts,
Because I'm sure someone's going to pitch. People are concerned about the schedule, the emission schedule for mining, and I'm sure somebody's going to make a serious pitch about this. Well, let's just, after that flag date, we steal all the coins and we put them back in mining, and so we change the curve of the mining so that the number of Bitcoins that are out there is still constant. And I don't think they're going to win, but I think there are some people who can be able to make a serious, legitimate argument that you should take those coins and return them to miners through mining. And supplement the mining.
Spend the mining. You can actually even just spend the sunset on mining rewards.
Right. You could extend it. You could bump it up. You could send it back 4 years. There's all sorts of things that you could do with it. But that's going to be one of the things I think they're ultimately going to lose with it. I think if I had to make a prediction, either they won't be locked out, or they'll just be disrespected and they won't be able to be moved past a certain date. So they'll either be functionally burnt, or they will be, people transfer them out. That's what I think is going to happen. There's one possibility though that I think is unique, is the possibility of zero knowledge proofs. If you can have something else that you can prove it rather than simply the key, then you can use a zero knowledge proof to recover it. This is Ethereum's current emergency escape plan, is that they would have you submit a zero knowledge proof that your HD derivation key, and that you can point to your address, and you can produce the key from that, and you post a zero knowledge proof that you have the information to do that. So your 12, 18, 24 word seed phrase, that's your secret. And if you can prove your secret that it can produce the public key from that, then you can post a zero knowledge proof, and you can move your funds to a new address. So something like that could also be an opportunity for Bitcoin. I mean, you kind of got that with pay to script hash.
So having the secret rather than the actual private key.
Right. But that only works if you generated your private key from like a HD wallet or some derivation seed. And it would only work for the derivation seeds that they have ZK proofs for.
So you're talking about not your average user having the capacity to do this. Oh man, this is a.
But your average user still has their keys, and the solution for them is simple: move your coins.
Right. Well, but even just communicating to people is a challenge sometimes. Dano, I could talk to you about this forever, man. It's really awesome stuff. We actually have a segment that we segue into usually about 10 minutes ago. We have the game master.
Oh, sorry.
We do. No, it's not your fault. It's my fault for. Well, I listen. It's my show. We do it whatever I want to do it, and it was a great conversation. And I didn't prepare you for this. So we do a game show segment. You're absolutely welcome to stay. Do not feel obligated to stay. Super respectful of your time. But we are going to transition to a game segment where we have the game master come on. We do a Find2Earn thing where we utilize Google Maps, and we're sponsored by some of the Stacks meme tokens, and people have an opportunity to win. We'd love it if you did hang out to play, but I don't want you to feel obligated. But we'll be back with the Game Master in just a minute. Real quick, I want to just everyone follow at Shemnon. Dano Farron knows what's up, and he's working at Tectonic XYZ. That's at Tectonic XYZ. And they also are trying to solve this big problem that we have coming up. So make sure you give them a follow. And Dano, what else? We'll have you on again, man. Sometime.
I have to say, I love your bio. And the McDonald's crew. Let's go, dude. Everybody's on the McDonald's.
Oh, you must know Hero Gamer.
You must know Hero.
It's that.
What's it say?
Hold on, don't put it down yet.
This is my badge from when I used to work at McDonald's.
Solid, dude. Let's go.
It's like faded out right here. This is legit. You got the little circles here that you would put your service awards, because I never stuck around long enough in the store to look at service awards.
Very solid, dude.
Awesome stuff, man.
Never trust. Always verify.
Hero says you guys are buddies. Also, I wanted to just earlier in the chat, I didn't want to interrupt, but Hero said if we check out Hunter Beast's X account, he is the one that authored BIP 360. So there might be some more information there for you guys to grab. And we will have Dano on again for sure. Dano, awesome stuff. We're going to transition, guys. Stay tuned. We're going to go get into Find2Earn rounds momentarily after a quick word from our sponsor. We'll be right back, and the Game Master will be with us soon. All right. So without further ado, though, I want to segue into Tony's segment because I love what Tony is working on. I think it's some amazing stuff. Let me get this off of here.
Oops.
Oh, we did the thing.
Did the thing, man. Did the thing. Happy Friday, peace. We did the thing.
It's been a while since we were co-producing like that.
Yeah.
It's been a little while. Tony, man, what's up? How you doing? You've been
Hey.
a rock star. You've been making this circuit.
Yes.
You've been on I saw you on the what do they call it? Stacks Office Hours now with Eric and Kenny. That was just yesterday. I'm gonna have to pick that up and replay it on the show sometime soon. But great having you with us. I don't have a whole lot of your background. I know you have a tech history, but we met up at the I thought I didn't know what the hell you were doing there, GP. Looked like you were about to hit a bong or something.
I had a little runaway string there for a second. I set myself on fire, man. That's how the music made me feel.
All right, so I met Tony at the Stacks Hacker House, and that was a great experience, by the way. And I wasn't a direct participant. I was a satellite participant. I kind of just showed up whenever I felt like it to participate in the amazing meals because you guys had that chef that was just providing awesome food for you guys. But the vibe there was awesome, man. It was like a friend. Yeah. I loved it. I thought you guys were you guys all seemed to be very friendly. You were all helping each other out, cranking on each other's projects. So what? I'll shut up. You tell us, what was your experience like there? And that's where you came up with the idea to work on 402, right? You weren't coming there to work on that specifically?
Yeah, I mean, so I'm gonna give a little bit of background on how everyone got into the hacker house. So basically, if you wanted to be at the Stacks hacker house, you were not able to apply. You have to create a project before winning a hackathon or maybe one of the challenges they had. So basically, it wasn't like a ton of applications. Maybe you can come in. So basically, the way you get into the hacker house was by winning a hackathon. So I won one of those hackathons. I mean, not the first place, but I got into the hacker house using X402 for Stacks, the Latin America one.
You did submit an X402 project for the hack or submitted for the hackathon. Was it one of the LATAM hackathon? Was it the LATAM?
Exactly. Yeah, for the Latin America hackathon. Yeah, for the Latin America hackathon that Angel and Jonathan were organizing, that one. So I thought I wanted to create something on the stacks since the last year because some of my friends, like he has a protocol here in Mexico. It's called Metapool. It's kind of the biggest one DeFi protocols in Latin America. It's not on the stacks. It's more like EVM, Solana. But basically, like he told me that, hey, there's this hackathon. I think you should join. It's pretty great. Last year. And I didn't have enough time to work on that, but I started like following Jonathan and Angel because they were doing a lot of things here in Latin America. And this year I said like, hey, I want to build something. I don't know why. I don't know what. Sorry. I want to build something on stacks. I want to get hands on stacks. I really like Bitcoin L2. So obviously stacks is the biggest one. So I wanted to get my hands dirty building something. So I was like trying to understand what was built, what wasn't, and I saw that X402 wasn't built for stacks. X402 has been getting a lot of traction the last 3 months. It's actually something like from almost a year ago, like 7-8 months ago, but like 2-3 months ago, it started getting like a lot of traction, X402. A lot of movement, especially on the base blockchain and a little bit on Solana. So I said like, hey, I really think this is going to be great. I think this is like core infrastructure that every blockchain needs. So I think I'm going to work this for the hackathon. So I did it. I won the fourth place and I got into the hacker house. And that's where I had the opportunity to go to Buenos Aires and to keep working on my project.
Nice. Awesome, man. Awesome stuff. And so for those that don't know, can you give us just a quick explanation as to what 402 is?
Yeah, sure thing. So basically, X402 comes from the 402 status code. On the internet, we always have a status code. So for example, if you go to any website and the website responds correctly, you're going to get a 200. Or the most obvious one is that when you go to, let's say you're using Chrome, you go to a website, and that website cannot be found. It responds with a 404, right? Not found. That's the same principle. So basically, if one of those websites resources on the internet require a payment, the server, the backend server, is going to respond with a 402. That's the way it works, 402. But there's one problem. The current infrastructure we have, or the legacy infrastructure we have, like Stripe, PayPal, all those payment rails, and the legacy ones are like first super slow, like you need to wait a lot of time for the payment to be settled. Second thing, it's not made for agents. Like you need a credit card, you need to go sign up, you need to go create an account, and then choose a plan, pay for it, get the API keys. So now you can start using that service you were looking for. So that's a flow that the agent is not going to be able to do, at least at this point. And the last thing is super expensive. If you want to send maybe like a cent or like 2 cents through a Stripe or PayPal, it's going to be so much more expensive than the actual money you're sending, right? So that's when X402 came. X402 came. It's the same principle by using the 402 status code from HTTP that we always had, but now you're sending the payment details. Those payment details include your address, your the amount of SBTC or STX or the token you want basically to receive the payment, and the payment due date, right? So with that information, the client who wants to get that resource from the internet can create the signature to pay the amount of STX or SBTC that is required from the backend, take that information, create the signature, and send it back to the backend. The backend receives that signature from the client, settles down the payment, verifies that the payment was done, and with that, it sends back the resource that the client was looking for. So that's basically the way X402 works.
Awesome. That's amazing. So it basically, in a short summary, what you're working on is a way to allow agents to accept payments online, which is actually it can actually just be between agents. It doesn't even actually have to, once we get to the point where you can actually assign your agent to commit signatures for you, it can actually be agent to agent transactions.
Yeah, that's right. That's actually the way it works right now. So, for example, let's say this is the basic use case, right? Like, for example, all agents, they need the LLM to live, right? Without the AI model, they cannot be alive. So the way they're doing now is that instead of like going to OpenAI or Anthropic and like I don't know, like buying $500 of credits, and your agent has that like bag of tokens that the agent can use. Instead of doing that, what people is doing is to make it cheaper and to make it a little bit faster. Is that the agent has a wallet, let's say like with $10, and the agent is paying for every LLM request that it needs to be alive using crypto. Using X402. So in that way, it's like basically paying for your food as a human, right? You have some money, you need to go to pay for the food. The food is basically the LLM model that the agent is using. But now it's paid for through X402 and on demand. So basically, you can create as many agents as you want, and then the only thing you need is to have a wallet with some crypto in it. In this case, it's BTC, for example.
So it helps you access the APIs and whatnot as well.
Exactly. So the current we have a lot of APIs right now in the market, and if you want to go and use those APIs, you need to sign up. You need to choose the plan you want to have, and you need to pay for that API, and then you need to create the API key, right? So that's the typical flow that we have right now. And that flow, that's something that the agent. Maybe you can try to do it. Maybe I have in the past made some tricks like giving a card to my agent and using some MCP server so you can try to automate the process, but it's pretty hard for that agent to do that. So X402 basically removes all the logic to have API keys because you're basically paying per request. So you want to get let's say you have an API that generates some AI images, right? Or the music one. So basically you have the API that generates the music. The agent, if maybe you have like a funny agent, that funny agent is able to create videos, images, but it's not able to create music. And maybe it's getting a lot of requests. Your agent is getting a lot of requests to generate music. So what would be the flow? So maybe it has two options. The first one is to have a wallet using X402, find an API who receives X402 as a payment, and start using that one. That's gonna be like super automatically, like agents having agency to choose which product to use. And the other one is that, okay, my human needs to give me some API keys, give me the documentation, give me everything that I need to create music using AI. So obviously, which one with agency would the agent choose? The first one, right? Like there's an API who receives X402. I have a wallet. I have some stable coins. I have some SBTC, so I can pay for that API myself. So with that and MCP servers, the agents are going to have more capabilities in an automatic way, right? Because they don't need a human to give them the tools. They can basically have some. It's like us, right? Like I want to get some hamburgers. We're not waiting for us as an adults, obviously, right? We're not waiting for maybe our parents to get us that hamburger, right? We have our money. We go to the store, or maybe Uber Eats, DoorDash, whatever. We request the food, right? So that's pretty much the same way. Instead of like waiting for your parents to get you that food, you as an agent, you're gonna have all the tools to go and pay for the resources you need.
Awesome stuff. We actually have Hero Gamer in the live chat, which Hero Gamer can actually come and talk to us live anytime, but I like when he's in the live chat too. He's asking, he wants us to ask you, what do you think about X402 V2? And I wasn't even aware until I saw that question that that's a thing. So explain to us not only what you think about it, but please, before you tell me what you think about it, explain to me what V2 is. What is it changing from?
There's a ton of changes now. So for example, one of the most important things, I need to really understand if this applies for stacks or not, because obviously signatures are a little bit different from EVM and Solana and stacks. But basically, okay, so a little bit of history about X402. it was created by Coinbase. All right. So it was created by Coinbase like 7-8 months ago, and it was a little bit centralized right now. Because if you wanted to create your own version of X402, basically you have to create your own module, right? There was not like a setup. You cannot like add your own facilitator. The facilitator is basically the service which takes the signature and settles the payment. That's the facilitator. So you relied a lot on first Coinbase or like creating your own infrastructure to have X402. So that was like the main thing, is that now with B2, you in theoretically, and at least with the EVM and Solana side, you didn't have to create any other package, any other X402 module by yourself, and all the facilitator and all the infrastructure if you wanted to do something different. That's the first thing. The Coinbase was not. They didn't want you to have like a customization on the big one, and with this new version, now you have you can customize it a little bit more. First thing. Second thing is that now it's supposed to work with any EVM, at least. Not sure if any other networks, but I think with any EVM. So basically, in the past, the way it worked is that you had to deploy your own facilitator on every EVM network you wanted to support. I think they made some changes, and now it's like a universal facilitator, so it's so much easier to use instead of like waiting for someone to deploy that facilitator into the EVM you wanted to use. That's another thing. And another setup that they created. It's basically so much customization right now, but I think that the other important thing that they added is that now you can choose which token to get paid for. This is something that X402 on the stacks was born with. You can choose if you're going to use STX or SBTC or another token to get paid for. But they just added. So the first approach that Coinbase had is that all payments were going to be through USDC, only USDC. So obviously, it kind of makes sense because APIs are now made through. I mean, like you can have an API, you are receiving dollars as a payment, but you as an agent, you should have the agency, the independence of choose which token to use. That's my theory. For example, I think that once we all the agents that they have this totally agency.
Well, the concern there is there, especially on like Solana, it's not that difficult to make a token that mimics USDC but isn't USDC, so it could be easy to. I can appreciate why, for security reasons, they might want to limit the tokens at least up front, because really most payments are going to be in USDC or USDT, USDC, and or Bitcoin, right? Or maybe Ethereum, Solana on those chains. So is that a concern? Is that a security concern where people could make spoof tokens and it's hard for the network to tell that that's not what they're after? Or do you or are you programming a list of tokens that you'd be like whitelisting tokens that you would accept?
Exactly. The way it works is that basically you as a developer, maybe as a developer of the agent who wants to get paid for that service you're offering, you're gonna choose which token to receive as a payment. In the past, you could only choose USDC, or basically you were not able to choose anyone. So you were
getting USDC. That's all you could.
Exactly. But now you can choose which token to get paid in. So now, for example, if you're in Solana, maybe you can use a meme coin. But that's on the developer side. It's not like me as the client. I want to send you some meme coins that I never sold, so I want to get rid of those tokens. I'm gonna pay you with those tokens. No, that's not the way it works. So the way it works is that the developer is going to choose which token they want to receive as a payment, and with that, the client should send that token. So that opens a lot of possibilities on my side. So for example, maybe if an agent is growing a lot, maybe that agent can have its own token, so I can launch my own token and have my own economy. With this, because now let's say I'm building the music agent. So the music agent launched the music agent token, and I want to get paid with my token. So obviously with that, if I'm getting a lot of traction, a lot of people is buying my token. So obviously my token is going up, right? So that makes a little bit of economy with the tokens. Obviously it's a little bit more complex because you need to understand tokenomics and other stuff with that. But yeah, I think it's the version B1 and the B2. The difference are that on the B2, you have a lot of more opportunities to customize your setup that we didn't have before.
Well, I would also assume, like, if you want to be a paid in your music token, you built an app, you want people to pay in the music token, but they don't necessarily even have to have the music token. You can build in a swap function in the middle of the process where they can pay with whatever token they have, as long as it's supported by the decentralized exchange aggregator Bitflow, but or something like that, where it just automatically swaps it out. They send whatever amount equal to whatever they're paying. They do a multi-hop swap, find the best rates, get them the token, and then they then send the token on to the agent.
Exactly. That's something that actually some people is working on, because in the past it was easier, right? Like I have any token and I need to convert that token into stablecoins, into USDC. But now I can have any token and convert and swap that token into any other token to pay for the agent, right? So yeah, it opens a lot of possibilities. So basically this is like the infrastructure, and now you have a ton of possibilities to create more products on top of that, right? Because maybe another things that people want to see on X402, for example, is credit. Like let's say like a credit score for agents. So my agent has a good reputation. So if I need to pay for this service and I don't have enough, let's say, I don't know, USDC, I don't have enough USDC right now, the protocol can give me credit so I can get the resource I was looking for, and I pay later for that resource. So yeah, a ton of possibilities with X402, and especially with B2.
I dig it, man. I dig it. I think I love what you're working on and how much of a handle you have on what makes it function. Yeah, I think this is a huge value add to our ecosystem. I can really appreciate why so many people in the ecosystem are actually like, shouting you out and meeting up with you, getting you on spaces and shows. I know Mark, Killer Mark, I call him, from B Pepe, was telling me that you were helping him out with his dataing project to help him out with X402. Awesome stuff, man. Really great stuff. Hero has joined the live stream. What's up, man? How are you? How you doing this morning, sir?
Hero.
Yeah, great. Hey, how's everybody?
GM.
So yeah, I'm just
just
jumping in to see what's up with this V2. Sounds like it's a evolving situation. And what are you doing? Do you need to upgrade your implementation, Tony, or how does it work? Like, do you have to do anything on your side?
Yeah, I think there are a couple of things that I need to update. Basically, some of the to be honest, I'm gonna be super honest on this. So, for example, one of the most important things that was receiving different tokens. I thought that was like the basic scenario. So I created X402 on stacks with that mindset, right? So you can pretty much choose every token. And that's something that happened at the Hacker House. Like I was making the demo and I said, hey, you can get paid with STX. And Eric told me that, hey, why don't you accept SBTC? And I said, okay, yeah, we're ready to do it. Yeah, I just need to add some a little setup. It's like super basic. And in like 2 hours, it was ready to accept SBTC. So yeah, I think that's one of the most important things. But yeah, there's a couple of things that I need to update. So obviously next week a new version is coming of the SDK supporting all the B2 features. And in case it's possible, I'm not sure. I need to really get into the SDK, the Coinbase one, and see if instead of like having another SDK as we have it right now for stacks, if there's a way I can simply use the facilitator I created and get into that a Coinbase stack. That would be pretty great, because if I can do that, we have all the distribution from Coinbase on the same SDK for stacks. So I want to try to do that, but not sure because signatures are different. But I will try.
Dope. We have a Trippin' Monkey has submitted another trip analogy. And I want to know if it's accurate. Think of X402 as the receipt checker at Costco. You load your cart with stuff. When you leave the store, your receipt is checked. Can you prove payment? Yes, resource granted. You may leave. No, payment required. Return and make payment. Is that an apt analogy, Tony? As far as you would say, that sounds about right to me.
Yeah, it's a really great analogy, especially it's a little bit funny because I think a lot of people hate that Costco experience, right? When they need to check for the ticket. But yeah, the only thing I would change a little bit is that you don't actually have the product, so you cannot run away with the product. So you're at Costco, maybe if you didn't pay for that, you can start like running with your card. It's gonna be a little bit funny and kind of hard, but you can do that. You need in X402, you need to wait for the payment to be checked to receive your stuff. So maybe like the cart is whole by the Costco employee.
Yeah, it's in your cart, but you're not pushing the carriage.
Exactly. Yeah, but it's a great analogy. It's a funny one. It's a really good one to people to understand. Yeah,
and by the way, I have not heard them referred to as trip analogies before, but I do like that, the coining of that phrase. Trip does a really good job breaking down concepts in an analogy form like that, and then I think it actually does help conceptualize. Yeah,
I
for
think
sure.
it's just a little bit hard for people to conceptualize this initially because we don't come across as consumers this API key encounters, right? Yesterday I actually encountered the first time me, a vibe coder trying to be a dev, is that it's asking me to copy and paste the API key. But I think that landing page, you needed to create an account, and then you need to add a card payment for like $20 or something.
Yeah.
So as a developer, sometimes, so it seems, you need to create an account just for getting some API, a stream of letters and numbers, basically. You need to create an account. You need to set up bank payment to pay that at maybe a minimum of $20. I don't know. But this changes things. That this X402, it's almost like you don't have to pay so much $20. You can pay as little as a few cents, and it's doing it in the background, right? You don't even have to worry about it.
Exactly. This is something really amazing. So for me, there are two important things about X402 on that part. The first one is to simplify the process and to simplify the amount of money you pay for, right? Because if you're making some experiments, let's say, for example, you want to create a voice agent. If you want to create like a great agent, you need to go get some credits for OpenAI. I think the minimum is $5. Okay, it's not that much, but it's $5. And you need to go to 11 Labs. They have a free version, but let's say it's gonna be, if you wanna like do it right with the best model, you're gonna run out of credits maybe in like 30 minutes, right? So let's pay the $5 to have more space to make the experiments. Okay, so with that, you need at least $10 to make an experiment that you have to pay. Maybe you're not using all your credits because you only wanted to make some experiments. Instead of paying those $10, that's $1 that you're gonna pay for that. And that's great because you have more space to iterate, to really do what you want. Test more models. So for example, I would love to test the model from the music one, right? But maybe I need to pay like, I don't know, like $100. I don't know how much it is, but let's say like $100. That always, obviously, if I just want to make some stuff for fun, that's gonna like be a stopper for me because I don't want to spend like $100 just to make some funny tests, right? So it opens a lot of opportunities, and the most important thing is that once agents are fully autonomous, it's going to be like they're going to have the decision to choose their APIs or their resources just with this, because right now they need to go and ask their human to get their API keys. But now, me as an agent, if I want to start creating music, I have the opportunity because I have some money on my wallet. I have some SBTC, some SDX on my wallet, and I can go pay for the services. And if I want to be a DJ, my agent was born as an image generator, but I found that in the internet everybody is asking for an AI DJ. Maybe my agent is that intelligent that decides to pivot, and now it's a DJ agent. And since it has some money on the wallet, it's now able to go to the API, generate music, and start like getting a DJ career, right? So that's it's obviously we are a little bit far, maybe a few months far from that, but I think that that's possible in the future with X402.
So just to put it into practical daily routine kind of way, as a vibe coder, right now I need to go to 11 labs to open an account, to insert my bank account, fill out all the details, confirm. They will charge me $20. I need to take time to go to another place like Google Gemini API. I need to do the same process, create an account, set up the payment, etc. It's all time and time. With X402, I no longer need to create an account with them. I go to a X402 Explorer or Scan. I deploy my agent to find their equivalent of the APIs there. I don't need to create an account. I pay my agent, and agents is able to pay everybody else. Would that be somewhat correct to say? I no longer need to create individual account for individual API that I'm using. I just pay my agent does the rest.
Exactly. I just give my agent a wallet with some money on that wallet, and the agent basically discovers what can pay for it. So yeah, there's one missing part that I need to work on, and actually I'm starting working on that next week. It's basically the discovery layer, where all the developers who has APIs that accepts X402 on stacks, they can exactly. It's not only the scan, the UI, but it's more like a piece of code that agents can ask. Okay, so which service do you have? Okay, I have a service. And maybe you can pay for the DoorDash. You can pay for LLMs. You can pay for AI images, AI music. All these services. Those are the ones you can pay with X402 on the stacks. Okay, me as an agent, I can decide which one to use in which situation. So that's something I'm working on. So agents can do it automatically. They don't need to go to an UI or anything, or the human don't need to go to the UI or something.
Awesome.
So actually, my agent is making the decisions, which platform is the best for image. I don't need to worry about that.
Exactly.
Wow.
This is I mean, we're watching everything come together in real time is really what's happening right now. The promise of AI agents that can actually interact on your behalf. A year ago, this was all just hypothetical. You know, we knew we would be able to do this, but we didn't really know how. And you know, we have big brains like Tony putting together the pieces to make this work for us and for our community. And it's really awesome stuff. Tony, we'll have to have you back on often, you know, because I as you develop things, we want to hear more about it. I'd love to be able to get into a little bit more about your experience at Hacker House too at some point.
Oh, yeah.
We do have the game master waiting in the wings. He's going to come on. We're going to play some Find2Earn rounds. Tony, I don't know if you've ever seen us play Find2Earn. We only got a couple rounds today, but if you want to hang out, you got a few minutes to hang out?
Yeah, sure thing.
All right. We'll be right back after a word from our sponsor, BitFlow, with the Game Master. We're going to run a couple of Find2Earn rounds. Then we're going to segue into an AI segment with 300. But we'll wrap up with Tony too, and we can talk a little bit more during the Find2Earn rounds as well. So guys, stay tuned, and we'll be right back after a word from our amazing sponsor, BitFlow.
I am just staff at Endowment, or everybody else is staff at Labs. That's it.
Perfect. And then the follow-on from that would be, as we sit here and we talk about SIPs and we talk about governance in the ecosystem, where does governance fit in?
Stacks Foundation with Mitchell will be continuing to carry out governance, as that's their operating charter. They will make sure the SIP process is followed and governance is carried out. So you can think of it as one kind of main entity that is doing all the production, development, blockchain engineering, marketing, BD, and kind of the treasury all in one. Basically, between myself and Alex, we're doing all of those components. And then Mitchell and Claire and the folks at Foundation are making sure governance is carried out. Because I think it would be remiss to put all of that in one organization. Governance should be a separate body because that is clear. You wouldn't want to commingle that.
Correct. The same as any organization, you'd have a separation to ensure that you have checks and balances.
Exactly, and that's partially why when the Treasury Committee was appointed by the folks like Joe from Lunar Crush, who got to be a part of it, and Tycho, they were really well balanced on making sure they had one person from the LabSco, which was Alex, one person representing governance, which is Mitchell, the other 5 slots all going to the community, and the last one really going to whoever is funding the Treasury, which should be a CIO. So it's a fairly well-balanced approach of getting as many ecosystem voices and representation there. And remember, the TC is a kind of a board appointment. So like whenever there needs to be changes, that can be made.
Perfect. Thank you for laying that out for us. I just wanted to make sure that everyone got it from yourself.
Totally. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, great question, Hattie, because I know that that's like on the panel here, we probably had a general understanding of that, but a lot of the community probably didn't. So I think it's good to.
Yeah, I definitely owe the community a little bit more like blog posting around these things and such. I'm learning how to post on stacks.co because, hey, I've never got to do it before. This is fun.
No, and we do. I mean, more is better. And there's been a lot of
more is more.
More is more. So there's lots of opportunity to grow still, right? And I think Stacks is doing some tremendous things. I am a huge fan of the endowment. I love how it's been broken down. I was involved in the initial Hattie and Hero and GP. All of us were actually involved in the initial meetings that led to the appointments committee. We were all part of that group. It's open. It's available. If you want to be involved in Stacks, you can be. All you have to do is actually participate.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's how I got you in peace, right?
That's
in
right.
The early days.
Right. If it wasn't for Hero doing the spaces for D Grants Cohort 2, I would never have gotten to know. I would never have onboarded and integrated into the ecosystem to the extent that I am now. Huge.
I think it's just difficult for sometimes first timer to know where to go, and I think being a little bit out there and a little bit kind of welcoming, I think it really helps to because they will start asking questions like, where do I go? How do I participate? Or if you give them like a pointer where to participate, because Stacks is like I came into Stacks 4 years ago. I jumped on one of the public calls that Willbody hosted, and it was open. So little things like that, like people sometimes just need to know, like actually when you dig under the hood, there's a lot of opportunity and openness to Stacks, and it's just making that awareness part that people can participate and where.
Couldn't agree more. I think we're lucky to have such a community that's opening, welcoming, and friendly.
I'm going to bring them on. We got a late comer. Tinderly is in the house. Good morning, brother. How you doing? Or it's evening for you. Are you with us?
I'm very good. Oh, nice. So, Raina, if you don't mind me asking,
he's having some technical difficulties.
So, also, I know you head up the DeFi working group, right? And is there any like cool updates from that group?
Yeah, so I'm going to be handing all of the groups back now to the LabsCo so I can do what I do best, is trade and manage our treasury. I think wearing sometimes too many hats comes at a detriment. But from the DeFi working group, what they've been helping advise me on is how they want me to deploy the working capital. So from the budget, there's 25 million stacks that has been set aside to deploy in DeFi. And so what kind of our goal is right now is to make sure we're deploying it where we manage the spreads and reduce slippage across the ecosystem. Because what I don't want to see is someone doing like a 10K SBTC to BTC swap on Bitflow and getting wrecked by slippage. And so that's what I'm like, they're really making sure that I target the right spread and band targets. So like that's been a key priority from the DeFi working group right now, as well as making sure we're all ready to support Bitflow as they move to HODLMM. So the concentrated liquidity will be a big ecosystem boon. Currently, when you're using an AMM in this kind of V2 model, they're not super capital efficient to rebalance the pools. And so that's kind of where the DeFi working group has been provided a lot of initiative to myself and other builders to make sure that we can manage that. And then kind of also from the DeFi working group is they've been testing the Circle integration to make sure that we're ready to move AE USDC into USDCX and things like that. So a lot of things, but I'll say it's more like nuts and bolts of making sure the infrastructure behind DeFi works.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's all coming together, I feel.
It's all coming together, and I'm excited for the new year to come.
Yeah, 100%. There is so, like, we rattle off like more than a handful of items before, and we didn't even touch on HODLMM and concentrated liquidity and zero slippage, or the less slippage, the more efficient distribution of capital. There's so many things coming to this ecosystem, and it's Bitcoin oriented, which is what everyone ultimately wants. We are in the right place. It's just a matter of, we just got to keep chipping away, and it'll all come together for sure.
And Reina, if you know, I'm starting to do like a little bit more graphics around like the upcoming calls of the next week. So if you know in January ahead of like when the calls might be for Stacks and Delma, I'll make like graphics.
Perfect. I'll actually coordinate with yourself and I guess Rick or Brandon at Stacks Labs to make sure the time is right before I even put it on the ecosystem calendar. So I'll make sure that it works for everyone. I'll try to do something that's like the normal DeOrganized timing. I think we try to do like 10:30 Eastern or something like that to hit the time zones, but that's what I'm going to be aiming for.
Yeah, we'll come to leverage the SIP call as well on a Friday.
Yeah, thanks for letting me hijack the SIP call for a little bit. I appreciate y'all.
You have
it's officially governance call, I think, or sometimes we refer to the SIPs because governance is broader and SIP is more specific. But Stacks on this call essentially sort of facilitated by the Stacks Foundation anyway. So this call has a lot of the governance elements to it, such as when SIP 31 was on, Alex came on and shared the idea, gave feedback from the community. That was a true governance effort.
I love it.
So yeah, it is compatible.
Well, I have to comply with everything governance because that's how I get to do what I get to do. So thank you for everyone who works through on governance and making sure it works smoothly because it is a massive undertaking.
But worth it. And we need more volunteers, by the way. We need more people in the governance, in the working groups and the CAB and people getting involved in the SIP calls and the SIP process. We are ironing out. Hero's been doing a ton of work, by the way, ironing out the roadmap and a template for submitting more SIPs. And actually, I just heard that we got more SIPs. We had one announced last week that's very interesting. Another one that...
There's a couple in the works from what I saw on GitHub.
There are several in the works and more to come from what we've been hearing for some very interesting things.
We need to get Fridger SIP out. That SIP 32 improve stacking. That's basically essentially no downside. Only improves everybody's yield.
It also
and I understand.
helps with the cooldown cycle as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. It removes it.
Yeah, we need to get that conversation back up, I think, because SIP 31, now is over, and I think it's time to get back to some of these already sort of got community consensus, pretty developed further on, I believe. Just need to speak to co-developers on that. And yeah, I know there's I see on the blog there's several huge technical upgrades coming too. So I can
upgrades, and I also put a recap of what's been shipped since SIP 31, because sometimes it's good to recap that a lot of work has been done behind the scenes.
Great. Yeah, I'll definitely share this post out.
Yeah, I should be up and ready in just a couple moments, and you'll see the endowment and Stacks the Stacks handle tweeted out. Sorry.
Awesome. We will absolutely, we will obviously amplify that as much as we can, as we always do. Tinderly, welcome to the end of the show. How you doing, man?
So, Peace, I just got a few things to share. If you don't share,
sir.
Just to drive a bit of.
How are you all doing?
We're doing well, man. Tinderly, if you don't, if you do not know, Tinderly is one of the young up and coming content creators and community builders in the ecosystem. He's doing a great job.
Hey, how's it going?
And here I'm sharing you. There we go.
Yeah, so I just want to sort of bring a little bit more attention again to the Stacks Forum, because this is where we have the working groups recaps, and there you can find, for example, Tuesdays working groups recaps for clarity. And the things being discussed, I think it's just really useful to just a quick browse. And then there are a lot of resources here I linked where you can get, for example, I didn't even know the clarinet needs to be upgraded, and there's like a lot of links that you can get your clarinet upgraded so that it supports Clarity 4 functions. So yeah, I do recommend create an account. It's pretty easy to create an account. I think you just link your Discord or GitHub, and then you're in. And start posting feedback on there, interact with the thread, whatever thread that might be, like the one that Reina just posted. She's literally asking for your feedback right there. Like post your feedback. What should we do? How should we grow? So really recommend that. And the other thing was, like I said, I'm starting to post more like the upcoming calls. Maybe more visually, get the words out there, start bringing out of the Stacks calendar and bringing out of the Stacks forum and just out to the public. So you can see exactly what kind of working group or calls, like for example, Friday, we're not officially working group yet, or we don't know, but anyway, we are one of the key ecosystem calls, and I'll be putting like the town hall on here. I'll be putting Stacks endowment calls on upcoming calls. So do follow the Stacks Foundation handle. Then you can see exactly what's coming up and how to join and how to subscribe to the calendar. It's all here. Cool.
I love the visualization aspect of it. I need a visual cue, so this helps.
Yeah, I'm also one of those guys who needs a visual cue. If you hide the thumbnail and just see the text, I think I might skim through on my timeline. I might skip it, but I think it helps.
Well, also the recaps you've been doing and letting people know that these working groups exist, not only that they exist, but that what's going on there has been tremendously valuable as well.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, I try to summarize it like on like this, like the one from yesterday. So you can see like the topic, and then And then you can go into Stacks Forum and read it more if you want. Yeah, so I'm experimenting with different methods. So if you have any idea that I'm doing the right approach, or
So here we go. I have a question, sir.
So welcome feedback.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Sir. I have a question, sir. So, sir,
Yeah, shoot, ask away.
what is the work group for? Because I actually came late. Sorry, I was actually watching before I came up here. What is the work group for?
So
and what
working group essentially is a way for you to join a specific topic, and they work towards a specific mission. So Clarity, for example, they educate Clarity there. They support Clarity devs there. They also discuss the upcoming Clarity upgrade, for example. So if you have any Clarity feature suggestions, you can also go there. If you need help, you can go there. If you're advanced like auditors, you can also go there. And community marketing working group works similar ways. So it's all about marketing. So if you have an interest in marketing, if you have suggestions about marketing, if you have any support you need for your project for marketing, you can go there and speak to the guys who are leading up some of the marketing effort at Stacks Labs, so they can support the indie devs, the indie creators, etc. So far, so good?
Yes.
An AI BTC working group, as you can probably sort of guess from the name, everything is about the intersection of AI and Bitcoin. So if you have an interest in how you can leverage AI to build out the Bitcoin economy on Stacks or via Stacks as a rail, this is the working group for you to join. And if you're interested in the SIP side of things, the network standard, the governance side of things, we are a group of people here every week to talk about how we can make improvements in that area. So everything is about making improvement or making a community space for a specific course. Does that help, Hindley? Hindley?
I think he has a delay here.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And actually, I think there's more work coming up, like how we define what is a working group, and maybe even how to start a working group. I would imagine in the future we could post information about that. Cool.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
So,
and also just remind people there's taxis coming up on Thursday.
excited.
So make sure you go and vote. And there's a Luma link to the event you can add to your calendar here too. So it's an important.
Vote for GP for best community builder.
Yep. Vote for DeOrganized Media. Vote for GP.
Peace Love Music.
Amazing guys. You guys been killing it this year. You know, really thank you for all the work that you put in.
Yeah, we're just happy to be nominated, to be honest with you. There's lots of projects. I voted for STX Tools, to be honest. I think that's a great project too. But yes, Stacky's voting is live. You guys can go to the Stacks account handle and click on that link right there. Bring you to the block survey. It takes you like 20 seconds at most. So make sure you go vote, support your community. Make sure and just vote whoever you vote for. Go vote. You know, don't sleep on it, because the more engagement we get, the better, and the more feedback and representation as to who people are enjoying, who people are resonating with in the ecosystem is important. So it's impactful to participate in these votes. I think this has been a great call. We are a little bit over, and I want to be respectful of everybody's time. Is there anything else we needed to say? Any last words before we wrap up? Hero, you
Yeah, if I may just give a shout out to the AI BTC working group. They
That's
killed
really
it yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
They had a really good community calls. They asked people to come in from outside the ecosystem to join this call. So different people came in and they had a really good chat about AI and BTC. So I really highly recommend, if you're really interested in AI and Bitcoin, like this is the perfect community for you to join. So go join the Discord. They are on Discord. I think there's a link to join somewhere.
Does that say it's going to be on Tuesday? They're normally on.
Yeah, next it's usually Thursday, but I think for December they probably moved it to Tuesday. So it's Tuesday at 12:30 p.m. ET.
All right, I'll have to remember that.
Yeah, me too.
Awesome.
I just added my calendar. You can use the link to add to your calendar.
I want to. Hattie dropped a quick question in the private chat.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Hattie.
Oh no, I wanted to wrap up two other things. I wanted to ask about the SIP working group, so that it's on, because it was on from last week. So I wanted to just drop that in. We can catch up in the background. And then the other thing I wanted to just update was with the BTC addresses, Larry's SIP proposal. Larry's obviously not around at the moment, so it'll probably be deferred until next year at this stage, so that everyone's aware. So that won't be on the back burner. Stacks Pay obviously is also on the back burner, primarily because Dan and Resh obviously launching. So Boom Wallet is, if those who don't know, we're in the thick of testing at the moment. So the other question I had was, Rena, with regards to getting all the wallets in one place, are they a part of the DeFi working group?
Could you explain more on like wallets in one place? Sorry.
The wallets that support Stacks and SBTC, are they a part of the DeFi working group?
They joined the technical builder call that Adriano hosts. It's every 2 weeks on Thursday, 8:30 or 9:30 a.m. ET. Adriano from StacksLex hosts a call with every builder engineer, including experts, Leather, and such. So let me know if you need to be added there.
You know, it's just so that we can get, I really need to have a conversation, try and coordinate with them to understand if they want to adopt the SIP, so that we know we can push it through, so that we can use Bitcoin addresses universally across stacks, which will then help us to push ourselves across layer 2s as well, because Bitcoin address will be everywhere.
Totally.
And we could be the first to be universal.
Would you like to use the working group, or do you want me to help you arrange getting Experts and Leather on the line? That might be faster.
That would be way easier, to be honest.
I think it would be easier just for you to speak with Will and Kyron at Leather, and then it would be Jan and Ken for Experts. I can open up a thread for you.
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And to the SIP working group, by the way, guys, I did work on, just to respond to that, I did actually work a little bit on the docs for proposing that officially last weekend. I haven't gotten it completed, but once I have a draft, I'll share to you, Hattie and Hero, and we'll collab on that further.
Yeah, just to share foundation perspective, I think there's a little bit work in general need to go into define exactly what is a working group, or that the SIP working group can become a working group, so to speak. But yeah, I think there's more work in the pipeline on that, so that we're not just doing it for SIP working group, but just in general, what is the process? What does the documentation look like? Where should the documentation live? And how should people be aware of this thing? Yeah, so I just want to make sure you understand that there's a bigger piece to that than just say, hey, let's become a working group. It's not sure yet whether we will fall into the working group category or we are labeled as something else.
Correct. And Claire has a really good thread again on forum about how to do that. So I responded to her. So anybody's interested in creating a working group, Claire's created it on the forum, which links to what Mitchell originally created, so that it's open, again, transparency on how to create a working group.
The only caveat there is that it's a little bit outdated, like 2 years ago. So that's why there's with the recent effort and so many different working group popping up more publicly, I think we just need to update the guidelines, so to speak.
Correct. Hero, is that us, or I think Claire's dealing with that, isn't she?
Yes. Yeah. So yeah, that's all, guys. That's all from me.
All right. Awesome. Rena, thank you so much for joining us today. Pleasure having you. You're always welcome. Whatever time works for you, we'll make it work on DeOrganized side. So just
I don't need to be treated special. I'm not special.
No, but we stream all day anyway. Well, all right. I don't want to tell you that I'm not treating you specially, but we kind of do that for everybody.
A side question, Rena. Do you have any AI tools that you wish to learn? Like, I don't know. Is there anything AI?
You have no idea. I need an entire DeOrganized session on fixing Rena with AI and like AIing me. Like, I need the whole works.
Oh,
because
yeah.
I run a group called AI Guild, and we're here to help people with AI toolings. And
well, I hope you're getting ready for a really dumb user, because that will be me.
So we currently teach AI music. That's how we created the endowment jingle. But we can create a song for that. We create content. We create we vibe code too. So these are the 3 key pillars right now. But if there's anything else that you have on your AI wish list, we can probably help you with that if you're ever up for it.
I am totally up for it. We're going to have to do some AI vibe coding over the holidays. That's what I want to do.
We do that. We're starting to do it almost every day.
That was your own mission?
Yeah, it's something that I want to do. I'm trying to vibe code some different dashboards to show liquidity across the ecosystem and things like that. Again, like, I really want to be transparent, but I am not a developer, so I'm trying to do my best with API feeds because that's what I'm used to.
Well, we can help you at the Stacks AI Guild if you ever.
I will take you up on it. I will take all the help that I can get. We're not shy about asking for help.
And just to tell you, I don't know how to code, and I vibe coded together something for the hackathon for Stacks. Like, I really went from 0 to a submission to getting somewhat a working product. So it's possible nowadays.
He's also not a music producer, but the background music for the SIP call, which is playing right now very lowly, and I'll put it up louder in a minute, was also produced by Hero Gamer using AI vibe coding. So there's a lot going on, and we'll definitely the AI Guild can definitely help you. You will be surprised at how capable you can be with just a little bit of guidance for vibe coding.
Love it.
Yeah, I was also sure about AI Guild. I didn't know how to.
Yeah, Tindley's. There's a lot of people. The AI Guild has actually been spreading skills throughout this Stacks ecosystem to a large degree. Amazing stuff. But that'll be a conversation for another time. We can definitely wrap this up. This has been an extremely productive call. Super excited and bullish on Stacks. I think the Stacks endowment and SIP31 was the right move. And over the next year, we'll actually see more and more of why that is. Thank you guys so much for joining. Rena, Tenderly, GP, Hattie, and Hero. Love you guys. Great episode. Great morning show. We've had a ton of stuff going on today. Thank you all for tuning in. And I am Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media, coming at you live on Bitcoin Live, decentralized broadcasting every Monday through Friday. Get out and support your ecosystem. There's a lot still going on today. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. Peace out.
Peace.
That's my name.
Optimize more notes in the doc, pull requests in store. Decentralized future, open core. Some chase fame, we chase function. Every diff, a quiet junction. Autonomy hums, no corruption. Code is the art, coordination, vacation. And the hood, ideas collide. Engage, evolve, we build with pride. From core to code, the chains alive. Sips in session, future in stride.
Good morning, Lily. How are you today?
Good
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good, good.
Morning.
I'm Peace. This is GP and 300.
Hey guys, I'm Lily.
Lily, what's up? Good morning.
Very
Nice to
happy
meet
to
you.
have you today.
Yeah, you guys too.
Happy to
Where are
have
guys
you here.
calling from the States, I guess, I'm assuming.
Yeah,
I'm East Coast, GP's East Coast. Huna's in Zimbabwe.
Oh, sick.
Africa, Zimbabwe.
Yeah, we have a very broad community. We got a lot of people participating in this project from all over Africa, South, LATAM, friends in Europe, Asia, all over, Australia.
Nice. I was just in Argentina, actually.
Oh, were you down? We were for Dev Connect.
Yes, exactly.
Oh yeah, that's where I met Didi at your booth over there. That's how we got introduced.
Yeah, it was a really good conference. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was very packed. The travel was a little tough for me both ways.
Yeah.
But, where are you located? You're in the U.S.
I'm in Toronto, actually.
Toronto. So like the 51st state, as Blockface said.
It's not that far, you know. It's like an hour flight to New York, so.
Yeah, it's not far at all. I'm in New England, so I'm like a 3-hour drive to New York. Tinderly, what's up, man? Tinderly's joining us. How are you doing, man? You with us? Oh,
Tinderly, what's up?
Tinderly might be having some connectivity issues, or he wasn't expecting us to have a guest. So we don't always have guests. Sometimes we just hang out and chat. So Lily, tell us a little bit about. Welcome. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell us a little bit about Para, whatever you want to talk about, really. But we are very much just to kind of give you a little background of what we do. Obviously, we're a little bit stacks focused. We're Bitcoin stacks oriented. However, we're crypto oriented. We are not chain maxis by any stretch. We love all sorts of options developing on whatever chain. And you guys are offering multiple chain solutions and something that we've been calling onboard your mom type of technology.
I love that.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit more about what you're doing with Para.
Yeah. So my role, I call it growth. One of those all-encompassing sort of positions. And I've been with Para for like about 8 months-ish. I guess to start off, the way that I got involved with this project, I think is maybe helpful for understanding it. So my background is in decentralized science. I was trying to onboard your mom, basically. I was working with scientists who are really not familiar with crypto in general. Very smart people, some of the smartest, I would say. But they didn't have any familiarity with just crypto as a concept or anything. We're trying to use basically blockchain tech to make science better in a lot of ways, make it more open, make it more accessible. And I do think I very much believe in that ethos still. I think that a lot of science is broken and blockchain tech can help that. But the place that we were getting stuck is none of this was working because we couldn't get users because we couldn't onboard them.
Yeah,
basically.
right.
It was just,
the non-native crowd is hard to access.
Exactly. Yeah. So that was very much an issue. We tried a number of options. At the time, we were trying another somewhat analogous product to Para that I won't name, but that didn't work because we needed to onboard them to multiple applications, and it only worked in one application. So I was just like, basically, it's very frustrating to build something that's very helpful, but you can't get to anyone. There's like no distribution, basically. So I kind of took a step back. I have a background in like user experience and product, and I was like, how is this fixed, right? You know, like, so I was like, okay, leaving decentralized science, start looking around, talking to my friends a lot. Someone mentions Para, and they're like, yeah, you can onboard on one application with Para using your email, and then go somewhere else and sign in with your email and not have to create a new wallet. And like, that sounds so basic. That sounds like step one of like crypto in general, but
right, it's necessary actually to onboard.
Yeah,
it's there's tons of friction without being able to do it this way.
exactly. So I got super excited and I was like, I need to work on this project. So I just basically tracked them down and sending them messages and everything. And yeah, it's been really cool. So Para, if you kind of got a bit from that, is an embedded wallet. It's infrastructure, so you wouldn't have like download a Para app. An app builder would integrate Para into their application as we have like a front end SDK. It can actually work as like a headless, just like wallet generation in the background. So for a lot of like fintechs, that's quite exciting. We got mobile, we got web, we got basically anywhere you need to integrate onboarding wallets and or onboarding, Para can get in there. So there's a huge kind of swath of applications there. And like you mentioned earlier, you know, we do any EVM, like L1 if you want to do, like you want to build on Base, you want to build on, I don't know, Monad, pretty much anything there, Solana and Cosmos and Bitcoin in the roadmap actually. So
Bitcoin's in the roadmap?
Yeah.
Very cool.
The handle is at get_para. Sorry, someone else in the chat.
Oh yeah, get_para. I have it a GP. You can run them. You can put it up. It's it's also getpara.com is the website too.
Pull this guy up here and check it out. So you guys definitely need to be following Para here. So that's get@para or get_para there. This is sick. I want to be able to use one wallet for all of my apps across different chains. That sounds lovely.
Yeah. So yeah, it's been pretty cool. I know you mentioned that we met in you met Aditi in Argentina. That was like a useful demonstration in Para because the DevConnect app was using Para for their onboarding. So
you know, I think I actually did. I went 2 days. We were down there I was down there with Stacks, and Stacks had a couple of satellite events that we worked. We had a hacker house down there. It was really great. But the first day I went, I was like super fast because I only had a little bit of time. And the second day was when I met with you guys, and it was the day that Cloudflare was down.
Oh my god!
For everybody,
and the internet at that conference too.
And the internet was garbage. That like nothing worked, and it was like, but it was. There was definitely like still tons of people, tons of activity. It was really it was very encouraging for, and the conversations, because it was a largely, what I experienced there was a largely developer based audience too. So there was a lot of, it wasn't curious tourists kind of thing. Like we were at Bitcoin Vegas in May, and not that it was only that, but it was a lot of that too. Like it was a lot more retail and people like curious people that don't really know. Here it was devs. And so there was a lot of cool stuff happening. There's a lot of great stuff being developed. But what you guys are offering gives people an opportunity to connect with their wallet. They don't need a seed phrase. They don't even need to download a wallet app, essentially. Their app is kind of like it's embedded in the application that they're using. But if they go to another application that's also integrated with Para, they log in with their email address, they're getting the same wallet.
Yeah, exactly. So that is, it sounds like I was saying earlier, that sounds basic. It's not typically the case. We're able to do that because we use MPC. So that's the way that like the key is never actually brought together completely. So it's super secure. But that also means that it's portable. So we like call it like universal wallets. Basically, like you can go to one place, sign in, go to another place, sign in, and all your assets, all of your NFTs, like anything that you have in your wallet ends up coming with you. So we actually see a lot of interest from ecosystems for this reason as well. So we have like ecosystems like Camp Network and Vana are using Para as their ecosystem wallet. So when you have like a Camp wallet or Vana wallet, you have users that basically like a new app comes to the ecosystem, they launch. You already have users that have funded wallets. An email click to log in, you know, they don't even have to like open another app. And they're coming with assets already. So it's pretty cool that way. And that wallet can come with you outside the ecosystem as well. So,
what blockchains is Para like supporting right now?
so EVM, Solana, and Cosmos at the moment.
Awesome.
And Bitcoin in the roadmap.
Bitcoin on the roadmap, yeah.
So we have, and that also means that Stacks could very well be in the roadmap down the line too, partly because one thing that we're working on in Stacks right now, a proposal in the Stacks ecosystem is to use, you can use Bitcoin addresses as Stacks addresses, because every Bitcoin address can actually just derive a Stacks address out of it. So they're working on an update that allows sending Stacks and Stacks tokens just using the Bitcoin address. So that might even be, not that it's that hard to integrate with Clarity anyway. There's a lot of big brains over here. I'm sure we'll be happy to help, sort that out. But we may not even need to be able to integrate it, start integrating into Stacks apps once that improvement proposal passes.
That's really cool. Yeah, I think like the composability and like cross-chain, cross-network, etc. ethos is really kind of growing. I think that's, like we were saying earlier, when we're trying to onboard people from outside of like, this deep, we're on a call this morning about these topics. Like clearly we are very interested in them. But if I have my friend who thinks that I work on Bitcoin and I want to get her to try out an app, I want her to be able to just click sign in with email and not have to realize like which chain it's on and switch chain.
Right. Right. That's the only way retail adoption happens. People need to not know they're using crypto, period. Almost. They don't need to, they're just using the app for whatever value add the app gives them in their life. And they don't have to think about it. That's the frictionless way. That's how you onboard your mom. That's what we're working on here. Which we did have a Clarity is the main language on Stacks, and we did actually have an update to the Clarity language that allows developers to build with WebAuthn and passkey technology directly in like the Clarity smart contracts. But that's not necessarily, if you have a provider that's already providing the infrastructure for you, it makes it easier. Then that's and it's a safe and useful solution that saves the developers a lot of headache trying to adapt it that way.
Yeah. I think passkeys are really interesting. I mean, obviously, like there's also like the recent Fusaka fork on Ethereum, so I guess parallel to that with the passkeys addition there. We've been kind of talking about this idea of progressive onboarding. So we recently added one-click login to the features that we have, and we're putting that as kind of like the standard when you're building with Para. That's the standard login now, so it's basically just like click, log in with your email, you get in. We used to have like passkeys, as you have to have passkeys basically. What you find is that not all, like if you're going to a country where people have not very modern phones, not everyone has passkey access at the moment. We're moving towards that, but everyone
has email.
Everyone has email, yeah. So what we have as options now is one-click login. You can turn on password, like add a password. You can turn on add a PIN. You can turn on add a passkey. And the way that we're looking at this is like, we have something called guest mode, where you can actually explore an application without even signing in at all or creating an account. So it like provisions a wallet in the background. It's like pre-generates a wallet for this user. So just say like, I'm like, what the hell is this thing? Blockchain, I don't know. or I don't know, some game. I just want to know what it does. I'm clicking on stuff, right? And then I got to a point where I actually fund my wallet. I was like, okay, sign in with your email. You know, that's easy. Then I got really into it. I spend, you know, I'm like really generating some money, or maybe I want to like onboard some fund, on-ramp some funds, or maybe I want to like take some money out of it, whatever. At that point, we allow the builders to say, okay, like this is a good time for you to add a passkey to your account, secure it a little bit more. You have a lot of funds in there, you know, but it's not kind of immediately like, hey, let's go download this application. It's called MetaMask. You have to write down 12 words. Don't show anyone those words, but put them somewhere that you will not lose them.
But don't put them on your computer. Don't take a picture of them. You have to write them down like the old-fashioned way. People get a hand cramp, especially if you do 24 words. Yeah, it is. It's a problem that needs to be solved, and there definitely are a number of solutions in the marketplace, but you guys definitely seem to be well on your way to meaningfully provide options in the marketplace for this. Very, very cool stuff. And so like one of our friends in the ecosystem, he goes by Crypto Dude, and he's built a handful of very cool projects. There's one called BoostX that you can send and receive stacks using BNS names, which is a stacks, .btc names. If you have it in your X handle, you can actually like send people stacks through X. Really cool stuff. Cool. Another thing, him and GP are working on a project called Cryptonauts, where they have integrated the Stacks wallet with Unreal Engine. They're building a game that is connected to the Stacks ecosystem, so you can basically engage with token gating in levels or on-chain assets and stuff like that. And so they're going to have a product that will appeal to the non-native crypto crowd. And we need to figure out ways to be able to make it easier for these people to onboard, not have to go to get your Leather wallet or your Xverse wallet and download it, write down the seed phrase. Like that's too complicated for a project like that to grow.
Yeah.
And there's not a lot of, it's also not a lot of risk. It's not a high deposit platform when you're newly getting started, so there's not a lot of risk there without the passkey and all of that stuff when they first onboard. So we've talked about this a lot as far as like when you're going to onboard, you don't need as much risk mitigation as to when you're going to start really engaging in larger fund transactions, and that's the point where you really want to push those security measures and make sure that they're, when they are self-custodying, that they know how to do it safely.
Yeah, exactly. So,
but we got to get them in before we can educate them.
Exactly.
That's the key.
Yeah, it's a balance. It's really like you need to figure out how to, I don't know, not scare people off. I mean, I know myself, like if something is asking me like 4 questions when I sign up, I'm going to go back to that. Just like,
to be honest with you, none of us has the time. We're all inundated with an endless stream of information, more tasks to complete all the time. So I don't have the time. Like there have definitely been times where people have asked me to try out projects. And like, I'm not a big Solana user, so I would have to go, like my Solana wallet's on my phone, but I can't really test that stuff on my phone. I got to go on my machine. So I have to download an app and install it. And then like 2 minutes into that process, I already got a message that's taking me away from it. And I'm never getting back to it. It's too long.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think we connect with a lot of KYC providers. We don't do KYC. That's like, you can add it in really easily with Para. But for me, I think the next frontier is also like KYC that works in a similar way where you have to KYC once in your life, and then
Oh, and it stays with your wallet. That would be just too easy, right?
Ideally, yeah, that's like the dream. I think that's,
That would be, well, the dream would be that they stop.
Yes.
That they stop forcing.
Yes.
That they stop treating us all like we're criminals until we prove otherwise. But
what do you need to know about me so bad?
Well, that's not the debate here, today, but we will, like, we have feelings about that on this show. We do not care for. I mean, you do what you got to do, right? I'm KYC'd on a bunch of stuff because you have to.
Yeah.
But the ethic behind it kind of puts the government in a position that it's not supposed to be with the way we wrote the Constitution a couple hundred years ago in the U.S. It doesn't quite jive because it holds people guilty until proven innocent. It's just it's the backwards way of doing it, and it also gives it also creates a barrier to entry for, it establishes traditional financial institutions as being more in control because they're able to absorb the cost of doing that. And so it makes it harder. But if you're going to engage, you got to engage along the rules that are set for us. And so we have to follow them. So if you can do that more easily, by all means, we should explore that.
How do you guys feel about like ZK? Like KYC stuff?
I just think it's ZK.
Yeah, like I guess like revealing
zero
that you are a human, you exist in this place, but it doesn't say anything to anyone about you yourself.
Well, it's better than if it's in a centralized database for it to be exploited somewhere, right? At least it's a little bit more consumer protective. But I don't know if it actually preserves the. I still don't understand why I have to KYC to spend my money. Like I have to prove that it's not that I didn't do anything wrong to have it to begin with. I don't like it. I don't like that part.
Freedom to transact.
Right. The whole purpose of a decentralized exchange network is so that nobody can be cut off. KYC is a method to try to cut people off. So it's anathema to the ethos that we also adhere to the Bitcoin ethos. Decentralized, distributed, trustless, permissionless, all of that, and just borderless, censorship resistance, and that's KYC is opposite of censorship resistance in my opinion. But I also think that we need to keep society safe. I'm not a maxi on any position. I just think that we've gone a little bit too far in the surveillance state side of things. So anyway, I didn't mean to. That's not the tangent we wanted to go on here.
No, I think it's interesting. I mean, like, do you think that like the so you guys are like, I would say you sound like you're a bit more on like the builder side, like you have a lot of interest in the infrastructure on things that are happening with Bitcoin, right?
Yes.
But then you do find like a lot of people coming from like a very traditional financial background coming into the Bitcoin space, like that's like their first
now
into crypto. So you feel like there's like kind of like a dichotomy there between the two?
Yes, I do. I think that there's actually like, for instance, Stripe. So there's a hardware product that came out of our community called Rider Wallet. It's it's like a hardware device and you just tap it on your phone and it signs your wallet. It's really cool. They're a hardware provider, and Stripe just took away their ability. They were approved for payments on Stripe. Stripe just canceled their ability to engage in payments. Well, why would Stripe do that? Well, they're saying it has to. They're treating non-custodial service providers as being a risk for transacting, which is in Stripe and their partners' interests, because they are TradFi. They want to control the flow of money. They want it all to go through them, and so they don't want to empower self-custody, non-custodial solutions to let people transact. That's my opinion is that they're probably lobbying specifically to allow them to limit more so that way.
Hmm.
So I think that there is absolutely a concerted effort by the established players to control. I mean, that's what they're going to do, right? If they can control it, they will control it. And so any way that they can, they will.
Yeah. I guess with the Genius Act too, there's a little bit more establishment in what you can and can't do, right? So.
Right. And we need it's complex. It's not just a dichotomy, because there's merit on both sides. And even so it's broader than just say you're either this way or that way. But we really they have a lot more resources with which to establish their preferred thesis. So it's important that we balance it out.
Yeah. Find a middle ground.
Yeah, make sure we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. The whole purpose, we don't just want banking 2.0 with blockchains.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people have been writing about that on Twitter lately. I've seen a lot of think pieces in the last couple of weeks, even as we kind of move towards a lot of larger players getting involved in the space. I think we have to figure out how the existing products, companies, just interested people work into that.
Yeah, exactly. Just how do we protect the rights of the individual to just transact without any kind of imposition on that process unnecessarily, and it's not easy, but projects like what you guys are doing are actually helping us, with the rails to be able to figure it out. How do we do it? So I love that. Really, really interesting stuff you guys got going on over there.
Thank you.
Now, you guys, is it the one click login? That's something you guys just rolled out, I think, right?
Yes, I was like hoping to demo it, and I realized that the vast majority of our projects that are using it right now are on mobile. Because mobile is like you really want to get them through, right?
Yeah, that's where your growth is going to happen.
Exactly. But yeah, if you did use the DevConnect, I think you said that there was like Wi-Fi issues there, but the DevConnect app was there. That was really interesting because it was like at scale. Like we had like, I don't know how many people were at that conference, like 15,000 or something. Like
it was a lot.
For that.
It was very busy.
And a lot of people, like, they just signed in, got their ticket, and then kind of opened it later. And a few people, a number of people I went up to, I was like, oh yeah, because you have a wallet. And they're like, oh, I have a wallet? Oh, sick. Like, I have a wallet. Like, I just put my email in, and you can get money from Peanut, whatever, like that sort of thing. So that was pretty cool, to be able to have like that one click sort of sign on. I've also rolled out a number of other features, which I think are, I recently, today we posted a blog, which should be going live in 1 minute, I believe. Just kind of announcing a bunch of new features. Like we have, like send functionality now. You can link your accounts. I think this is really cool, actually, the account linking thing, because you can link, say like your Twitter, or like your other wallet, like your MetaMask, maybe, all these things to your account, and this sort of builds more of like an identity. But it's like you decide what your identity, or you could just sign in with your email. You have this like.
So I can connect so I have a. So is it considered a para wallet?
Yeah, I mean it acts like a typical wallet, and we have like a lot of AI providers as well, so it's my account. But for like intents and